This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Splash, splash. A lot of seawater suddenly poured into this dark space. Gurgle, gurgle. A series of coughs from choking in the dark sounded, followed by the sound of arms slapping the water surface, and a figure struggled out of the water. Cough, 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 cough. Joe took a continuous breath of air, and then he coughed violently. What's going on? Ahem. My house is flooded? Joe coughed and looked around, and found that it was dark and half of his body was still submerged in water. Before he could figure out the situation, the seawater that had submerged his waist began to drop rapidly, and soon, the seawater disappeared, leaving only the wet ground. What's going on? Joe was in a state of confusion. However, he already knew that he was not at home, because this space was pitch black, and he could not see his hand in front of his face. He lived in the city, and even at night, it was impossible for the room to be so dark. As he moved, he also found that the ground under his feet felt strange, like he was stepping on rubber, and it felt very soft. Just as Joe was about to explore around, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Welcome to the survival world inside the giant fish. Next, you will coexist with the giant fish and explore this unknown world. Ding! The initial supplies began to be distributed. The next second, Joe felt something fall at his feet. Due to the darkness, he could only squat and grope at his feet. He found it was a wooden box and opened it. Ding! Get bread X3, get mineral water X3, get hand-moving headlight X1. A series of prompts sounded the moment the box was opened. Joe was slightly stunned, then immediately picked up the hand-moving headlight, and then turned on the headlight, emitting dim light, dispelling the darkness in front of him. The light was not strong, and could only illuminate the range of 2 or 3 meters in front of him. However, with the moving light, Joe could barely see the current environment. All around him were blood-red flesh walls. As the system prompt said, he was now in the stomach of a giant fish. Joe was only slightly surprised, then calmed down. The system prompt had already said that they and the giant fish had a symbiotic relationship, which meant that he would not be in any danger in the giant fish's stomach. Ding! The initial supplies have been distributed. I hope all the survivors can survive smoothly. Then his mind fell into silence, and no more sounds were heard. During this time, Joe had been using the light of the headlamp to observe the stomach space. The space was not large, and he soon had a general understanding. The stomach space is 5 times 5 times 3 meters in size. In the innermost part of the space, there is a pool filled with yellow liquid, which emits an unpleasant smell. The diameter of the pool is about 3 meters. Joe guessed that it was the place where the giant fish digested food. After initially understanding the current situation, a translucent blue light screen popped up in front of Joe, which was divided into 4 channels: communication channel, trading channel, biological illustrations, and physical attributes. Needless to say, the communication channel and trading channel are channels used for chatting and trading items. The biological illustrations seem to record various creatures, but they are basically blank at present, with only one creature recorded. Transform Leviathan. Age, 1 day. Stage, birth period. Body length, 30 meters. Weight, 180 tons. Food type, algae. Eating method, filter feeding. Evaluation, a 180-ton baby. Oh my! Joe was a little surprised after reading all the information. 30 meters, 180 tons, it's just born. What will happen if it grows to adulthood? This phantom Leviathan was obviously the one he was symbiotic with, and the only creature in this world he had come into contact with. Next, Joe would open the section on physical attributes. Joe, normal attribute is 10, intelligence, 10, strength 7, speed 11, constitution 9. Evaluation, a relatively healthy person. Joe looked at his physical data and compared it with himself. There was indeed nothing wrong with the data. Joe's job was to be a hard-working coder. He sat in front of the computer every day, so his strength was naturally lower than that of a normal person. However, Joe still pays more attention to his health, so he runs every day to ensure that his body is not too weak, so his speed attribute is a little higher than that of normal people, and his physical fitness is not far from that of normal people. At this time, the headlamp ran out of power, and Joe fell into darkness again. Fortunately, the headlamp is manually recharged, and Joe is not in a hurry. He sat on the supply box, cranked it to charge, and opened the world communication channel. At this time, many people were already sending messages on the world communication channel. Help! I was just eating fish, but I didn't expect to be eaten by a fish in the blink of an eye. Is this retribution? There is actually a survival world that is the same as the setting in the novel. I just don't know if anyone has a plug-in system. Big brother, please help me. Damn, this is the first time I've won the lottery in my life. You're playing a time travel game for me, right? It's really miserable. How much did you win, brother? $5. Why are you crying about $5? I thought you won 500 million. No, what are you talking about? Shouldn't you think about what to do next? I just came to this world. Who knows what to do? The world system doesn't say it either. It's better not to act rashly. Zhou looked at these meaningless messages and shook his head. However, some of the messages were not wrong. It's better not to act rashly in the current unclear situation. Suddenly, the whole space began to vibrate, and the surrounding flesh walls also began to tremble slightly. Zhou lost his balance and fell to the ground with his head tilted back, but because the ground was soft, Zhou was not injured. The vibration lasted for more than 10 seconds, and then it weakened a lot. The stomach space became smooth. Although there was still a slight vibration, it did not have much impact on Zhou. Zhou guessed that this was the beginning of the activity of the Phantom Leviathan. Hong, there was a sound of rushing water from the esophagus. Zhou realized that something was wrong, and he stood against the stomach wall holding the supply box. The next second, the diaphragm of the esophagus opened, and a large amount of seawater poured into the stomach space. Even though Zhou had prepared in advance, he was almost washed away by the turbulent water. The seawater in the stomach space rose to the waist again, and then the water level began to drop. This time Zhou had a headlamp, and found that the seawater was discharged from the digestion tank. After the seawater was discharged, a wooden box exactly like the initial supply box appeared in front of Zhou. Supply box? Zhou hurried forward to open it. Ding! Get bread X1, get mineral water X1, so this is how to get supplies. Zhou muttered, and casually opened the world communication channel. Many people were in the same situation as him, with only a short time difference. Does it mean waiting to transform into Leviathan every day to find a supply box? Zhou had a question in his mind. After a while, the sound of flowing water came from the esophagus in the stomach space again. This time Zhou behaved well, and no longer stood up, but squatted on the ground to accept the impact of the water flow. When the water level began to rise, he slowly stood up to avoid being submerged. The seawater was drained out again, but this time there were no supply boxes, but a large number of algae plants. For a period of time, seawater continued to rush into the stomach space, accompanied by a large number of algae plants, and soon these algae plants occupied 2/3 of the stomach space. Then the entire stomach space fell into calm, and no longer vibrated slightly, as if the Phantom Leviathan had stopped moving. Oh, I'm full, digest it. A childish voice inexplicably sounded in the stomach space. Zhou expression changed. He used the dim light of the headlamp to search in the remaining 1/3 of the space, but found nothing. Where did the child's voice come from? Originally, he was alone in a dark space, and the child's voice came out of nowhere, which made Zhou's heart tremble, thinking that there was something unclean. Chapter 2. Zhou was suspicious for a while, but then he thought, this is clearly a survival world, where did the dirty stuff come from? Zhou carefully recalled the voice just now, and combined with the current situation, a guess came to his mind. Is it the Phantom Leviathan that is speaking? In order to confirm his guess, Zhou open the world communication channel again, wanting to see if there were people with similar situations as him, but the channel was only discussing whether seaweed could be eaten, and no one mentioned the voice of a child. Did I guess wrong? Zhou carefully read the news on the world channel again. No one mentioned it, but he was sure that he was not hallucinating. Could it be that I am the only one who could hear it? Zhou's eyes lit up, which meant that he was a special existence. Could it be that this is my golden finger, and I am the protagonist? The more Zhou thought about it, the more excited he became. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was different from others. At this moment, he felt that he was the king of this world. But then, he immediately calmed down, because after some thinking, he found that this ability seemed to be useless. Because he tried to communicate with the Phantom Leviathan, but got no response, which means he couldn't command the Phantom Leviathan, but could only hear its voice. In this case, this ability didn't help him much. Just as Zhou was thinking about how to use this ability, the stomach space began to move slowly and rhythmically, and the seaweed accumulated in the stomach space moved towards the digestion tank little by little with the movement of the stomach. However, this process was very slow. Zhou stared at it for a long time, and the headlamp was charged once, but the seaweed only moved a little bit. At this speed, It would take at least 7 or 8 hours to push the seaweed into the digestion tank. This digestion process is too slow, Joe complained, but suddenly, his expression changed. The transformed Leviathan stopped moving because it had to digest food, and this digestion process is very slow and takes a long time. What would happen if I helped it digest food faster? Joe thought of this and immediately took action. He picked up a large amount of seaweed, walked to the digestion tank in 2 or 3 steps, and threw the seaweed into it. The seaweed quickly sank into the digestion tank. Back and forth, over and over again, it took Joe an hour to move all the seaweed in the stomach space. Why? Is it so difficult to breathe? Joe breathed in big gulps, but no matter how he adjusted his breathing rhythm, he still felt a little breathless. At this moment, Joe realized a problem, that is, where did the oxygen in the stomach space come from? If the stomach space does not produce oxygen autonomously, then his behavior of moving seaweed just now obviously accelerated the speed of oxygen consumption. No way, am I trying to kill myself? Joe felt sick when he thought of this. As the oxygen he could breathe became less and less, the fear of death lingered in his heart. Too clever is too clever. Joe regretted it so much now. He collapsed on the ground and tried to reduce his body movements as much as possible. However, the increasingly thin oxygen made his breathing more and more rapid, and his head became dizzy due to lack of oxygen. I am such a fool. Joe felt that he was going to die, and cursed fiercely in his heart. Just when Joe was about to die of lack of oxygen, the space in his stomach began to vibrate violently, and the phantom Leviathan moved again, followed by a large amount of seawater pouring in. Huh? Joe rushed into the water, and began to breathe violently. As the seawater poured in, it was accompanied by fresh air. After taking a few deep breaths of oxygen, Joe barely recovered and rested on the stomach wall to relieve the weakness caused by lack of oxygen. When the seawater receded, Joe had almost recovered. That was a close call. Joe sat down on the ground, feeling a little scared. There was only a thin line between life and death. At this time, the headlights also went out. Joe cranked the lights again. When the light came on, a brand new supply box appeared not far away. New supply box? Joe stood up and looked for his 2 supply boxes. Just now, due to lack of oxygen and the rush of seawater, he had no time to grab the supply boxes. Now he didn't know where they went. But the supply box in front of him was obviously brand new and had never been opened. Joe held the new supply box next to him, and then stood up to look for the previous 2 supply boxes. The previous supply box was not far away after being washed away by the sea. Joe relied on the light, and found it after a few steps. He now has 3 supply boxes. Joe opened the new supply box. Ding! Get wood X10, get stone X10, get soil X10. All our materials. Joe looked at the full box of basic materials, and was slightly disappointed. Because he didn't know how to use these materials, food and water were the most important things at the moment. Next, Joe had nothing to do, so he opened the World Communication Channel to check the communication information of other survivors. After checking, he found a problem. That is, the other survivors' transmogrified Leviathan did not send treasure chests again. The reason is that the transmogrified Leviathan is digesting, and the digestion speed is very slow. The survivors can't hear the transmogrified Leviathan's words, so they didn't think of helping digestion. It seems that my ability to understand the transmogrified Leviathan's words is still useful. Other survivors only got 1 supply box from the phantom Leviathan, but he already got 2. Moreover, his phantom Leviathan is still active, so he might get a 3rd supply box. In this way, his development speed will be 3 times that of other survivors. Joe certainly won't tell others that he helped Leviathan digest and got extra supply boxes. This is his unique advantage. In this unknown world, there might be conflicts with other survivors in the future. Only by maintaining a leading development speed can you keep living safely. You don't have to hurt people, but you have to be able to defend yourself. Joe muttered. After a while, the sound of seawater surging came from the entrance of the esophagus again. Joe immediately fixed the supply box beside him, and waited for the seawater to wash it. I just don't know whether the seawater brought food from the transformed Leviathan or the supply box this time. The seawater receded, and Joe immediately shook the headlight to check. He didn't see any seaweed, which meant that it was not the transformed Leviathan eating this time, so it was the supply box. Joe was delighted and immediately began to search with the help of light. He soon found the new supply box. He couldn't wait to open it. Ding! Obtained the blueprint of the algae oxygen tank. Joe was slightly stunned when he heard the prompt sound in his mind, and then a burst of ecstasy rose in his heart. Algae oxygen tank, as the name suggests, is used to produce oxygen. Zhou was still worrying about whether he should help the Leviathan to speed up digestion next time he ate. After all, he was only one step away from death due to lack of oxygen before, and he didn't want to do it again. Unexpectedly, the third material box actually opened a blueprint for producing oxygen. Zhou used the blueprint directly, and the blueprint turned into a blue light and merged into the system interface. A blueprint section appeared in the system interface. He opened the blueprint section, and there was only one blueprint, which was the blueprint of the algae oxygen tank. Algae oxygen tank construction requirements: stone x tin, seawater, algae. Zhou looked at the materials needed for the blueprint, and his face was even more joyful. He could say that he had all these materials. 10 stones had been opened from the material box. As for seawater and algae, he only needed to wait for the next meal of the Metamorphosis Leviathan to get them. "Oh, I'm so tired, I'm going to sleep." At this time, the child's voice sounded again. Zhou heard it clearly this time, and he was completely sure that he could hear the voice of the Metamorphosis Leviathan. As the stomach wall space stopped vibrating, it meant that the Metamorphosis Leviathan also stopped moving and should have entered the rest stage. Chapter 3. I'm hungry. It's time to find something to eat. The voice of a child rang in Zhou head, and Zhou woke up immediately. Since he couldn't tell whether it was day or night in the stomach space, Zhou followed the schedule of the Phantom Leviathan. When the Phantom Leviathan slept and rested, he also slept and rested, so as to ensure that his schedule was consistent with that of the Phantom Leviathan. The stomach wall space vibrated violently, and the Phantom Leviathan began to move. Because food and water were in short supply, Zhou only ate a piece of bread yesterday. When he woke up today, his stomach was already growling with hunger. There was no choice but for Zhou to eat another piece of bread and drink half a bottle of mineral water. Now he only had 2 pieces of bread and 3 bottles of mineral water left. This little bit of food made him very uneasy. If he couldn't find food in the next box, he would be in danger. I hope there will be food in the next supply box. Zhou prayed silently in his heart. After a while, the sound of seawater surging came from the esophagus. A large amount of seawater poured in. Zhou, who had experienced several times of seawater washing, had the experience of resisting the impact of seawater. He protected the supply box with his body to prevent it from being washed away by the seawater. The light of the headlamp illuminated the things brought by the seawater this time. It's seaweed. Seeing the seaweed in the seawater, Zhou immediately opened the system interface, opened the algae oxygen tank blueprint, and then clicked to make it. The next second, a blue light came on, and the stones in the supply box automatically flew out, arranged and combined in the air, forming a stone trough 1 meter high and half a meter wide. Under the action of the blue light, the seawater automatically poured into the stone trough, accompanied by some seaweed. The seaweed took root in the gravel at the bottom of the stone trough, and the slender body of the seaweed gently swayed in the seawater. Is that all? The production process was quick and crude. Zhou didn't know if such a crude device could really produce oxygen, because according to his own knowledge, algae needs sunlight to produce oxygen, but there was no sunlight at all in the stomach wall space where he was. However, when Zhou shone the light on the seaweed inside the stone trough, this doubt was dispelled. Because, at this time, tiny bubbles had already appeared between the branches and leaves of the seaweed in the stone trough, and these bubbles were the generated oxygen. It seems that it can indeed produce oxygen. Zhou smiled, then laid down on the stone trough, pointed his nostrils at the water surface where bubbles kept rising, and greedily took a sip. Ah, this clear breath is the smell of oxygen. Zhou showed an expression of enjoyment on his face. However, in fact, he didn't feel anything, it was just a psychological effect. At present, the stomach wall space has just been injected with seawater, and the oxygen content is very sufficient. The oxygen produced by the algae oxygen tank is very little. When there is sufficient oxygen, there is no obvious feeling. Soon, the seawater gradually receded, revealing a large amount of seaweed. This time Zhou had behaved well. He no longer waited for the Metamorphosis Leviathan to finish eating before moving the seaweed to the digestion tank. Instead, he started to pick up the seaweed and move as soon as the sea water receded. The amount of food that Metamorphosis Leviathan needs in a day is to occupy 2/3 of the stomach wall space. This amount needs to be eaten several times, and each time it eats, it will bring new oxygen to the stomach wall space. In this way, as long as he moves quickly enough, he will not fall into the crisis of hypoxia like yesterday. Although there is an oxygen generator this time, it is not clear whether the oxygen produced is enough for him to breathe. In order to be safe, When used this method he thought of. This method actually has certain risks, because the transformed Leviathan will swallow seaweed many times next, and When will experience several rounds of seawater impact. If he is accidentally washed into the digestion tank, it will be a big deal. Therefore, When must move quickly and pay attention to the sound coming from the esophagus at all times. Once he hears the sound of seawater, he will immediately stay away from the digestion tank. When began to run back and forth. Fortunately, he ran every day before crossing over, so his physical strength was still good. After going back and forth more than a dozen times, he finally threw all the seaweed he ate into the digestion tank. When lay on the algae oxygen tank and breathed deeply. Because the amount of seaweed was small this time, the oxygen in the stomach wall space was still sufficient. After breathing deeply for a while, the rhythm of lung contraction slowed down. After a while, the transformed Leviathan ate again, and When had almost rested, and started to carry seaweed again as before. The phantom Leviathan ate 5 times in total, with short intervals between them. When was a little exhausted from running back and forth all the time. When the phantom Leviathan finished the entire eating phase and entered the digestion state, there was still about 1/5 of the seaweed in the stomach wall space that had not been moved. However, When was not in a hurry at all, because today was much faster than yesterday. Yesterday, he started moving after the phantom Leviathan entered the digestion state. Today, he started moving as soon as the phantom Leviathan ate, and now there is only 1/5 left. Once his physical strength recovers a little, the remaining seaweed will be moved soon. Moreover, the strategy of moving seaweed was changed today. Now the oxygen in the stomach wall space is still sufficient, so there is no need to rush. After a good rest, When prepared to move the remaining seaweed, but an accident happened. When just put his hand into the seaweed pile, and was about to pick it up. Something in the seaweed pile scratched his arm, and then the pain came. When was startled and immediately took his hand back. The light shone on his arm. There was a scarlet wound of nearly 5 centimeters. Blood oozed from the wound, stretched his forearm to flow to the palm, and drops of blood dripped from the little finger. Fuck, what is that? When covered his wound and hurriedly moved away from the seaweed pile. The next moment, the seaweed pile shook a few times, and a creature jumped out of the seaweed pile. When was frightened and took a few steps back again. He was afraid that there was some unknown creature hidden in the seaweed pile, and would attack him. This was originally an unknown world. The phantom Leviathan that he coexisted with was 30 meters long at birth. It can be seen that this world is extraordinary. The other creatures living in this ocean world must not be simple. When didn't dare to approach rashly. He took off the headlamp on his head, and started to charge it manually to ensure that the headlamp continued to illuminate, so as not to be attacked by unknown creatures in the dark. Paw, paw! In the dark, the sound of the shell hitting the flesh wall rippled in the stomach wall space. After the unknown creature jumped out of the seaweed pile, it seemed to have been bouncing in the same place, and did not approach When. The headlamp's light was only 2 or 3 meters away, and it could not illuminate the unknown creature at all. When waited for a while, and decided to get closer to see. It wasn't that he took the risk intentionally, but his injured arm was bleeding all the time, and he needed to bandage it as soon as possible to stop the bleeding. But with the threat of the unknown creature nearby, he didn't dare to spend his energy bandaging the wound. When held his breath, and slowly moved closer. The light from the headlamp shone, and swept 2 or 3 meters in front of him, and finally When saw the appearance of the unknown creature. Is this a shrimp? Chapter 4. But this shrimp is abnormally large, the size of an adult's forearm, red in color, and has a sharp thorn on its head that looks like a sharp knife. The wound on Wen's arm should have been cut by the thorn. Seeing that it was just a big shrimp, Wen's fear was relieved a lot. Although the shrimp was large, it was not aggressive, and could only bounce continuously in place. The fear subsided, followed by anger. He was hugging the seaweed, but this big shrimp cut a long wound on his arm. He had no medical supplies, and the probability of the wound being infected was very high. He might die from the infection. Fuck you. When got angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He picked up a supply box and threw it at the shrimp. However, the killing effect was not great because the ground was soft and the shrimp had a hard shell. The damage caused by the supply box to the shrimp was absorbed by the flesh wall. He threw it several times in a row, but it didn't work. When was so angry that he kicked the shrimp away to prevent it from jumping and stabbing him with its spikes. When didn't waste any more time with the shrimp. He tore off a strip of cloth from his underwear and began to bandage the wound to stop the bleeding. After treating the wound, Joe continued to carry the seaweed, but he would kick it with his feet before carrying it. He had shoes on his feet, so if there were any shrimps hiding in the seaweed, he could find them in advance and avoid getting hurt again. After more than 10 minutes, all the remaining seaweeds were moved, and no second shrimps were encountered during the period. The most important thing was done, and the next step was to wait for the transformed Leviathan to digest and absorb it. Before the transformed Leviathan took action, Joe had to deal with the shrimp that hurt him. In fact, Joe thought about kicking the prawn directly into the digestion tank, but he was reluctant to remove the shell on the prawn and the sharp spikes on its head. The size of the prawn is the size of an adult's forearm. As long as the shell is completely peeled off, it can just cover the forearm, so that if you encounter aggressive creatures in the future, it can play a certain defensive role. The spikes on the prawn's head can be used as a knife, which is very good for cutting things. Joe thought about how to deal with the prawn for a while, and then took action immediately. He first opened the lid of an empty supply box, and then buckled the supply box on the prawn to restrict the prawn's movement. Then tear off a strip of cloth from his clothes and tie it to the body of the prawn. The preparations to kill the prawn are complete. The prawn is still jumping around, completely unaware of its approaching death. Joe holds the other end of the cloth strip and starts to rotate. Under the centrifugal force, the prawn tied to the end of the cloth strip also rotates. When the rotation force is strong enough, Joe throws the prawn's body towards the algae oxygen tank. Bang! The carapace hits the stone, a crisp collision sounds, and the sound of the carapace breaking can be heard. Joe was delighted and immediately stopped to see if the prawn was dead. The prawn, which had strong vitality, was not dead, but there were a lot of cracks on its shell. Coupled with a fierce impact, it was not far from death. Joe continued to work hard and swung the prawn again, and let it hit the algae oxygen tank twice in a row. This time the prawn finally died. But then, how to peel the prawn shell made Joe feel troubled. He didn't have any tools to cut the prawn shell. Use his spear to attack his shield. Joe thought as he looked at the spikes on the prawn's head. Putting the prawn's body on the supply box, Joe stepped on the prawn's body with one foot and stepped on the spikes with the other foot, then exerted a strong force and directly broke the 7 or 8 centimeters long spikes. Joe picked up the spikes and started to cut the prawn. The carapace on the back was too hard to start with, so he decided to start from the softer abdomen of the shrimp's tail. The process of peeling the prawn shell was not easy. Although there were spikes as cutting tools, they were not real knives after all. Joe spent half an hour to peel the shell of the prawn's tail. It's finally done. Joe exhaled a breath of foul air and sat on the ground, holding a shrimp tail shell with messy cuts in his hand. Although it doesn't look good, it can be used. Wrapping the shrimp shell around the forearm can just cover it completely. However, since the prawns were killed by collision, there are many cracks on the shrimp shells. It looks tattered, but it still has a certain protective effect. The rest is the shrimp head and shrimp tail meat. Joe looked at the crystal clear shrimp tail meat and swallowed his saliva. It would be nice if there was a fire. Joe didn't have the habit of eating raw meat, let alone the meat of creatures from an unknown world, so he didn't dare to eat it raw. But can we make a fire here? Joe looked at the stomach wall space and shook his head. Even if he had tools to make a fire, he couldn't make a fire because the oxygen in the stomach wall space was not enough to support the burning of the flame, unless he wanted to die of lack of oxygen. At this time, the transformed Leviathan, which had already finished digesting, began to move. Joe put the remaining shrimp heads and shrimp meat into the empty supply box to prevent them from being washed away by the seawater. Joe took a look at the simply bandaged wound on his arm. Blood had seeped through the cloth strips. He knew that such a simple treatment would not work. So he opened the World Trading Channel on the system interface and began to look for medical supplies that could be used to stop bleeding. Would X10 in exchange for bread X1? I have no food left. Please ask the rich boss to exchange some food. Stone X10 in exchange for mineral water X1. The initial 3 bottles of mineral water were accidentally washed into the digestion tank by seawater. I haven't drunk water for a day. If the exchange materials are not enough, you can chat privately. Joe quickly looked through it. Most of them were exchanging materials for food. Obviously, most people got materials from the first supply box. After searching for a while, Joe finally found a message for exchanging medical supplies. 1 medical hemostatic bandage for 3 pieces of bread. Medical supplies are life-saving. First come, first served. 3 pieces of bread? That's too bad. Joe frowned, but his arm was already bleeding. This was the only medical item that could stop the bleeding. He had to exchange it. But Joe only had 2 pieces of bread, which was not enough for the transaction. So he clicked on the trader's avatar and decided to bargain with him. Friend, your medical hemostatic bandage is too much for 3 loaves of bread, 1 is enough. After a while, the other party replied, That's not possible, this is a life-saving item, check the trading channel, there are other medical items there. What's wrong, brother, are you injured? No, it's hard to get injured in the belly of the transformed Leviathan, but I have a strong sense of crisis, so I like to prepare early. When I saw the medical items in the trading channel, I wanted to save them in advance. Joe did not tell the other party that he was injured, so as to avoid the other party raising the price. That's right, big brother, what you said makes sense. Then, I won't trade the medical hemostatic bandage. I keep it for emergency use. Thank you for your reminder. Seeing this news, Joe was anxious. His arm wound had to be treated as soon as possible, otherwise, the bleeding would kill him before the wound got infected. Don't worry, friend, how about 2 loaves of bread? Haha, big brother, you are actually injured. Damn, he found out. But think about it, it's true. Today is only the 2nd day, most people are exchanging food, only he is exchanging medical supplies, which already explains the problem. 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of mineral water, these are the only food I have left. If you don't change them, I can't do anything about it. Joe sent this message very resolutely, and it was indeed all his food. The only thing left was 2 bottles of mineral water. If the 3 supplied boxes today didn't contain any food, he would have to live on water. Chapter 5. Oh, brother, don't think so badly of people. I won't raise the price. Joe didn't reply and waited for the other party's next words. How about this, I exchange a loaf of bread and a bottle of mineral water with you. Seeing the other party's message, Joe was happy, but then felt that it was a little unrealistic. Did I meet a good person, or did I really think too badly of people? Joe always felt that in such an unknown world, and in the case of food shortage, people tend to be selfish, otherwise it would be difficult to survive. After checking the other party's transaction information again, it turned out to be a piece of bread and a bottle of water. Joe clicked the exchange without hesitation, and the bread and mineral water in the supply box flashed blue light. When the blue light disappeared, a roll of medical hemostatic bandage appeared in the supply box. Joe immediately picked up the medical hemostatic bandage, untied the cloth strip tied on the wound, and then used half a bottle of mineral water to wash the wound with pain, and then used the medical hemostatic bandage to wrap the wound, and the bleeding finally stopped. At this time, the system interface popped up, and a private message was sent. Brother, you also got the hemostatic bandage. I hope it will be useful to you. Thank you. Joe thanked him. The other party did not raise the price. It was worth this thank you. Haha, it's a fair trade, you're welcome. Brother, you see I didn't take advantage of others. Can you tell me how you got injured? This is a smart person. Joe saw the message from the other party and chuckled. Obviously, the other party wanted to sell him a favor, and then learn the reason for his injury from him. In fact, what Joe said before was not wrong. In the stomach wall space of the Phantom Leviathan, there were soft flesh walls all around, so it was really difficult to get injured. The reason why Joe was injured was naturally an important piece of news. Joe did not hide it, and told the other party about the prawn. However, he modified the process, and did not tell the fact that he moved the seaweed to speed up the digestion of the Phantom Leviathan. When transforming into Leviathan and eating seaweed, the supply box was accidentally washed away by the seawater, so he went into the seaweed pile to look for the supply box. But who knew that there was a shrimp the size of an adult's forearm hidden in the seaweed pile, and his lower leg was cut by the shrimp's sharp thorns. Shrimp the size of an adult's forearm. It seems that the creatures in this world are all very large. It should be. You should be more careful in the future. Although the shrimp is not aggressive, it is still very dangerous to be scratched by it unexpectedly in the seaweed pile. Joe reminded that although the other party wanted his information, he did save food, which was a fair trade. Thank you for the reminder. I will be careful. How about we keep in touch and help each other in the future? Okay. After finishing the communication with the other party, at this moment, the sound of seawater came from the esophagus. Joe quickly moved the algae oxygen tank to the side of the esophageal diaphragm, where the impact of seawater was the least. Joe also placed all 4 material boxes on the algae oxygen tank, and the seawater just couldn't submerge it, so that he wouldn't have to use his body to fix the material boxes every time in the future. This time, the seawater brought a new material box, which was opened. Ding! Get stone X10, get soil X10, Get hey X10, why are there only materials? I want food. Zhou complained. He only had one piece of bread left. If he couldn't get food, he would go hungry. After a while, the transformed Leviathan swallowed the second supply box. Ding! Get small planting box blueprint planting box. Zhou was very surprised. With the planting box, he could grow food. Then, he would never have to worry about food again. Zhou immediately used the small planting box blueprint, and the blueprint turned into a blue light and entered the blueprint section in the system interface. Small planting box construction requires wood X10, soil X10. All materials are available. Build. Zhou directly clicked on build, but nothing happened. What's going on? Why is there no movement? Are there enough materials? Zhou looked at the sufficient materials in the supply box and was very surprised. Zhou unwillingly clicked on build again, but there was still no response. What's going on? He kept thinking of ways to do it, moving materials out of the supply box and arranging the materials into the same structure as the picture on the planting box blueprint, but he still couldn't build it. Are you kidding me? Zhou was a little angry. You gave me a planting box blueprint, but you didn't let me build it. What does that mean? In the end, he gave up, and his dream of growing food for self-sufficiency was shattered. Zhou opened the trading section and looked through the trading information. This is the second supply box today. If the last supply box doesn't have any food, he will use the materials to exchange for a piece of bread in the trading channel. Huh? Watermelon seeds for a piece of bread? When Zhou saw this trading information, he immediately thought of his small planting box. If he builds a small planting box in the future, he will need to plant crop seeds. It is still very cost-effective to trade a piece of watermelon seed for a piece of bread. But Zhou did not trade. He only has one piece of bread left. If he trades it, he will have nothing to eat. Moreover, he has to move seaweed every day, which consumes a lot of energy. He has to eat the remaining piece of bread until tomorrow, otherwise his body will not be able to bear it. One piece of bread a day is not enough for a normal person. He has been hungry for the past 2 days. There is really too little food. There is no other way. This is why Zhou wanted to build a small planting box. The feeling of being hungry is really uncomfortable. A few hours later, the last supply box was washed in by the seawater. After the seawater receded, Zhou hurriedly carried the supply box to the algae oxygen tank. Please give me food. Zhou put his hand on the lid of the supply box and begged. Ding! Get apple X1, get banana X1. Okay, it's food, but it's not enough to satisfy your hunger. It's only the second day since he arrived in this world, and his desire for fruit is not strong yet. He hopes to get bread. No, just because I don't want fruit doesn't mean others don't want it. Let's put it on the trading platform and try. Thinking in his mind, Zhou put the 2 fruits on the trading channel, 2 fruits for 2 breads. After a while, the transaction was completed, and the 2 fruits were successfully exchanged for 2 breads. It seems that there are many people who have abundant food. Zhou sighed softly. Now he has 3 loaves of bread and 1.5 bottles of water, which can barely last until the day after tomorrow. Oh, I'm tired and I'm going to sleep. The voice of the transformed Leviathan sounded. After hearing this, Zhou also prepared to sleep, but his whole body was wet and there were water stains on the ground. It was very uncomfortable to sleep like this, and his injured arm could not touch water. After thinking for a while, Zhou looked at the material boxes piled on the algae oxygen tank. A few minutes later, 7 material boxes were placed side by side on the ground. Zhou took off his clothes and lay on the slightly drier material box. Ah, comfortable. Chapter 6. The stomach wall began to vibrate violently. The phantom Leviathan began to move, and Zhou woke up from his sleep. He had a dream full of delicious food. Zhou sat up from the bed made of supply boxes. Thinking of the food in the dream, he subconsciously pursed his lips. I don't know if there are items in the supply box to heat food. Zhou immediately thought of yesterday's shrimp meat, but there was no way to cook it, and he couldn't eat it at all. He simply ate a piece of bread and drank half a bottle of mineral water left over from yesterday's wound cleaning, which barely relieved the hunger in his stomach. Then he checked the injury on his arm. I don't know if it was because of the good effect of the medical hemostatic bandage, or because of his good physique, the wound did not get infected. It was a blessing in disguise. He bandaged the wound again, and piled all the supply boxes on the ground on the algae oxygen tank. The next step was to wait for the transformed Leviathan to eat. While waiting, he opened the world communication channel, and looked at the communication information of other survivors. Big brothers, I have no food. I only have 1 watermelon seed left. Can you help me? I will exchange it for a piece of bread. Watermelon seeds are useless. I don't know how to plant them now. I still want to exchange them for a piece of bread. Are you dreaming too much? Brother, stop shouting. From yesterday to today, everyone has only one supply box every day. Whether you can open food depends entirely on luck. From the transaction information in the trading channel alone, it can be inferred that most people are short of food now. Who would exchange food for useless watermelon seeds? Please, I haven't eaten for a day. I will exchange anything that is edible. You can get a supply box today, so just wait a little longer. That will be 5 or 6 hours later, and I am exhausted now. It was him who traded watermelon seeds for bread in the trading channel yesterday. Zhou saw the other party's message, thought about it for a while, and immediately clicked on the other party's avatar and sent a private message. The other party replied soon. Brother, do you want to exchange watermelon seeds? Yes, but I'm not exchanging bread. It doesn't matter, as long as it's edible. What exactly is it? Raw shrimp meat. Shrimp meat, brother, where did you get the shrimp? The other party was obviously a little surprised, so Zhou simply told him how he got the shrimp meat. The shrimp is the size of an adult's forearm. The meat must be 3 or 4 pounds. That's about right. I'm not used to eating raw meat. If I keep it for a few days, it will go bad, so I just traded watermelon seeds with you. Thank you so much, brother. The next second, the other party sent him the watermelon seeds directly through a private message, as if he was afraid that he would regret it. After Zhou confirmed that it was a watermelon seed, he sent the shrimp meat. Damn, it's really big. I'm getting a great deal. Brother, my name is Jiang Haitao. If you need my help in the future, I will definitely not hesitate. Next, Zhou and Jiang Haitao exchanged a few polite words and closed the system interface. Trading shrimp meat with Jiang Haitao for a small watermelon seed is a big loss in the eyes of others, because watermelon seeds cannot be planted at present. But for Zhou, who already has a small planting box, this is like a puzzle. Seeds are an indispensable part of independent production, and he doesn't eat raw shrimp meat, so he thinks it is still a good deal. After a while, the transformed Leviathan began to eat, and Zhou began to carry seaweed continuously, just like yesterday. Because he was attacked by the prawns in the seaweed yesterday, he put a prawn shell on his forearm today, then hollowed out the inside of the prawn head and wrapped it on his palm. Before preparing to carry the seaweed, he first used his hand with the prawn shell to scratch it a few times to make sure there were no creatures hiding in the seaweed before he started to carry it. Wrapping the prawn shell on his arm did play a protective role, because there were prawns hidden in the seaweed pile today, and there were 3 of them. One of them was discovered by Zhou in advance, and the other 2 attacked him, but they were blocked by the shrimp shells on their arms, and were not injured. After the seaweed was transported, Zhou began to deal with the 3 prawns. But Zhou did not use the method he used yesterday to kill the prawns. Yesterday's method was too damaging to the shrimp shells, and it was also a helpless method, but today he had the spikes on the shrimp heads as tools, so he could use a method that would not damage the shrimp shells. First, use an empty supply box to fix the prawns, and then use the spikes to pierce the connection between the head and the tail of the prawns. This is the most vulnerable part of the shrimp. Cut the thin shell connected here, then grab the gap with your hands and break it hard. The shrimp head and tail are successfully separated, and the shrimp shell is also preserved intact. It took about half an hour to process all 3 prawns. With the experience of peeling the shrimp shells yesterday, the shrimp shells today are intact as a whole, much better than yesterday. There is nothing to do next. Put the shrimp meat and shrimp shells into the supply box, and wait for the Leviathan to swallow the supply box. The transformed Leviathan finished digesting and started to move. After a while, the first supply box entered the stomach wall space along with the seawater. Ding! Get 1 can of yellow peach and tin plate. There are canned yellow peaches? This is good. It has a high sugar content and can provide a lot of energy. Zhou would happily put away the supply box. The canned yellow peaches contain both yellow peaches to eat and sugar water to drink. In this world, it can be stored as life-saving food. While Zhou was waiting for the second supply box, Jiang Haitao sent him a message. Brother, do you still have that spiked krill meat? Spiked krill meat? Zhou was slightly stunned, then immediately realized that it was the prawn meat he traded to Jiang Haitao. How do you know that prawns are called spiked krill? Zhou asked with some confusion. It's in the illustrated book. I also discovered it by accident. Illustrated book? Zhou immediately opened the illustrated book and found that there was indeed an extra second page. Spiked krill body length, 30 to 40 centimeters. Weight, 5 to 6 kilograms. Food type, algae. Introduction. The spikes on the head are extremely sharp, the meat is delicious and elastic, and the shell can be used to make armor. The illustration of the spiked krill was very simple, but it also provided Zhou-Wen with some information. No wonder they always hide in the seaweed piles. It turns out that their food is algae. The food of the transformed Leviathan is also algae, and swallowing it in one gulp will more or less bring in a few unlucky spiked krill. No, then why haven't other people encountered it? This question suddenly appeared in Zhou-Wen's mind. After some thought, Zhou-Wen thought of a possibility. Could it be that I help the Leviathan to digest seaweed faster every time, so it spends more time than other Leviathans every day, so it swims to the sea where the spiked krill exist? Zhou-Wen guessed. It should be about the same. It seems that I am far ahead of others. But this news did not make Zhou-Wen happy, and he was even a little worried. As the Leviathan gets farther and farther away from the sea where it was born, it will encounter more and more marine creatures. If the Leviathan accidentally swallows a 3 or 4 meter marine creature, he will probably die. Brother, are you still there? Yes, I was just looking at the illustrations. Spiked krill meat is a good thing. It can increase a little strength after eating it, so I want to trade another spiked krill meat with the blueprint I just opened from the supply box. Ah? Chapter 7. Zhou-Wen was stunned when he saw Jiang Haitao's news. The spiky krill meat that he had always been reluctant to eat could actually increase physical attributes, and it was also very important strength. After learning this news, Zhou-Wen looked at the supply box where the spiky krill meat was stored. He was no longer prepared to trade. Eating these 3 spiky krill meats could increase his strength by 3 points, just reaching the level of a normal person. There should be more spiky krill in the future, and his strength will increase infinitely, becoming an invincible existence. Nonsense. Zhou-Wen suddenly shook his head and dismissed his ridiculous idea. Although the spiked krill is dangerous, it is very easy to kill it as long as you are prepared. If it can really increase strength infinitely, then he is already invincible before leaving the novice village. This is obviously unreasonable, so Zhou-Wen guessed that the increase in strength from the spiked krill meat is limited. In order to verify his guess, Zhou-Wen decided to trade a spiked krill meat with Jiang Haitao. What blueprint did you get? It's a blueprint for armor, called a spiked helmet, and it seems to be made of the shell of a spiked krill. What a coincidence. This is a perfect match. Zhou-Wen naturally chose to trade the armor blueprint that was delivered to his door without hesitation. After you eat this spiked krill meat, see if you can continue to increase your strength. Then send me a message to tell me. Okay, big brother, I eat it later and tell you after I finish eating. By the way, big brother, what's your name? I forgot to ask you before. After Zhou-Wen told Jiang Haitao his name, he ended the conversation and used the armor blueprint he had just traded. Required for making a spiked helmet, 3 complete shells of spiked krill, 5 pieces of cloth. The shells are just right, but there are no pieces of cloth. Zhou-Wen decided to wait for the remaining 2 supply boxes. If he didn't get any pieces of cloth in either of them, he would go to the trading channel and trade 5 pieces of cloth. I try this spiked krill meat too. Zhou-Wen picked up a piece of the spiked krill meat from the supply box. The spiked krill meat can increase strength, and he didn't care whether it was raw or not. He just picked it up and ate it in big mouthfuls. Huh? It tastes okay. Zhou-Wen was a little surprised. The spiky krill meat was firm and tender, without any fishy smell, and had a faint sweetness, but he was not used to eating raw meat, and always felt that the taste was a little strange. After eating a whole shrimp, Zhou-Wen felt a little full. It was the only meal he had eaten in the past 3 days. Ding, eat spiky krill meat, strength +1. Zhou-Wen heard the system prompt sound, and hurriedly opened the physical attribute panel. Zhou-Wen, normal human attribute is 10, intelligence, 10, strength, 8, speed, 11, physique, 9. Evaluation, a relatively healthy person. My strength has really increased a little. Zhou-Wen moved his arms, and except for feeling that his muscles had become a little stiffer, there was no obvious change. It should be that his strength had only increased a little, so the feeling was not obvious. 1 spiked krill meat had already made Zhou-Wen full, and there was 1 left, so he could only wait until tomorrow to eat it. After another 2 or 3 hours, the second supply box of the day rushed into the stomach wall space along with the seawater. Ding, obtained stone X10, obtained wood X10, obtained cloth X10. The cloth is here. Zhou-Wen directly opened the spiked helmet blueprint and clicked to make it. 3 spiked krill shells and 5 pieces of cloth turned into blue light, and soon a helmet with 3 spikes on the top of the head and wrapped in a carapace appeared in his hand. He put the helmet on his head. The size was just right. There was a layer of soft cloth inside to separate it from the carapace. It was very comfortable to put on the head and didn't hurt. Not bad, it fits well. Zhou took off the helmet and carefully placed it on the supply box piled in the corner to prevent it from getting wet by the seawater. He planned to use it when moving grass tomorrow. At this time, Jiang Haidao sent a message. Brother 1, I ate the spiky krill meat, but I didn't get any strength points this time. It seems that spiky krill meat only adds strength attributes the first time you eat it, and it's useless to eat it again. Hee, that should be it. That? Brother 1, the blueprint I just traded with you is still relatively rare. That. Can I add another spiky krill meat? I feel a bit of a loss. Before, Jiang Haidao was willing to trade the blueprint for spiky krill meat because he thought spiky krill meat could add a little more strength, so it was fair. But after knowing that he couldn't gain strength points by eating the spiked krill meat for the second time, he felt that this deal was a huge loss. But the problem was that he had actively requested the previous deal, and now he wanted to raise the price, which he felt was a bit shameless. The main reason was that the blueprints were opened in his supply box today, and he still had no food to store, so he was very uneasy. Today there are only two, one is traded with you, and the other one is eaten by myself. Tomorrow, if there is any, I will give you one. Zhou didn't care too much. A protective gear blueprint was indeed more valuable than a spiked krill meat. Jiang Haidao's request was reasonable. However, Zhou could not be sure whether what Jiang Haidao said was true. What if he could still increase his strength points by eating the second spiked krill meat, and then deliberately deceive him? This was possible. Therefore, he would keep the remaining portion of spiked krill meat until tomorrow. After eating it, he would trade the newly acquired spiked krill meat to Jiang Haidao only after he was sure that he could no longer increase his strength points. The sound of the seawater surging came from the esophagus, and the last supply box of the day arrived. Ding! Get a heating pack X1. Heating pack. This means I can cook the krill meat tomorrow. Zhou was very happy when he thought about eating cooked food. It just so happened that I opened a can of yellow peaches today. After eating the peaches, the can be used as a container for cooking. The moment Zhou saw the heating pack, the subsequent items automatically appeared in his mind, but as soon as he thought of this, he immediately gave up the idea of eating cooked food. No, the heating pack can only be used once, and the only thing that can be cooked and eaten now is the spiky krill meat, which is a bit too wasteful. Zhou felt that it was too simple. He only had one chance, so he had to make it more grand. And the canned yellow peaches are used to save lives when food is cut off, because it is too wasteful to eat the shrimp meat directly after boiling it in water. At this moment, Zhou, who often plays survival games, had a hoarder mentality in his heart. He had to keep all the good things until the most critical moment. Put the heating pack and canned yellow peaches in a supply box. These two items are very precious items at present, so they must be placed in a high place and must not be soaked in water. Chapter 8. On the fourth day of coming to this world, the Transfiguration Leviathan began to move, and Zhou also woke up from his sleep. The first thing he did when he woke up was to eat the remaining portion of spiked krill meat as breakfast. Jiang Haidao did not lie to him, and it was indeed impossible to increase his strength again. Zhou was a little disappointed. He was still thinking about increasing his strength to at least 10 points to reach the level of a normal person. After a while, it was almost time for the Transfiguration Leviathan to eat. Zhou put on the spiked helmet he made yesterday, stood in the corner where the supply boxes were stacked, and waited to move the seaweed. But at this moment, the babyish voice of the phantom Leviathan was unexpectedly heard. How annoying! Why are all these things stealing my food? Hearing the tone of this sentence, the phantom Leviathan was very angry, as if he had encountered some creature that was stealing his food. Is it the spiked krill? Zhou guessed. Yesterday, he learned from the illustration that the spiked krill also feeds on algae, and the seaweed that the phantom Leviathan has been eating these days is also a kind of algae. It seems that there will be a lot of spiked krill mixed in the seaweed today. Be careful when carrying the seaweed later. In the past 2 days, the seaweed was full of spiky krill, but the metamorphosis Leviathan did not speak like today, which means that the number of spiky krill in the past 2 days was not large. And today, the number of spiky krill should be so large that it affects the eating of the metamorphosis Leviathan. Suddenly, for some reason, the entire stomach wall space vibrated violently, and the entire space began to tilt. The digestive tank rose sharply, and the entire stomach space almost stood up. Zhou was caught off guard and fell to the other side, hitting the flesh wall. Fortunately, the flesh wall was soft, and except for the head being shaken and a little dizzy, he was not injured. But the algae oxygen tank placed here, because of the tilt of the stomach space, The seawater inside was spilled out, and the 10 boxes of supplies he had accumulated in the past few days were now scattered everywhere. Joe rushed towards a supply box, which contained the canned yellow peaches and heating packs obtained yesterday. These 2 precious items must not be damaged. What happened? Joe held the supply box tightly with both hands, his mind full of confusion and panic. Could it be that the phantom Leviathan was attacked by other creatures? Joe subconsciously thought in a bad direction. There was no way. This world was unknown to Joe. Even in the past few days, he didn't even know what the outside world was like, and the unknown would make people feel fear. Although the size of the phantom Leviathan was not small, it was 30 meters long. If it was on Earth, it would dominate the ocean. But this is not Earth. The phantom Leviathan was just born not long ago. It is hard to guarantee that it will not encounter larger creatures and attack it. Bang! A thunderous explosion penetrated the body of the phantom Leviathan and entered the space of the stomach wall. The sound was very loud, and the strong sound waves spread throughout Joe's body. The internal organs in his body were vibrating, and his head was like being hit hard, with a splitting headache. Fortunately, this sound was only for a moment. It sounded very suddenly and disappeared very quickly. Humph, you stole my food, and you slapped it all away with your tail. The voice of the phantom Leviathan sounded at this moment, which made Joe, who was still dizzy, know the reason for all the abnormalities just now. Oh my god, it turns out they are slapping shrimps. This put Joe's heart at ease, as long as he was not attacked by other giant fish. It was too noisy, almost sent me away. The stomach space had returned to normal at this time, and Joe sat on the ground and smiled bitterly. After a short rest, his head was not so dizzy, and Joe lifted up the algae oxygen tank that had fallen on the ground. There was not much seawater left in it, but it was not a big problem. The transformed Leviathan would soon eat, and he would just fill it up with seawater. Joe also brought back the scattered boxes of supplies one by one, and placed them neatly on the algae oxygen tank. He placed the most precious box of supplies at the highest point. Splash, splash. The familiar sound of seawater surging came from the direction of the esophagus, and the transformed Leviathan began to eat. Seawater poured into the stomach wall space. Joe immediately opened the system interface, found the algae oxygen tank blueprint, clicked on repair, and seawater automatically poured into the stone tank, and the repair was completed soon. After the seawater receded, Joe began to move seaweed today. During the process of moving, Joe was very careful, constantly using his arms with shrimp shells to dig in the seaweed pile. After confirming that there were no spiky krill in the pile of seaweed he moved, he picked it up and moved it to the digestion tank. What is it? Spiky krill. Joe was digging in the seaweed, and then he touched something hard. He was somewhat familiar with this feeling, that is, the feeling of touching the shell of a spiky krill. However, after being touched, this spiky krill did not bounce its tail, and remained motionless in the seaweed pile. After pulling the seaweed apart and shining the light of the headlamp over it, it was indeed a spiked krill, but this spiked krill was obviously dead, with the spikes on its head broken, the shell all over its body shattered, and even the shrimp meat was exposed. I should be able to pick up a lot of dead shrimps today, Joe said to himself, with a happy smile. The sound of the Leviathan swinging its tail just now almost shocked Joe to death, and its power can be imagined. Many of the spiked krill that were hit by this attack were definitely killed, and the Leviathan was eating here again, so there must be a lot of dead shrimps mixed in the seaweed. Although the spiny krill cannot increase strength points repeatedly, Joe can trade it out for some rare items. Next, Joe began to happily carry seaweed while picking up dead spiny krill. After carrying all the seaweed for the first round of eating, he got a total of 13 dead spiny krill and 2 half-dead spiny krill. Wow, this is only the first round of eating, and I have already got 15 spiny krill. By the end of the eating, there will be at least 70 or 80. Joe looked at the pile of spiky krill and said in surprise, "But if they are piled up like this, they will be washed away by the seawater in the second round of feeding." Joe began to think about the storage problem, so he looked at the algae oxygen tank in the corner. Why not make another algae oxygen tank? Joe's idea is to connect the 2 algae oxygen tanks to the stomach wall in AV shape, and the triangular space in the middle can be used to store spiky krill. Anyway, there are materials, and there is no harm in having one more oxygen production device. Soon, the second round of feeding began. Joe piled the spiky krill in the corner, and then used his body to block the impact of the seawater, protecting the 15 spiky krill. Then he opened the blueprint of the algae oxygen tank, and began to build the second algae oxygen tank. The 2 algae oxygen tanks were placed in AV shape as planned, just enclosing the 15 spiky krill and blocking the impact of the seawater. Okay, the spiky krill harvested later can be temporarily stored here, Joe said happily. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a black shadow in the seawater out of the corner of his eyes. Joe's heart tightened, and he immediately shone the light over it, and his heartbeat began to accelerate unconsciously. He knew that the shadow was definitely not a spiky krill, because the shadow was 3 or 4 meters long. Chapter 9. Fortunately, Joe was now inside the triangular space constructed by 2 algae oxygen tanks, so he didn't have to worry about the shadow attacking him from underwater. Joe stared at the water in front of him. The light of the headlamp swept back and forth on the surging water. He took the spike from his waist with his right hand and held it tightly in his hand. Joe just waited quietly, waiting for the sea water to recede. But misfortunes never come alone. At this very tense moment, an accident happened. The headlamp was low on power, and the already dim light became dimmer and began to flicker. Fuck, no power at this time, are you kidding me? Joe gritted his teeth and cursed. But now, he didn't dare to free his hands to crank the charger. He could only squint his eyes and continue to observe the water surface with the flickering light. At this moment, he felt that the time for the seawater to recede was too long. Finally, the power of the headlamp ran out, and the stomach wall space fell into darkness. And in the second before the light went out, Joe's expression suddenly changed, because he saw a flesh-colored strip creature in the water in front of him, like a snake and a tentacle. Bang! Before Joe could think about what creature was lurking in the water in front of him suddenly exploded, and something rushed out of the water. In the darkness, fear filled Joe's body. He opened his eyes wide, and tried to see everything around him, but it was in vain. He could not see anything, and the unknown fear was infinitely magnified in the darkness. Crack! Joe's head was hit hard, as if the claws of some creature grabbed his spiked helmet. The claws seemed to have barbs, squeezing the spiked helmet with great force, making a sound like a sharp object scratching the shell. Joe was so scared that his soul was about to die. He was numb under this extreme fear. His right hand holding the spikes couldn't stop shaking, and he couldn't control it at all. Calm down! Calm down! Joe shouted in his heart. Only by calming down could he control his body. At this time, Joe felt something wrapped around his neck again. The sticky and slippery touch made his scalp numb. What is it? Tentacles! Because it was pitch black around him, Joe had no idea what was attacking him. In panic, a huge creature with 2 claws and legs covered with tentacles appeared in his mind, and the fear in his heart could not be dissipated for a long time. The tentacles at the neck began to shrink. Joe felt that breathing became difficult, and his face began to become congested. I'm going to die again. Wait, why did I say again? Joe felt that the feeling of suffocation was very familiar. On the first day he came to this world, he almost suffocated to death due to lack of oxygen. Fuck you. Perhaps because he felt that he was going to die, Joe's fear disappeared, and what followed was endless anger. Adrenaline burst out at this moment, and his numb body recovered immediately. Puff! Joe swung his right hand violently, and stabbed the spike into the tentacle on his neck, not caring whether it would accidentally stab his neck. Squeak squeak. The unknown monster was attacked and made a sharp cry, and Joe found that the cry came from above. Joe was already in a state of rage at this time, and he didn't care about this detail. He began to frantically cut the tentacles on his neck with the spikes. Although the skin of the tentacles was very tough, it couldn't stop the cutting of the spikes at all. Soon the tentacles were cut off by Joe. The broken tentacles were swung wildly in Joe's hands, and a large amount of smelly liquid was thrown out from the broken part, splashing Joe's whole body. After a while, the monster was completely motionless, but the claws on its head were still grasping the spiked helmet, but they had lost their strength. The anger subsided, the effect of adrenaline ended, and fear entered Joe's heart again. Joe swallowed his saliva, and did not dare to act rashly for a while, just waiting motionlessly until the sea water receded. It should be dead. Joe was a little unsure, because the monster's claws were still on his head, and it was pitch black around him, so he couldn't see the situation clearly. After waiting for a while, Joe mustered up the courage to take off the headlamp on his head, and started to charge it manually. The headlamp flickered a few times, emitting a dim light that illuminated everything in front of him. What caught Joe's eyes was a large amount of blood and a broken tentacle, which drooped on the algae oxygen tank, and blood was still dripping from the broken part. This tentacle is the main body. Joe shone the light over and found only a strip-shaped body about 3 meters long and as thick as a bowl. Joe suddenly remembered the strange cry from his head just now, realized something, and immediately took off his helmet. On the helmet, 4 anchor-shaped chelicerae were firmly grasping the spiked helmet, and the tiny barbs at the end were embedded in the helmet. In the middle of the 4 anchor-shaped chelicerae, there was a ring-shaped mouthpart covered with scimitar-like teeth. Damn, if it bites on the head, it will be terrible. Joe saw the overall appearance of this creature, and broke out in a cold sweat on his back. Because it was completely lucky that the monster did not bite through his skull, the shell of the helmet could not block the monster's fangs at all. The reason why he was fine was entirely because the 3 spikes on the top of the spiked helmet prevented the monster's 4 anchor claws from fitting completely on his head, and the mouth parts full of sharp teeth were a certain distance away from the helmet body, so it couldn't bite at all. Jiang Haidao saved my life, Joe said secretly with lingering fear. By the way, the biological illustration should now record the information of this monster. Joe suddenly remembered the biological illustration, and immediately opened the system interface, and found the illustration of this monster. Anchorworm body length, 2 to 3 meters. Weight, 30 to 40 kilograms. Food type, blood. Introduction, a parasite that lives in giant organisms. Its sharp mouthparts can easily bite open the skull of an adult. Its 4 anchor chelicerae are like the sickle of the god of death. Without the protection of a hard helmet, it will surely die if caught. Its chelicerae can be used to make tools. After reading the introduction of the anchorworm, Joe felt more and more scared. He was lucky to survive this time. He got the spiked helmet blueprint in advance and made it, which just happened to hinder the attack of the anchorworm. Splash, splash. At this time, the sound of seawater surging came from the esophagus. Joe then remembered that the Leviathan had not finished eating, so he hurriedly took the head of the anchorworm caught on the helmet off, threw it aside casually, and put the helmet back on. Joe did not walk out of the triangular space of the algae oxygen tank, because this time there might be anchorworms hiding in the seawater. He still felt it was safer to stay here. Until the Leviathan finished eating, no more anchorworms were found, and Joe carefully left the area where the spiked krill were stored. Chapter 10. Carrying seaweed and picking up spiked krill. During this period, Joe would charge his headlamp once in a while to ensure that there was enough power to deal with emergencies. He really didn't want to experience the experience of encountering unknown creatures in the dark again. In about half an hour, all the seaweed in the stomach wall space was moved into the consumption pool for digestion, and no anchorworms were encountered during this period. He obtained a total of 58 spiked krill, 8 of which were alive, and not attacked by the phantom Leviathan. The shells were intact, and could be used to make spiked helmets. The remaining 50 had broken shells, and were useless. Joe did not plan to peel them, and traded them in the shells directly on the trading channel. I didn't seem to feel hypoxia this time. It seems that the algae oxygen tank is really useful. Joe took a few deep breaths and his breathing was smooth, indicating that there was enough oxygen in the stomach wall. After finishing the work, Joe sat on the supply box to rest, opened the system interface, clicked on Jiang Haitao's avatar, and traded 3 spiked krill directly. The spiked helmet played a crucial role in surviving the attack of the anchorworm this time. Giving Jiang Haitao 2 more is a thank you. Fuck, brother one, you sent it to the wrong person. Why did you trade 3? No, I sent it to you 3. Really, thank you, brother one. It seems that brother one has made a lot of gains today. It is indeed a lot of gains, but I almost lost my life. Ah? Brother one, are you okay? What happened? So Zhou told Jiang Haitao about the anchorworm. How come? There are still such dangerous creatures. After listening to Zhou story, Jiang Haitao felt very bad. Since Zhou had encountered it, he might also encounter it in the future, but he didn't have the protection of a spiked helmet. Brother one, can I trade 2 spiked krill with you for a spiked helmet? Before Zhou replied, Jiang Haitao immediately sent another message. Don't worry, brother one, I know the value of 2 spiked krill is definitely not enough. If I get seeds again in the future, I will give them to you directly, or I will give them to you directly if you need materials. No, I will give you 1 directly. Although Zhou traded the blueprints from Jiang Haitao normally, he saved his life after all, so it was reasonable to give Jiang Haitao a spiked helmet. This is not good. It's okay, it won't consume much materials. Brother one, you are my brother, thank you so much. After finishing the conversation with Jiang Haitao, Zhou looked at the body of the anchorworm. Can its meat add attribute points? Zhou muttered. But then he shook his head and gave up the idea. The biological illustrations did not say that the meat of the anchorworm could be eaten. If it was poisonous, it would be the end. After a while, the first supply box arrived and Zhou opened it directly. Ding, get iron ore X1, Get copper or X1, get sand X10. I can actually find a metal mine, Joe said with a little surprise. In the following time, Joe prepared to trade spiked krill meat with other survivors, but he still needed to wait for 3 or 4 hours. He had to wait for other survivors to get the first supply box of the day, so that he could use spiked krill meat to exchange for more valuable things, or exchange for more supplies. Joe did a simple calculation. Today was the 4th day, and other survivors could only get 1 supply box every day. They only had 5 supply boxes in total, and the total supplies were not much. In fact, if you want to maximize your profits, you should wait a few more days, 10 days, or half a month, and you will definitely get more supplies. However, the spiked krill cannot be stored for that long, and he doesn't have a refrigerator. Those supply boxes are at most used to store things, and they have no function of keeping fresh. Moreover, according to Joe's guess, someone may encounter the spiked krill in the next few days. Because Joe helped the transformed Leviathan to speed up digestion, the distance that the transformed Leviathan moves every day is 3 to 4 times that of other survivors. Joe encountered the spiky krill on the 2nd day. According to his guess, someone should have encountered the spiky krill today. Thinking of this, Joe immediately opened the World Communication Channel to see if anyone was talking about it. Fuck, have you ever encountered a 20 to 30 centimeter shrimp? Brother, are you hallucinating because of hunger? Yes, you are obviously starving. If there are really shrimps that big, you will never have to go hungry again. I wake up hungry every day now. Don't talk about it. When I think of the 20 to 30 centimeter shrimp, how much meat it would take, I can't stop drooling. What are you talking about? I'm telling the truth. If what you said is true, then you are lucky and can have a full meal. What a full meal. The shrimp has a 7 to 8 centimeter spike on its head. It is very sharp. My pants were cut by its spikes. If I hadn't discovered it in advance, my leg would have been cut open. Ah, are there really shrimps that big? Are you guys kidding me? The shrimp was jumping not far from me. Then find a way to kill it. It's shrimp meat, you can eat it raw. The rest of the conversation was about how to kill the spiky krill, and Joe closed the World Communication Channel. Sure enough, someone has already encountered the spiky krill. Joe felt a little anxious, because in the next few days, other survivors would encounter the spiky krill, and then what he had would be worthless. 3 or 4 hours later, the other survivors got the first supply box of the day. Joe directly divided the 50 spiky krill in his hand into 5 trading methods, and put them on the trading channel. The first trading method is to trade drawings, 1 drawing for 1 spiky krill, a total of 10 trading. The second trading method is to trade food, 1 can plus of bread and a bottle of water for 1 spiky krill, a total of 10 trading. The third trading method is to trade medical supplies, 1 medical supply for 1 spiky krill, a total of 10 trading. The fourth type of trading is metal ore. 10 pieces of metal ore can be traded for 1 spiked krill, and a total of 10 pieces can be traded. The fifth type of trading is basic materials. 50 pieces of basic materials can be traded for 1 spiked krill, and a total of 10 pieces can be traded. Spiked krill meat is for sale. It can be seen in the trading channel. Eating spiked krill meat can increase strength. The quantity is limited and first come first served. As soon as Joe's message was posted on the World Communication Channel, it was like pouring cold water into boiling oil, and the pot exploded instantly. You are stupid because of playing games. You still add strength points. Stupid. I don't know if others have become stupid because of playing games, but you are really stupid. There is character panel data in the system interface. Isn't the purpose of this panel to add points? Isn't this spiked krill the kind of 20 to 30 centimeter shrimp I saw? Really? I just checked the trading channel. To be honest, it's a bit expensive, but if it is really 20 to 30 centimeters in size, there should be a lot of meat, plus it can increase strength a little, which is barely acceptable. So many people began to consider whether to buy it, and discuss which transaction method is more cost-effective. But at this time, an inappropriate message appeared in the communication channel. No, do you really believe it? He said it can add a little strength. Is it true? Who can prove it? Also, have you ever thought about it? If it really can add a little strength, why would he sell it? He can just eat it himself and add more strength to himself. Wouldn't it be better? As soon as these 2 messages appeared, the heated atmosphere in the World Communication Channel suddenly decreased by half. Chapter 11. Joe looked at this person's message, and his face did not show an angry expression, and he even smiled. Because after this person sent 2 messages on the World Communication Channel, he immediately used 200 basic materials to trade 4 spiked krill meat on the trading channel. Good guy, so shady. This person was obviously afraid that there would be too many people trading, so he deliberately raised questions on the World Communication Channel to buy time for himself to trade more spiked krill meat. He traded 4 at a time, and he might even be a middleman. I don't know where this guy got 200 basic materials. Now the others only have 5 boxes. Except for the initial supply box issued by the world system on the first day, which is food. Even if the remaining 4 supply boxes are all filled with basic materials, there are only 120 in total. Could this guy have also thought of a way to help the transformed Leviathan speed up digestion? But Joe immediately denied his idea. If the other party really thought of this method, he should have encountered the spiked krill long ago, and would not need to trade with basic materials at all. After a brief thought, there was only one possibility, that is, he and someone he knew jointly contributed 200 materials, and exchanged for 4 spiked krill meats. After each person ate 1, the remaining 2 were resold in exchange for more materials. At this time, a private message came from the guy who raised doubts in the World Channel. Sorry, my remarks did not affect your transaction. Not much. Joe took a look at the transaction information. At this time, all the 10 spiked krill meats used to exchange for basic materials had been traded. That's good. I want to ask you a question. Asked. Joe didn't care about the other party's previous remarks. Although it did have a certain impact, the other party traded 4 spiked krill meat at one time, which would also make those who were waiting and watching follow suit and try. After all, the basic materials are useless at present. Without the blueprint, the basic materials are just a pile of garbage. Using 50 useless basic materials to trade a 20 to 30 centimeter spiked krill, the shrimp meat inside is 3 or 4 pounds. Even if it can't add strength, it's not a loss. I want to know, does this spiky krill meat only increase strength points the first time you eat it? Yes, the second one won't increase it. Joe said truthfully, and the other party had obviously guessed it, and sent a private message to ask just to confirm it. He didn't mention this news in the World Communication Channel because he wanted those who were luckier, such as those who had multiple blueprints, to think that the more spiky krill they ate, the more strength points they would gain. In this way, he could exchange for more blueprints. If he told them in advance, these people would definitely not be willing to exchange for blueprints. Thank you so much. My name is Chum Yongming. May I know your full name? I don't need to tell you my full name. My name is Zhou. Thank you for your generosity, Brother Zhou. If I get a blueprint in the future, I will definitely trade with Brother Zhou first. After finishing the communication with Chum Yongming, Zhou took a look at the transaction information. Of the 50 pieces of spiky krill meat he put on the shelf, 43 pieces have been traded. Zhou took a look at the World Communication Channel. Many people have proved that spiky krill meat can indeed add a little strength, which is why the transaction is so fast. The remaining 7 were all used to trade blueprints. Obviously, blueprints were very rare, and most people who got blueprints would definitely use them themselves. Only a few kept them for trading. After waiting for 3 hours, the transformed Leviathan had swallowed the second treasure chest, but still no one traded blueprints. Wait until the 3rd supply box today. If no one has traded it, use it to trade basic supplies. Zhou said helplessly, and opened the 2nd supply box casually. Ding! Obtained mineral water X3. 3 bottles of mineral water. Not bad, although I'm not short of water now. Zhou looked at the large amount of materials he had traded and said with a smile. In the following time, Zhou began to check the materials he had traded back. Only 3 blueprints were traded: wooden foundation blueprint, iron dagger blueprint, spiked leg armor blueprint. Spiked leg armor blueprint? It looks like a set. I wonder if I can get a complete set. Zhou was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said. Zhou used all 3 blueprints directly, and then began to check the materials needed to make the 3 blueprints. Wooden foundation blueprint requires wood X20. Iron dagger blueprint requires iron ingot X1, wood X1. Damn, iron ingot? Where can I find it? Zhou knew that this iron dagger could not be made in a short time. Spiked leg armor blueprint requires spiked krill shell X8, cloth X10. It requires 8 shrimp shells, but I only have 5 now. I should be able to make it tomorrow. Zhou calculated in his mind. Today he got 8 shrimp shells, but he used 3 to make a spiked helmet for Jiang Haitao, so there are only 5 left. After reading the drawings, the next thing is to exchange food. 10 cans, plus 10 breads and 10 bottles of mineral water. Zhou doesn't have to worry about food problems in the short term. The 10 cans are all canned fruits in tin packaging, canned yellow peaches, canned coconut meat, canned oranges, and so on. Although there are no canned meats, Joan still happily put these cans away carefully. These are all good things. Joan took a look at the medical supplies. Wow, 9 of them were medical hemostatic bandages, and the rest was a box of anti-inflammatory drugs. Although they were almost all bandages, they were also life-saving items. Joan collected them carefully, and placed them in a high place where they could not be touched by water. There were 100 metal ores traded, 50 iron ores, and 50 copper ores. Finally, there were 500 basic materials. Joan did not sort them. He planned to wait until night to exchange the remaining spiked krill for basic materials, and then sort them together. In the remaining time, Joan prepared to make a wooden foundation to see what it looked like. He now had a lot of basic materials, so he could splurge a little. Open the blueprint and click to build. The moment the wooden foundation was built, Joan showed a surprised smile on his face. Joan originally thought that the wooden foundation was laid directly on the ground, but he didn't expect that it was actually 4 1-meter-long wooden piles supporting a plane, 1 meter away from the ground, which was just the right height to prevent it from being submerged by the sea. No need to soak in water every day anymore. Joan shouted happily. He had been washed several times a day these days, and his body was always wet and sticky. It was a feeling that was hard to describe. Now that he had a wooden foundation, he could stay on the wooden foundation when transforming into Leviathan to eat and swallow the supplied box, and wait until the sea water receded before going down to do things. While he was happy, Joan was a little worried about whether the wooden foundation was strong enough, and whether it would be washed away by the seawater. So Joan pushed the wooden foundation hard and found that the 4 wooden stakes of the foundation seemed to grow together, with the stomach wall space, and could not be pushed at all. Although I don't know what the principle is, who cares, it's done. Joan built 6 wooden foundations in a row, each with an area of 1 square meter, and built a 2 by 3 platform. He moved all the supplied boxes to the platform, and no longer had to worry about the supplied boxes being washed away by the water. Chapter 12. By the way, the small planting box couldn't be built before. Is it because there is no foundation? Thinking of this, Joan's eyes lit up. He felt it was very likely, so he immediately started to build a small planting box. Success, success, ha ha. Sure enough, as expected, the small planting box was successfully built on the wooden platform. Joan danced with excitement. He could finally be self-sufficient. Today is a good day. Everything I want can come true. Joan sang happily, then took out the watermelon seeds from the storage box and planted them in a small planting box. Oh, today's harvest is really extraordinary, but I don't know how long it will take for the watermelon to mature. Joan sighed. Joan had nothing to do next, so he laid down on the dry wooden platform to rest, waiting for the 3rd supply box. 3 hours later, the 3rd supply box arrived. Joan sat on the wooden platform and waited for the sea water to recede before jumping down to open the supply box. Ding! Get the Encyclopedia of Foods that accelerate the growth of the transformed Leviathan, 1/10. Encyclopedia of Foods that accelerate the growth? As the name suggests, Joan roughly guessed the purpose of this encyclopedia. It should be the type of food that can accelerate the growth of the transformed Leviathan. However, there is only 1 fragment at present, which has no effect for the time being, so he carefully put it away. Joan took a look at the trading channel. No one used the blueprint to trade the spiked krill, so he directly replaced the trading item with the basic material. In a few minutes, the last 7 pieces of spiky krill meat were all traded out. 17 spiky krill were exchanged for 850 basic materials, including 200 pieces of stone, wood, and soil, 100 pieces of sand, hay, and 50 pieces of cloth. Just now, 120 pieces of wood were used to build the wooden foundation, and 10 pieces of wood and 10 pieces of soil were used for the small planting box. Now all Joan's basic materials are 90 pieces of wood, 210 pieces of stone, 210 pieces of soil, 110 pieces of sand, 110 pieces of hay, and 50 pieces of cloth. The wood consumption is huge. I need to trade more wood in the future. Joan thought to himself. The transformed Leviathan stopped moving, which meant it was time to go to bed. Joan only ate a piece of bread today. Now that there was enough food, he decided to eat a can to improve his life. Click. Pull open the can ring, open the iron cover, and a sweet smell, accompanied by the fragrance of yellow peach, floated into the nose. Joan put his nostrils close to it, took a deep breath, and enjoyed it, then couldn't wait to drink a big mouthful of sweet soup. For a moment, the long-lost sweetness filled the mouth and swept the taste buds. Ah, life is so good. Zhou had never thought that he would sigh like this because of a can. There were no chopsticks at hand, so Zhou wiped his hands on his body, twisted out half a piece of yellow peach meat from the can, and slowly put it into his mouth. The plump yellow peach meat occupied the entire mouth. As he chewed, the yellow peach flavor became more intense. The long sweetness was mixed with a little sourness. It was sweet and sour, delicious, and endless aftertaste. Soon, Zhou finished eating the yellow peach and drank the soup cleanly. He looked at the empty tin can and licked his lips. He felt a little unsatisfied, but he was not going to eat anymore. Zhou put away the tin can, lay on the wooden platform, and soon fell into a deep sleep. He had a dream of a ripe watermelon, and a sweet dream of eating it in big mouthfuls. Another day began, and Zhou was awakened by the vibration of the stomach space as usual. This sleep was the most comfortable sleep he had in the 5 days since he came to this world. He slept on a dry wooden platform, completely isolated from the wet ground. The first thing Zhou did when he woke up was to go to the small planting box to see if the watermelon seeds had sprouted. The result disappointed him. After a night, the watermelon seeds did not react at all. The growth rate of this watermelon can't be the same as that of watermelons on Earth, Zhou said to himself with disappointment. He thought that in this world, watermelons would grow much faster. After all, this is a world of survival. Food is scarce. Crops grow too slowly. People starve to death before the crops are mature. Is it because there is no sunlight? Zhou looked at the dark space and thought of this possibility. His daily activities now rely entirely on headlights for lighting, otherwise there is no light at all, and crops need sunlight to grow. If it's really because there's no sunlight that the watermelon seeds can't grow, then my planting business is over. Zhou looked at the empty small planting box, his face full of frustration. Because there's no way that sunlight can get in the stomach space, does he have to move these planting boxes outside to plant? Obviously it's impossible. I don't know if I can get the fluorescent lamp drawings, but without sunlight, if you want to make plants grow, you can only use artificial light sources, but with his current materials, even if he has the fluorescent lamp drawings, he can't make them. Just like that, Zhou, who was originally in high spirits and wanted to work hard on farming, suddenly became depressed. His dream was shattered, and his body slowly laid down, becoming a salted fish without motivation. After a while, the transformed Leviathan began to eat today. Zhou, who was lying on the ground in dejection, remembered the scene of being attacked by the anchor worm yesterday, and immediately cheered up, put on the spiked helmet, and then charged the headlamp. Although the inability to farm was a big blow to him, he didn't want to die. Yesterday's thrilling event was still vivid in his mind, and he had to remain highly vigilant. Splash, splash. The seawater poured into the stomach wall space, and Zhou retreated to the innermost part of the wooden platform, keeping a distance of 2 meters from the water surface to avoid being grabbed by the legs of the anchor worms and pulled into the water. Zhou relied on the light of the headlamp to scan the water surface in front of him, and did not find any traces of large creatures swimming in the water. Just when Zhou thought that there were no anchor worms lurking in the water this time, suddenly, 2 spots of light appeared in the water. The 2 spots of light were very round, the size of a fist, like 2 eyes, staring at him in the water. Zhou was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. He quickly squatted down, with his back close to the stomach wall, putting himself in a blind spot for the aquatic creatures to attack. Damn it, what the hell is this? Zhou cursed in his heart, and subconsciously fixed the spiked helmet on his head with his hands to confirm that it was put on, and then he felt relieved. Zhou did not act rashly. He planned to wait until the sea water receded before going to see the situation. The creatures in this world are all marine creatures. There is water, and there is no water. It is completely different. Moreover, without the sea water blocking his vision, he can also know how big these 2 creatures with fist-sized eyes are, and whether he has the ability to deal with them. The time waiting for the sea to recede was extremely long. Zhou's forehead was covered with sweat. There was no way. He was too nervous. His body was still in a half-squat position. As long as the monster in the water attacked him, he would immediately dodge. Finally, the sea completely receded. Zhou mustered up his courage, walked quietly to the edge of the wooden platform, and shone the light of his headlamp over. Under the light, the terrifying giant creature that Zhou thought of did not appear. The eyes that glowed in the water before were actually 2 glowing spherical objects. What is this? Zhou was puzzled. Seeing that the 2 glowing balls were not aggressive, he jumped off the wooden platform and walked to 2 or 3 meters away from the glowing balls. Are these 2 light bulbs? The 2 balls emitted white light, but the brightness was not high, even weaker than his headlamp, and the illumination distance of the light was only about 1 meter. Chapter 13. Zhou approached cautiously, and then used the end of the spike in his hand to poke the glowing ball. The glowing ball rolled a few times after being poked, and the glowing body gradually dimmed. Then Zhou saw the mouthparts at the bottom of the ball that looked like pinholes, and 4 tentacles for suction. Zhou subconsciously stepped back a few steps to prevent the glowing ball from having any means of attack. But the glowing ball didn't seem to be interested in him. The 4 tentacles moved, straightened its body again, and attached itself to the stomach wall. Then the dim body emitted white light again. What kind of creature is this? Suddenly, Zhou remembered the biological illustration book, so he immediately opened the system interface. Heliozoa body length, 10 centimeters. Weight, 1 kilogram. Food type, blood. Evaluation, a parasite that glows, not aggressive, maybe it can be used for lighting. Another parasite, but this one is much cuter than the anchorworm. Zhou looked at the 2 glowing heliozoa and muttered to himself. According to the information provided by the biological illustration book, the size of the heliozoa is 10 centimeters, but the 2 in front of him are only 6 or 7 centimeters, so they should not have reached adulthood yet. Wait, Heliopsis? Could it be possible to provide sunlight for watermelon seeds? Zhou suddenly realized the key point and became excited immediately. He took off his clothes, wrapped them around his palms, and picked up the Heliopsis from the ground. The Heliopsis, which could not suck blood, dimmed its light. Its 4 short tentacles kept dancing, and its pinhole-shaped mouthparts also searched around as if looking for blood. After a while, it seemed that it could not touch the stomach wall, so the Heliopsis retracted its needle-shaped mouthparts into its body, and the 4 short tentacles also retracted into its body, completely turning into a round ball. It's pretty cute. Zhou climbed up the wooden platform with the coccidia and came to the small planting box. This small planting box was close to the stomach wall, so Zhou brought the coccidia close to the stomach wall. As if it had sensed the food, the coccidia stretched out 4 tentacles, attached to the stomach wall, and then pierced the pinhole mouthparts into the stomach wall. As it sucked blood, the coccidia's body glowed again, illuminating the entire small planting box. I hope it works. Zhou prayed silently in his heart. Afterwards, Zhou caught another sun-spherical worm, and placed it on the stomach wall next to the small planting box. The 2 lights overlapped, and the light was more abundant. After a while, the transformed Leviathan entered the digestion state, and Zhou had moved all the seaweed he had eaten into the digestion tank. It was very peaceful today, and he did not encounter any extremely aggressive creatures like the anchorworm. There were only 5 spiked krill today, and Zhou killed and shelled them directly, and then traded the 5 remaining spiked krill meat from yesterday in exchange for 250 basic materials. While transporting seaweed, Zhou found another solar spherule. Now there are 3 solar spherules in total. Zhou asked them all to provide sunlight for the watermelon seeds, hoping that the watermelon seeds would germinate quickly. While waiting for the transformation of Leviathan to digest, Zhou opened the World Communication Channel and learned about the situation of other survivors. As Zhou guessed, a large number of survivors found spiked krill today. The survivors who traded supplies with Zhou for spiked krill yesterday were very regretful at this time. They felt that they had exchanged a lot of materials for something that they could have obtained in the first place. Some people even asked Zhou for an explanation in the World Channel, wanting him to return the materials they traded. Zhou would naturally not return them, and found a reasonable reason. I didn't know that you could also encounter spiked krill. When I encountered spiked krill, you didn't. It was reasonable for me to sell spiked krill, and there was no reason to return the materials. Although after saying this, those people still insisted on asking Zhou to return the materials, but Zhou ignored them. Many people came to him to trade spiky krill yesterday, but only a few came to him to return the supplies, which shows that most people think the transaction is reasonable. He did not send this sentence to those people who wanted to return the supplies, but to the people in the World Channel, to make a reasonable explanation, so as not to let other survivors think he is a profiteer, then business will be difficult in the future. Soon no one in the World Channel paid attention to those clowns who were looking for trouble, because after contact with spiky krill, many people found that it was very difficult to kill spiky krill. The shell of the spiny krill is very strong, and there is a sharp spike on its head. If you are not careful, you may be scratched by the spike. It is difficult to kill spiny krill without weapons. So someone thought of looking for Zhou, who sold a large number of spiny krill yesterday. Boss, you sold 50 spiny krill yesterday. Can you tell me how you killed spiny krill? Yes, please tell us. Zhou did not hide it. He told them how he killed spiny krill for the first time, and asked them to use the spikes on the spiny krill's head as a tool to peel the spiny krill. This method is not a difficult secret. As long as you think about it, you can think of it. Zhou simply told everyone to gain the favor of other survivors. After discussing the matter of killing the spiked krill, the survivors in the World Channel began to chat, and one of them proposed an idea. Zhou frowned after seeing this person's speech, because this person's idea was to increase the activity time of Leviathan by helping it digest. After observing for a few days, I found that the stomach peristalsis of Leviathan is very slow, but the digestion speed of seaweed in the digestion tank is very fast. And the process of transporting seaweed into the digestion tank through stomach peristalsis is very long, so I have a guess. If we carry these seaweeds ourselves and throw them into the digestion tank, can we directly skip the process of stomach peristalsis to transport food and speed up the digestion speed of Leviathan? This will allow the transmogrified Leviathan to have more activity time, and will this extra activity time bring us extra supply boxes? This person's conjecture immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the World Channel. Fuck, that makes sense. Sure enough, there are differences between people. I never noticed it. It just so happens that the Leviathan has just eaten. We can give it a try. Some people think that this conjecture makes sense, so they are ready to try it, but are stopped by another person. Don't try it yet. This conjecture does make sense, but there is a very serious problem. What's the problem? Oxygen content. Many people should have felt that when the Leviathan digests and starts to move, they will feel shortness of breath. Only when the Leviathan swallows the supply box will this feeling of shortness disappear. Is that true? It seems to be true. Some survivors thought about it carefully, and found that it was true. This shows that the oxygen content in the stomach wall space can only support static breathing, and is not enough to support the dynamic behavior of carrying seaweed. The conjecture proposed by that friend does make sense, but if the oxygen content is not resolved, don't try it casually, otherwise you may die of lack of oxygen. Chapter 14. Zhou looked at the two people's comments and felt a sense of crisis. His advantage over other survivors was that he could speed up the digestion of the transformed Leviathan by carrying seaweed, thereby obtaining additional supply boxes. Someone has already discovered this, and pointed out the danger of insufficient oxygen. It won't be long before someone will come up with the same idea as him, and then his leading advantage will be gone. It's over. I'm going to be caught up. Zhou was a little worried, but he couldn't think of a way to stay ahead for a while. Just as Zhou was thinking about a solution, the first supply box of the day was brought in by the sea. Ding! Get a Steel Armor Leviathan Deworming Coupon X1. This is. The Steel Armor Leviathan Deworming Coupon is the same size as a $100 bill, golden in color, and seems to be made of gold. When Zhou picked up the Steel Armor Leviathan Deworming Coupon, a prompt sound appeared in his mind. Steel Armor Leviathan Deworming Coupon. After use, you can enter the body of an adult Steel Armor Leviathan and eliminate all parasites in the stomach wall space. After completing the task, you can return and take back all the items obtained in the Steel Armor Leviathan stomach wall space. It looks like a ticket similar to a game copy. Through the prompt in his mind, Zhou knew the function of the Steel Armor Leviathan Deworming Coupon, and he would also get some good things. However, Zhou did not rush to use it. The prompt had already made it clear that he needed to enter the stomach wall space of the Steel Armor Leviathan to eliminate the parasites. But with his current strength and equipment, it was difficult to deal with an anchorworm, let alone a large number of parasites. The Metamorphosis Leviathan was just 4 days old, and there were already aggressive parasites such as anchorworms parasitizing it. Zhou felt his scalp tingling when he thought about the number of parasites in the adult Steel Armor Leviathan. After putting away the insect removal coupon, Zhou continued to watch the discussion of other survivors on the World Communication Channel. The problem of lack of oxygen should have a solution. As long as the blueprint of the item that produces oxygen can be opened, the idea of moving seaweed can be implemented. Someone proposed a solution to the lack of oxygen. After Zhou saw this person's remarks, his eyes immediately looked at the algae oxygen tank placed in the corner. At this time, Zhou was very entangled. On the one hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to sell the algae oxygen tank at a high price, and on the other hand, he didn't want other survivors to move the seaweed so quickly. After some consideration, Zhou made a decision. He wanted to sell the algae oxygen tank at a high price, and the exchanged items must be blueprints. Zhou made this decision because, even if he didn't sell it now, someone would issue a blueprint for producing oxygen later, and then the value of the algae oxygen tank in his hand would be reduced. Moreover, once a human being has a goal and hope, he will find ways to achieve it. He didn't sell the algae oxygen tank. When other survivors knew that they could get extra supply boxes by moving seaweed, someone would definitely come up with the same way as Zhou Wen to move seaweed. Because Zhou Wen's method of moving seaweed, while the transformed Leviathan was eating, was not a difficult method to think of. They couldn't think of it now, mainly because of the inertial thinking at the beginning. At the beginning, they only thought that there was only one supply box a day, and never thought of moving seaweed to speed up the digestion speed of the transformed Leviathan. But now someone has proposed the idea of getting more supply boxes. Under the trend of interests, some smart people will definitely break the previous inertial thinking and think of a way to prevent suffocation. Zhou Wen also had another purpose in selling the algae oxygen tank, which was to make them give up thinking. With the algae oxygen tank, they naturally didn't need to worry about the problem of suffocation. However, in order to make everyone stop thinking about the solution to suffocation, most people need to be able to trade the algae oxygen tank, so that he can't ask for a high price, and then his plan to obtain the blueprint will be ruined. Or, the first one is low-priced, and repeated purchases can only be exchanged for blueprints. Zhou Wen quickly thought of this method. The oxygen content produced by the algae oxygen tank is not high. With only one tank, it is not enough to solve the problem of hypoxia. As long as the frequency of movement is too high and the oxygen consumption is too fast, there will still be a risk of suffocation. In this way, some survivors will want a second tank to completely solve the suffocation problem, and the reward is 3 supply boxes per day. With such a large reward, it is naturally worthwhile to exchange the blueprint for a second tank. Zhou Wen, who thought of this, took action immediately and sent a message to the World Communication Channel. It seems that I am lucky. Yesterday, I opened a supply box and happened to get a blueprint of an algae oxygen tank. I thought it was useless, but I didn't expect it to be so useful. Damn, big brother, is this true? This luck is too good. Brother, are you selling the blueprint? You can name any price. Good guy, you want the blueprint right away. Only a fool would sell it to you. Brother, make it and sell it to me. The price is negotiable. Just as Zhou Wen thought, everyone started to ask him about the transaction price of the algae oxygen tank, and no one discussed the problem of hypoxia anymore. Zhou Wen was not in a hurry to sell the algae oxygen tank. He wanted to do some hunger marketing first. Don't worry, I don't plan to sell it today. After all, I don't know the oxygen content produced by the algae oxygen tank, so I will try it for 2 days, and sell it the day after tomorrow. Although Zhou Wen said this, there must be people who would buy algae oxygen tanks from him privately. There will always be some people who are unwilling to lag behind. In this case, he just proposed the condition of exchanging drawings. Sure enough, not long after Zhou Wen finished the communication, someone sent him a private message, wanting to buy one in advance. Zhou Wen was very happy, but he was very embarrassed in his words. After the other party raised the price, Zhou Wen asked to exchange the blueprints, but the other party did not have the blueprints, and the transaction ended in failure. However, Zhou Wen did not feel sorry at all, because he knew that more than one person had privately chatted with him today. In the next few hours, tens of thousands of people privately messaged him. When Zhou Wen saw so many people, he stopped talking nonsense and directly proposed to exchange the blueprints. In a short time, only about 30 people were left. Among the 30 or so people, 8 were willing to exchange the blueprints. Haha, 8 blueprints. Zhou Wen laughed happily, although the blueprints were not in his hands yet. The transformed Leviathan had finished eating today, and it was impossible to make an algae oxygen tank without seaweed, so the transaction could only start tomorrow. At this time, the second supply box of the day was brought in by the seawater. Ding, obtained sweet potato seeds X1. It turned out to be sweet potato seeds, good, haha. Zhou Wen was already very happy because he was about to get 8 blueprints, and now he got a seed, which made him even happier. He immediately made a small planting box, and placed it within the range of the light of the solar worms, then planted the sweet potatoes, and watered them with half a bottle of mineral water. He now only hoped that the light of these 3 solar worms could replace the sunlight, and make the seeds germinate. Chapter 15. Zhou Wen had nothing to do, waiting for the third supply box. Ding! Get bread X1, get mineral water X1. The third supply box opened with food, and Zhou Wen was hungry, so he took it and started eating and drinking. He had enough food now, so there was no need to go hungry. Just as Zhou Wen was eating, a private message came. Hello, my name is Chen Xian, the one who proposed the idea of transporting seaweed in the World Communication Channel. I want to trade you an algae oxygen tank, is that okay? After reading Chen Xian's message, Zhou knew that she was the initiator who ended his leading advantage, and his originally happy mood disappeared in an instant. How dare you come to me to trade? Zhou was so angry that he laughed. Sorry, no trade today. Zhou did not show his anger, but just made a normal refusal. Chen Xian was a smart man, and he didn't want to be seen by the other party. I will trade with you for a blueprint. Chen Xian did not give up, and took out his biggest bargaining chip. Even if you take out the blueprint, I can't trade with you. I have used up the materials for making algae oxygen tanks, and have no extra materials. Zhou continued to refuse. He should have agreed to the blueprint, but the other party had ruined his leading position, so he didn't want the other party to get the algae oxygen tank in advance and get ahead of other survivors. How many did you make? If you have more, you can sell me one. There are only 2. I need them myself and cannot sell them. Then, what are the materials for making them? I can provide the materials. We need seaweed. Zhou thought for a while, and told the other party the main material of the algae oxygen tank, because at this time, all the transformed Leviathans have been digested, and no one has seaweed. Can you sell me one? After all, I am the one who proposed the idea of transporting seaweed, and I have helped you. Moreover, this blueprint of mine is a weapon blueprint, which is very valuable. You will definitely not lose out. Seeing Chen Xian's words, Zhou frowned slightly, because what the other party said made sense. From an outsider's perspective, Song Xian has indeed made a great contribution to all the survivors. It is reasonable to trade her an algae oxygen tank, not to mention that the other party traded with drawings. I know you want to take this opportunity to get ahead of others, but in this unknown world, one person's lead is not a good thing. The farther you go, the closer you are to danger. Although one more person cannot help directly, they can remind each other and make preparations early. Okay, what you said makes sense. I will trade you one. Zhou was persuaded by Chen Xian, because he was indeed the first to encounter fatal danger. On the 4th day, if he did not have the spiked helmet, he would be dead now. Thank you, what's your name? Zhou. Happy cooperation, Mr. Zhou. Zhou smiled bitterly. He was now 3 times ahead of everyone else, and he was afraid that he couldn't cooperate. Then, Zhou traded the blueprint of an algae oxygen tank with Song Xian. After receiving the blueprint, Zhou was stunned. The blueprint of the fishbone blade is indeed a very valuable blueprint. This weapon blueprint requires a 1-meter-long fish spine, which has a large potential. It is more valuable in the early stage than those iron weapon blueprints that require iron ingots. After the Leviathan event ended, Zhou began to rest. Before going to bed, he took a look at the small planting box he had been thinking about. It has sprouted. Zhou looked at a green watermelon seedling with surprise on his face. This solar spherical insect can really replace sunlight. If I encounter it again in the future, I will collect it. Zhou thought excitedly. But another question appeared in Zhou's mind, that is, if the number of solar spherical insects increased, would it affect the growth of the Leviathan? Although the light of the solar spheroids can make plants grow, they are parasites after all. They live by sucking the blood of the phantom Leviathan, which is still harmful to the phantom Leviathan. Leave 10 for farming, and kill the rest. Zhou thought about it, and set the maximum number of solar spheroids to be left. Farming is indeed very important to Zhou, but there must be a priority. Zhou's biggest reliance for survival in this world is the phantom Leviathan. The phantom Leviathan can thrive and grow, which is the basis for his survival. He must not harm the healthy growth of the phantom Leviathan for farming. On the 6th day, just like yesterday, the first thing Zhou did when he woke up was to run to the small planting box. The watermelon seedlings had just sprouted yesterday afternoon, and after one night, they had grown to more than 10 centimeters. This growth rate made Zhou very happy. The sweet potatoes had also sprouted and grown to 5 or 6 centimeters. It seems that, as I thought before, the plant growth cycle is only a few days. Zhou looked at the 2 vibrant seedlings, and his mind began to imagine the scene of the watermelon and sweet potato ripening in a few days. Zhou was excited at the thought of being self-sufficient soon. Next, Zhou checked the number of stones he had. Today, he needed to make 8 algae oxygen tanks to trade for 8 blueprints. There were 210 pieces of stone. Only 10 pieces of stone were needed to make 1 algae oxygen tank, which was enough. After resting for a while, the transformed Leviathan began to eat, and Zhou put on the spiked helmet. Then he used 8 pieces of spiked krill shells and 10 pieces of cloth to make a spiked leg armor. After putting on the leg armor, Zhou stared at the seawater pouring into the stomach wall space with great vigilance. Ever since the attack by the anchorworm, Zhou has been a little afraid of the Leviathan's feeding. In this dark space, the seawater is like an abyss hiding monsters, and he always feels that he will be attacked by the monsters in the abyss. Joe squatted at the innermost part of the wooden platform as he did yesterday, and then scanned the dark water surface with the light of the headlamp. After finding no signs of biological activity in the water, Joe opened the illustration and began to make an algae oxygen tank. There is no limit on the number of production, just click to produce in large quantities. Joe produced 20 in one go, occupying 1/5 of the stomach wall space, 8 of which were used to trade drawings today. The remaining 12 will be used to trade with other survivors tomorrow. They were produced in advance today because they were afraid that taking too much seaweed at one time would affect the total amount of food for the transformed Leviathan. Joe decided to sell 20 algae oxygen tanks every day in the future. Of course, this number is a drop in the bucket compared to 100 million survivors, but there is no way. Joe cannot consume a large amount of food for the transformed Leviathan to meet the needs of others. In the final analysis, the purpose of doing all this is for himself. It is impossible to sacrifice his own interests to help others. Chapter 16. As soon as the transformed Leviathan finished eating, Joe received several private messages from the 8 survivors, who were willing to trade with blueprints yesterday. Joe had already made 20 algae oxygen tanks for this moment, so he naturally did not hesitate at all, and made the transaction directly. Soon, Joe had 8 more blueprints in his hand and took a quick look. The 8 blueprints were spike belt, spike boots, spike wrist guard, spike crotch guard, shit scoop, wooden shield, wooden bed, compost bucket. Seeing that 4 of the 8 blueprints belonged to the spike suit, Joe smiled. He used all 8 blueprints in one go, and the blueprints turned into blue light and entered the World Channel interface. Open the blueprint interface to view the materials required for the manufacture of these blueprints. Spike belt blueprint requires spiked krill shells X3, cloth pieces X5. Spike boots blueprint requires spiked krill shells X4, cloth pieces X10. Spike wristband blueprint requires spiked krill shells X4, cloth pieces X10. Spiked crotch guard blueprint requires spiked krill shells X6, cloth pieces X10. Joe frowned when he saw that the spiked wristband required 4 shrimp shells. He now had a shrimp shell on each of his forearms, which was equivalent to a wristband, but the materials required were much cheaper than those of the spiked wristband. Forget it, what I made is really too crude. Joe glanced at the shrimp shell tied with a cloth strip on his forearm. It can only withstand minor attacks. If it is attacked a little harder, it may fall apart. After complaining, Joe continued to look at the remaining 4 drawings. Dung shovel drawing requires wood X5. Dung shovel, my goodness, where do you want me to dig out the manure? Joe found it funny when he saw the manure scoop drawing. He thought this drawing was the most useless drawing because he didn't build a toilet yet, and there was no manure to dig out. Wooden shield blueprint requires 5 wood. This is armor, okay, now I have more confidence to use the insect removal coupons. Joe looked at the shield blueprint. The manufacturing materials are very simple, and nodded with satisfaction. Wooden bed blueprint requires 10 wood. Joe did not comment on this wooden bed blueprint, because at present, there is no difference between sleeping on a wooden bed and sleeping on a wooden platform. It is just a pretense to have a home. Compost bucket blueprint requires 10 wood. Hey, can the compost bucket be used to make fertilizer? Fertilizer is crucial to his farming career, and the materials required are not much, so Joe directly clicks to make it. After consuming 10 pieces of wood, a wooden barrel with a height of 1 meter and a diameter of 1 meter appeared in front of Joe. There was also a lid on the barrel for sealing. Joe looked at the big wooden barrel with joy, imagining the scene of fertilizer being made and used to fertilize crops. But after tinkering with it for a while, Joe was in trouble again, because he didn't know the specific steps to make fertilizer. He only knew that making fertilizer required feces, or some dead branches and leaves, but he didn't have these materials at the moment. After racking his brains for a while, he really couldn't think of a solution, so Joe could only give up temporarily, and start moving seaweed. The process of moving seaweed today was very smooth. He didn't encounter any attacking creatures, nor did he find any new creatures. He got a total of 8 spike krill, which was a good harvest. Now, Joe has obtained a total of 6 spike equipment blueprints. He has made a spike helmet and spike leg armor before. If he wants to make all the remaining 4 parts, he needs a total of 17 shrimp shells. 8 shrimp shells were obtained today, plus the 2 left yesterday. A total of 10 shrimp shells, and 7 more are needed. Joe would directly use 10 shrimp shells to make the spike crotch guard and spike boots. There is nothing much to say about the spiked boots. They are just a pair of spiked boots, which have a certain weight when worn on the feet. The spiked crotch guard is more like a skirt armor than a crotch guard. It covers the entire front and back of the thigh root, completely protecting the vital parts. It is a very important equipment. Joe was only wearing a spiked helmet and spiked leg armor before, but he didn't feel the weight of the spiked armor. Now that he put on the spiked crotch guard and spiked boots together, he suddenly felt a little heavy. This is troublesome. Joe has realized the problem. Now he is only wearing 4 pieces of spiked armor, and he already feels heavy. If he adds the remaining 2 spiked belts and spiked wrist guards, it will only be heavier. Of course, wearing these equipments would not make him unable to move, but it would consume a lot of energy. However, he had not yet collected all the spiked suits, and there was also a very important chest armor blueprint that he had not yet obtained. Joe made a simple calculation. 1 spiked krill shell weighed about 2 kilograms, and to make all the spiked suits in his hands, he needed 28 spiked krill shells, which was 56 kilograms. Wow, 112 pounds. Joe calculated the weight and was shocked. You know, this weight doesn't include the breastplate. If the breastplate is included, it would probably be around 150 gene. Joe weighs only around 130 gene, and the weight of this set of spiked equipment exceeds his body weight. How can he wear it? It seems that there is a strength limit for wearing this set of spiked armor. Joe opened the body data panel and looked at his pitiful 8 points of strength. He felt that the hope of using the insect removal coupon was far away. Joe roughly guessed that in order to wear a full set of spiked armor and move freely, the strength must reach at least 15 points, or even 20 points. But he only has 8 points of strength now, at least 7 points short, but he has no idea how to make up for these 7 points of strength. Can I only wait for a new creature that can increase strength? Thinking of this, Joe felt a headache. The difference of 7 points of strength is not so easy to make up. Even if he can meet a new creature that increases strength, it is unlikely to increase 7 points at once. He has been in this world for 6 days, and has only met the spiked krill, a creature that increases strength points. Therefore, it is impossible to increase the strength to 15 points in a short time. This made Joe very frustrated. Now other survivors in the World Channel already know that they can get extra treasure chests by carrying seaweed, and his advantage has disappeared. Although his transformed Leviathan has always been ahead of other survivors in terms of swimming distance, the speed of the survivor's development depends largely on what can be opened in the supply box. This is completely a competition of luck. In the case that everyone gets the same number of supply boxes, Joe doesn't think he will be the luckiest person. He must find a way to stay ahead of other survivors as soon as possible. The Steel Armor Leviathan Pest Control coupon is a copy, and he should be able to obtain some currently rare materials, at least to be ahead of others in development. No! Joe has been thinking about how to maintain his current advantage. Suddenly he realized something and quickly opened the character attribute panel. The basic attribute of a normal person is 10 points. Joe looked at the prompt in the brackets next to the character attribute panel, and his eyes lit up. His strength was actually not at the level of a normal person. That is to say, I can increase my strength points through exercise? This is indeed a way to increase strength. However, increasing strength through exercise is not something that can be achieved in 1 or 2 days. It requires long-term strength training. Well, at least there is a goal. It is better than waiting for new creatures to increase strength. The character attribute panel has 4 values: intelligence, strength, physique, and speed. This means that after eating the creatures in this world, these 4 values will be added. No matter how lucky you are, it is impossible to encounter creatures that increase strength every time. Chapter 17. In order to increase strength through exercise, Joe did push-ups while waiting for the supply box. Joe set a goal for himself to do 100 push-ups today. He knew that his body could not do too many at a time, so he planned to do 20 first. However, after doing only 5, he heard a strange sound from his elbow, as if his elbow was under pressure that it should not be under. In the end, he almost used up all his strength to barely do 10 not-so-standard push-ups. How come my body is so weak? Joe couldn't believe it. When he was in school, he could do 40 or 50 push-ups at a time without any pressure. Now he feels like dying to do 10. Forget it, let's take it slowly. Joe knew that strength training couldn't be rushed. As long as he persisted, he would naturally improve. So, Joe did 10 at a time, then rested for a while, and then continued. Splash, splash. The sound of the sea surging came, and Joe stopped exercising and stood on the wooden platform, waiting for the supply box this time. Soon, the esophageal diaphragm opened, a large amount of seawater poured into the stomach wall space, and the water level gradually rose. Schwa! Suddenly, something suddenly shuttled through the water, stirring up a series of splashes on the water surface, which scattered and left layers of ripples. Zhou retreated to the inside of the wooden platform almost as a conditioned reflex, then leaned down, the light above his head illuminating the waves on the water surface, looking for the shadow of the creature. Isn't it the stage of obtaining the supply box now? How could there be creatures in the water? Zhou face was extremely solemn. He originally thought that creatures would only be engulfed by seaweed during the feeding stage of the Leviathan. Now it seems that creatures will also enter during the stage of obtaining the supply box. This is not good news. The headlamp's light has a limited range, and Zhou can only observe the water surface within 3 meters in front of him, but even so, he can still see something passing through the water surface illuminated by the light at an extremely fast speed, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Splash! Splash! The creatures in the water seemed very anxious, shuttling back and forth in the water, and the force of their swimming was so strong that the surface of the water was raised with layers of water waves 5 or 6 centimeters high. Zhou could hear the sound of tails hitting the seawater from time to time. As the seawater gradually dropped, the creatures in the water became more and more anxious, and seemed to be struggling to leave this narrow space. Plop! Plop! After a while, the seawater receded, and the sound of fish hitting the ground came from the dark area where the headlights could not find it. Zhou stood up after hearing the sound and prepared to see what kind of creature it was. Zhou dared to look because the creature had no intention of attacking him, but just shuttled back and forth in the water. And judging from the sound of the creature hitting the ground, this creature should be the type that cannot be obtained without water. He jumped off the wooden platform, followed the guidance of the sound, held the headlamp in his hand, and carefully shone the light over, and then Zhou was blinded by a light. Another bioluminescent creature? Zhou first thought was that this creature, like the Heliospheria, could emit light by itself. But he thought again, it was not right, because this creature did not emit light underwater, and it did not emit light in the dark area where the light could not reach. Where did that light come from? Zhou, with doubts in his heart, put his other hand in front of his forehead to block the light, and then squinted his eyes to look at the creature again. Then he saw a 1 meter long light strip bouncing on the ground, just like a fish that had escaped from the water and stranded on the shore. What on earth is this? Zhou really couldn't figure out what this creature was. You say it glows, but you can't see it in the dark. You say it doesn't glow, but it hurts my eyes when I shine the light on it. When Zhou thought of this, he was stunned for a moment, so he tried to turn the headlamp in his hand away from the lighting direction, and no longer shine it directly on the creature. With the residual light of the headlamp, Zhou finally saw the appearance of this creature clearly. This is a big fish about 1 meter long and shaped like a pike. The reason why it hurts my eyes when I shine the light on it just now is because the skin of this fish is extremely smooth and can completely reflect the light. After learning that the unknown creature was a fish, Zhou completely let down his guard. A fish out of water could not pose any threat to him. However, Zhou did not catch the fish. The fish was at least 1 meter long, and it had just left the water. It was very energetic, and its tail slapped the ground with a loud sound. The power was really great. Seeing this powerful fish tail, Zhou immediately thought of the scene in the cartoon where the character was slapped by the fish tail. He didn't want to get slapped. Fish can't jump for long out of water. After a while, the fish lost its strength, so he caught it. So Zhou ignored the big fish and turned to look for the supply box. Ding! Get wood X10, get stone X10, get sand X10. The first supply box was full of materials. Zhou picked up the supply box and returned to the wooden platform. After placing the supply box on the area where basic materials were stacked, he continued to do push-ups. About an hour later, the big fish finally ran out of strength and stopped bouncing. Zhou immediately jumped off the platform and came to the location of the big fish. The big fish's mouth kept opening and closing, but it was out of water and obviously could not get a trace of oxygen. It could only slowly die of lack of oxygen. Zhou picked up the fish effortlessly. It was not very heavy, about 20 to 30 kilograms, and its skin was as smooth as a mirror. No, the skin was basically a mirror, which could clearly reflect Zhou's handsome face. The creatures in this world are really amazing. Zhou looked at his appearance in the mirror, and casually opened the biological illustrations to see the specific information of this fish. Mirror barracuda body length, 1 meter weight, 10 to 15 kilograms food type, plankton introduction. The skin is smooth like a mirror and the shape is like a shuttle. It moves very fast in the water, just like an arrow from a string. If you are accidentally hit, you will get bruises at the lightest and hurt your internal organs at the worst. The meat is firm and chewy, and the fish skin can be used to make diving suits. Oh my! This fish is not a good one either. After reading the introduction, Joe was glad that he had made a wooden platform early and stayed away from the water. Otherwise, this mirror barracuda would run around underwater. If you are not careful, it will not be comfortable if it hits you. If it hits your crotch, your life will be over. Chapter 18. After reading the basic information of the mirror skin barracuda, Joe learned that the mirror skin barracuda is edible, which means that eating the meat of the mirror skin barracuda will increase the attribute points with a high probability. This made Joe feel a little uneasy. What he needed most now was to increase the strength attribute. He hoped that the mirror skin barracuda could give him strength points. So Joe placed the mirror skin barracuda on the wooden platform, pretended to bow, and murmured in a low voice, "Strength, strength, give me strength." At the end of the murmur, he suddenly raised his arms, looked up at the sky, and shouted out loud, like a cultist. After doing all this, Joe began to use the spikes to treat the mirror barracuda. At this time, the mirror barracuda was dead because it had been out of the sea for too long and could not breathe oxygen. Joe did not need to find a way to kill it, he could just peel it directly. But looking at the smooth fish skin, Joe really didn't know how to start for a while. He had never killed a fish before, and was afraid that he might ruin this flawless mirror. After thinking for a while, Joe thought of two ways to peel the fish skin. The first one is to cut the fish skin from the belly of the fish, just like killing fish normally. The second one is to cut the fish skin around the back of the fish head, and then peel it off. This method can best preserve the integrity of the fish skin. In the end, Joe chose the first one. As for why, it was simple. He didn't have the technology and the right tools. Although Joe had never killed a fish, he had seen it before. Fish skin is not easy to peel. The second method is too difficult for him now. So, Joe began to peel the fish skin using the first method. The skin of the mirror barracuda is very tough, about the same as the body of the anchorworm, but it is incomparable to the shell of the spiky krill. Joe can still cut it open with the thorns. Joe cut the fish skin very slowly and carefully. After all, the fish skin can be used to make diving suits. Although he doesn't know what diving suits are used for now, he will stock up the materials first, and they will be useful in the future. It took Joe about half an hour to cut open the belly of the mirror barracuda, and then peel the skin. However, to Joe's surprise, the mirror skin barracuda's skin was not as difficult to peel as he imagined. Although it still took some effort, it only took 10 minutes to peel off the entire fish skin. Not bad, not bad. Joe was in a good mood, and spread out the fish skin. It was completely a mirror. Looking at his clear face in the mirror, he nodded with satisfaction. After putting the fish skin into the supply box, Joe looked at the fish meat of the mirror skin barracuda. The next step was to eat the fish meat to see what attributes it could increase. Joe cut a piece of fish meat with his thorns. The fish meat was very special. It was crystal clear and similar to the thorny krill meat, but it was more transparent than the translucent thorny krill meat, like crystal. Under the light, it would reflect a silver glimmer. Joe hesitated for a moment, opened his mouth, and put the fish meat into his mouth. After chewing it for a while, there was no peculiar smell, but it was not as sweet as the thorny krill meat. It was bland, and the fish meat was too firm, just like eating tasteless pig skin. In short, it was not very delicious. But in order to increase the attribute points, Joe still gritted his teeth and ate piece by piece. After eating 1/3 of the whole fish, the system prompt sound finally rang. Finally it rang. "I can't eat any more," Joe complained in his heart. Although the mirror barracuda is 1 meter long, it is not big, and the width of the fish body is only about 10 centimeters. 1/3 of the meat is not enough for Joe to eat too much, mainly because the fish meat is tasteless and not delicious, and Joe is not used to eating raw meat. Ding, eat mirror barracuda, physique +1, speed +1. Damn, it actually adds 2 attributes. Joe was stunned at first, then said with surprise. Although it was not the strength point he expected, he was a little disappointed, but he was still very happy to add 2 attributes at once. Joe immediately open the character attribute panel. Joe, normal people's basic value is 10, intelligence, 10, strength, 8, physique, 10, speed, 12, evaluation, a healthy and fast person. Is this healthy? My strength has not yet reached the level of a normal person. Joe looked at the evaluation below and said with a smile. Joe thought briefly and realized that the health and the evaluation should be judged based on the physical fitness value, not the overall attribute value. I just don't know whether this mirror barracuda meat can increase the attribute once or multiple times. Joe looked at the remaining 2/3 of the fish meat and said with some expectation. Joe naturally hoped to increase the attribute points multiple times. Even if it was not the strength points that he urgently needed at the moment, it would not be bad for him to greatly improve other data of the body. However, Joe couldn't eat 1/3 of the fish meat for the time being, so he could only wait until the evening to see the results. Joe put away the remaining fish meat, and there was nothing to do next, so he continued to exercise. I don't know if it's because his physical fitness has improved a little, but Joe felt it was easier to do push-ups this time than before. Before, he had to struggle to do 10 push-ups at a time, and his movements were not standard. Although it was also very strenuous to do 10 push-ups this time, the movements were much more standard. About an hour later, Joe finished all the 100 push-ups he had planned for today, and it was time for the transformed Leviathan to swallow the second supply box. Knowing that creatures would also enter the stomach wall space during the stage of the transformed Leviathan swallowing the supply box, Joe was no longer as careless as before. Although the mirror barracuda just now was not aggressive towards Joe, it did not mean that other creatures were the same. So Joe put on all 4 pieces of spiked armor. Although wearing these armors would affect his mobility, he was now staying on the wooden platform, mainly for defense, fearing that he would be attacked by unknown creatures in the water in the dark. As long as the seawater recedes, and he can see the appearance of the creatures, Joe can make a preliminary judgment on whether the creatures are a threat to him, and then consider whether to take off the spiked armor. Fortunately, the seawater that brought the supply box this time did not bring any creatures. After the seawater receded, Joe took off 3 pieces of spiked armor, leaving only a spiked helmet, and jumped off the platform to open the second supply box of the day. Ding! Get the fragment of the food illustration for accelerated growth of the transformed Leviathan X1 2/10. This food illustration again, this illustration should be very important for the transformed Leviathan. This food encyclopedia requires collecting 10 fragments. Joe didn't pay much attention to this encyclopedia before, because he had a big advantage at that time, so there was no need to go further. Now that the advantage is gone, this food encyclopedia that can accelerate the growth of the transformed Leviathan is very important at this time. It seems that I have to collect it on the World Communication Channel. Chapter 19. Just when Joe was about to post a message on the World Communication Channel to collect the illustrated food for accelerating the growth of the transmogrified Leviathan, Jiang Haitao sent a few private messages. Brother 1, thank you for giving me 3 spiked krill and a spiked helmet 2 days ago. I followed your example and traded those 3 spiked krill for 6 breads and 6 bottles of mineral water, plus some basic materials. You don't have to worry about food for the time being, hee. I just opened a recipe in the supply box and sent it to you. Please accept it. Just after Joe finished reading these messages, Jiang Haitao sent a recipe. Joe's eyes lit up when he saw the content of the recipe, and he immediately clicked to receive it. This recipe is really timely. Joe couldn't hide his smile, because this recipe was a fertilizer recipe. Low-level fertilizer recipe, made in a compost bucket, requires 5 hay and 5 Leviathan feces. Joe's smile froze when he saw the materials needed to make this low-level fertilizer. He had the compost bucket and hay, but where could he find Leviathan feces? Leviathan excreted, and it was also excreted outside the body. How could he get feces in his stomach? Can I get feces in the digester? Thinking of this, Joe suddenly remembered the drawing of the excrement scoop he had obtained before. It turns out that the excrement scoop is used to scoop out the feces of the transformed Leviathan. A stagnant smile appeared on Joe's face again. Open the drawing interface, and directly use 5 pieces of wood to make the excrement scoop. After a burst of blue light, the excrement scoop was made. The wooden handle was 3 meters long, and the end was connected to a barrel with a diameter of 30 centimeters, which was used to scoop out feces. The compost bucket had been prepared before. Joe first added 5 portions of hay into the compost bucket, then came to the digestion tank and dipped the excrement scoop into the digestion tank full of digestive fluid. The 3-meter-long wooden handle went 2 meters into the digestion tank and encountered resistance. Joe guessed that it was the excrement of the transformed Leviathan, so he held the wooden handle with both hands and scooped a spoonful of it. The excrement scoop was taken back from the digestion tank. The round barrel at the end was filled with green sticky matter, mixed with some plant fibers. This should be the feces of the metamorphosis Leviathan, Joe said lightly, dragging the feces scoop full of feces to the side of the compost barrel. The wooden handle of the feces scoop is 3 meters long, and the diameter of the barrel is 30 centimeters. It is still very heavy, when it is full of feces. Zhou spent a lot of effort to pour the feces into the compost barrel. According to the formula of low-level fertilizer, the feces of the metamorphosis Leviathan needs 3 portions. If a barrel of feces is counted as 1 portion, 2 portions are needed. So Zhou scooped feces twice more and poured them into the compost barrel. The materials needed for the fertilizer formula are complete. Zhou stood in front of the compost bucket filled with feces and hay. The stench inside made him frown. He was far away when he was digging feces just now, so the smell was not that strong. Now that he was close, the smell was really strong. Zhou quickly picked up the lid next to him and covered the compost bucket. I don't know how to make the fertilizer successfully, Zhou said puzzledly. There are no specific instructions for many things in this world. There is no crop growth cycle, no time required for fertilizer production, and no specific attributes of shrimp meat and fish meat. There is no illustration. You need to try it yourself to know it. This low-level fertilizer formula is very useful to me, but I can't really take it for free. Zhou sent a message to Jiang Haitao and attached an algae oxygen tank. Zhou didn't want to owe anyone a favor. If Jiang Haitao really gave him something that was useless to him, he would just take it, as a token of his kindness. But this low-level fertilizer formula is a great help to his farming career, so he naturally can't take it for free. It's fair to use an algae oxygen tank as an exchange. Algae oxygen tank, brother one, isn't this a bit too expensive? Jiang Haitao naturally knows the importance of algae oxygen tanks. With algae oxygen tanks, seaweed can be transported to help the transformed Leviathan speed up digestion and obtain additional supply boxes, which are very precious at present. Jiang Haitao originally planned to shamelessly ask Zhou when to trade one, when Zhou sells it to the public tomorrow, but he didn't expect Zhou to give him one directly now. It's okay, the formula you gave is also very important to me, so it's a fair trade. Brother one, I don't know what to say. When I had no food before, you were the only one willing to trade with me, which saved my life. Later, you gave me more spiked krill and directly gave me equipment. Brother one, I won't say more. I will follow you from now on. I will give you all the blueprints I get. I only ask brother one to let me cling to you. Not really, not really. If you are willing, you can trade with me first if you get blueprints or formulas in the future. Zhou did not completely accept Jiang Haitao's clinging to him. There is a saying that goes, you can know a person's face, but not his heart, especially in this world where they can't meet each other. Even though Zhou and Jiang Haitao have communicated many times, and from the conversation, the other party seems to be a relatively honest person, Zhou still retains a trace of vigilance in his heart. Of course, if Jiang Haitao is really willing to give him the blueprints in the future, he will not treat Jiang Haitao unfairly. By the way, if you are moving seaweed tomorrow, it is best to take a break after moving for a while. The oxygen produced by an algae oxygen tank may not be able to sustain your continuous activities. Before ending the conversation with Jiang Haitao, Zhou still reminded him. In general, Zhou still has a good impression of Jiang Haitao. It is also good for Zhou if Jiang Haitao can survive. Jiang Haitao agreed without asking any more questions. After finishing the communication with Jiang Haitao, Zhou was about to send a message to the World Communication Channel again to search for the fragments of the food illustration of the transformed Leviathan to accelerate growth, but another private message came. Brother Zhou, I am Cheng Yongming. I want to exchange an algae oxygen tank from you in advance. Don't worry, I will never let Brother Zhou suffer a loss. I am willing to trade with you for a precious blueprint. You said that, as if I took advantage of you. Zhou looked at Cheng Yongming's message and smiled. Although from Zhou's perspective, he did get a great deal, from the perspective of others, the algae oxygen tank is definitely not less important than the blueprint according to Chen Xian's conjecture. After all, there are many types of blueprints, some of which are useful and some are useless. For example, the wooden bed blueprint is not very useful to Zhou. Under the current situation where the supply and demand of algae oxygen tanks are very different, the value of the wooden bed blueprint is completely unequal to that of the algae oxygen tank. Sorry, I didn't have enough materials, so I made 2. I need them myself and can't trade. Zhou looked at the remaining 12 algae oxygen tanks and replied. Chapter 20. I don't know what materials Brother Zhou needs. If I have them, I can provide them to you. Other materials are easy to make, but one of the materials is seaweed. Now the transformed Leviathan has entered the digestion stage, and there is no seaweed, so it really can't be made. Is that so? Then, Brother Zhou, since you have 2, can you trade one to me? My blueprint is very rare. This is what Zhou was waiting for. He deliberately said too, just to let Chung Yongming know that he has one to sell. No, I need it myself. Zhou naturally couldn't agree immediately, and continued to play hard to get. Oh, brother Zhou, the transformed Leviathan has finished eating now, and there is no need to carry seaweed. One algae oxygen tank is enough to supply oxygen. Just trade it to me. This blueprint of mine is really rare. Seeing that Chung Yongming kept emphasizing that his blueprint was very special, Zhou was a little curious. What is the blueprint? Can you show me the blueprint information? This? Forget it, since you don't even want to show me the blueprint information, and you still say your blueprint is rare. Since it is rare, you should keep it for yourself. Through Chung Yongming's reaction, Zhou probably knew that the blueprint in the other party's hand was not a useful blueprint. However, Zhou didn't really care whether the drawings were useful or not. As long as they were not duplicates, he would collect them. The excrement scoop before was a good example. The reason why he kept arguing with Chung Yongming was because Chung Yongming was clearly taking advantage, but he just said it as if he had taken advantage. Chung Yongming just wanted to increase the value of the drawings in his hand and get closer to him through this method. After all, you see, I let you take advantage first. Can we talk about friendship in the future? And you let me take advantage of you too. This is some rhetoric, blowing useless things into useful things, blowing small things into big things, using small things to win big things, and making a fortune out of nothing. Oh no, I show you, this blueprint of mine is really useful. Then, Chung Yongming sent the blueprint information. Zhou clicked on the blueprint information, and saw that this blueprint was not only useless, but also garbage. Seaweed planting box blueprint. Zhou was speechless. Seaweed still needs to be planted. The amount of seaweed that Leviathan eats every day is calculated by tons. Brother Chung Yongming is right. This blueprint is indeed very special. You should keep it for yourself. Alas, brother Zhou, I know that the value of this blueprint is indeed not as good as that of the algae oxygen tank, but I don't have any other blueprints. This one was just opened. I hope brother Zhou can help me and trade me an algae oxygen tank. If brother Zhou feels that it is a loss, I can increase the price. However, I don't have the blueprint, but I do have some basic materials. Since Zhou has already seen the blueprint information, Chung Yongming no longer continues to brag about his blueprint. This kind of rubbish blueprint is worthless to everyone. If he continues to brag, this deal will really not be done. But, your blueprint is really worthless. Brother Zhou, please help me. Didn't I say last time that I would trade with you first if I had a blueprint? You see, I did what I said. Next time I get a blueprint, I will find brother Zhou first. This? Sigh. Okay, since we know each other in this strange world, I will do you a favor. Forget the extra materials. Let's trade with this blueprint. Haha, brother Zhou is really righteous. Thank you so much. Next time I get a blueprint, I will definitely trade with brother Zhou. After that, Zhou and Chung Yongming completed the transaction and obtained the blueprint of the seaweed planting box. Zhou directly used it and put it into the system interface and took a quick look at the materials needed for production. Seaweed planting box blueprint requires 20 stones and seawater. The materials required for production are similar to those for the algae oxygen tank, except that there are 10 more stones. It is really useless for the time being, and Zhou is not going to make it NC, so he continues to collect fragments. Collect the fragments of the transformed Leviathan Accelerated Growth Food Encyclopedia. The price is negotiable. When Zhou sent this message, it caused a lot of discussion among the survivors. After all, Zhou will sell the algae oxygen tank tomorrow, and his words and deeds will be watched by everyone. Food Encyclopedia Fragment for Accelerating the Growth of Transmogrified Leviathan? What is this? I don't know, I've never found one. Looking at the name, it's obvious that it must be something that helps transmogrified Leviathan grow. Zhou thought that he could quickly collect 10 fragments by collecting them in the World Communication Channel, but after a few hours, he only received 1 fragment. There are only 1 piece for 100 million survivors in the world? Is it so rare? Zhou himself got 2 pieces, and he thought it would be easy to collect them. Could it be that my transformed Leviathan has a longer range of movement, so the chance of getting it in the supply box is higher? Zhou thought about it, and this was the only possibility. Zhou had nothing to do. The 3rd supply box was coming soon, so he just had to wait for the supply box. While waiting, Zhou took a look at the compost bucket to see if the fertilizer was ready. But when Zhou wanted to open the lid, he found that the lid seemed to be stuck to the compost bucket, and he couldn't open it even with all his strength. After trying many methods, Zhou suddenly came to his senses. It should be that the fertilizer is ready, and the lid will open automatically. After figuring out the reason, Joan was in a good mood. At first, he was a little worried because he didn't know what the fertilizer would look like. Now that he knew the principle, his worries naturally disappeared. After a while, the third supply box arrived. This time there were no creatures in the water, and Joan opened the supply box safely. Ding, iron or X3. Alas, or again. Joan sighed. He didn't know when these ores would be useful. It's almost time. After obtaining the 3 supply boxes, the transformed Leviathan was about to enter a resting state. Joan took out the remaining 2/3 of the mirror skin barracuda meat and began to cut and eat it. Since the mirror skin barracuda meat was not delicious, Joan was not prepared to chew it slowly. He ate it very quickly, almost chewing it a few times and swallowing it. He quickly finished 1/3 of the fish meat, but did not get the attribute point prompt. It seems that like the spiked krill, you can't get attribute points repeatedly. Joan was not surprised. He just felt it was a pity and wasted it. Looking at the remaining 1/3 of the mirror skin barracuda meat, he decided to exchange the blueprint with others in the world communication channel. Mirror skin barracuda meat can add a little physique and a little speed, in exchange for the blueprint of the spiked breastplate. Joan didn't know how many pieces of spiked armor there were. Anyway, there was definitely no breastplate. The mirror skin barracuda could add 2 attributes, which was extremely valuable. Even if someone wanted to keep the blueprint for their own use, they had to consider it when facing 2 attributes. After all, it is better to strengthen oneself than to rely on external objects. Chapter 21. Mirror skin barracuda? Boss, how come you have so many goodies? You are not the protagonist who has the cheat system. Damn. Hearing what you said, it seems that this boss has been selling things we have never seen before. There is no cheat system, just like in the novels. Boss, please help me. Then, there was no discussion about the transaction at all. The rest was filled with people asking for help. Joan looked at the news and didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he prepared to change the subject. Don't think about those unrealistic things. Do you really think this is a novel and there is a plug-in system? Let me tell you something practical. Today I made an algae oxygen tank and then tried to move seaweed. It can indeed speed up the digestion of the transformed Leviathan, and I got an extra supply box. Joan will start selling algae oxygen tanks tomorrow, and these messages are considered warm-up. Sure enough, after Joan released the method of moving seaweed, everyone in the communication channel seemed to be thundering, and a large number of messages almost filled the communication channel at the same time. Fuck. The idea of transporting seaweed is actually feasible. I thought he said it on purpose to harm us. Ah, why would he harm us? Think about it. Most of us don't have enough food. We also consume a lot of physical strength. The food consumption rate must be even faster. If we can't get extra supply boxes, we will starve to death without food. Fuck. I think there is nothing wrong with your idea. This big guy is not in the same group as the guy who proposed the idea of transporting seaweed before. Now he deliberately tells us that the idea is feasible to kill us. Brother, I think you have paranoid delusions, and your brain is not good. You believe everything you hear. What? Is what I said impossible? They have no relationship with us. Why would they help us? There must be something wrong. It is indeed possible, but at present, there is no conflict of interest between each of us, so there is no need to calculate and persecute each other. Who knows, maybe they are all psychopaths. I think you are a bit psychopathic. Joan just felt a headache. It was originally good news, but these people turned it into a conspiracy theory. He was too lazy to read on. Anyway, the message had already been sent. Now the transformed Leviathan had entered a resting state. Joan was ready to sleep. Joan had just laid down on the wooden platform when a private message came. The other party wanted to trade mirror skin pike meat. Haha, I finally got the spiked breastplate blueprint. Joan laughed happily. This blueprint was the most important part of the entire set of spiked armor. It could protect the entire upper body. The upper body had the most vital parts. Without armor protection, Joan always felt chilly and insecure. I suddenly thought that I had gained a lot today. I got 12 blueprints and a fertilizer formula. Joan lay directly on the wooden platform, facing up, opened the blueprint interface, and looked through all the blueprints he had obtained in the past few days. Fishbone blade blueprint. That's right. Joan exclaimed, stood up from the platform, came to the area where the supply boxes were piled, and took out a silver fish bone from a supply box. This was the fish bone of the mirror skin barracuda. This fish bone is exactly 1 meter long. It can be used to make a fish bone blade. Zhou had a smile on his face. After so many days, he finally had a proper weapon. Make it. Open the drawing interface and click Make it. A burst of blue light wrapped the silver fish bone. After more than 10 seconds, the blue light dissipated. A silver knife with a fish tail bone as the handle, a fish spine as the blade, and a fish skull as the blade head. The blade head is slightly wider, and the blade body is slightly narrower. It is a knife shape that is very suitable for slashing. Swish. Schwa. Zhou held the knife and swung it back and forth twice, which was very handy. Haha, please call me Silver Swordsman. At this moment, Zhou's second-year soul broke out, and he kept making various handsome moves with the knife, and then said some coquettish words. Fortunately, there was no one else in the stomach space, otherwise he would be embarrassed to death. After playing with the fishbone knife for a while, Zhou put it away with satisfaction, and then went to take a look at the watermelon seedlings and sweet potato seedlings. After a day of growth, both seedlings have begun to climb vines. It grows very fast, Zhou said with a smile, and came to the compost bucket again, trying to open the lid, but still couldn't open it. Let's see tomorrow. Today's harvest is already not small. Zhou is in a very good mood, and there is no rush to make fertilizer. There was no conversation all night, and Zhou woke up. It was already the 7th day. Today is a big day, and many survivors in the World Communication Channel began to discuss the price of algae oxygen tanks. I think the price of algae oxygen tanks is at least 50 basic materials. What's the matter? Are you still asleep? You want to buy an algae oxygen tank with 50 basic materials? You are dreaming. I am afraid the price will not be cheap. Maybe you need to exchange drawings. That is too exaggerated. Drawings? How can everyone have drawings? You don't really think that everyone can trade for algae oxygen tanks. The number of people is displayed in the upper right corner of the World System channel. There are 100 million people in total. Even if he does not eat or drink and does nothing, he can make one per second. It will take nearly 3 years to make 100 million. I don't care. If the price is 50 basic materials, I will be grateful and call you Godfather. If the price is 200 basic materials, I will say that you are generous. If it is drawings, I am sorry, I will go to work early. Haha, that's right. Zhou looked at these messages, smiled faintly, and closed the World Communication Channel. He was not worried that other survivors would scold him, because he was not going to sell the algae oxygen tank at a high price, and the big guys had already made a decision. Now the transformed Leviathan had just started to move, and there was still some time before the feeding stage. Zhou first took a look at the melon vines and sweet potato vines. One night was much longer. I wonder if the fertilizer is ready. Zhou came to the compost bucket and reached out to try to open the lid. This time the lid was easily opened. As soon as it was opened, lumps of dark green feces flew out of the compost bucket. Zhou was startled and quickly dodged, and then a prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding! Obtain low-level fertilizer X10, which can shorten the growth time of crops by 10% after use. Each crop can only be used once. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Zhou's face lit up. Looking at the fertilizer scattered on the platform, which looked like cow dung, he reached out and picked them up without any care, and then put them into the empty supply box. This is a good thing. Although the time shortened is only 10%, it is not very good, but it is better than nothing. Chapter 22. After putting all 8 fertilizer balls into the supply box, Zhou put the supply box away, then picked up 2 balls on the ground and walked to the small planting box. One fertilizer ball is about the size of a fist, dark green in color, feels like mud, and emits a foul smell, but because it has been processed, the smell is no longer as pungent as before. Zhou didn't know how to use it specifically, so he tried to put the fertilizer ball into the soil of the small planting box. As soon as the fertilizer ball touched the soil, it immediately melted into a thick green liquid, like a snowball touching a flame, and directly seeped into the soil. This should be the successful fertilization. It's quite convenient. Zhou smiled happily, and used a ball of fertilizer. Then he took 2 bottles of mineral water, and poured them into 2 small planting boxes. The watermelon was planted on the 4th day, and the sweet potato was planted on the 5th day. When they were planted, they were only watered with half a bottle of water. Today is the 7th day. The watermelon vines and sweet potato vines have grown up. Half a bottle of water is definitely not enough. Only a full bottle can be poured. Fresh water doesn't seem to be enough. Zhou looked at the 2 empty plastic bottles in his hand, then turned his head and took a look. There were 7 bottles of mineral water left. Zhou is not worried about drinking water now. If it doesn't work, He can use the algae oxygen tank to exchange for mineral water. But if he always uses mineral water to irrigate crops, it will be difficult to expand his farming scale, because mineral water can only be obtained by opening supply boxes, and it depends on luck. This is destined. Mineral water cannot be obtained through large-scale transactions. After all, fresh water cannot be produced by oneself at present, and fresh water is closely related to life. Everyone will prioritize storing some fresh water, and only trade out the surplus. Forget it, I'm thinking too far ahead. I don't have any extra space to make small planting boxes now. The wooden platform built by Zhou is only 6 square meters, 2 small planting boxes take up 2 square meters, the compost bucket takes up 1 square meter, and then the stacked material boxes, and the rest is his sleeping space. The algae oxygen tank is made of stone, so there is no need to worry about it being washed away by the seawater, so it is placed below. The manure scoop does not take up much space, and is placed horizontally on the platform near the stomach wall. So at present, even if he wants to plant more crops, there is no space for him to plant. As for adding a wooden platform, that would definitely not work. The stomach wall space is not large to begin with. If he expands the area of the wooden platform, it will affect the feeding of the transformed Leviathan. A 180-ton baby, you need to grow up quickly. Zhou murmured, opened the biological illustrations in the world system, and turned to the first page. He wanted to see if the transformed Leviathan had grown up after so many days. Age, 7 days. Stage, birth period. Body length, 35 meters. Weight, 200 tons. Food type, algae. Eating method, filter feeding. Evaluation, a 200-ton baby. It has grown 5 meters, and the growth rate is quite fast, about 1 meter a day. It just started today, so it certainly cannot be counted as 1 day, that is, 6 days, and it has grown 5 meters. This growth rate is simply beyond common sense. Growth rate is also very important, but the food fragments that accelerate the growth of the Leviathan are too scarce. Zhou only has 3 fragments in his hand, and it is difficult to collect them in a short time. After the algae oxygen tank is sold for a few days, some people can open 3 supply boxes a day, and then there should be more fragments. Zhou said calmly, and the sound of seawater surging came from the esophagus. The transformed Leviathan had entered the feeding stage. Zhou quickly put on 4 pieces of spiked armor, and held a 1-meter-long fishbone knife in his hand to prevent the dangers that might come next. The seawater rushed into the stomach wall space. Zhou came to the small planting box, and used the light emitted by the heliozoa here and the light from his headlight to expand his field of vision in this dark space as much as possible. Zhou half squatted on the ground, contracted his chest and abdomen, and held a fishbone knife across his chest to protect his upper body without equipment. After waiting for a while, seeing no signs of creatures swimming in the water, Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the system drawing interface and started to make algae oxygen tanks, but found that there were only 10 pieces of stone left. There were only 210 pieces of stone originally. 20 algae oxygen tanks were made yesterday, and only 10 pieces of stone were left. Zhou was not in a hurry. He took out 10 pieces of spiked krill meat from the supply box, and then traded the stone on the trading channel. Now, because many survivors have encountered spiky krill, the value of spiky krill meat has been reduced a lot. However, after all, it is 3 or 4 pounds of meat, and it has a certain value as food. It is not a problem to trade 20 pieces of stone for each spiky krill meat. Soon, Zhou obtained 200 pieces of stone through trading. With the 10 pieces of stone under him, he made 21 in one go, plus the 9 left yesterday, making a total of 30. After the algae oxygen tanks sold today were made, 1/3 of the stomach wall space had been occupied. Zhou must sell these algae oxygen tanks before the transformation Leviathan eats for the second time. After the seawater receded, Zhou was completely sure that there were no aggressive creatures involved in this feeding, so he began to send messages on the world communication channel. Everyone should have been waiting for a long time, so I won't waste any more words. Now I will start selling algae oxygen tanks, a total of 20 units per day. Why only 20 units? Yeah, this is too little, right? I knew from the beginning that algae oxygen tanks are not something that everyone can trade. I thought I could sell 100 units a day, but I didn't expect only 20 units. Are you selling so few on purpose to raise the price? I think he just wants to be the first. If he sells too much, he's afraid that we will surpass him, so he sells so little. After Zhou, when informed the total amount sold every day, the survivors in the world communication channel were shocked. The number was too small. Everyone calm down, I didn't sell so few on purpose, but there is really no way to increase the quantity. Algae oxygen tank, as the name suggests, requires algae to manufacture, and the seaweed that the transformed Leviathan eats is one of the materials. If I manufacture in large quantities, it will consume a lot of seaweed, which will affect the growth of the transformed Leviathan. In this world, the transformed Leviathan is the foundation of our existence. I want to ask everyone, if it were you, would you be willing? After Zhou asked this, a large number of survivors who requested to increase the number stopped sending messages. Of course, there are still some extremely selfish people who still want Zhou to increase the number. Zhou simply ignored these people. After all, he was the one who made the algae oxygen tank, and he had the initiative. If everyone forced him to make a large number of them and damaged his interests, he would just not sell them, and no one would get the algae oxygen tank. I know everyone is anxious, and I understand everyone's feelings. Although I can't provide enough quantity for everyone, I will definitely give everyone a suitable price. What price? I hope the big boss will consider that we are all suffering in this world, so the price will not be too high. Chapter 23. Since it is impossible to increase the quantity, the survivors can only hope that the price will not be too high, so that they can at least have hope. Don't worry, I know it's not easy for everyone. I'm ready to trade one blueprint for each machine. When Zhou wanted to trade with blueprints, the communication channel exploded again, and everyone began to ask about Zhou's ancestors, but Zhou suddenly changed the subject. But blueprints are indeed too scarce, and it depends on luck. It is not appropriate to trade with blueprints, so I decided to trade with basic materials. How many basic materials? When the survivors in the communication channel saw that basic materials were used, they became excited and asked about the quantity of basic materials. Alas, it's not easy for everyone. The number of algae oxygen tanks I sell is indeed too small. In order to give everyone a chance to trade, the first algae oxygen tank only needs 100 basic materials. Fuck, what a kind man. I want one. I want one too. All the survivors rushed to buy it. The number was small, so it was naturally first come first served. Everyone wait a moment. 100 basic materials are conditional. Among them, 40 parts are wood, 30 parts are stone, and the remaining 30 parts are optional. You can also use the complete shell of spiny krill instead. 1 shrimp shell equals 10 basic materials. Zhou now consumes more wood and stone, so he must give priority to obtaining these 2 basic materials. The purpose of purchasing shrimp shells is to make spiked breastplates. Spiked breastplates require 10 shrimp shells, and these armors should be damaged. It is definitely not enough to rely on the few spiked krill wrapped in seaweed every day. Now other survivors have also encountered spiked krill. Purchasing directly from them is the fastest way. I have all these materials. I wonder when the boss will start trading. Start trading immediately. For the sake of fairness, I will directly put them on the trading channel. Also, because today is the first day of selling algae oxygen tanks, I will lose a little of my own interests and add 10 more, a total of 30. As for whether everyone can trade, it depends on everyone's hand speed. After Zhou finished speaking, he directly put all 30 algae oxygen tanks on the shelf. But they only appeared on the World Trading Channel for 1 second, and the trading information disappeared in the next second. In an instant, 30 algae oxygen tanks were sold out. A large blue light flashed in front of Zhou, and a large amount of basic materials appeared in front of him. My goodness, this is too fast. Zhou was shocked by the speed of the transaction. He clicked on the system blue light screen, and before he put down his hand to send the transaction information, the transaction was already completed. Ha ha ha, I got one, mortals should tremble. What flashed? I didn't even see it clearly, and it was gone. Beast, what kind of hand speed do you have? You are nothing. I put my hand on the trading channel early, and pressed it as soon as the trading information appeared, but in a short time, the trading information disappeared. Screw you. In the World Communication Channel, there were laughter and joy from those who got the goods, and curses from those who didn't. Zhou looked at them happily for a few times, and prepared to close the communication channel to calculate the basic materials just traded back. Boss, you said that only 100 basic materials are needed for the first machine, so how many basic materials are needed to trade the second machine? The second machine does not need basic materials to trade, it can only be traded with drawings, and it must be traded by private message. Ah, this difference is too big, it's not appropriate. Yes, boss, just be a good person to the end, and the second one will also have 100 materials. Yes. 100 basic materials are not a small amount, boss, You will definitely make some money, just this price. Then a large number of survivors began to blackmail Zhou, hoping that Zhou could also sell the second one to them at the price of 100 basic materials. Zhou looked at these messages and smiled slyly. Okay, I will be a good person to the end, and the second one will also have 100 basic materials. Just send me a private message to trade. Boss, you are a good person. Awesome. Boss, I am determined to hold on to your thick thighs, and even Jesus can't stop me, I said. In the World Communication Channel, there was jubilation, and everyone was happy because they could get the second algae oxygen tank at a cheap price. But Zhou immediately sent another message. But I only sell 20 algae oxygen tanks every day. Repeated purchases will definitely take up the 20 units. Those who haven't traded for algae oxygen tanks can only bear it. Once this news was released, 99% of the survivors who didn't get the algae oxygen tanks were furious. Boss, I think the second one needs to be traded with a blueprint. This price is very reasonable. Don't listen to those people. They are morally blackmailing and taking advantage of you. Yes, I think the price of a blueprint is too low. The function of the algae oxygen tank is to get an extra supply box. The second one should be priced at 2 blueprints to be reasonable. Those people are so selfish, they just want to take advantage of the boss every day. The boss's first algae oxygen tank was priced at only 100 basic materials, which was already a big advantage for everyone. They even want to continue to take advantage of the second one. It's shameful. Those people are simply beasts, worse than beasts. Because of Zhou's message, the people who got the first algae oxygen tank and those who didn't got it started arguing on the World Communication Channel. Zhou just watched them arguing quietly, and the corners of his mouth curled up to turn into a crooked-mouthed god of war. After watching the quarrel between the two sides for a while, because there were too few people who got the first algae oxygen tank, the situation was one-sided, and the price of the second one was still traded with drawings. Zhou could only accept this price with great shame. During this period, Zhou even refused 3 times, but was stopped 3 times in a row by enthusiastic survivors. In the end, he had no choice but to accept it. After all the things about the algae oxygen tank were over, Zhou began to clean up the amount of basic materials returned from the transaction. 1,200 pieces of wood, 900 pieces of stone, 60 pieces of spiked krill shells, 100 pieces of sand, soil, and hay each. Oh my god, there are too many basic materials. There is almost no place to put them. Zhou sighed while collecting these basic materials in an empty supply box. One supply box can hold 100 basic materials. Zhou collected 3 supply boxes every day, 6 days plus the initial supply box, a total of 19 supply boxes. In the end, these materials could not be stored in the supply box. Because the stones would not be washed away by the sea, Zhou simply stopped collecting stones and collected other materials, piling the stones in the corner. Chapter 24. Of course, the stones are only temporarily placed in the corner, because they take up too much space. I will pack them up after I get 3 supply boxes today. But there will be more and more materials in the future, and there will be no place to put them. Zhou felt a headache when he thought that he would continue to sell 20 algae oxygen tanks, and get a lot of basic materials every day. The spiky krill shells are enough for now, or we can use empty supply boxes tomorrow instead. This is a temporary solution, which can only temporarily solve the problem of too many supplies to store. After all, the supply box also has volume. One supply box is about the size of a shoe box. If there are more in the future, there will be no place to put them. There is no way. The stomach wall space is too small. Let's talk about it later. Zhou really can't think of a solution now. If it doesn't work, he will exchange these basic materials for metal ores in the trading channel. The current price of metal ore is 10 basic materials for 1. Although metal ore is not very useful at present, it will definitely be an indispensable material in the future. There is no problem in hoarding it now. Because of the trade and the cleaning of basic materials, Zhou didn't have time to move the seaweed that the transformed Leviathan ate for the first time, so he simply waited until the second feeding was over before moving them together. Today, 60 spiked krill shells were traded. Zhou used 10 shrimp shells and 20 pieces of cloth to make the spiked breastplate. Damn, it's a bit heavy. Zhou lifted the spiked breastplate with both hands and felt the weight. It was about 40 kilograms, but he had to wear it no matter how heavy it was, at least it could protect his body. After putting on the spiked breastplate, he felt extremely heavy. Just standing made him feel tired. He now had 5 pieces of equipment on him: a spiked helmet, a spiked breastplate, a spiked crotch guard, spiked leg armor, and spiked boots, weighing a total of 124 pounds. He could still move around, but every time he moved, he felt that his strength was being drained away at an accelerated rate. Ouch, it's so heavy. Let's lie down first. Zhou lay directly on the wooden platform to save energy. He stood up and squatted again when the second meal began. A few minutes later, the transformed Leviathan began to eat for the second time. Zhou wanted to do sit-ups, but his upper body was too heavy, and his untrained abdominal muscles could not bear the burden, so he could not sit up at all. There was no choice. Zhou could only support himself with his hands and slowly adjust to a squatting position. It seems that in addition to push-ups, sit-ups should also be arranged. Zhou held the fishbone knife in his hand, thinking secretly in his heart. At this time, the esophageal diaphragm opened, and the turbulent seawater poured into the stomach wall space. Zhou began to be alert and scanned the water surface with the light of the headlamp. Suddenly, the still flowing water surface suddenly surged, and a flesh-colored strip of body that frightened Zhou appeared under the light. Anchorworm. Zhou's heart trembled, and fear appeared on his face. The anchorworm almost took his life before, and every time he thought about it, he was still scared. Huh? Zhou exhaled deeply, and the fear surged again, making his hand holding the fishbone knife tremble involuntarily. But fortunately this time, there was a headlight to illuminate, so he didn't go dark like last time and couldn't see anything. This was the second time he had encountered anchorworms, and he had also killed them before. When he encountered them again, Zhou was still afraid, but his body was not as frightened as last time, unable to move. Zhou was still half crouching on the wooden platform, with the fishbone knife in front of him, not making a sound, waiting for the seawater to recede. Time flowed slowly, and the water level in the stomach wall space gradually rose until it was almost flush with the wooden platform. The esophageal diaphragm closed, and the seawater stopped pouring in. After the second meal of the transformed Leviathan was finished, the seawater in the stomach wall space would be discharged. Zhou gently raised his hand and wiped the sweat that flowed from his forehead to his eyelashes. His physical strength was rapidly draining away. The spiked armor on his body was too heavy. Zhou had been squatting, which put great pressure on the muscles of his whole body. Bang! But just as Zhou wiped the sweat and put down his arms, the originally calm water surface suddenly exploded. For anchor-shaped claws, carrying ferocious mouthparts, crossed the wooden platform and grabbed Zhou's head. Zhou never thought that the anchorworm would attack him at this moment. In addition, his armor was heavy, so he had no time to stand up and react. His head was clamped tightly by the 4 anchor chelicerae. Although Zhou was startled by the sudden attack, he immediately calmed down. This time, the anchorworm attacked his head just like the last time. The 3 spikes on the top of the spiked helmet once again blocked the attack of the anchorworm's mouthparts. Zhou stood up without hesitation, swung the fishbone knife in his hand, and slashed the anchorworm's tentacle-like body. This time, the weapon was much stronger than the spikes. It pierced half of the anchorworm's body with one cut. Scarlet blood flowed out, and the worm's head, which was clamped on top of its head, screamed in pain. Zhou was unmoved and swung the fishbone knife again, ready to completely cut off the body of the anchorworm. Bang! There was another explosion on the water surface. Zhou's heart tightened when he heard the sound, and the swinging fishbone knife stopped. He had a bad premonition and was about to turn the headlight to check, when suddenly, something clamped his thigh. Then, there was a huge pulling force. Zhou was originally in a stalemate with the anchorworm above his head, and his attention was not on his legs at all. He was pulled by this force and lost his balance. Bang! Zhou fell heavily on the wooden platform. The weight of 254 kilograms, including the weight of the armor and himself, hit the wooden platform with a dull impact. The creature that clamped Zhou's legs seemed to want to drag Zhou into the water, but because Zhou was too heavy, it could not drag him at all for a while. Just when Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, the anchorworm that clamped his head began to drag him into the water, up and down, exerting force on both sides, and Zhou was dragged into the water in a horizontal position. Plop! Zhou's body hit the water, splashing a lot of water, and also raised layers of waves, which surged and spread in all directions. Zhou, who was dragged into the water, was horrified, although he held his breath before falling into the water to prevent himself from choking. But in a hurry, he didn't have time to breathe. His heart was beating wildly, and the oxygen content in his body was rapidly consumed. At this time, he already felt a little short of oxygen. But Zhou's head and legs were pulled at the same time. In this nearly 1 meter deep sea water, in his current situation, he had no way to float to the surface. As time passed, the feeling of suffocation became stronger and stronger. In such a desperate situation, Joe also fought hard. He made up his mind, and used all his strength to grope the body of the anchorworm with his left hand, and then used the fishbone blade on his right hand to cut the anchorworm. As long as he could quickly kill the anchorworm that grabbed his head, he would have a chance to float to the surface. Chapter 25. Joe began to cut the body of the anchorworm eagerly and fiercely. I don't know if it was because the anchorworm was too badly injured. Joe just cut twice, and the anchorworm let go of Joe's head. Joe was overjoyed. His will to survive made him throw away the fishbone blade in his hand, and then he flapped his hands vigorously, and slowly floated his body to the surface. Joe frantically breathed in the oxygen in the stomach wall space, and the amplitude of his movements was so large that his body expanded and contracted. But before Joe could take a few breaths, the creature holding his leg suddenly dragged him into the water again. Gulp! Gulp! Joe, who was dragged into the water unexpectedly, swallowed several mouthfuls of sea water. The water in his lungs made him extremely uncomfortable. He flapped his arms and struggled to get out of the water, but he was dragged into the water again just after coughing. Joe rose and fell in the water, flapping his arms constantly to float to the surface. Fortunately, the creature holding Joe's thigh did not seem to have enough strength to drag Joe all the time. It would stop for a while after dragging him underwater for a distance. This also gave Joe a chance to breathe, and Joe also realized that the one holding his thigh should also be an anchorworm. Joe, who knew this, breathed a sigh of relief. Now, as long as the other anchorworm did not attack him, he would hold out against the anchorworm holding his thigh for a while. As long as the seawater receded, it would be his time to fight back. In fact, with the spiked armor he was wearing now, the anchorworm could not hurt him at all. It was not because the armor was so hard, but because the armor was full of spikes, which restrained the anchorworm tightly. But he really had no way out when he couldn't breathe underwater. At this time, the water level began to slowly drop, and Joe also figured out the pulling rhythm of the anchorworm that was pulling his thigh. When the anchorworm was about to drag him into the water, he held his breath in advance, and when the anchorworm had no strength, he immediately floated to the surface and exhaled. As the water level got lower and lower, the pulling force of the anchorworm became smaller and smaller. Without the water to help, the anchorworm could no longer drag Joe. And after being in a stalemate with Joe in the water for a long time, he no longer had the strength to move, but the anchor calycery still clamped Joe's thigh. Joe shone the headlamp light on his thigh and found that the anchorworm that clamped his thigh was indeed blocked by the spikes on the leg armor, which made him completely relieved. After knowing that his safety was guaranteed, an endless feeling of fatigue instantly filled his body. His body seemed to have suddenly lost strength, and he sat on the ground, unable to get up for a while. Just now, he was wearing heavy spike armor and struggling in the water for a long time. If it weren't for the life and death situation that stimulated adrenaline, he wouldn't be able to move. Now that the fatal threat of drowning has disappeared, he feels that all his muscles and bones are groaning, and a strong sense of sleepiness comes over him. His upper eyelids feel heavy, and he really wants to sleep. Paw! A loud slap sounded throughout the stomach wall. Joe took off his spiked helmet and slapped himself. It was very heavy and painful. After the slap, the burning pain on his face made Joe a little more alert. He quickly put on his spiked helmet again, then turned on his headlamp and looked for the anchorworm that he had cut. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. This look made Joe completely alert, because the injured anchorworm was lying on the ground, sucking the blood of the transformed Leviathan. Fuck! Joe screamed, and he didn't know where he got the strength from. He suddenly got up from the ground, and then found the fishbone knife he threw away when he was drowning, and killed the anchorworm on his leg with a few strokes. Then he quickly came to the injured anchorworm sucking blood, and chopped it several times, finally killing the blood-sucking anchorworm. The heliococcus is small, so it's okay for it to suck some blood. But you are so big, how can you keep sucking blood? Joe said viciously, pointing at the head of the anchorworm, whose body was cut off with a fishbone knife. Then, Joe carefully lifted the anchor calycery attached to the stomach wall. Fortunately, the tiny barbs on the anchor calycery did not cause much damage to the stomach wall, leaving only some shallow wounds, which would not cause too much damage to the stomach of the transformed Leviathan. But just as Joe was relieved, he saw blood oozing out of the stomach, which was obviously not the blood of the anchorworm. When the entire head of the anchorworm was removed, a round blood hole the size of a tennis ball appeared on the stomach wall. Fuck you! Joe kicked the anchorworm's head aside in anger. Judging from the size of the blood hole, it was obviously caused by the anchorworm's round mouthparts. How should I stop the bleeding? Joe looked at the round wound that was constantly bleeding, and was a little anxious. It goes without saying that the transformation of Leviathan is very important to him, and there must be no problems. But he didn't have any tools to stop the bleeding, and the medical hemostatic bandage couldn't stretch the stomach wall. That's right. Sunlight coccidia. Joe suddenly had an idea and thought of using the heliospheroid to stop the bleeding, so he quickly took off his spiked chest armor, climbed onto the wooden platform, and caught a heliospheroid. I hope it works. Joe put the heliospheroid on the blood hole, and then saw the 4 small tentacles of the heliospheroid tightly attached to the stomach wall next to it, sealing the blood hole tightly. Success? Joe was very happy. Although this wound was actually nothing for the huge Leviathan, since Joe lived in its stomach and had a way to stop the bleeding, he naturally had to help deal with it. All crises were resolved, and the overwhelming fatigue came again, but he still couldn't rest now, because the feeding stage of the transformed Leviathan had not yet ended. Joe used up his last strength to carry the spiked breastplate onto the wooden platform and put it on. No matter what, protective gear must be worn. Although this spiked armor is heavy, Joe was still not injured when facing the attack of 2 anchorworms just now, and he even killed the anchorworms. The importance of the spiked armor is self-evident. Joe also made a decision, that is, when transforming into Leviathan and eating, he would no longer observe the water surface. After the experience of almost drowning just now, Joe suddenly realized a problem, that is, why did he have to observe the movement of the water surface, which was completely unnecessary. During the time when the seawater poured into the stomach space and receded, he could just hide directly, wait until the seawater receded, and then observe whether there were any creatures in the stomach space. In this way, without the seawater, even if Joe was attacked by a creature, he would not be pulled into the seawater, and then struggle in the seawater. Chapter 26. As for where to hide, it was naturally behind the algae oxygen tank made of stone. When he encountered the anchor worm in the water before, he stood behind the algae oxygen tank, which blocked the possibility of underwater attack by the anchor worm. Now, Joe only needs to move the algae oxygen tank onto the wooden platform, and then place it on the edge of the wooden platform, like a wall, to block possible attacks from underwater creatures. Do you have a house blueprint? Joe suddenly thought that if he could build a house, he could hide in it directly when the seawater rushed into the stomach wall space, which would be safer. While thinking about these things, Joe used the system interface to move the algae oxygen tank placed under the wooden platform, and placed it on the edge of the wooden platform according to his idea. Because Chen Xian had traded an algae oxygen tank with him in advance, he only had one left now. Originally, according to his need to move seaweed during the feeding stage of the Leviathan transformation, one was enough. But now, he was extremely tired, and had no energy to carry the seaweed. Moreover, the feeding phase of the transformed Leviathan had not yet ended, and aggressive creatures might enter the stomach wall space at any time. He could only wait until the feeding phase was completely over before he could start carrying the seaweed. I can't sleep, I can't sleep. Joe yawned continuously, and the whole person was groggy. In order to prevent himself from falling asleep, he pinched his thigh hard, but the effect was not obvious. Finally, Joe decided to eat a can of fruit to replenish some of the energy consumed. Crack! The can of fruit was opened. It was a can of oranges. There was little pulp and lots of soup inside. Joe couldn't grab it directly, so he just drank the soup. The sour and sweet soup stimulated the taste buds and made Joe, who was drowsy, more energetic. He was not in a hurry to finish the can of oranges. He just drank the soup a little bit at a time to maintain his appetite for canned food and dispel his sleepiness. Swish swish. After a while, the transformed Leviathan ate again, and seawater poured into the stomach wall space. Joe hid behind the algae oxygen tank, opened the system interface, and built another algae oxygen tank using the blueprint. 2 algae oxygen tanks were placed side by side on the edge of the wooden platform, and Joe's sleeping space on the wooden platform was severely compressed. Originally, Joe only had 2 square meters of sleeping space on the 6 square meters wooden platform. Now with the 2 algae oxygen tanks, there was only 1 square meter left, which was really a bit cramped. Next, Joe didn't care what was in the water, and hid behind the algae oxygen tank to eat canned oranges. He hid until the entire eating stage was completely over, and no unexpected situations occurred during the period. After finishing the canned oranges, and resting for so long, Joe regained a lot of energy. He put away the tin cans, and poked his head out of the algae oxygen tank. He scanned the area with the headlight, and found no large creatures. During the feeding phase, just now, Zhou did not hear any sounds of biological activity, which meant that no creatures entered the stomach wall space during the next few feedings. However, for safety reasons, Zhou wore spiked armor, jumped off the wooden platform, and then walked back and forth in the seaweed pile several times. After further confirming that there were no aggressive creatures hidden in the seaweed pile, he dragged the heavy spiked armor on his body and began to carry the seaweed. 2 hours later, Zhou finally finished moving all the seaweed. It took a long time to move the seaweed today. He had no choice but to be dragged into the water by 2 anchor worms. He had consumed too much energy in the water and had no time to rest properly. His body was always exhausted. Finally, I can have a good rest. Zhou lay on the remaining half-meter wide and 2-meter long wooden platform, and he was completely relaxed. Next, he had about 3 hours of rest time, but he didn't dare to sleep. Without an alarm clock, he couldn't wake himself up after 3 hours. About 3 hours later, it was time for the transformed Leviathan to swallow the supply box. Now, the supply box stage was no longer safe. If he encountered dangerous creatures and fell asleep, he would die without knowing how. In order to prevent himself from falling asleep, Zhou simply opened the world communication channel to see what others were talking about. Geneva, return the money. Are you worthy of us? What's going on? Zhou was a little confused. As soon as he opened the world communication channel, he found that many people were scolding him. After taking a quick look at the messages they sent, Zhou finally understood why they scolded him. The algae oxygen tank is useless. I just finished moving seaweed and had difficulty breathing. I almost died of lack of oxygen. Really? There are still many people who haven't traded yet. Are you lying to us? Do you want to buy a second one? What he said is true. I also traded an algae oxygen tank and moved seaweed. After moving the seaweed, I had difficulty breathing and felt like I was going to die. I just recovered now. Swindler, didn't you say that with an algae oxygen tank, you don't have to worry about lack of oxygen? Sure enough, none of the so-called big guys are good. This is obviously deliberately harming us. Swindler, come out and give me an explanation. Yes, you have to return 100 basic materials to us and compensate us. Return the money. Return the money. There is something wrong with you. You are really spoiled. After reading their messages, Zhou felt that he was being scolded for no reason. Anyone who wants to return the algae oxygen tank can send me a private message, and I will return the 100 basic materials to you. Zhou was not panicked at all. The algae oxygen tank was now in short supply. If some people wanted to return it, he would directly return the basic materials. He did not believe that everyone was a fool. 10 people came to him to return the algae oxygen tanks. Zhou returned 100 basic materials to them without any complaints, and then put these 10 people on the blacklist of those who bought algae oxygen tanks. Relist 10 algae oxygen tanks, 100 basic materials for one, the quicker the better. Zhou relisted the trading channel, and then sent a message on the world communication channel. Why are there only 10 people returning the goods? Are the remaining 20 people fools? They don't even know they were cheated? How dare he relist the goods? He has been exposed. He really thinks that someone will be fooled. However, the next second, these people who returned the goods were slapped in the face. The 10 algae oxygen tanks just appeared in the information column of the World Trading Channel, and then disappeared instantly. All 10 were traded out. There are really fools who trade. We have tried it. The algae oxygen tanks are useless. Yes, it really proves the saying that there are too many scammers because there are more fools. It's really hard to evaluate these people. We have already stepped on the landmine for them, but there are still people who are fooled. Chapter 27. Zhou happily watched these people who returned goods shouting on the World Channel, and did not stop them, just watching a clown show. But what surprised him was that no one told them that if there was no algae oxygen tank, they might have died of lack of oxygen now, instead of shouting for returns. And through the transaction information, Zhou found that among these people who shouted for returns, one person had just traded an algae oxygen tank on the World Trading Channel. Zhou compared the blacklist of 10 people who returned goods and found that it was not someone on the blacklist. Zhou set a limit on repeat purchases this time, which means that this person had never traded algae oxygen tanks before. He deliberately fanned the flames among the group of people who wanted to return the goods, prompting them to return the goods, and then took the opportunity to trade one without anyone knowing. Oh my god, this world is full of deception and lies. Zhou just watched the message on the communication channel and waited for the first supply box of the day. Nearly 3 hours had passed, and Zhou's body had almost recovered. After waiting for the seawater to recede, he found that no creatures came in with the supply box, so he jumped off the wooden platform and opened the supply box. Ding! Get bread X1, get mineral water X1. What he got was food and water. Zhou was not interested, so he put them away and returned to the wooden platform to wait for the second supply box. While waiting for the second supply box, Zhou received a private message. After opening it, he found that it was from Chen Xian. Mr. Zhou, I want to trade something with you. The second algae oxygen tank needs to be traded with a blueprint. Zhou could probably guess what Chen Xian wanted to trade, so he directly told the price. But I also traded for the blueprint for my first one? You can't say that. You wanted to get the algae oxygen tank in advance, so you voluntarily traded for the blueprint. It wasn't me who proposed it. Of course, I'm not a profiteer. Although you traded for your first algae oxygen tank voluntarily, because you wanted to get it in advance, I don't count it as the first one. You can still trade for one with 100 basic materials in the trading channel. Mr. Zhou, you are such a kind man. Chen Xian couldn't help but say something sarcastically, because what Zhou said seemed quite generous, but it was completely nonsense. He only sold 20 units a day. Even if he could trade, how could she compete with 100 million people? In the end, if she wanted to trade the second one directly from Zhou, she still needed the blueprint. Alas, I don't dare to be a good man, I'm just a little soft-hearted, seeing that everyone has a hard time. Zhou certainly knew that Chen Xian was playing tricks on him, but he didn't care. Anyway, he had the initiative. If you want to trade, trade. If you don't want to, forget it. Forget it, I won't joke with Mr. Zhou. Actually, I came to Mr. Zhou this time because I got a good thing. I think Mr. Zhou should need it, so I came to ask. As soon as Chen Xian sent this message, an item information came out, and Zhou clicked it in confusion. Golden silk fruit, golden silk seaweed seed, strength +5 after consumption. Hiss. After reading the information, Zhou took a breath of cold air. Adding 5 points of strength is exactly what he urgently needs. Where did you get it from? According to the introduction, it can add 5 points of strength. It feels good and has a high value. How about trading it for an algae oxygen tank? Since Mr. Zhou is not interested, forget it. I will find someone else to trade. Oh, if you are not satisfied, we can talk about it. Just tell me what you want. Zhou originally wanted to pretend that he didn't care and lower the price, but Chen Xian was obviously not a fool, so he simply didn't waste words and asked Chen Xian to name the price. I want 20 algae oxygen tanks, a set of spiked krill shell equipment, and my fishbone blade blueprint. Take your golden silk fruit and leave gracefully. Zhou was so angry that he laughed. You came here in bulk and asked for 20 algae oxygen tanks, then a set of spiked armor, and finally wanted to take back the fishbone blade blueprint. You are so shameless and want too much. Then 18 algae oxygen tanks, a set of spiked krill shell equipment, plus my fishbone blade blueprint. Miss Chen, I won't argue with you anymore. We are all smart people. Although I am not a good person, the previous transactions were fair. This should be the reason why you are willing to trade with me. I won't let you suffer a loss. 10 algae oxygen tanks, spiked armor are no problem, and I can make you a fishbone blade, but I can't give you the blueprint. If you need the blueprint, you know the value of the algae oxygen tank, you can trade the blueprint yourself. This is my sincerity. If you are still not satisfied, then you can find someone else. I see Mr. Zhou's sincerity, but the value of my blueprint is still very high. Since Mr. Zhou is unwilling to trade the blueprint, then I want something else. Miss Chen thinks she is very smart, so does she treat others as fools? The fishbone blade blueprint is not yours, but mine. You voluntarily agreed to the deal, but now you regret it and want to raise the price. That's not okay. Mr. Zhou misunderstood. I don't want to raise the price. I just feel that Mr. Zhou's offer is a little short of the mark, so I hope Mr. Zhou can raise it a little more. What else do you want? The golden silk fruit is indeed very important to Zhou. As long as Chen Xian doesn't ask for an exorbitant price, he can still make concessions. I wonder what other item blueprints Mr. Zhou has? Can you tell me if I need anything? I said it's impossible to trade blueprints. I don't want blueprints. I just want to see if there are any items made from blueprints that I need. After reading Chen Xian's message, Zhou, who was a little impatient, suddenly frowned. You want to find out my family background. Blueprints are used to build or make items. Knowing all the blueprints of a person can roughly infer the person's development level. Zhou, who holds the blueprints of the algae oxygen tank, is definitely the fastest developing person in the world. It is impossible to tell you the types of drawings. Let me give you two more important things. What are they? Chen Xian knew that her little thoughts were seen through, so she stopped talking and became curious about the important things Zhou Wen mentioned. Wooden platform 1 meter high, 1 square meter in area. I will give you two. You won't have to soak in the seawater anymore, and you can sleep on them instead of sleeping on the wet ground. After reading Zhou Wen's introduction, Chen Xian's eyes lit up. This is indeed a very important good thing. There is no danger in the belly of the transformed Leviathan. It can even be said to be very safe. Except for being careful of the spiky krill when carrying seaweed, there is basically no danger. In the absence of danger, plus the initial solution to the food problem, the final pursuit is the comfort of life. Half of the body is soaked in seawater every day, and then sleeping on the wet ground. This is definitely not comfortable, and the wooden platform is the key to solving all this. Chapter 28. Mr. Zhou is sincere, happy transaction. Haha, how would Ms. Chen like to trade? Put it on the trading channel. How about a private transaction? Mr. Zhou should not have 10 extra algae oxygen tanks at the moment, right? Indeed, I don't. What I mean is that I hope Ms. Chen can trade the golden silk fruit to me in advance. As for the items to be traded, I will make up for it later. Mr. Zhou is joking. I'm not joking. I know Ms. Chen is afraid that I will break my promise, but from my transactions with other people these days, you should be able to see that I am very honest. This golden silk fruit is very important to me. The sooner I can get it, the better. I will trade it with you with a set of spiked armor and 2 wooden platforms first, and I will make up for the rest as soon as possible. Can't the fishbone blade be made at the moment? The material for making the fishbone blade is a 1 meter long fish spine. You should know how rare it is. Chen Xian pondered for a moment about Zhou Wen's request to trade in advance, and finally decided to agree. She had actually been observing Zhou Wen for a while, and although he had a bit of a profiteer temperament, the trades were fair. Add 2 more algae oxygen tanks, and I will agree to trade you the golden silk fruit in advance. Okay, 12 in total. Afterwards, Zhou Wen immediately made spiked breastplate, spiked leg armor, spiked boots, spiked crotch guard, spiked wrist guard, spiked helmet, spiked belt, all of which consumed 38 shrimp shells in total. 7 pieces of spiked equipment, 2 wooden platforms, and a trade request were sent, successfully trading the golden silk fruit in Chen Xian's hands. I hope Mr. Zhou can abide by the agreement. Don't worry, people need credibility to achieve mutual benefit, I understand this. After the transaction with Chen Xian, Zhou Wen looked at the golden silk fruit in his hand with excitement, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. The reason why Zhou Wen was so happy was not because the golden silk fruit could increase 5 points of strength, but because the introduction of the golden silk fruit mentioned that the golden silk fruit was a golden silk seaweed seed. When Zhou Wen saw this introduction, he was so excited that he could not suppress it, but in order to prevent the smart Chen Xian from noticing the abnormality, he still dragged Chen Xian until now. It seems that the drawings in the supply box are all useful, but it's not time yet. Zhou Wen sighed, opened the system interface, turned to the drawing interface, and looked at the seaweed planting box drawing, and his smile became even bigger. Build. Zhou Wen built it without hesitation. The manufacturing material of the seaweed planting box is 20 pieces of stone. Zhou Wen looked at the stones piled up in the corner. He has no shortage of stones now. Then, the world system did not respond. Zhou Wen looked at the seaweed planting box drawing again. Well, seawater is still needed. It can only be built after the second supply box arrives. Zhou Wen carefully collected the golden silk fruit. Although Chen Xian did not say how she got the golden silk fruit, according to the introduction of the golden silk fruit is the seed of golden silk seaweed, which means that Chen Xian encountered golden silk seaweed. Chen Xian only had 1 algae oxygen tank before, and the speed of transporting seaweed was relatively slow. According to the time when Chen Xian found him to trade, it was almost a period of time after transporting the seaweed. In other words, the golden silk seaweed was not open from the supply box, but a special variety of seaweed, and then Chen Xian happened to encounter it. Sure enough, when it comes to luck, I'm a nobody. Next, there was nothing to do, so he continued to lie on the wooden platform and wait for the second supply box. 2 or 3 hours later, the esophageal diaphragm opened, seawater poured in, and the second supply box arrived, but this time there were creatures in the seawater. Zhou Wen hid behind the algae oxygen tank, then opened the drawing interface, and made the seaweed planting box. When the seawater receded, Zhou Wen heard a familiar click sound, shone the light over, and saw a light strip jumping there. It was a mirror barracuda. Knowing that the creature in the water just now was a mirror barracuda, Zhou was relieved and jumped off the wooden platform to check the built seaweed planting box. The appearance of the seaweed planting box is actually a replica of the algae oxygen tank, but it is twice as large as the algae oxygen tank. It is a stone tank with a length, width, and height of 1 meter, filled with seawater, and a large number of small stones piled at the bottom. Zhou was confused at first. There was no soil in the manufacturing materials of the seaweed planting box. Where would the golden silk fruit be planted? Seeing the small stones piled up at the bottom, he realized that these small stones were used for planting. Zhou dug a small hole in the pile of stones, carefully placed the golden silk fruit in the hole, and then gently covered it with stones. I don't know how long it will take for the golden silk seaweed to mature and bear fruit. According to the fact that the golden silk fruit can increase 5 points of strength, the growth time should not be short, at least longer than the growth time of watermelon and sweet potato. Thinking of watermelon and sweet potato, Zhou thought of the low-level fertilizer that had just been made, but he didn't know if the low-level fertilizer could fertilize the golden silk seaweed. Forget it, let's wait for the golden silk fruit to sprout first. The golden silk fruit has been planted. Zhou found the second supply box of the day and opened it. Ding, obtained equipment bar X1. Equipment bar? What he got this time made Zhou stunned for a moment, and then he saw a prompt on the character attribute panel. Zhou opened the character attribute interface and found a blue box next to the character attribute panel. Equipment bar, you can put a piece of equipment or weapon in it. Zhou clicked the blue box, and a prompt appeared in his mind, which also let Zhou know the function of the equipment bar. Zhou tried to put the spiked breastplate into the equipment column. After a burst of blue light, the spiked breastplate appeared in the equipment column. Then, with a thought in his mind, the spiked breastplate appeared on him. What a good thing! Zhou exclaimed in surprise. Zhou certainly knew about the equipment column. After all, he has been a game player for more than 10 years. It was just that he was surprised to find that he could use the equipment column in this world. However, one equipment column can only receive one piece of armor or weapon. After trying, it cannot receive anything other than equipment, such as food, water, basic materials, etc. Only armor and weapons can be received. It seems that this equipment slot can be obtained multiple times. One equipment slot can only receive one piece of equipment. Zhou currently has 7 pieces of spiked armor, plus the fishbone knife, which is 8 pieces of equipment, so the equipment slot needs to be collected more. Only one piece is not very useful. Zhou played with the equipment slot for a while, then processed the mirror skin barracuda, divided the fish meat into 3 parts, and posted it on the trading channel to exchange for equipment slots. But Zhou felt that the possibility of exchanging was not high, so he just tried it. The fish bones were used to make fishbone blades, and then he traded the fishbone blades he had used to Chen Xian, and used the new ones himself. Chapter 29. Last time you sold the mirror barracuda meat, you said it could increase the physique and speed, right? As soon as I traded the fishbone blade to Chen Xian sent a message to ask. Yes, do you want it? Yes, what's the price? 2 algae oxygen tanks. Mr. Zhou doesn't let others take advantage of him at all? Miss Chen hasn't taken advantage of him yet? Golden silk fruit has 5 points of strength. You asked me for a lot of things. Mirror barracuda meat has 2 points of attributes. I want 2 algae oxygen tanks. What advantage did I take? Can strength be the same as other attributes? Forget it. I don't want those 2 algae oxygen tanks. Just give me a portion of the mirror skin barracuda meat. Zhou happily took a portion of the mirror skin barracuda meat off the trading channel and traded it to Chen Xian. It's always good to grab as little food as possible from the transformed Leviathan. After resting for 2 boxes of supplies, Zhou's physical strength has almost recovered. He still has 100 push-ups to do today. He can't just give up the plan he made yesterday today. So in the following time, Zhou began to complete the plan of 100 push-ups every day. After doing 100 push-ups, it was almost time for the 3rd supply box of the day. Zhou took a look at the anchorworm corpses piled in the corner. The anchorworm corpses cannot be eaten, and they take up a lot of space. Zhou used a fishbone knife to cut the corpses into small pieces, and then threw them into the digestion tank for disposal. After a while, the 3rd supply box of the day arrived. The water was calm, and no creatures came in. After the sea water receded, Zhou successfully opened the supply box. Ding! Get the locker blueprint. Zhou was stunned for a moment, then he was ecstatic. God is helping me. I was just worrying about what to do with the materials I traded back, and I was given a locker blueprint. Zhou used the locker blueprint with a smile on his face, and then checked the materials needed for production. Locker blueprint. Requires 20 pieces of wood. Not much materials are needed, make it. Zhou pointed his finger at the production button on the blueprint interface, and 20 pieces of wood flew out of the material box, turning into blue light in the air to form a wooden cabinet 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. According to the introduction in the blueprint, there are 100 spaces inside the locker, and each space can be stacked with 100 supplies, which means that a locker can store 10,000 basic supplies. Although Zhou currently has a lot of basic materials, they only add up to more than 3,000 basic materials, which is less than half of the space in the locker. The most important thing is that it occupies a small area and only needs 1 square meter of space to store all the supplies. After placing the locker, Zhou would immediately put all the 900 pieces of stones piled in the corner into it, and then transferred all the supplies stored in the supply box to the locker. Half an hour later, the items in the 22 supply boxes were all transferred, and then these empty supply boxes were useless. 10 supply boxes were put on the trading channel, and the remaining 12 supply boxes were directly thrown into the digester as garbage. Zhou couldn't put 22 supply boxes on the shelves at once, because that would tell everyone that he could get 3 supply boxes every day from the first day, which would obviously expose his past. Of course, Zhou could be said to be looking for others to trade, but once the seeds of suspicion were planted, it would definitely attract extra attention from some people, which was definitely not a good thing. Human nature is greedy. Although there is no possibility for each survivor to meet each other now, what about in the future? It is not the lack of supply that is worrying, but the inequality. As long as there is a situation of mutual fighting in the future, Zhou will definitely be the target of public criticism. Zhou did not ask for too high a price for 10 supply boxes. After all, everyone has them, and most people are not rich in basic materials. They can't fill their own supplies, so there is no need to buy additional supply boxes. Therefore, Zhou priced each supply box at 10 basic materials. People who trade supply boxes must have a lot of basic materials, and 10 basic materials are very cheap for them. Zhou also had another purpose in selling the supply boxes, which was to see who was developing faster. Those who needed the supply boxes must not have enough basic materials, which meant that they had long-term items for sale in exchange for basic materials. After waiting for a while, someone actually bought the supply boxes, and bought all 10 supply boxes at once. Zhou took a look at the person's avatar and found that he was unfamiliar, as if he had never met him before, so Zhou began to look through the World Trading Channel. After flipping through the transaction information for a while, Zhou saw the items traded by this person in the World Channel. Trade 10 basic materials for filtered fresh water. Filtered fresh water? Seeing the news that the other party was selling fresh water, Zhou's eyes widened slightly. This is definitely a good business that will last forever. Why didn't I get the method of filtering fresh water? Zhou felt a little jealous, but as he read the introduction of filtering fresh water, his jealousy disappeared directly. Filtered fresh water obtained by simple filtration of urine, can be drunk in small amounts. Okay, I thought it was seawater filtration, but it turned out to be urine filtration, and it was simple filtration. But think about it, there are materials for filtering seawater and urine now. Originally, Zhou wanted to ask the other party if he sold the method of filtering fresh water, but now he gave up the idea. Zhou looked at the acquisition information of this person, and found that he was indeed purchasing a large amount of urine. Zhou suddenly realized a hidden problem, that is, most of the survivors in this world actually have a very hard life. The water sold by urine filtration can be traded for basic materials that cannot be put into the supply box, which shows how many people are short of water. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. I am not living well myself. Zhou had just been attacked by 2 anchorworms today, and almost drowned in the water. His life was also very difficult, but he had no worries about food and drink. Wait, although I don't drink a lot of this filtered fresh water, I can use it to water my watermelons and sweet potatoes, so I can save mineral water. Zhou suddenly realized this, so he immediately traded 100 basic materials for 10 bottles of filtered fresh water. Now the leaves of watermelons and sweet potatoes have filled the entire small planting box. The bigger the plants grow, the more fresh water they need. This filtered fresh water just solves this problem. Zhou directly poured a bottle of filtered fresh water into each of the 2 small planting boxes, and the remaining 8 bottles were not put away, but placed next to the small planting boxes for easy watering in the future. But the main reason is that the bottle of filtered fresh water is a mineral water bottle. Zhou is afraid that if he puts it in the locker, he will accidentally drink it as mineral water one day. That would be really uncomfortable. Chapter 30. On the 8th day, the transformed Leviathan began to move, and Zhou also woke up from his sleep in the vibration of the stomach wall space. The moment he sat up, he felt sore all over. Zhou slowly stood up, and then moved his sore body. Yesterday, he wore more than 100 kilograms of spiked armor, and struggled in the water. All the muscles in his body were overloaded. It would be strange if he didn't feel sore. Although it's quite dangerous, wearing heavy armor and struggling in the water can be considered a kind of exercise, Zhou said with a wry smile. After exercising and getting used to the soreness, Zhou immediately came to the seaweed planting box. He leaned over and looked into the stone trough full of seawater, hoping to see the golden fruit sprout. However, there was nothing in the stone trough. Zhou was a little disappointed, but it was also expected. The golden fruit can increase 5 points of strength, so ordinary plants must have a longer growth time. There was no progress with the golden fruit, so Zhou came to the watermelon and sweet potato that he had looked at every day in the past few days. After a night of survival, the vines of watermelon and sweet potato have filled the small planting, and in this piece of green, there is also a touch of yellow. It's blooming! Zhou saw a touch of yellow in the watermelon vine, and immediately squatted down, and pulled away the leaves that blocked it with his hands, and saw a small yellow flower with 5 petals. It bloomed so soon, it seems that it will be a few days before we can eat watermelon, Zhou said with a smile. After looking at the small yellow flowers of the watermelon, Zhou reached out and dug in the vines of the sweet potato, but did not find that the sweet potato was blooming. Sweet potatoes are planted on the 5th day, 1 day later than watermelons. They should bloom tomorrow, but it is possible that sweet potatoes will not bloom. Zhou thought for a while, and speculated. As for the problem of pollination required for these crops to bear fruit, Zhou simply ignored it. The growth time of watermelons, which took several months, was directly compressed to a few days, and the pollination process must have been omitted. After looking at his crops, Zhou happily ate a piece of bread and half a bottle of water, which was considered a breakfast. Now Zhou has 2 meals a day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. He doesn't eat at noon. After all, he needs to move seaweed in the morning, and there is usually nothing to do at noon and even later, so he doesn't consume physical energy, so there is no need to eat. Zhou currently has a lot of basic materials, so he has no shortage of food. Even if he runs out of food, he can trade it on the trading channel. 3 meals a day is no problem at all. The reason why Zhou doesn't eat 3 meals a day is because he wants to save money, but the main reason is that he has been eating bread for 7 or 8 days. He has vomited after eating bread. It is really hard for him to eat 3 meals of bread a day. Alas, when can this food be improved? Zhou muttered in a low voice. Zhou now especially hopes to have salty food. For so many days, whether it is the human body's need for salt or the taste bud's desire for salty taste, it reminds him of the delicacies he has eaten from time to time. Slurp. Zhou's saliva was already flowing out when he thought of those delicacies. Humans are really insatiable creatures. Zhou suddenly thought of the days before, when he was hungry every day. At that time, he just hoped to be full every day. Now that he can eat, he began to think about how to eat well. At this time, the sound of seawater surging in the esophagus interrupted Zhou's fantasy, and the transformed Leviathan began to eat. Zhou quickly hid behind the algae oxygen tank, put on the spiked helmet with one hand, and then used the equipment bar to put the spiked leg armor in. With a thought, the spiked leg armor appeared directly on his legs, eliminating the need for wearing. The remaining spiked crotch guards and spiked boots were all put on in the same way, and the remaining spiked breastplates were temporarily stored in the equipment column. The spiked breastplate was the heaviest, so Zhou would not wear it for the time being, which could save his energy. When he encountered danger, as long as he thought about it, the spiked breastplate in the equipment column would instantly appear on his body to protect his upper body. Zhou held the fishbone knife tightly in his hand, and listened to the movement in the water with his ears erect. After confirming that there was no movement, Zhou opened the blueprint interface and began to make 20 algae oxygen tanks. During the production process, Zhou opened the world communication channel and found that many people were already sending messages, asking him to quickly put the algae oxygen tank on the shelves. No, what's wrong with you guys? Didn't we all say yesterday that the algae oxygen tank is useless? Yes, you are really in a hurry to be fooled. A bunch of fools. Yesterday, several people who returned the goods saw that there were still a large number of people in the communication channel begging for the algae oxygen tank to be put on the shelves, so they quickly sent messages to stop them. But no one paid attention to their messages, and the messages they sent were soon drowned by a large number of messages seeking algae oxygen tanks. 20 algae oxygen tanks have been put on the shelf. After the 20 algae oxygen tanks were manufactured, Zhou immediately put them on the shelf. There was no other way because they took up too much space and affected the eating of the transformed Leviathan. The moment they were put on the shelf, they were sold out again. The same amount of basic materials were traded back as yesterday. Zhou directly put them all into the locker. Today Zhou traded the spiked krill shells again. Yesterday, he made spiked armor for Chen Xian, and the spiked krill shells were almost used up. He traded some more, and stored them for emergency use. After storing the basic materials from the transaction, Zhou made 2 more algae oxygen tanks, and sent them to Chen Xian, who then sent a message back. Why only 2? 10, you're not going to give them to me in 5 days, are you? Chen Xian thought Zhou would give her 5 a day, in 2 days, but it turned out that there were only 2, in 5 days. However, how many things can happen in this world in 5 days? By then, if someone also develops a device that can produce oxygen, the value of the algae oxygen tank will not be as great as it is now. I can't use up too much of the food for the transmogrified Leviathan. You need seaweed, right? I give it to you directly. You make all the remaining 8. Okay, wait a minute, I calculate how many I need. Zhou waited for the seawater to recede, and then extended the mirror made of mirror barracuda skin and the headlight out of the algae oxygen tank, and used the mirror reflection to check if there were any aggressive creatures outside. Zhou thought of this method when he was dealing with the mirror barracuda yesterday, because if he had to stick his head out every time to check if there were any creatures outside, it would be too risky if he encountered an extremely aggressive creature. Using the mirror barracuda skin as a mirror to reflect the outside scene and survey the outside situation is a much better method. Although it seems a bit over the top, it is still the same sentence. In this unknown world, it is absolutely right to be careful. After confirming that there are no large creatures outside, Zhou slowly stood up and looked at the number of seaweeds in the algae oxygen tank. The blueprint of the algae oxygen tank did not mention the specific number of seaweeds required. After all, there are too many seaweeds, and they are not needed at all. 10 seaweeds, how do you count this? Is it counted as 10 portions? Zhou counted the number of seaweeds in the algae oxygen tank. 10 seaweeds were arranged in 2 rows in the algae oxygen tank, and 5 in a row were neatly arranged. Okay, I calculated it. 500 portions are needed. Chapter 31. Mr. Zhou, do you take me for a fool? I have an algae oxygen tank, so I don't need 500 copies. MS. Chun, you are so smart, how could I take you for a fool? 500 copies are to compensate for other materials consumed. That's not right. It seems that we traded 10 algae oxygen tanks, not for you to help me make 10 algae oxygen tanks. Mr. Zhou, are you deliberately changing the concept? Okay, I made a mistake, then 400 copies, I won't count the 100 compensation materials. 200 seaweeds. Send the remaining 8 algae oxygen tanks, thank you. A few minutes later, Zhou looked at the 200 seaweeds he traded, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face, and then an idea came to his mind. He thought of a way to get 4 boxes of supplies every day, which was to trade seaweed with basic materials, and directly save the eating time of the transformed Leviathan. And after saving the eating time, no aggressive creatures would enter the stomach wall space, which could avoid many dangers. Just as Zhou was thinking about the feasibility of this plan, he saw a spiked krill jumping in the seaweed pile out of the corner of his eye. He jumped off the wooden platform, processed the spiked krill in a few seconds, separated the shrimp shell and shrimp meat, and put it in the locker. Forget it. Zhou gave up the plan to purchase seaweed, and skip the feeding stage of the transformed Leviathan. While dealing with the spiked krill, Zhou suddenly realized that although the feeding stage would bring danger, it could also bring benefits. Whether it was the spiked krill that could add a little strength after eating, or the solar coccidia that could emit sunlight, these were only encountered during the feeding stage, and the golden silk fruit that Chen Xian obtained was most likely also encountered. And danger also represents a kind of tempering, which can make him adapt to this unknown world little by little. If he skipped all the dangers directly, then once he encountered a danger that he could not avoid, he would definitely die. However, we can trade some seaweed back to give the transformed Leviathan a snack. Zhou thought about it, and decided to let the transformed Leviathan eat 2 meals a day like him. But the transformed Leviathan eats 1 meal in the morning and 1 meal in the evening. After making the decision, Zhou sent a message to purchase seaweed on the World Communication Channel. Purchase seaweed. 100 pieces of seaweed can be exchanged for 10 pieces of basic materials. 1,000 pieces of basic materials per day. First come first served. Zhou can now obtain more than 2,000 pieces of basic materials every day, and take out 1,000 pieces to trade for seaweed, which can just relieve the storage pressure. Damn, what is the boss doing? Why is he exchanging basic materials for worthless seaweed? Boss, this is a big thank you. What thank you? It should be that there are too many basic materials, and there is no place to put them, so he is exchanging them for seaweed. So it is true. If you calculate carefully, the boss can get more than 2,000 basic materials every day. A supply box can only hold 100 pieces. There is really no place to put them. Oh my god, I am so envious. The boss has already started to worry about too many basic materials, while I am still praying that the supply box can open food and water. Why is the gap between people so big? Who said it is not true? There is only one supply box every day. If you are unlucky, you can open a metal ore, and you can't even exchange it for a piece of bread. I don't know when I can trade for an algae oxygen tank. Before, 10 pieces of basic materials could be exchanged for a piece of bread, but now bread and mineral water have risen to 20 pieces of materials. These beasts are profiteers. The price increase of bread and mineral water has little to do with people. The main reason is that the basic materials are consumed too slowly, and the quantity is increasing, while bread and mineral water are always consumed, which causes the basic materials to depreciate relative to food and water. In the final analysis, it is because the blueprints are too scarce, and a useful blueprint can make a person rich instantly, and then buy the blueprints at a high price, resulting in most of the blueprints being concentrated in the hands of one person, who then controls the output and reaps everyone. Who are you talking about? Joe had originally looked at the messages from these people, and thought what they said made sense. Then he saw this one, which was obviously about him. What do you mean? You are obviously talking about the boss. Boss, I want to report this person and put him on the blacklist of trading algae oxygen tanks, so that he dares to secretly scold you. Fuck. This young man did everything he could to increase his chances of grabbing algae oxygen tanks. The boss is actually quite good. He is giving back to everyone now. Although it may be to relieve storage pressure, he is exchanging seaweed, and everyone can participate, which is also a kind of equal distribution of wealth. You are still discussing here. The boss's 1,000 basic materials have been traded. Fuck. Fuck. In order to store the 10,000 seaweeds he traded back, Show-Win made another locker, and used the 1 square meter of space that he had just vacated to place the second locker, and the living space was returned to its original state. One locker can hold 10,000 pieces of seaweed. From a long-term perspective, a second locker will inevitably be built. After all, more than 2,000 pieces of basic materials can be obtained every day, and a second locker will be needed in 3 or 4 days. After storing 10,000 pieces of seaweed, Joe started to move the seaweed in the stomach wall space without anything else to do. Wait a minute, why do I need to move it manually? I can just put it in the supply box, then walk to the digestion tank, and then take it out of the supply box. Wouldn't it save effort? Joe suddenly realized this problem. So, Joe quickly traded a supply box from the trading channel, and then put his idea into practice. The result was feasible, but not completely feasible. Seaweed can indeed be put into the supply box, but it cannot be put into the trading channel like a thought item turns into blue light and enters the trading channel. It still needs to be put into the supply box by yourself. Nothing. Joe went directly through the supply box onto the wooden platform and continued to move it by manpower. In fact, it is better to use a material box to carry it than to rely on manpower. After all, a material box can store 100 portions of seaweed, and the weight will not increase, while the amount carried by a person at a time is only about 50 portions. The reason why Joe did not use it is because the process of putting the seaweed into the material box, then picking up the material box, and taking the seaweed out in the digestion tank, the time for these 3 extra steps is enough for him to carry the seaweed back and forth 3 times. Of course, it is useless now, but it does not mean that it will be useless in the future. Now the size of the transformed Leviathan is still small, and the stomach wall space is also small. As it grows, the stomach wall space will become larger and larger. At that time, the distance from the seaweed to the digestion tank will be longer, and it can be carried by material boxes. After carrying the seaweed, Joe returned to the wooden platform, and he suddenly thought of a problem. Today is the 8th day, and I met the anchor worm on the 4th day. Chapter 32. Joe encountered anchor worms on the 4th day, but his progress was actually 3 times that of the others. It was initially determined that the others would encounter anchor worms on the 12th day. On the 6th day, 8 people got algae oxygen tanks from him. Based on their double progress, the 8th day was equivalent to the 10th day, and tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, they would almost encounter anchor worms. If these 8 people were killed by anchor worms, it would not be a big deal, because they had privately traded algae oxygen tanks with Zhou, but the algae oxygen tanks that had been traded since yesterday were known to everyone. In other words, the first people who will encounter anchor worms are those who have traded algae life tanks. In the absence of clear circumstances, from the perspective of other survivors, the cause of these deaths will definitely be attributed to him. In such a situation where everyone is in danger, even if Zhou explains the reason, no one will believe him. So he has to make some preparations in advance, at least not to let all those who have traded algae oxygen tanks die. And the way is naturally the most direct way to inform everyone on the World Communication Channel that he has encountered an attack by anchor worms, and then attach the information of anchor worms in the biological illustrations. This is to tell everyone that he was the first to be attacked by the anchor worm, so that all survivors realize that in addition to the non-aggressive spiked krill, there are other more dangerous creatures in this world. In this way, even if a large number of people who traded algae oxygen tanks died, he would be prepared in advance, and he could also take the opportunity to sell a wave of spiked helmets. Wait until the Leviathan is finished eating. It is still in the stage of the Leviathan eating. This period of time is not very safe. You may really encounter anchor worms, or other aggressive creatures. In order to avoid risks, you can only wait until the Leviathan is finished eating. After a while, the transformed Leviathan finished eating, and he passed the period safely without encountering any danger. Chen Xion's 8 algae oxygen tanks were also all produced and delivered to her, and the transaction between them was also settled. So Zhou prepared to start his vaccination plan, but as soon as he opened the system interface, he received a private message from Jiang Haitao. Brother One, you are my lifesaver. When Zhou saw this message from Jiang Haitao, he realized what had happened. Suddenly, he had an idea and decided to modify the vaccination plan. What happened? It was the anchor worm you mentioned before. It was so big that I didn't notice it at first, when the stomach wall space was filled with seawater. Then it suddenly jumped out of the water and grabbed my head. I was almost scared to death at that time. Fortunately, I always remembered what you said, and I always wore a spiked helmet and never took it off when I slept. The spiked helmet blocked the attack of the anchor worm, and I had time to react from the panic. Finally, I killed the anchor worm according to what you said. Brother One, you don't know, I was shaking all over at that time, I was scared to death. If I didn't remember that you said that the anchor worm can be killed, I might not dare to do it. It's good that you are okay, but from now on, the feeding stage of the transformed Leviathan will not be safe. You have to pay more attention. In the future, will there be more anchor worms? I was attacked by 2 anchor worms yesterday, and almost died. Anyway, it will become more and more dangerous in the future. 2. Knowing that Zhou was attacked by 2 anchor worms yesterday, Jiang Haitao imagined himself in the same situation. He felt his heart tremble, and his whole body go numb. That situation would mean certain death for him. Brother One, do you have anything to defend against the attacks of anchor worms? Yes, but you may not be able to afford it. It's not that Zhou doesn't want to help Jiang Haitao, but the only way to resist multiple anchor worms is to wear a full set of spike armor. However, no matter how kind he is, he can't give a full set of spike armor to Jiang Haitao for free. Brother One, what do you need to buy it? I see if there is any way to get it together. At least 2 blueprints. Zhou has already given a fair price. A set of spike armor has a total of 7 pieces, and it is also a life-saving protective gear, which has a strong restraining effect on anchor worms. The price of 4 blueprints is very reasonable. If you are a little bit unscrupulous, 1 blueprint for 1 spiked armor, there will definitely be some wealthy survivors willing to trade. Seeing the price of 2 blueprints, Jiang Haitao was silent. How could he afford 2 blueprints? His current living conditions are better than those survivors who have no food to eat. After all, he has an algae oxygen tank given by Zhou, and he can get 2 supply boxes a day. Even if he is unlucky and gets 2 iron ores, he can still exchange them for a bread. Well, if you do me a favor, I will give you a reward and convert it into protective gear. Really, I will do anything for you. Jiang Haitao was very surprised and agreed without hesitation, regardless of what Zhou asked him to do. In fact, after so many contacts, he also knew Zhou's character, and would definitely not let him do anything too dangerous. Okay, you can directly say in the World Communication Channel that you encountered the anchor worm, and then attach the illustration of the anchor worm. After Zhou knew that Jiang Haitao had encountered the anchor worm, he decided to let him tell everyone about the anchor worm on his behalf. Zhou is currently very famous among all the survivors. It can be said that no one can compare with him, but being too famous is not a good thing. Through reading the news in the World Communication Channel these days, Zhou knows that there are many smart people. You can be lucky, but you can't always be lucky. If you are ahead of others in everything, after a long time, someone will definitely suspect that Zhou has a problem. Based on those survival novels, they will definitely think that Zhou is cheating. Of course, it is not as serious as Zhou thinks. His current lead is more reasonable. Just like the person said before, he is lucky to get a good blueprint, get a large amount of resources in an instant, and then open up the gap with most people. However, Zhou never thought that he was so powerful or smarter than others. Compared with standing in front of everyone, he preferred to hide behind the scenes and be a nobody. Since Jiang Haidao happened to encounter the anchorworm, let him share everyone's attention. It was also a good opportunity to test whether Jiang Haidao was trustworthy. Jiang Haidao followed Zhou Wen's instructions, and sent the news of the anchorworm to the World Communication Channel. At this time, the World Communication Channel was still arguing about whether the price of a blueprint of 2 algae oxygen tanks was reasonable. Zhou Wen took a look and found that it was Chen Xian who was selling algae oxygen tanks. In order to be competitive, she sold algae oxygen tanks for 1 blueprint and 2 algae oxygen tanks. This pricing seems to be only 100 basic materials cheaper than the total price of Zhou Wen's 2 algae oxygen tanks, but it is actually much better, because the restrictions on trading 2 algae oxygen tanks from Zhou Wen are too difficult. You have to compete with nearly 100 million people for those 20 algae oxygen tanks. Even if you have the blueprint, you have to grab one first, and then trade with the blueprint to get 2 algae oxygen tanks. Chen Xian's pricing is not only competitive, but also reasonable, at least more reasonable than Zhou Wen's. But Zhou Wen's goal of selling algae oxygen tanks was not to allow other survivors to quickly obtain 2 algae oxygen tanks, and then obtain 3 supply boxes every day. The two had different goals. However, after Jiang Haidao's message was sent out, this kind of news related to his own life naturally attracted everyone's attention immediately. 3 meters long? It can easily bite open a person's skull. Isn't it too exaggerated? It must be fake. You think you are on Earth. Isn't it normal to have such large and dangerous creatures in this world? Brother, how did you survive? Can you tell us? Chapter 33. Brother, how did you survive? Can you tell us? After checking the illustrations of the anchorworm, all the survivors felt a sense of crisis. Although they are not surviving well now, at least they were not in danger before. They saw someone being attacked by the anchorworm, and according to the evaluation of the anchorworm, it can be known that the anchorworm seems to attack humans specifically. All the survivors in the communication channel were very eager to ask Jiang Haidao how he survived. I was lucky to survive. The anchorworm was lurking in the seawater at that time. I didn't notice it at first, and then I was suddenly attacked and my head was grabbed. You don't know, at the moment my head was grabbed, my mind was blank, and I didn't know what was going on. When I found out that it was a monster I had never seen before, I was so scared that I was numb, and couldn't move at all. You also know that the stomach wall space is pitch black, and the lighting depends on the headlamp on my head. I was attacked by surprise, and the light from the headlamp couldn't illuminate the whole picture of the monster. At that time, I felt that I was dead. At this moment, a revolving lantern appeared in my mind, and the added paths flashed one by one. I still remember that it was a hot summer. She and I hid from the scorching sun under the shade of a tree. The cicadas kept chirping for a long time, and a breeze blew through her black hair. The survivors on the World Communication Channel were all numb. They wanted to know how Jiang Haidao survived, but Jiang Haidao actually recalled the past and talked about it for more than an hour. Zhou Wen was also confused. He did ask Jiang Haidao to describe in detail the scene when he was attacked by the anchorworm, and add some of his own feelings. Zhou Wen's purpose was to let other survivors experience the horror of the anchorworm more personally, so that he could sell the spiked armor at a high price. But who knew that Jiang Haidao would go off topic halfway through his speech? This is the first scene that flashed through my mind at that time. Next, I will talk about the second scene. It was Brother, you can talk about your second scene later. Shouldn't you talk about how you survived after being grabbed by the anchorworm? The survivors on the World Communication Channel really didn't want to risk interrupting Jiang Haidao's memories. After all, Jiang Haidao was the only one who encountered the anchorworm and survived. They were really afraid of interrupting Jiang Haidao's recollection and making him unhappy, so they just stopped talking. There was nothing they could do. But seeing that Jiang Haidao's first act of recollection had ended, they thought they were finally going to get to the point, but Jiang Haidao actually had a second act to talk about. This time, they really couldn't stand it anymore, and had to interrupt. Oh yes, I haven't had a good time in this world these few days. I was immersed in the memories of the past without paying attention. I survived thanks to a blueprint I got before, the blueprint of the spiked helmet. The spiked helmet is a piece of armor. The 3 spikes on the top of the head can just isolate the mouth parts of the anchorworm, preventing the anchorworm from attacking the helmet itself. It can be said that it is a perfect restraint for the anchorworm. The survivors in the World Channel were relieved to hear that the spiked helmet can perfectly restrain the anchorworm. After all, according to Jiang Haidao's previous account, he was attacked by the anchorworm, and he was so scared that he was numb and couldn't move. In other words, Jiang Haidao was powerless to resist for a while, but now Jiang Haidao is still alive, which just proves that the spiked helmet does have a certain restraining effect on the anchorworm. Brother, are you selling the blueprints of your spiked helmet? I really don't understand why there are always people like you who ask others to sell blueprints right away. I don't understand why there are always people like you who jump out to stop others. What does my transaction with this brother have to do with you? I just can't stand people like you who treat others as fools. The 2 people quarreled directly in the World Communication Channel, and the others ignored them, and started asking Jiang Haitao the price of the spiked helmet. Jiang Haitao didn't waste any words, and directly told Zhou Wen the price he had been told. 1 spiked helmet, 1 blueprint. When this price was announced, the survivors, who had been relieved, became uneasy again and asked Jiang Haitao to lower the price. Brother, isn't your price too high? You see, the algae oxygen tank of the boss only needs 100 basic materials, a life-saving thing. Can you make it cheaper? What boss? What a bullshit boss, who is he? He just relied on a good blueprint to soar to the sky. He is nothing to me. You also know that the spiked helmet is a life-saving thing. A blueprint is not as good as your own life. If you are willing to trade, trade. If you are not willing, forget it. I am not forcing you. The survivors in the World Channel were all shocked. After reading the previous news about Jiang Haidao, they felt that this person was quite easy to talk to. How could he suddenly become fierce? His true colors have been revealed. This was of course not Jiang Haidao's true colors, but Zhou Wen's order. The comparison can highlight the goodness of the big boss. You still have the nerve to say that the big boss soared to the sky with a good blueprint. Aren't you the same now? Yes, although the number of algae oxygen tanks sold by the big boss is not large, the price can be said to be traded by everyone. Who do you think you are? Jiang Haitao's disdainful words to the big boss directly aroused the dissatisfaction of the survivors. Since Jiang Haitao was unwilling to talk about human feelings and set the price of the spiked helmet so high, there was no need for them to be polite, and they began to criticize him. Brother Wen. What should I do? Jiang Haitao looked at the people in the World Channel scolding him, and he panicked and couldn't help asking Zhou Wen. Don't panic. Can they still crawl out of the World Channel to beat you? Zhou Wen smiled. Since Jiang Haitao has become a bad guy, he naturally wants to be a good guy, so he started editing messages in the World Communication Channel. My friend, the title of Big Brother is just a joke. I don't want to be a big brother, but your price is indeed a bit high. How about this? If this friend is willing to lower the price, I will give you an algae oxygen tank for free, and it will not be counted as a repeated purchase. How about it? An algae oxygen tank is worth 100 basic materials. It's too generous to give me one. Haha, since this friend doesn't need an algae oxygen tank, I will put him on the list of people who are not allowed to buy. You? It is impossible to lower the price, but I can add one more item, a wooden shield. 1 blueprint can be traded for 2 pieces of armor. This is my bottom line. If you still force me to lower the price, I can just buy the algae oxygen tank from someone else. Wasn't there someone who just used 1 blueprint to trade 2 algae oxygen tanks? I bought it from her. After Jiang Haitao said this, a group of people ran to scold Chen Xian and asked Chen Xian not to sell the algae oxygen tank to Jiang Haitao. Chen Xian was also numb. It was simply an unprovoked disaster. Zhou Wen stopped talking and acquiesced, but the survivors were still not satisfied with the price. After all, the blueprint was too rare. Even if he was willing to exchange it with the blueprint, he had to be able to open the blueprint. Chapter 34. The survivors in the World Channel still called Big Brother, hoping that Zhou Wen could lower the price again, but Zhou Wen did not respond. Of course Zhou Wen would not respond. He had originally planned to rely on the fear brought by the anchorworm to everyone today, and use the spike helmet to harvest everyone's blueprints. However, Zhou Wen would not always set the price of the spike helmet so high. After all, a person's power is limited. Whether it is blueprints, basic materials, or some rare things, these all need to be opened from the supply box. The more people there are, the greater the chance of getting it. Zhou Wen can rely on his own advantages to harvest more from them, So Zhou Wen's price for the spiked helmet trade with the blueprint is only for today. Tomorrow he will find a reason to lower the price, so that most people can afford it. Does anyone want to trade the spiked helmet now? I can exempt the materials for the first 10 people, but you have to pay for the materials after that. In the eyes of others, Jiang Haitao is simply an evil capitalist who is stingy. He even has to pay for the materials himself when trading the spiked helmet. He is really evil. There was another round of complaints in the World Channel, and they all looked for Zhou Wen, hoping that they could suppress Jiang Haitao. He was so crazy and inhuman. But Zhou Wen remained silent. They were not scolding Jiang Haitao, but him. Anyway, he would not lower the price unless he collected a wave of blueprints today. Don't panic, since this guy is unwilling to lower the price, you can come to me to trade the spiked helmet. Just when Zhou Wen was happily waiting to collect the blueprints, a message directly disrupted his plan. No way, there are other people who have spiked helmet blueprints. The smile on Zhou Wen's face collapsed instantly. This was beyond his expectation, but if he thought about it, it was normal for duplicate blueprints to appear. With a population of 100 million, it is impossible for there to be only one blueprint of each type. In that case, someone like Zhou Wen who obtained a high-value blueprint could completely use his own advantages to get most of the blueprints in the early stage, and then he would be the only one in the world and dominate the world. Does anyone have the blueprint for the spiked helmet? Great, I'm just afraid that one company will monopolize the market. I wonder what price you're selling the spiked helmet for, brother. Brother, I hope the price can be a little cheaper. It would be best if I can set the price at 100 basic materials like the big boss. Finally I got the chance. What big boss? Does he deserve it? He has a lot of money, but he actually listened to these idiots and set the price of the algae oxygen tank at 100 basic materials. It's ridiculous. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man of medium build, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a suit. His name was Zhao Teng, and he was the boss of Tingfei Business Group, one of the top 500 companies on Earth. However, although he was well-dressed, it was obvious that he had not lived well in the few days since he came to this world. His beard was untidy, his hair was messy, and he looked very embarrassed. But at this moment, he looked at the spiked helmet in his hand, and his smile was unusually bright. Everyone is joking. The boss set the price at 100, because the boss doesn't care about this basic material. But I am just an ordinary person, who has no food to eat like everyone else. At a price of 100, I can't even make money from the materials. Of course, I won't set a high price like a certain black-hearted capitalist who trades with drawings. In this way, 500 basic materials, plus 10 food or mineral water. If the basic materials are not enough, metal ores or some rare items can be used to convert. Compared with Jiang Haitao, Zhao Teng's price can be said to be conscientious, but for most survivors, the price is still very high. Big brother, can you lower the price a little bit? This price is still a bit high. How many people can come up with 500 basic materials at once, not to mention 10 food and water? Oh brother, there is really no way to lower the price, but I also know your difficulties. So, I will give you a good idea. You can spontaneously form a small group, and then a small group will invest together to buy a spike helmet. Whoever encounters the anchorworm will use it. What kind of a good idea is this? If they encounter it at the same time, won't only one person survive? It's not calculated like this. The probability of encountering it at the same time is very small. Think about the black-hearted capitalist just now. He encountered it today, but do you think anyone else encountered it? This shows that not everyone can encounter the anchorworm. It still depends on luck. And, speaking of it, even if they encounter it at the same time, at least one person can survive. If no small group is formed, it will be annihilated. In the end, my method still works. After listening to Zhao Teng's analysis, the survivors on the World Channel found that Zhao Teng's method of forming a small group was indeed useful, so they immediately began to implement it, and looked for companions willing to form a group on the World Communication Channel. Zhou Wen frowned. After reading Zhao Teng's words, he felt that this guy was not simple. The method he said to form a small group was indeed a good idea. Not only can it squeeze out the last bit of oil and water from the survivors, who were already living a bad life, but it can also give them some benefits. However, once the small groups began to form, the situation of the strong getting stronger and the weak getting weaker would be aggravated, and the world would be directly divided into 3 layers, upper, middle and lower. Because the assets of each person in the group that can be formed together must be similar, and those with much lower assets than themselves will definitely not be allowed to join. After all, those with the least assets also enjoy the right to use the spiked helmet. Why, however, Zhou Wen didn't care about these things now, because he was busy asking Jiang Haitao to frantically purchase spiked krill shells on the World Trading Channel. Zhou Wen directly transferred 1,000 basic materials to Jiang Haitao, and then asked him to purchase spiked krill shells at the price of 20 basic materials. The default price of spiked krill shells is now 10 basic materials. After all, for those who didn't have the spiked armor blueprint before, the shrimp shells were not very useful except for directly tying them on their arms and calves as simple protective gear. But now that everyone knows the danger of anchor worms and the importance of spiked helmets, the price of spiked krill shells will inevitably soar in the future. Zhou Wen is the person with the most basic materials at present, and he directly buys them at double the price, thus suppressing Xiao Tang's development. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Without materials, I wonder what you can use to make a spiked helmet. According to Zhou Wen's speculation, Xiao Tang must not have many basic materials in his hands, and it is impossible for him to rob him. As long as the materials are blocked now, it will be difficult for Xiao Tang to develop in a short period of time. The situation was exactly as Zhou Wen had guessed. Xiao Tang had just finished communicating with the survivors on the World Channel, and was ready to buy the spiked krill shells at the price of 10 basic materials on the World Communication Channel. He was not only short of materials, but he had no materials at all. The probability of encountering spiked krill was not high. In these few days, he had only encountered one spiked krill. He made the spiked helmet, and the remaining 2 spiked krill shells were traded back with the only 20 basic materials left. He just traded the only spiked helmet in his hand, and got 500 basic materials in return. He planned to use these 500 basic materials as startup capital to purchase spiked krill shells, and then sell the spiked helmet while purchasing spiked krill shells. In this way, his wealth will grow more and more, and he will become the richest man in the world. However, when he opened the World Trading Channel, he saw Jiang Haitao buying spiked krill at the price of 20. Asshole, where did he get so many basic materials? Chapter 35. Xiao Tang didn't expect that Jiang Haitao could come up with 1,000 basic materials, because before today, he had never heard of Jiang Haitao. He thought that Jiang Haitao was just as lucky as him to get the blueprint of the spiked helmet, but he didn't expect that the other party was so hidden. I was careless. This guy changed his face faster than turning a page of a book. I should have expected that he was not simple. Xiao Tang could become the boss of a Fortune 500 company, so he naturally knew what the basis of doing business was, that is shamelessness. Jiang Haitao's words at the beginning made people think that this guy was a simple person and spoke very politely, but then he turned hostile and spoke in an arrogant way. The difference between the two was like schizophrenia. But young man, you are still too young. Xiao Tang looked at Jiang Haitao buying up the spiky krill shells, and said with disdain in his eyes, "Please note that the black-hearted capitalist is buying up the spiky krill shells. If you don't have the spiky helmet blueprint, you may not know that the spiky krill shells are the main material for making the spiky helmet. Don't sell it to him, otherwise I won't have the materials to make the spiky helmet for you. Then, you can only trade with the blueprint." After Xiao Tang posted the message on the World Channel, he smiled faintly. Jiang Haitao couldn't possibly beat him, because Jiang Haitao had aroused the anger of the survivors before. And he stands on the side of all the survivors. Of course, the most important thing is that his spiked helmet is cheap. Whether it is out of preference or benefit, the survivors will stand on his side. This beast. You want to monopolize, right? You want to block the materials, right? What a fool. He is not the only one who has the blueprints. He is also monopolizing and blocking the materials. What do you think of us? Don't sell the spiked krill shells to that fool. In the World Communication Channel, Jiang Haitao was criticized again. Xiao Tang smiled even more, and was in a very happy mood. Brothers and sisters, please stop scolding me. I was wrong. I am sorry. I was just confused. I am really sorry. This is the first time I have received so much attention, so I am a little proud. To express my apology, I decided to learn from the big guys. If you pay for the materials yourself, I will set the price of the spiked helmet at 100 basic materials, and only charge a small labor fee. Of course, friends who cannot pay for the materials themselves don't have to worry. You can buy it from me at the price of 200 basic materials. I am really sorry for what I did just now. This is my sincerity. I hope you can forgive me. Jiang Haitao's series of remarks directly confused the survivors, who were cursing, and the verbal criticism of Jiang Haitao died down immediately. Oh, you can correct your mistakes, that's good quality. I have the materials, make me a spiked helmet first. I make one too. Everyone gets arrogant sometimes, I understand. You don't need to apologize. I only have 180 basic materials. Can you make it cheaper? Xiao Teng in front of the system interface. The smile on his face froze. He really didn't expect Jiang Haitao to lower the price so much, directly from the sky-high price to the lowest price. He guessed that Jiang Haitao would definitely lower the price. After all, no matter how high the price is, it's useless if it can't be sold. He thought Jiang Haitao would lower the price to the same as his, so that he would still have public support and he would still have the advantage. But Jiang Haitao turned the table over, which was a desperate attempt to suppress him. Moreover, he couldn't follow suit and lower the price to 200 basic materials, because with the price of spiked krill shells rising, the cost might exceed 200. He could only follow Jiang Haitao's example and charge 100 basic materials for the labor fee, and let the survivors pay for the materials themselves, but this would make him inferior to Jiang Haitao. By the way, in addition to selling spiked helmets, I also sell wooden shields, which are also priced at 100 basic materials. Although not as good as spiked helmets, they are at least defensive equipment. Jiang Haitao sent another message, which completely destroyed Xiao Teng's idea of competing with Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao sold the spiked helmet for 200 basic materials, and he would definitely lose money in the end. This gave Xiao Teng a chance to wait until Jiang Haitao's assets were completely lost, and then raise the price, so he could also make some money. But the wooden shield directly made up for the loss, and he had no chance at all. However, as a veteran in business, being able to bend and stretch is a skill, and he is still not at the end of his rope. My name is Xiao Teng. What's your name, brother? My name is Jiang Haitao. What can I do for you? Are you trading spiked helmets? Haha, no, I am the other person who has the spiked helmet blueprint. Oh, then why are you looking for me? It's like this. I said something bad about Brother Jiang before. I came here to apologize. I'm really sorry. It's okay, I don't care. Jiang Haitao really didn't care much. After all, he was just following Zhou Wen's orders, and he didn't feel anything about the black-hearted capitalist that Xiao Teng mentioned. It's better to say that he was talking about Zhou Wen than talking about him. Haha, Brother Jiang is such a generous person. Actually, I came to Brother Jiang to apologize and to cooperate with you. Cooperation? Yes, you see, we are fighting with each other and pushing the price of the spiked helmet down to such a low level, which is not good for us. And now, we are the only two who have the spiked helmet blueprint. As long as we cooperate, we can raise the price as high as we want. Those survivors can't do anything about it. This way, both of us can make money. If you don't cooperate, get out. Xiao Teng was stunned. He was talking so well before, why did he suddenly speak ill of him later? Later, Xiao Teng chatted with Jiang Haitao several times in a row, and all his replies were get lost, which almost pissed him off. What a psychopath. Okay, you really think you are so great? I have the spike helmet blueprints. Are you afraid that you can't find investors? The dream of making a fortune by relying on the spike helmet was shattered. Xiao Teng could only rely on the help of others. After all, he had the spike helmet blueprints, and there would definitely be people willing to cooperate with him. He should occupy the market first, and the loss of money could only be dealt with later. His goal was, of course, to become the big boss with the most basic materials by selling algae oxygen tanks. At this point, it was Zhou Wen's turn to be confused. Xiao Teng went around and around, and finally found him, the man behind the scenes. However, Zhou Wen agreed to cooperate with Xiao Teng, because Xiao Teng apologized to Jiang Haitao, then proposed cooperation, and found him again after the failure, which showed that Xiao Teng was a very good businessman. Even if Zhou Wen didn't agree, he would find someone else, and then it would be difficult to control. Now, at least it was under his nose. Chapter 36. Zhou Wen had just agreed to cooperate with Xiao Teng, and Xiao Teng wanted 1,000 basic supplies, but Zhou Wen directly refused. In this world, when it is difficult for people to meet each other, the level of mutual trust is very low. If they are deceived, they can't find each other, so Zhou Wen can't agree to Xiao Teng's request. Then how does the boss want to cooperate? Xiao Teng naturally knew the reason why Zhou Wen refused. He asked for 1,000 basic supplies at once, just to try it out. What if this boss is a fool? Then he will make a fortune. If you take a spike helmet business, I will give you a corresponding material. This won't work. The spike krill shells must be stocked up early, otherwise the price will go up later. Then I will stock up, and you can be responsible for the production. In the end, the cooperation between the two was finalized in the way that Zhou Wen stocked the materials Xiao Teng produced, and all the profits belonged to Zhou Wen. After all, there is a high possibility of losing money in the future, and Zhou will bear it. This method is beneficial to Zhou. He holds the materials in his hands, and he can also know how many spike helmets Zhao Tang has made, and can use this to calculate the profits. With the excuse of cooperating with Zhao Tang, Zhou can also hoard spike krill shells openly. Zhou directly took out 2,000 basic materials, and bought spike krill shells at the price of 20 basic materials in the World Exchange Channel. He quickly bought 100 pieces, and then waited for Zhao Tang's order. While waiting, Zhou started today's exercise, 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups. Brother One, more than 100 people have come to me to trade spike helmets. When will the trade start? Zhou finished his exercise, and glanced at Jiang Haitao's message. There was a flash of hesitation in his eyes, but then he condensed, as if he had made a decision. I will trade you the blueprint of the spiked helmet directly, and you will be responsible for selling the spiked helmet in the future. Since we want to test whether Jiang Haitao is trustworthy, we naturally have to spend a lot of money, and now is the most appropriate time. The blueprint of the spiked helmet was originally traded to him by Jiang Haitao, and now Jiang Haitao has learned the importance of the spiked helmet. Will he have the idea of taking the blueprint of the spiked helmet for himself? This is Zhou test. If Jiang Haitao passes this test, Zhou will let Jiang Haitao's development speed increase to the same level as himself. If he fails, then he will lose a blueprint of the spiked helmet and 1,000 basic materials. If you can see a person clearly, losing these is nothing, which is better than being betrayed. No, how can this be done? I will give you the materials directly. Brother One, you can just give me the finished product and sell it. You must not give me the blueprint. I don't have so much time to make a spiked helmet. I have other things to do. You can take the blueprint first, and return it to me before going to bed. After Zhou finished speaking, he extracted the blueprint of the spiked helmet from the blueprint interface, and sent it to Jiang Haitao. Brother One, this blueprint is so precious now, are you sure to give it to me? If I don't return it, you will suffer a great loss, Brother One. Since we came to this world, I am most familiar with you. I can judge people accurately. I trust you. Take it. Thank you for your trust, Brother One. You are so kind to me. Jiang Haitao finally accepted the spiked helmet blueprint. Zhou did not mention that this blueprint was originally traded to him by Jiang Haitao, because human nature cannot stand the test. If he had said it, it would probably make Jiang Haitao feel that this blueprint was originally his, but he did not understand its value, so Zhou traded it away at a cheap price. This showed that Jiang Haitao's greed was aroused. I hope you won't let me down, Zhou murmured. After a while, the first supply box of the day arrived. After waiting for the sea to recede and making sure there was no danger, Zhou jumped off the wooden platform and opened the supply box. Ding! Obtained gold ore X1. Gold ore. Zhou took out a bright yellow stone with an irregular shape from the supply box. The light of the headlamp shone on it, and the surface of the stone flickered with golden spots like stars. It looks good, but it's useless now. Zhou sighed and put the gold ore into the locker. Boss, I have received a total of 50 orders for spiked helmets. Do you think you can send me 150 spiked krill shells? Then you have to send me 5,000 basic materials first. Otherwise, what if you refuse to pay me after I send you the spiked krill shells? Ah, but I don't have such basic materials. Where can I get 5,000 basic materials? I will send you as many spiked krill shells as you have basic materials. Otherwise, forget it. Damn, it's really hard to cheat. Zhao Tang cursed viciously. He had thought he could get a lot of money from Zhou, but he didn't expect the other party to be so cautious. Then I can only wait until I save some basic materials. Zhao Tang actually has 800 basic materials. He first used the 500 basic materials he had to buy 25 spiked krill shells, then made 8 spiked helmets, and traded them to get 800 basic materials. The current price of spiked krill shells is still 20 basic materials, and it has not risen to a price that exceeds the cost. He still has a profit, so he will naturally not work for Zhou for nothing. This Zhao Tang is such a cunning guy. He hasn't really wanted to cooperate with me yet. If you want to get something for nothing from me, don't blame me for cheating you. Putting Zhao Tang's matter aside for the time being, Zhou continued to exercise. A few hours later, the second supply box of the day arrived. A mirror-skinned barracuda was also brought along. He quickly processed the mirror-skinned barracuda, leaving the mirror skin behind. He put the fish meat on 2 trading equipment shelves and put one in the locker, then opened the supply box. Ding! Get instant noodles X1. Instant noodles. Zhou expression froze for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. Zhou took out the instant noodles and found that it was a pack of braised beef noodles. At this moment, he began to drool unconsciously. Today I was thinking about whether I could get salty food, but I didn't expect to get braised beef noodles. This is not braised beef noodles. This is braised beef hot pot. Joe quickly took down a portion of mirror skin barracuda meat, and found that the 2 portions of mirror skin barracuda meat used for trading equipment yesterday had not been traded out. Joe directly added the portion he put on the shelf today, a total of 3 portions, and changed to trading the fragments of the food illustration of the accelerated growth of the transformed Leviathan. Now that more and more people have obtained the algae oxygen tank, the probability of getting the fragments of the food illustration of the accelerated growth of the transformed Leviathan has also increased, and it is just right to trade with mirror skin barracuda meat. Chapter 37. Joe took out the 2 empty tin cans that he had stored away before, and then took out the heating pack that he had stored away until now. However, the heating pack that Joe regarded as a treasure at the beginning can now be traded on the World Trading Channel, so Joe has nothing to be reluctant about. Joe used a fishbone knife to cut an empty tin can in half from the middle, leaving only half of the base, which is used to place the heating pack. Another empty tin can was directly put on the half base, and used as a hot pot container. After the simple heating device was completed, Joe took a bottle of mineral water, and poured most of it into the hot pot container, and the remaining part into the heating bag in the base. Soon, the heating bag reacted with the water, and began to release heat, heating the mineral water in the hot pot container. Joe then poured the seasoning for the braised beef noodles into it, and then waited for the water to boil. While waiting, Joe was not idle. He took out the mirror skin barracuda meat, and spiked krill meat from the locker, and tried to cut the meat into thin slices with a fishbone knife, but failed. Joe didn't have the knife skills to slice the meat into thin slices, and the fishbone knife was not suitable for slicing the meat into thin slices. In the end, Joe chose to cut it into shredded meat. At most, he would cook it in the hot pot for a while. After a while, a strong fragrance filled the stomach wall space, which was the smell of braised beef noodles. Joe, who had vomited after eating instant noodles, enjoyed it very much at this time. He greedily sniffed the fragrance in the air, and his mouth began to secrete a lot of saliva. The braised beef soup in the hot pot container had boiled. Looking at the boiling red oil on the surface, Joe couldn't wait to grab the cut fish and shrimp shreds with his hands, and put them into the boiling braised beef soup. Then he broke off a small portion of the dough and put it in. In this way, he had both the dish and the staple food. Although it was very simple, it was the only time Joe had eaten hot food in the past 8 days. Joe's eyes were fixed on the food cooked in the braised beef soup, ready to take it out when it was cooked, but suddenly he was stunned and found a serious problem. "I don't have chopsticks." Joe was dumbfounded. He only thought about eating hot pot. He had no tools to pick up the food, and he forgot about them. At this moment, Joe looked at the food in the hot pot that was almost overcooked, and his brain was working frantically. Finally, he thought of using the spikes of the krill to make a pair of chopsticks. Joe happened to have a spike in his hand. Joe used a fishbone knife to split the spike in the middle, and then simply shaved it thinner, and there was a prototype of chopsticks. Although this pair of chopsticks is flat as a hole, and not very convenient to use, it is okay to use it in this situation. Joe took the chopsticks he made and quickly picked up the food in the hot pot. There was no bowl to catch it, so Joe could only use his hands to scoop it up slightly to prevent it from falling on the ground, and finally put a chopstick of food into his mouth. In an instant, the salty, fragrant, fresh and spicy flavors filled the mouth, the toughness of the fish, the elasticity of the shrimp, the softness of the noodles, and the various tastes changed back and forth before chewing, making Joe extremely satisfied. It's just a little salty, and the noodles are overcooked. Although there are some imperfections, Joe is already very satisfied. It's good to have a hot meal in so many days, and its braised beef flavor, which is much better than boiling fish and shrimp directly in plain water. Then, Joe continued to put the fish and shrimp shreds into the hot pot, and had a delicious meal. This meal took a long time, almost an hour. During this time, the self-heating bag stopped emitting heat, so Joe traded 2 from the World Trading Channel to maintain the temperature of the hot pot. Later, as water was added continuously, the taste of the braised beef soup became lighter, and Joe was finally full. "Oh, it's really good, and the sweet potato leaves taste good too." Halfway through the hot pot, Joe suddenly remembered that the sweet potato leaves can also be eaten as a vegetable, so he went to the small planting box to pick some, regardless of whether it would affect the growth of the sweet potatoes, and ate them first. Joe had a great meal. His stomach was full, and he burped with satisfaction. After resting for a while and digesting the food, he began to clean up the bottles and jars on the wooden platform. After cleaning up, he laid down on the wooden platform to rest until the third supply box of the day arrived. Ding, obtained mango seed X1. Sure, it's another fruit seed, but there's no place to plant it for now, so I can only store it first. Mango is a fruit that Joe likes to eat very much. It just so happens that the watermelon will be ripe in 2 days, so he can plant mangoes by then. All 3 boxes of supplies have been obtained today, and today is almost over. Joe took a look at the World Trading Channel and found that the 3 mirror-skinned barracuda meat on the shelf had been traded. Finally, I got 3 more fragments of the transformed Leviathan Accelerated Growth Food Illustrated book. Joe put the 3 fragments together with the previous fragments in the locker. He now has 6 fragments. He only needs 4 more to collect 10 pieces and obtain the transformed Leviathan Accelerated Growth Food Illustrated book. I just don't know what kind of food is this that can accelerate the growth of the transmogrified Leviathan, and whether it is hard to find. If it is hard to find, or very rare, this illustration will not be very useful. After all, the transmogrified Leviathan consumes several tons of food per meal, and rare food cannot be supplied. Brother One, I have sent you the drawings. Today, I traded a total of 100 spiked helmets and obtained 10,000 basic materials. I sent them to you. At this time, Jiang Haidao's message came over. Joe quickly clicked it, took a look at the spiked helmet drawings sent over, and felt relieved. He still hoped that Jiang Haidao could pass this test. After all, Jiang Haidao had saved his life before, and he was indeed the most familiar with Jiang Haidao in this world. First, he collected the spiked helmet blueprint. He only collected half of the 10,000 basic materials, and returned the remaining 5,000 to Jiang Haidao. Take these 5,000 basic materials first, and use them to purchase spiked krill shells, or buy some things for yourself. No, this is too much, and I have no place to put it here. The basic materials have been piled up into a small mountain. It's okay, I'll send you a few things, and there are lockers for storing things. Joe quickly made 6 wooden platforms, and 2 lockers, and sent them directly to Jiang Haitao. The wooden foundation is a 1-meter-high wooden platform. After using it, you don't have to soak in water anymore, and you can also build things on the wooden foundation, such as the 2 lockers. The locker can store 10,000 basic materials. Just store 5,000 basic materials in it. It won't take up too much space. Brother One, these things are too expensive. I can't take them. After reading Zhou introduction, Jiang Haitao naturally knew the importance of the wooden foundation and lockers. The wooden foundation alone is definitely a good thing that everyone urgently needs. No one wants to soak in water for a long time, not to mention that there may be monsters in the water. This is the reward for helping me. Didn't we agree before? If you help me, I will give you protective gear to defend against anchor worms. This wooden foundation is one of them. Thank you so much, Brother One. I know you best in this world, and you have helped me a lot. You deserve this. Feel free to accept it. Chapter 38. Afterwards, Zhou also gave the mirror-skinned barracuda meat that he had specially reserved to Jiang Haitao, and in return, Jiang Haitao thanked him repeatedly. In fact, Zhou agreed with the small group plan proposed by Zhao Teng before. In this world, if you want to develop quickly, you can't rely on one person alone. After all, one person's ability is limited, so he has to slowly form a small group controlled by him. However, the formation of a small group is not urgent. He needs to find trustworthy people to join, which takes time. In the following time, Zhou used the 10,000 portions of seaweed that he exchanged for basic materials today as a midnight snack for the transformed Leviathan. 10,000 portions of seaweed were not a lot, and Zhou spent half an hour to move all of them into the digestion tank. 10,000 portions of seaweed were actually nothing for the transformed Leviathan's appetite, but Zhou did not intend to feed the transformed Leviathan full, so it was a small snack to see if it could speed up the growth of the transformed Leviathan a little. All the things for today were done, and Zhou inspected his crops again. The watermelon flowers had withered at this time, and under the withered small yellow flowers, there was a small watermelon that was already the size of a ping-pong ball. Watermelons are already ripening so soon. It seems that the watermelons will be almost ripe tomorrow. Zhou guessed happily. Then he looked at the sweet potatoes again. The sweet potatoes were already blooming at this time. They were purple trumpet flowers. It seemed that they were not far from ripening. Finally, Zhou came to the seaweed planting box and looked inside with some expectation, but the golden silk fruit still did not sprout, which made him a little worried. Is it because this golden silk seaweed takes a long time to grow, Or is it because of other reasons? It has been almost 2 days since the golden silk fruit was planted, and the golden silk fruit has not reacted at all, which makes Joe have to wonder if his planting method is wrong. Let's go to bed first. If it doesn't sprout tomorrow, we will think of a way. The transformed Leviathan has stopped moving and resting at this time. Joe no longer thinks about it, and goes to bed directly. Nothing happened overnight. Joe woke up. It was already the 9th day in this world. As soon as Joe woke up, he immediately came to the seaweed planting box to check whether the golden silk fruit had sprouted, because he had a dream last night. He dreamed that the golden silk fruit had sprouted, and golden seaweed seedlings grew. But the result disappointed Joe. The golden silk fruit in the seaweed planting box still did not change. Joe could only sigh and turn to look at the watermelon and sweet potato. Watermelon and sweet potato always brought him joy. After a night of growth, the watermelon was already the size of a fist. The sweet potato flowers had withered. I guess sweet potatoes had begun to grow in the soil. After looking at his crops, Joe started his work today. He first sent the spiked helmet drawings to Jiang Haitao, and then took a look at the price of the spiked krill shell today. After yesterday's large-scale purchases and price increases, the price of the spiked krill shell today is 30 basic materials. Joe continued to ask Jiang Haitao to purchase a large number of spiked krill shells, and also gave Jiang Haitao the wooden shield blueprint, asking him to start selling wooden shields when the price of spiked krill shells reached 40 basic materials. The next step was to wait for the development of the situation. After a while, the transformed Leviathan entered the feeding stage. Joe hid behind the algae oxygen tank and watched the number of survivors in the upper right corner of the system interface still read 100 million/100 million. For so many days, no survivors had died. But starting today, the survivors will not be as safe as before. Splash, splash. The esophageal diaphragm opened, and seawater poured into the stomach wall space. Joe immediately withdrew his attention from the system interface, put on the spiked armor, and then focused all his energy on his ears, listening to the movement in the water. After confirming that there was no big movement in the water, Joe once again used the mirror made of mirror skin barracuda to check the situation in the seawater. After further confirming that there was no danger, he finally put his mind at ease. There were no dangerous creatures in the seawater, so Joe opened the algae oxygen tank blueprint and started making the algae oxygen tank. Today, in the World Communication Channel, unlike yesterday, everyone was not waiting for Joe to put the algae oxygen tank on the shelves, but was discussing the anchorworms, hoping that they would not encounter them. Joe did not care what they were talking about. After all 20 algae oxygen tanks were made and put on the trading channel, he sent a listing message on the World Communication Channel to remind them to buy them. The transaction speed of 20 algae oxygen tanks was still fast. They were sold out in the blink of an eye shortly after they were put on the shelves. At this time, the number of survivors recorded in the upper right corner of the world system changed, and people began to die. And the death toll continued to increase, from a dozen people to hundreds of people, and then tens of thousands of people. For a while, the World Communication Channel was silent, and the fear of death lingered in everyone's heart. How come so many people died in this first feeding? Joe frowned deeply, as he saw that the number of deaths had reached tens of thousands. This was completely different from his previous speculation. According to Joe's previous speculation, the anchorworm should have appeared on the 12th day, but today is only the 9th day, and the only people who can encounter anchorworms should be the dozens of people who bought the algae oxygen tank. Or is it that today is just the beginning, and the real large-scale appearance will not occur until the 12th day? Thinking of this, Joe felt a chill in his heart. If it is really as he thought, he dare not think how many people will die on the 12th day. As time passed, the death toll kept rising until the end of the Leviathan's feeding stage, and the death toll was close to 100,000. Joe did not encounter any danger and passed the feeding stage safely, but he was shocked when he saw the death toll of nearly 100,000. Today has just started, and nearly 100,000 people have died. By the 12th day, tens of millions of people will die? This is too ridiculous. Joe felt that the death toll of tens of millions was a bit absurd. If they died at this rate, they would not be able to survive. In the end, only a very small number of people might survive. But these very few people would lose a large number of people, resulting in a sharp decrease in the speed of obtaining materials, which would slow down the development speed, and in the end, they would only die. But Joe was powerless to stop the death rate. He could only hope that fewer people would die. Brother One, many people ask me to lower the price of spiked helmets or not charge processing fees. What should I do? Don't lower the price of spiked helmets. Sell wooden shields to those who don't have enough basic materials. The wooden shield originally cost 100 basic materials. Tell them that you're taking care of them, so you're reducing the price to 50 basic materials. Jiang Haitao did what Zhou Wen said. Although Jiang Haitao didn't lower the price, he sold 50 basic materials of wooden shields. At least, they wouldn't be left empty-handed when facing anchor worms. The price reduction of wooden shields also helped Jiang Haitao regain some reputation. After some hesitation, Zhou Wen decided to help these survivors again. He wanted to sell wooden foundations. Chapter 39. The wooden foundation can leave the water surface. At least it can keep the survivors out of the water and not face the anchor worms underwater. Are you still letting people live? So many people died at once. Is this still survival? This is clearly suicide. Fortunately, I didn't encounter it. The death rate is too high. What about those people with spiked helmets? Are you still alive? Yeah. Is the spiked helmet useful? The feeding phase of the transformed Leviathan is over. The survivors are temporarily safe, and the world communication channel is lively again. It's just that in the past, there were people joking in the world channel from time to time, but today, all the words are panic. It works. I encountered the anchor worm. At that time, the anchor worm rushed out of the water and almost scared me to death. Fortunately, I was wearing a spike helmet and blocked the attack. The spike helmet is really useful. Afterwards, some people who had spike helmets began to tell others in the world communication channel that the spike helmets did have a restraining effect on anchor worms. This has further increased the demand for spike helmets among survivors. Zhou Wen looked at these survivors, who survived the disaster, and waited for the right time to sell his wooden foundation. At this time, Jiang Haitao sent another message. Zhou Wen thought it was another survivor asking for a price reduction for the spiked helmet, but after reading the message, he had a sly smile on his face. Since it's delivered to your door, don't blame me for cheating you. It turned out that Zhao Tong saw the increase in demand for spiked helmets, and shamelessly approached Jiang Haitao to cooperate again, wanting to take this opportunity to raise the price. Brother Jiang, look at those survivors, they are crazy to survive. It's just right to take this opportunity to cooperate, and directly set the price at one drawing to trade a spiked helmet. Didn't you want to set this price before, and then you were stopped by that shitty boss? Now that a large number of survivors have died, and many people have proved that the spiked helmet has a restraining effect on anchor worms, now is a good time to ask for a sky-high price. Business opportunities, don't miss it, Brother Jiang. Wait, it seems that you are the one who stopped me from trading the blueprint for the spiked helmet. Oh, it was indeed my fault yesterday, brother. I apologize to you again. I did something wrong yesterday. But you can't be hard on me, nor can you be hard on this pile of basic materials. We both set such low prices now, which is completely cheap for others. Why bother, right? Then how do you want to cooperate? Haha, Brother Jiang, you are really generous to let bygones be bygones. Let's follow your original price, one spiked helmet and one blueprint. It's just the opportunity to harvest the blueprint in the hands of those idiots. How about it? Are you kidding? You really dare to set this price? Aren't you afraid of being scolded to death by those survivors? Let them scold. It won't save you a piece of meat. No matter how much those idiots scold, they will still come to us to trade spiked helmets. It's ridiculous. Let them scold, then we will continue to raise the price, and finally let them beg us to trade. Jiang Haitao looked at Zhao Tang's words without any bottom line, and a wave of anger rose in his heart. This is completely eating human blood steamed buns. Cooperation, I agreed, but this time I don't want to stand in front and be scolded by a group of people. Since you are looking for me to cooperate, then show your sincerity first. You announce the price increase first, and then I will announce it. Zhao Tang looked at Jiang Haitao's agreement to cooperate, and his face immediately showed ecstasy, but when he saw the requirements behind, he hesitated. Is there any difference between me announcing it first or you announcing it first? Humph, of course there is a difference. When I announced that I would trade the spiked helmet with the blueprint, you sold the spiked helmet at a low price, and then brought those survivors to call me a black-hearted capitalist. What? You are not treating me like a fool. Are you trying to do it again? Haha, of course not. Then I will announce it first. I hope Brother Jiang will not miss this rare opportunity. Of course. I will not go against the blueprint even if I have a problem with anyone. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Tang announced that he would raise the price of the spiked helmet to the price of a blueprint. This news was like a fuse, which instantly made the survivors, who were already anxious and depressed, explode. Everyone began to curse Zhao Tang, and the curses were as bad as they could be. But Zhao Tang didn't care about the curses. He just hoped that Jiang Haitao would announce the price increase as soon as possible, so that he could really put his mind at ease. In Zhao Ting's eyes, Jiang Haitao had some mental problems, as if he had split personality. Although this opportunity could make them a lot of money, everyone knew to put aside the contradictions and harvest the blueprints first. But Jiang Haitao, who had a split personality, couldn't make common sense. He was worried that Jiang Haitao would suddenly give up cooperation and continue to maintain the current price. Although he could still earn some basic materials by maintaining the current price, basic materials were basic materials after all, and the only thing that could make him live a better life was drawings. No matter how many basic materials he had, it was difficult to exchange for a drawing. Finally, after a few minutes of inner torment, Jiang Haitao also announced a price increase, which made Zhao Tung breathe a sigh of relief. Happy cooperation, brother Jiang. Happy cooperation, haha. The survivors were completely furious. They had just seen the death toll soar. The only life-saving spiked helmet was now priced sky-high by two unscrupulous profiteers. They were simply trying to kill them. You two better not let me meet you, or I will kill you. Beasts, two beasts. You are not human. How can there be two scums like you among humans? All the survivors who did not trade for the spiked helmets, looking at the price of trading a spiked helmet on a blueprint, all the fear they had before disappeared, replaced by endless anger. At this time, Zhou Wen sent a message. These two guys are nothing, especially Zhao Tung. He asked me to lower the price of the spiked helmet before, and I thought he was a good person. Later, because the price of the spiked helmet was too low, he came to me and wanted to cooperate with me to fight against the black-hearted capitalists. I agreed at the time and gave him 1,000 basic supplies to buy materials. I didn't expect that he would betray his promise and choose to cooperate with the black-hearted capitalists to raise the price of the spiked helmet to a sky-high price. He is nothing. Give me back the 1,000 basic supplies you cheated from me. Zhou Wen had a good impression among the survivors. Now that Zhou Wen had provoked them, they forgot about Jiang Haitao, and all of them were indignant and scolded Zhao Tung. Chapter 40. When did I ask you for 1,000 basic supplies? Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean? You want to default on your debt now? What debt do you default on? I didn't ask you for 1,000 basic supplies at all. I think you want to deliberately cheat me, right? Okay, if you don't want to pay back the 1,000 basic supplies, then forget it. But for the sake of the 1,000 supplies, shouldn't you lower the price of the spiked helmet a little? Who can afford such a high price for a blueprint? Fuck you, don't be a good guy. Just because these idiots call you a boss, do you really think you are a boss? You are just a pig that can fly with the help of a blueprint. Why are you pretending? Now, I will tell you all that I will learn from this boss. Only 100 spiked helmets will be sold every day, and the highest bidder will win. If you want me to lift the sales restrictions, then let this boss of yours also lift the restrictions on algae oxygen tanks. Let me see what this so-called boss is like. How kind-hearted he is. Or how hypocritical he is, haha. This Zhao Tung is really hard to deal with. Zhou Wen originally wanted to trick Zhao Tung, but he didn't expect him to get the better of him. Fortunately, he had a countermeasure. It's ridiculous. Algae oxygen tanks can't be mass-produced. I've already told you the reason. You want to continue to raise the price, and you're using me as an excuse? But don't worry, although I can't increase the number of algae oxygen tanks, I traded a blueprint before. The items made from this blueprint can help you to a certain extent. Zhou Wen took out a new item at this moment, giving all the survivors a glimmer of hope. What is that, sir? Can it really help with anchor worms? The survivors were delighted, but also a little worried, because looking at Zhao Tung's attitude, it was almost impossible to reduce the price of the spiked helmet, so they could only hope that the sir's stuff would be useful. My item is called Wooden Foundation, and after using it, it can build a 1-meter-high wooden platform just out of the water. Although the effect is not particularly great, at least there is no need to worry about anchor worms attacking from underwater. After listening to Zhou Wen's description of the effect of the Wooden Foundation, the survivors were a little disappointed, because the Wooden Foundation was far inferior to the spiked helmet. However, thinking back, when I was eating in the transformed Leviathan, the fear of the anchor worms lingered in my mind, and my lower body was immersed in the dark and cold sea water. The uneasiness and fear still make me shudder when I think about it now. In the dark stomach wall space, under the water surface, that the headlight cannot detect, it seems that countless monsters are hidden. What is the price of this Wooden Foundation? I hope it can be cheaper. Most of us don't have many basic supplies. The survivors thought about it for a while, and realized the importance of the Wooden Foundation, so they all started asking about the price, hoping it would be cheaper. Zhou Wen was not going to set a high price. After all, selling the Wooden Foundation was originally to help the survivors. I know that everyone is facing a life threat now, and this wooden foundation can only play a limited role, but I have no other way. I can only try my best to help everyone, so I only charge a cost price, 30 pieces of wood. The materials required to make the wooden foundation are 20 pieces of wood. Zhou Wen only charged 30 pieces of wood, which is really the cost price, and the value of the wooden foundation is far more than 30 pieces of basic wood. However, Zhou Wen would not sacrifice his own interests just to help others. There is a limit to his sale of wooden foundations. That is, each person can only buy one wooden foundation at a low price. One wooden foundation is enough for the survivors to get out of the sea, but if you really want to make use of the wooden foundation, at least 2 wooden foundations are needed. After all, a platform of 1 square meter is not enough for sleeping. Sure enough, the boss is still the boss, much better than those 2 dogs. Yeah, that Zhao Teng also cheated the boss of 1,000 basic materials. What a beast. Thinking of it, I can't wait to kill that Zhao Teng. He dared to cheat the boss's things. It's really hateful. The survivors praised Zhou Wen, which made Zhao Teng angry. In this situation, the survivors have already benefited from Zhou Wen, and it's useless for him to say anything now. After Zhou Wen finished communicating with the survivors, he took out all the wood and made 500 wooden foundations. He put them directly on the World Trading Channel and asked the survivors to buy them. He continued to make the wood with the traded wood. This back and forth kept Zhou Wen busy. Just when the survivors were busy trading wooden foundations, another explosive news came out on the World Communication Channel. Jiang Haitao turned against them and directly reduced the price of the spiked helmet to 100 basic materials. At this time, the price of the spiked krill shell had risen to 40 basic materials, which meant that the spiked helmet was sold at a loss. Jiang Haitao's reputation suddenly changed, from a black-hearted capitalist to Brother Jiang, and in the end, only Zhao Teng was confused and bore all the infamy. With Zhao Teng's arrogant face in front of the survivors before, even if he lowered the price to 100 basic materials now, no one would be willing to trade with him. In addition, he also cheated Zhou Wen of 1,000 basic materials, and his reputation was already bad. Even if he went to find other people to cooperate, no one would believe him anymore. All this was Zhou Wen's plan to completely get rid of Zhao Teng, and it was implemented very successfully. Zhao Teng's rise was temporarily impossible. Next, Zhou Wen carried seaweed and made wooden foundations, and occasionally sent some basic materials to Jiang Haitao to help him make up for the shortage of spiked helmets. But at this moment, Chen Xian sent him a private message. Mr. Zhou, what are you doing? What do you mean? Mr. Zhou, you should also have the drawings of spiked helmets, right? I don't understand what you are talking about. 2 algae oxygen tanks, 6 wooden foundations. I will keep this confidential. No problem, but you already have 2 wooden foundations. Why do you need 6? Keep the extra ones for later use. Happy cooperation. Oh, it's really a headache. Zhou Wen frowned and smiled helplessly. Before trading the golden silk fruit with Chen Xian, he gave her a set of spiked armor, which included a spiked helmet. As someone who got the spiked helmet from Zhou Wen in advance, she could easily see through all of Zhou Wen's plans. I was really careless. I shouldn't have given her the spiked helmet. Anyway, she didn't know whether there was a helmet and a set of spiked armor. She was too honest. The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he regretted it. Finally, he made a decision. MS. Chan, are you interested in joining my team? How many people are there in your team? It's just me now. Just you? Yes, it's just me for now. Okay, I join, but does your team have the benefit of giving away drawings when you join? I want the fishbone blade drawings. MS. Chen, please don't be in my team when you sleep, thank you. Okay. Oh, it's really hard. Zhou Wen sighed. Chapter 41. Zhou Wen made what Chen Xian wanted, and sent it to her. After stabilizing Chen Xian, Zhou Wen continued to move the seaweed. He was really busy now. While moving the seaweed, he also had to make the wooden foundation, because the wooden foundation was cheap and at least half of the survivors could afford it. Although nearly 100,000 people died today, there were still 99.9 million people. With such a huge demand, the wooden foundation was sold out as soon as it was put on the shelf. Zhou Wen needed to make it continuously, and then put it on the shelf. Or let Jiang Haitao make the wooden foundation. Zhou Wen murmured in a low voice. However, Zhou Wen thought about it carefully, and shook his head to deny his idea. The role of the wooden foundation is too great. Many things need to be made on the wooden foundation. Such a key item must be in his own hands. After 2 or 3 hours, Zhou Wen finally finished moving the seaweed. This time, No spiky krill were found in the seaweed, but 5 heliopsida were found. Zhou put the 5 heliopsida next to the crops, and then took a look at the heliopsida that was used to stop the bleeding of the stomach wall. After removing the heliopsis, the circular wound on the stomach wall bitten by the anchorworm no longer bled, and the wound had recovered a lot. Considering that the stomach wall space would be washed by seawater from time to time, Zhou put the heliopsis back, and waited until the wound was completely healed before removing it. Next, apart from making the wooden foundation, there was nothing else to do, so Zhou started his daily exercise. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups. When Zhou was doing push-ups, he felt much easier than yesterday, as if his strength had increased. To make sure it was not an illusion, he opened the character attribute panel. Zhou, the normal person's basic level is 10, intelligence, 10, strength, 8.5, constitution, 10, speed, 12, evaluation, a healthy and fast person. The strength attribute is 8.5. I have only been exercising for a few days, and my strength has increased by 0.5. It seems that exercise can really improve strength. Zhou was very happy when he saw the extra 0.5 points of strength. This proved that his previous guess was correct. Now, Zhou was more motivated to exercise. 2 hours later, all the exercise goals for today were achieved. Zhou decided to increase the number of push-ups to 200 tomorrow to speed up the growth of strength attributes. The rest of the time was to wait for today's supply box. During the waiting period, Zhou began to study the problem of golden silk fruit not sprouting. Is it because of the long growth cycle, or is it another reason? Zhou looked at the seaweed planting box and frowned and thought. Does it need sunlight? Before, there were only 3 solar coccidia. One was placed on the wound to stop the bleeding, and the other 2 were used to provide sunlight for watermelon and sweet potato, so there were no extra solar coccidia to provide sunlight for the seaweed planting box. However, 5 solar coccidia were obtained today, which can be used to provide sunlight for golden silk fruit. Zhou didn't care whether this was the reason or not, and gave it a try. He caught 2 solar coccidia and placed them on the stomach wall next to the seaweed planting box. I hope it works. Zhou looked at the seaweed planting box illuminated by the sunspots, and looked forward to it. After doing all this, Zhou prepared to return to the wooden platform to wait for the upcoming supply box. But just as he was about to climb onto the wooden platform, he suddenly paused. Golden silk fruit, golden silk seaweed, don't they need gold elements to grow? When he thought of the gold in the golden silk seaweed, Zhou subconsciously remembered the gold ore he got yesterday. So he took action immediately, took the gold ore out of the locker, and put it in the seaweed planting box. Now Zhou was desperate, and tried every possible method, regardless of whether it would work or not. He would try it first, just in case he got it right. Zhou was still worried that 1 piece of gold ore was not enough, so he searched for information about gold ore on the World Trading Channel and prepared to trade some back, but no one had listed it on the trading channel. Zhou thought about it, and realized that gold ore should be a relatively rare ore now, and few people could find it, or even no one. However, he still planned to try to purchase it, at the price of 100 pieces of wood for 1 piece of gold ore, and purchase it on the World Trading Channel. Because of the trade of wooden foundations, Zhou now has an unlimited amount of wood. A mere 100 pieces of wood is just a drop in the bucket. Moreover, the current trading price of wood is no longer equivalent to other basic materials, because Zhou trades a large number of wooden foundations. Now 100 pieces of wood are equivalent to 200 pieces of other basic materials. 2 hours later, gold ore is indeed scarce. After such a long time of purchasing information, only 2 pieces were purchased. Zhou placed 2 pieces of gold ore around the golden silk fruit, hoping that the golden silk fruit would sprout as quickly as he thought. No, it has been more than 4 hours since the digestion was completed. Where is today's supply box? Zhou suddenly realized a serious problem. In the past, the first supply box of the day would be swallowed more than 3 hours after the digestion of the transformed Leviathan was completed. The time was almost fixed, but today it took more than an hour. Just now, Zhou had been paying attention to the acquisition of gold ore and ignored this problem for a while. What's going on? Zhou was really a little panicked. The supply box is the source of supplies for every survivor. Once there is a problem, the severity can be imagined. Did I take too long to move the seaweed today? Zhou began to review everything that happened today, hoping to find something different from the past, but after thinking carefully, everything was normal, and there was no difference. He really needed to make the wooden foundation today, so he wasted a little time moving the seaweed, but the delay was not long. After all, making items is just a matter of thought, and it doesn't waste much time at all. Unable to find the reason from himself, Zhou opened the biological atlas and checked the information of the Phantom Leviathan, hoping to find the problem from the data of the Phantom Leviathan. Phantom Leviathan age, 9 days. Stage, birth period. Body length, 38 meters. Weight, 220 tons. Food type, algae. Eating method, filter feeding. Evaluation, a 220-ton baby. There is no problem with the information of the Phantom Leviathan, and even from the data, it is growing very healthily. Nothing is wrong. What's wrong? Zhou said to himself anxiously. Then, he opened the World Communication Channel. He only hoped that everyone was the same as him, so that it didn't mean he had a problem. Brothers, I got the blueprint. Damn it! What a shit luck. What blueprint did you get? Chopstick blueprint. TSK rubbish. It's not rubbish, although it's really not very useful, but you can find a big guy to trade for a second algae oxygen tank. Didn't someone trade 2 algae oxygen tanks with 1 blueprint before? Why don't you go find her? That one is more affordable. I just found it, but it's sold out. Seeing the survivors on the World Communication Channel showing off the good things they got, Zhou felt like he was falling into the abyss. Everyone else got a supply box, but he didn't, which meant that he was the only one with a problem. How could this happen? Zhou stood there in a daze, feeling powerless. But at this moment, the esophageal diaphragm suddenly opened. Zhou was shocked and looked over, thinking that the supply box had finally arrived, but when he saw the entrance to the esophagus, no seawater poured in. What is this? Zhou's mind was in a mess, because everything that happened at this time was beyond his cognition. I finally found a treasure cave. Why doesn't the little man in my stomach come out? At this time, the long-lost baby voice suddenly sounded in Zhou's mind. He was slightly stunned, and then immediately reacted. This is the voice of the transformed Leviathan. Chapter 42. After hearing the words of the Phantom Leviathan, Zhou's mind raced, and he immediately realized that the Phantom Leviathan wanted him to leave the stomach wall space and enter a treasure cave. After receiving this information, Zhou's anxiety instantly dissipated. Fortunately, as long as there is no problem with the Phantom Leviathan. The situation that was beyond his cognition before really made Zhou in a loss. But then a nervous emotion rose in his heart again, and the voice of the Phantom Leviathan clearly stated that he wanted him to leave the stomach wall space. But Zhou had been in this world for 9 days, and this was the first time he had to leave the stomach wall. The outside world was full of unknowns for him. Going out was obviously very dangerous when he didn't know anything. Zhou hesitated again and again, but decided to go out and explore this treasure cave. Since it was called a treasure cave, there must be good things hidden in it. So Zhou first asked Jiang Haitao to make a wooden shield for him, then put on a spiked armor, held a fishbone knife in his hand, and slowly entered the esophagus. The esophagus was pitch black. Zhou used the light of his headlamp to observe the esophagus wall. The diameter was about 1.5 meters. Zhou had to bend over to pass through. In order to avoid the spikes attached to the spiked armor on his body from hurting the esophagus of the transformed Leviathan, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space, put his spiked armor into the supply box, and then re-entered the esophagus holding the supply box. Zhou crouched down and walked forward little by little with the light of the headlamp. Because the ground was slippery, Zhou walked very carefully. After walking about 7 or 8 meters, he successfully left the esophagus. The space ahead suddenly became clear, but it was also pitch black. The light from the headlamp shone in this dark space, as if it was swallowed up and had no effect. However, Zhou was not afraid because he knew that he was in the mouth of the Phantom Leviathan. In this world, the safest place is inside the body of the Phantom Leviathan, so Zhou does not need to worry about any dangerous creatures hiding in the darkness. However, the next step is to leave the Phantom Leviathan and enter the treasure cave. Zhou squatted down, opened the supply box, put on the spiked armor, and temporarily put the heaviest spiked breastplate into the equipment column. After putting on all his equipment, Zhou took off his headlamp and charged it by hand to ensure that it would not fail at the critical moment. After making all preparations, Zhou held the shield in his left hand in front of his chest, held a fishbone knife tightly in his right hand, and began to move forward step by step. After walking 5 or 6 meters, the light of the headlamp shone on a white wall with a texture like a brush. Zhou walked forward and observed it closely. The whole wall was made up of strands of whiskers. He reached out and touched it. The texture was not as soft as a brush, but as tough as a bamboo stick. This should be the whiskers that the Metamorphosis Leviathan uses to filter food. Zhou didn't know what the teeth of the Metamorphosis Leviathan looked like, so he could only guess. If he wanted to get out, he would have to climb over this wall of whiskers first. Fortunately, this wall of whiskers was not high, only 2 meters, and he could climb up with a little jump. But considering that the spiked armor on his body was too heavy, and he was worried about the danger outside, Joe finally chose to wear the spiked helmet and spiked leg armor, and temporarily put the other armor in the supply box. Of course, the most important breastplate is naturally placed in the equipment column, so as to protect the upper body in time when encountering danger. Joe threw the supply box up with force, then jumped with both legs, climbed up to the top of the teeth with both hands, and with a sudden force, the whole person climbed up easily. This 1.5 strength is not added in vain. Joe was surprised. If Joe had only 7 points of strength before, it would definitely take some effort to climb up, and it would not be as easy as it is now. At the moment of climbing up, Joe put on the spiked breastplate with a thought, and observed with the light of the headlamp, and found that there was a rock wall in front of him. Not finding any danger, Joe quickly put on his spiked armor, and put away his spiked breastplate. Then, holding his shield and fishbone knife, he groped for the entrance to the cave along the rock wall in front of him. After searching for a while, Joe found a cave with a diameter of only 1 meter on the rock wall. Could this be the entrance to the treasure cave? Looking at the dark and narrow cave, Joe's heart was beating fast. The space inside was too small. He could only crawl forward inside. If he encountered danger, it would be difficult to even turn around. No matter what, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. If you want to survive in this world, you have to face danger. Joe remembered that when he first came to this world, he almost died of lack of oxygen due to carrying seaweed, and then he was attacked by anchorworms. In less than 10 days, he experienced life and death several times. There is no way to live safely in this world. He was determined and threw the supply box into the cave, then held the wooden shield and drilled into the cave. The interior of the cave was still made of rocks, as if something had deliberately chiseled it out of the rocks. Joe crawled on the ground, with the supply box tied to his back with a piece of cloth, and the wooden shield placed in front, so that if there were any aggressive creatures, he could resist the attack. After crawling for about 10 meters, Joe's forehead was already covered with sweat. Fortunately, I don't have claustrophobia. Joe stopped to rest for a while, looking at the narrow, dark, and gradually damp cave, muttering in his mouth. After resting, he continued to move forward, and after moving forward for more than 10 meters, Joe found that something was wrong. The cave was getting more and more humid, and water had begun to accumulate on the ground. Joe slightly raised his head and shone the light of his headlamp forward, only to see a sparkling light, which was the water reflecting the light. Fuck you. Joe cursed inwardly and continued to move forward, his body also entering the accumulated water. As he continued to move forward, the water surface became higher and higher, directly occupying half of the space in the cave. Joe felt even more uncomfortable. His body was soaked in water, but his head had to be raised high. The whole person's posture was as uncomfortable as it could be. Paw! Just as Joe was crawling forward in an uncomfortable posture, something fell on his head. Joe was worried that it was something bad, so he hurriedly touched it with his hand, and then he touched a sticky thing. He took it off and looked at it with a headlamp, and his hands were covered with translucent mucus. Joe shook his hands in disgust, trying to shake off the mucus, but suddenly, something swam over his left arm under the water, which scared him and raised his left arm as if he was electrocuted. Because the action of raising his hand was too violent, a lot of water splashed on the water surface, causing a loud noise, and the sound began to echo continuously in the silent cave. Chapter 43. Joe quickly calmed down and used his headlamp to illuminate the place where the creature had just swam, wanting to see what it was. However, the water was turbid, and the light intensity was not high, so he could not see the underwater situation at all. So Joe turned the headlamp upwards again. The mucus on his head fell from above. He didn't know until he saw it, but he felt sick. The top of the cave was covered with mucus, which would drip down from time to time. From the overall point of view, these mucus were in strips, extending into the cave, as if some creature had crawled over and left it. Seeing the disgusting mucus, Joe prepared himself mentally. He had already come here, and it was impossible for him to go back now. Besides, the cave was narrow, so he couldn't turn back. Joe continued to move forward despite the nausea, but as he went deeper, there was more mucus, even on the underwater ground. This caused Joe to crawl slower. The water level was too high, so he had to look up to crawl. Now there was mucus underwater, and his hands and feet were slipping, so he couldn't use any strength at all. Am I here to find treasure or to suffer? This is too much torture. Zhou had encountered several clumps of mucus underwater, his hands and feet slipped, and he fell into the water several times, which made him miserable. He simply took a rest. As soon as he stopped, there was no sound of Zhou when wading in the water, and the cave became silent again. What sound? After resting for a while, Zhou's breathing and heartbeat were no longer rapid. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly heard a faint sound, as if some creature was slowly crawling on the rock wall. The sound was very light. His breathing and heartbeat were too loud before, covering up the sound. Now that he had calmed down, the sound was somewhat obvious. Zhou turned his head and used his headlamp to look for the source of the sound. Finally, he saw a flat soft-bodied creature on the rock wall at the top of the cave. This soft-bodied creature was long and flat, transparent, and its internal organs could be seen. It had a pair of small black eyes on its head, and was only about 20 centimeters long. The overall image of this creature was not scary, and it had no intention of attacking Zhou. It just crawled slowly on the rock wall, leaving a long trail of mucus. Zhou no longer paid attention to the soft-bodied creature. He didn't dare to study the unknown creature to avoid accidents. He had rested for a while, so he had to move forward. But at this moment, ripples appeared on the water surface in front of him. Zhou's heart, which had just calmed down, was immediately in suspense. He hadn't taken any action yet. Who caused these ripples? Then, the situation became more and more wrong. The ripples turned into small waves, and each layer was higher than the last, and finally filled the entire cave. Zhou's heart suddenly lifted up. Looking at the waves, it was obvious that some large creature was rushing towards him quickly, causing waves. Hold on with the wooden shield. Zhou immediately changed from lying to squatting, curling up in this narrow space, holding the wooden shield in front of him, and with a thought, the spiked breastplate was put on. Huh? Zhou took a deep breath, telling himself not to be too nervous and to keep his body mobile. Paw, paw, paw! Layers of water surged over and hit the wooden shield heavily, splashing a lot of water. Zhou lowered his head and squinted his eyes slightly to prevent the water from splashing into his eyes and affecting his vision. Finally, the last wave filled the entire cave. At the moment the water wave hit the wooden shield, Zhou took a deep breath. The next second, heavy water waves hit the wooden shield, almost knocking Zhou down. A large amount of water instantly filled the space where Zhou was, forming an underwater world for a short time. The turbulent water quickly passed by him. At this moment, Zhou's heart was in his throat. He knew that the large creature was coming. Boom! A terrifying impact force hit the wooden shield fiercely. Zhou's arm strength was not able to stop it at all. Under this huge impact, it hit his chest directly, and his whole body was moved backwards for more than 1 meter. Zhou's breathing was stagnant, his internal organs were shaking, and his brain was blank for a moment, as if he was hit by a car. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou started to cough violently. The moment he was hit, the breath he had been holding was directly dispersed. Then he breathed subconsciously and choked on water. Fortunately, the water had receded at this time, otherwise Zhou would have drowned. The situation was urgent, and the pain in his body could only be put aside temporarily. After Zhou recovered a little, he held the wooden shield tightly, and stabbed the edge of the shield with the fishbone knife in his right hand. Bang! The fishbone knife stabbed into the giant creature, making a crisp sound of hard objects colliding. It's over. When Zhou had heard this sound, he knew that the fishbone knife could not deal with the giant creature opposite him, whose head was as hard as stone. However, fortunately, there was still a wooden shield to resist, and with the slippery mucus under the water, the giant creature pushed him backwards, and could not hurt him for the time being. But before he could be happy for long, the giant creature seemed to realize that hitting the shield was useless, so it began to turn its body frantically. For a while, the cave sounded. Boom, boom, boom. The huge sound was like the sound of a washing machine drum rotating, but the sound was amplified by more than 10 times. Caw, caw, caw. The giant creature seemed to have a sharp hard object on its head. As it rotated wildly, the sharp hard object began to destroy the shield, and the wooden shield made a tearing sound. Zhou's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He was like a lamb to be slaughtered. Once the wooden shield was broken, he would die. Jiang Haitao, give me a wooden shield. Zhou immediately sent a message to Jiang Haitao, and soon Jiang Haitao sent a wooden shield over. Putting down the fishbone knife temporarily, he held up the shield with his right hand. Now he could only fight with the giant creature. The other party couldn't keep turning, and he could keep asking Jiang Haitao for wooden shields. But even so, Zhou still felt that his chances of survival were slim. Although he could keep replenishing wooden shields, It took strength for him to hold up the shields. He didn't think he had enough strength to fight against the giant creature. Time passed little by little, and he lost more than a dozen wooden shields. Zhou was exhausted to the extreme, and he didn't have the strength to hold up the shields anymore. That's it. Death was imminent, but Zhou didn't feel much fear. Maybe it was because he had chosen all these, or maybe he had been prepared for death after holding up these dozen wooden shields. Crack, crack, crack. The wooden shields were completely broken, and Zhou finally saw the complete appearance of the giant creature. The giant creature, the length of which was unclear, but its body occupied 80% of the entire cave. It looked like an earthworm, with skin the same color as the rock, and a shell on its head, which was covered with sharp triangular bone cones. The giant creature relied on these sharp bone cones to crush Zhou's dozen shield through rotation. The shell split into several petals from the middle, like blooming petals. This is the hidden mouthparts of the giant creature, which are covered with sharp teeth. Can you hurry up? Waiting for death is really a torture. Zhou, who had already accepted death calmly, felt a fear of death in his heart. Woo! Just as the giant creature was about to attack Zhou, a huge cry instantly invaded the entire cave, and the rock space shook violently, like an earthquake. Little bugs are so hateful, blocking the way and not letting the villain go. Get out of here. Chapter 44. When the giant worm heard the loud chirping sound, its movement to bite Zhou suddenly stopped, as if it was frozen, and its ferocious and terrifying mouth immediately shrank, as if it was frightened. Zhou was not in a good state at this time. His eyes were black and his brain was dizzy. The sound waves formed by the sound of the phantom Leviathan were too fierce. He was also in this cave. The sound waves passed through his body and almost killed him. Fortunately, the phantom Leviathan shouted, and although his body was very uncomfortable, Zhou managed to hold on and did not faint. After a long pause, he looked up at the giant worm in front of him and found that the giant worm's huge body was trembling slightly, as if it had encountered a natural enemy, and it froze in place and dared not move. Zhou saw that it was the cry of the phantom Leviathan that frightened the giant worm, so he bravely shone the light of the headlamp on the body of the giant worm to see its overall appearance. But I don't know if the light stimulated the giant worm. As soon as Zhou turned his head to adjust the direction of the light, the giant worm suddenly shrank its body and retreated directly, and soon disappeared without a trace. Zhou was the only one left in the cave again. Zhou looked at the giant worm that was fleeing at a high speed, and couldn't help but feel a little funny. However, it was understandable. Although the phantom Leviathan was born less than 10 days ago, its body size was close to 40 meters. The giant worm was indeed huge for Zhou, but for the phantom Leviathan, it was just a small worm. It would be strange if he was not scared away by the cry of the phantom Leviathan. The death crisis was resolved, and Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned casually on the rock wall covered with mucus. He didn't care about the disgusting mucus at this time. He just wanted to have a good rest now. After his nervous heartbeat slowly calmed down, Zhou asked Jiang Haitao for a bottle of water and a piece of bread through the system interface. He suddenly found that the system interface was a very good logistics system. As long as you have an acquaintance, you can ask the other party for supplies. Even if you are not in the body of the transformed Leviathan, you can get supplies. After slowly eating the food, Zhou's physical strength recovered a little. He raised a wooden shield again and continued to crawl forward. At this time, Zhou was no longer as cautious as before. Looking at the size of this cave, it was obviously dug by the giant worm just now. But after the cry of the phantom Leviathan, those giant worms should have been scared away, which means that the most dangerous creature in this cave is no longer a threat to Zhou, and he can move forward without worry. After moving forward for more than 30 meters, Zhou encountered a fork in the road. In order to avoid getting lost, he followed the right-hand principle and chose the road on the right. In this way, when he comes back, he can return to the original path by turning left. After entering the fork on the right and crawling for another 30 meters, the space suddenly became much more spacious, and Zhou could even stand up directly. Zhou held up the wooden shield cautiously and walked around the stone wall of this spacious space. He found that this was an oval space. The space was not too big, about 3 meters high and 5 meters in diameter. Supply box? After Zhou checked the edge of the oval space with the help of the light, he began to explore the middle area, and then he saw a square box in the water in the middle. Zhou was delighted. He had suffered so much after entering this cave, and almost lost his life. He finally got his reward. He quickly picked up the square box from the water, and found it was indeed a supply box, so he opened it directly. Ding! Obtained glass X20. Glass, and then? Zhou was still waiting for the prompt sound to continue to remind him to obtain other things. But his mind was silent, and there was no more prompt sound. That's it? Zhou looked through the supply box with some disdain, and there were indeed only 20 pieces of glass in it. Although glass is indeed a very rare material, after all, no one has opened it until now. But the problem is that Zhou does not have a drawing that requires glass as a material now. Zhou had worked so hard all the way that he hoped to get some good stuff from the supply box, such as blueprints. He felt it was not worth it to get only materials. Forget it, there is another fork on the left, and there should be a supply box on that road. Zhou carefully explored this space again, and after confirming that there was nothing else, he returned the same way. When he came to the previous fork in the road, Zhou chose to enter the fork on the left. This time he climbed a distance of 50 meters, rested several times, and then encountered another fork. Why is there another fork in the road? Zhou complained in a low voice, and continued to walk to the right. After climbing more than 30 meters, he entered an elliptical space like before. There was also a supply box in the middle of this space. Zhou picked up the supply box, and opened it with ease. Ding! Obtained iron ingot X5. Damn! Iron ingot! Zhou was extremely surprised. He had always thought that iron ingots were a long way off because he had always thought that iron ingots needed to be smelted with iron ore. However, the oxygen in the stomach wall space was limited, and it was impossible to smelt iron ore at present. But he didn't expect to find it directly in this cave. How could he not be excited? He also had a blueprint for an iron dagger, and the material required an iron ingot. Zhou quickly closed the supply box, like a thief, holding it tightly with both hands, for fear of accidentally losing it. As before, he explored the space again, and after confirming that there was nothing, he returned the same way. But at this time, Zhou had 3 supply boxes on him, and the cave was very narrow, so it was extremely inconvenient to carry 3 supply boxes. Zhou simply took the glass and iron ingots out of their respective supply boxes, put them in the supply box he brought at the beginning, and then sent the 2 empty supply boxes to Jiang Haidao through the system interface. On the other side, Jiang Haidao was confused holding the 2 empty supply boxes sent by Zhou. What does Brother Wen mean by this? Zhou didn't have time to care about Jiang Haidao at this time. Now he finally felt like looking for treasure, so he immediately returned to the original route and entered another fork. This fork was extremely long, and Zhou was almost exhausted. The distance of nearly 200 meters completely wiped out his excitement of treasure hunting. It was torture. Finally, he crawled into a spacious space. As soon as Zhou entered this space, he found that this space was different from the previous 2. This space was larger, and the accumulated water inside was very clear. With the light of the headlamp, you can directly see the rocky ground. Still using the previous method, Zhou explored along the edge first, and only explored the middle after finding nothing. But this time, it was a little different from before. There was a cave at the back of this space. Through this cave, it seemed that we could still continue to explore. Zhou ignored this cave for the time being, and went to the center of this space to see if there was still a supply box. But this time, Zhou was a little surprised. There was indeed a supply box in the center, but it was not in the water, but placed on a rock platform, and the surrounding of the supply box was inlaid with gold edges. Wow, a supply box inlaid with gold edges. There is no doubt that the things inside must be not simple. I hope to produce a good blueprint, please. Zhou's face was excited. He put his hands together and bowed to the air, then put his hands on the gold-rimmed supply box and slowly opened it. Chapter 45. Ding. Get the small aquarium blueprint. Get the iron broadsword blueprint. Get the fishbone armor blueprint. 3 blueprints. Zhou was so excited when he heard the 3 blueprints in his mind. Zhou immediately took out all 3 blueprints and used them directly. The 3 blueprints turned into blue light and entered the system interface. Then, he opened the blueprint interface and checked the materials required for the 3 blueprints. Small aquarium blueprint. Requires stone X10, glass X10, sand X10. Iron broadsword blueprint. Requires iron ingot X3, wood X1. Fishbone armor blueprint. Requires several large fish bones. Golden seaweed fiber X100, shield fish fat X50, silk X100. After Zhou looked at the manufacturing requirements of the 3 blueprints, the first 2 were fine. He had all the materials, and could make them immediately when he returned, especially the iron broadsword blueprint. This can be said to be the strongest weapon at present. After all, many people now don't even have a piece of defense. Even Zhou only wears armor made of spiked krill shells, and a knife made of fish bones. The hardness is completely incomparable to iron weapons. As long as Zhou makes an iron sword, his combat effectiveness among the survivors will definitely be unique and unbeatable. But when he saw the last drawing, the materials needed to make fish bone armor, he felt bad, because he had never seen the other materials except golden seaweed. Large fish bones are easy to make. Although there is no clear size hint, if he encounters a large fish in the future, he can try to make it with the blueprint. He can always try it out. But the premise of using this method is that he needs to collect several other materials. He does know about golden seaweed, but whether it can be grown is still unknown, not to mention fishbone armor. It takes 100 materials to make it. This number can only be obtained through planting. He doesn't know when he can collect it. The last two materials, shield fish fat and silk, are even more clueless. However, Zhou did not give up the idea of making fishbone armor because of the difficulty of finding these materials. Instead, he became more motivated. It was because the appearance of this set of armor was too cool. Fishbone armor is different from spike armor. Spike armor is worn one by one, and the overall image is not good looking. For example, the spike helmet has 3 spikes on the head, like 3 antennas. The fishbone armor is a complete set, and it is tightly connected. It has a simple appearance and a streamlined design that fits the human body. In addition, the whole body is made of bones, and the overall appearance is like the external armor in science fiction movies. Just looking at the simple picture of the fishbone armor in the illustration book, Zhou felt that it was extremely handsome, which made him very eager to make it immediately, and then put it on. Of course, in addition to looking good on the outside, the fishbone armor is also much more defensive than the spike armor. After all, it is made of large fish bones, and the strength of the bones is naturally not comparable to the spike krill shell. Moreover, Zhou also felt that there was a certain requirement for the material of this large fish bone, and the material requirement was too broad. Zhou had a guess, that is, as long as it was a suitable large fish bone, it could be used as a material for making fish bone armor. If it was really as he guessed, it would be interesting. The creatures in this world are weird. Many fish cannot be viewed with common sense. Maybe there are large fish whose bones are harder than steel. Can the bones of this fish also be used to make fish bone armor? The more Zhou thought about it, the more excited he became. He felt like he was already wearing armor made of fish bones that were harder than steel. But when he thought about the rarity of the materials, his fantasy was shattered. Oh, forget it. I still have work to do. Zhou shook his head and temporarily suppressed his desire for fish bone armor. He hadn't explored the cave yet. Now, Zhou had another gold-rimmed supply box in his hand. He took a look at the ordinary supply box he brought with him, and without hesitation, he transferred the contents of the ordinary supply box to the gold-rimmed supply box, and then gave the empty supply box to Jiang Haitao. He explored the space again, and after confirming that there was nothing else, he entered another cave in the space. The water in the cave was still very clear, which made Zhou curious whether there was another gold-rimmed supply box ahead. With expectations in his heart, Zhou's crawling speed in the cave increased a lot. This time he did not crawl another 200 meters, but only crawled about 50 meters and entered a space. Zhou quickly explored the space, and surprisingly, he did not find the supply box, but found a staghorn coral underwater in the center of the space. The coral was blood-red all over. When observed under light, a thin layer of blood mist was floating around the coral, and no one knew what it was. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou decided to touch it with his hand to see if he could unlock the biological illustrations and check the information of this coral. If it were in other places, Zhou would definitely not dare to touch it in case there were unknown hazards, but here, based on previous experience, this kind of space is where the treasure is placed. And now there is no supply box in this space, only this coral, which means that the treasure of this space is this coral. Zhou stretched out his finger, carefully touched the blood-red coral, and then immediately retracted it. After checking that there was nothing wrong with his finger, he opened the biological illustration book. The biological illustration book was indeed updated, and it was not just one article. Huh? How did you unlock 2 creatures? Gel planarian body length, 10 centimeters. Weight, 200 grams. Food type, algae. Introduction. A soft-bodied creature with strong regenerative ability, whose body can produce hemostatic gel. This gel worm seems to be the flat soft-bodied creature we saw before. Zhou suddenly remembered the flat creature that secreted mucus that he saw on the rock wall before encountering the giant worm. It can make hemostatic gel. I must catch a few of them and bring them back. Zhou was delighted. He didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest. Boiling blood coral polyp body length, 3 millimeters. Weight, 0.05 g. Food type, blood. Introduction. Tiny organisms that live in groups on the corpses of their ancestors. Corals can be used to make boiling blood powder. Boiling blood coral polyps? It should be a creature that lives on corals, but the boiling blood powder is not clearly introduced. It's really abominable. Joan really didn't know what to say about the introduction in the biological illustration book. It just gave a general introduction, and then relied on oneself to explore. This was too dangerous. Chapter 46. However, this boiling blood coral must be brought back no matter what, but how to bring it back made Joan feel troubled. The most important part of boiling blood coral is the coral polyps, and the coral polyps are living things and cannot leave the water for a long time. If they are directly stored in the supply box, these coral polyps may die over time. Joan thought quietly for a while, and came up with a not-so-good idea. He first asked Jiang Haitao for 10 pieces of stone and 10 pieces of sand, opened the drawing interface, clicked on Small Aquarium Drawing, and then added the 10 pieces of glass obtained before to directly make a small aquarium. The size of the small aquarium is the same as that of the seaweed planting box, which is 1 × 1 × 1 meters in length, width and height. The overall frame is made of stone, and a piece of transparent glass is inlaid on all 4 sides. Through the glass, you can clearly see the scene in the aquarium. There is also a layer of sand at the bottom of the aquarium. After the small aquarium was made, Joan filled it with clear sea water, then opened the system interface, and sent it to Jiang Haitao via private message. Brother One, why did you give me this small aquarium? Jiang Haitao was really confused by Joan today. He asked him for a wooden shield, then asked him for food, and then he kept sending him empty supply boxes. Now it is a small aquarium again. He found that Joan was a little abnormal today. I keep it with you for now. I send you another coral later. Don't delay after you get it. Put it in the small aquarium directly. After Joan gave his instructions, he pulled up the boiling blood coral and sent it directly to Jiang Haitao through the system interface. Brother One, I've put the coral in this small aquarium. That? Brother One, did something happen to you? Something did happen, but now is not the time to talk. I tell you when I get back. Okay, Brother One. Joan didn't plan to hide the treasure cave from Jiang Haitao. Since he chose to trust him, he naturally had to treat him as his own. Maybe Jiang Haitao would encounter a treasure cave in the future. He would tell him when he got back so that he could be prepared in advance. The boiling blood coral was successfully collected. As for whether it would harm the coral polyps if it was transmitted to Jiang Haitao through the system, Joan was not sure, because without this method, he had no other way to take the boiling blood coral out. Well, the treasure in this space has been obtained, and Joan continued to move forward. There was another cave at the back of this space. Joan began to crawl with anticipation, but this cave was different from the previous one. The previous caves usually had only 1 fork in the road. In this cave, Joan saw 5 forks after just crawling 10 meters. There were more and more forks in the cave at the back, which could be said to be connected in all directions. Moreover, the accumulated water in the cave became muddy, just like crawling in a mud pit. Where is the next treasure space? Why are there so many forks in the road? Joan complained in a low voice. He was now covered with mud and water all over his body, looking like a mudman. Joan crawled back and forth in this chaotic cave for a long time, and finally, he found that he was lost. Right-hand rule, right-hand rule. I'm going to say your right-hand rule. Joan looked at the circle of forks in the road, and his head was dizzy. Is that the right one? There were similar forks in the road, front, back, left, and right. The light from the headlamp was not bright, so he couldn't even figure out which way he came from. Joan looked at the similar caves, gritted his teeth, and randomly selected a cave. Then he used a fishbone knife to scratch a mark on the cave, leaving a mark. If he turned back later, he could avoid this road and change to another one. Next, Joan began to crawl in the muddy cave. After crawling for an unknown period of time, he suddenly felt the wind blowing from the front. There's wind. The exit is in front. Joan was very happy and immediately sped up. After crawling for more than 10 meters, he finally crawled out of the cave. I'm out! I'm out! Ha ha! Joan screamed like a madman. He had no choice but to find a way out in the cave. After a long time, the oppressive feeling of the dark and cramped space made Joan really desperate. It seemed that there was no end to the dark cave. It's over. I can finally have a good rest. How come? There are stars in the sky? Joan looked up at the starry sky and was stunned. Where am I? Am I still in the mouth of the illusionary Leviathan? Joan said in confusion. Suddenly, a gust of sea breeze blew, and the salty and humid space made Zhou-Wen suddenly realize that he had crawled out from another entrance. However, Zhou-Wen did not crawl back immediately, because this was his first time to really come into contact with the outside world. The sea breeze blew, the waves surged, and the tides beat against the rock layer by layer. Zhou-Wen looked around and saw the endless sea stretching to the sky, with no end in sight. Although it was night, the sea was not dark. The reason was simple. There were 10 moons in the sky. 9 of the 10 moons were light blue. They were the same size, and placed in irregular shapes in the night sky. Only one was dark blue, and this dark blue moon was so huge that it almost covered half of the sky. It looked like it was very close. Why did you run outside? Come back quickly. The voice of the phantom Leviathan suddenly appeared in his mind, which scared Zhou-Wen. The voice sounded a little anxious. Obviously, Zhou-Wen was too fragile, and the outside world was too dangerous for the phantom Leviathan. Zhou-Wen was also very obedient. He did not stay outside for long. He immediately returned to the cave and began to climb back. However, after climbing for a while, he encountered 2 forks in the road. He was confused and could not find the way back. What's wrong with you, little man? There is still something on the right that I haven't taken yet. The voice of the transformed Leviathan sounded again. Zhou-Wen's confused look immediately turned into surprise. The transformed Leviathan's voice became more frequent at this time. He could completely act according to the transformed Leviathan's voice, so he climbed to the right according to the instructions in the voice. After that, whenever Zhou-Wen stopped at a fork in the road, the transformed Leviathan would make a puzzled voice, and he would crawl according to the prompts in the voice. After crawling through 4 or 5 forks, Zhou-Wen finally entered another space, but this space was full of mud. The mud was in the shape of long strips, bent and folded into a pile. Zhou-Wen suddenly had a bad feeling. Why does this look so much like earthworm feces? Zhou-Wen grabbed a pile of mud with his hand, and prepared to observe it carefully. Ding! Obtained rockworm feces X1. Oh shit! Zhou-Wen threw away the mud in his hand. He no longer needed to observe it. The prompt in his mind had already told him. Although Zhou-Wen acted very disgusting, in fact, the mud did not have any peculiar smell. As long as you ignore the fact that it is feces, it is actually mud in essence. Zhou-Wen slightly adjusted his psychological discomfort, and began to search in this space. According to the voice of the transformed Leviathan, this is where the last treasure is placed. Chapter 47. Zhou-Wen searched for a long time in the muddy space, but there was nothing but mud here. Could it be that these feces are the treasure of this space? Zhou-Wen guessed as he looked at the piles of rock-diving worm feces. The more Zhou-Wen thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Since it was feces, it must be able to be used as fertilizer. Maybe the feces of this rock-diving worm can promote crop growth better than his low-level fertilizer. So Zhou-Wen immediately took action, and no longer felt that the mud was disgusting, because it was all good stuff. He directly opened the gold-rimmed supply box, grabbed a lump with his hands, and put it into the supply box. After collecting dozens of pieces, Zhou-Wen felt that his hands were too slow, so he used the wooden shield as a shovel, and shoveled it in one shovel at a time. Soon, the 100 grid space of the gold-rimmed supply box was filled, but the rockworm feces in this space were only 1/10 filled. This won't work. All of this feces must be taken away. Zhou-Wen thought about it for a while, and then found Jiang Haitao again. Jiang Haitao, I will send you a pile of mud later. You can collect it temporarily, and send it back to me after I finish my work here. Jiang Haitao naturally had no reason to refuse, but Zhou-Wen's abnormal behavior made him more curious about what Zhou-Wen had encountered. After notifying Jiang Haitao, Zhou-Wen looked at the more than 90 pieces of feces in the gold-rimmed material box, and instantly stored them in the system interface, and then sent them to Jiang Haitao through a private message. Next, Zhou-Wen used the same method. When the supply box was full, he sent it to Jiang Haitao through the system interface. In this way, Zhou-Wen had collected all the feces of the rock-diving worms on the edge of this space, leaving only a small pile of feces in the middle. Finally, we are almost done digging. Zhou-Wen took a break for a while, sat on the ground, looked up at the small mountain of feces in front of him, and smiled. His cave treasure hunt this time was very fruitful. Not only did he get 3 blueprints in one go, but he also got iron ingots, a rare material that is currently difficult to obtain, plus 2 creatures with special functions. After that, he could go back and have a good rest as long as he finished digging the hill in front of him. He was exhausted today. After a while, Zhou-Wen had finished his rest and continued to dig feces. The feces hill was originally made of soft mud. As Zhou-Wen dug below, the hill gradually collapsed and became shorter and shorter. The top could be seen. Is there something? Zhou shone his headlamp on the top of the Phesis hill and found that the top was reflecting a bright light, as if there was something on it. There are treasures. Zhou was shocked, and then he was overjoyed. He immediately sped up the digging speed until the whole hill turned into a small mud pile. He finally saw what the thing reflecting the crystal light on the top was. This is a plant with a very strange appearance. It is about half a meter tall. The trunk is made of a rock as thick as a little finger. There are 3 branches on the rock trunk. The branches are covered with crystals to form leaves. The crystal leaves are flat and long cone-shaped, similar to bamboo leaves on the earth. The leaves are covered with fine crystal thorns. When the light shines on them, the crystal light flickers and looks very beautiful. At the fork of the 3 branches, 3 smaller branches extended out. There were no crystal leaves on the branches. They were bare, with only an egg-sized stone hanging at the end. The surface of the stone was rough and not smooth, and it looked ordinary. Zhou didn't know what kind of plant it was, so he decided to touch it with his hand. As soon as his hand touched the stone hanging at the end of the branch, the stone fell directly. Zhou was smart and reacted very quickly to catch the stone with his backhand. The next moment, a prompt sound appeared in his mind. Ding! Obtained rock fruit X1. This stone is actually the fruit of this plant? Zhou had previously looked at the 3 irregular stones hanging on the branches of this plant, and guessed that the stones were the fruit of this plant. But this fruit was so similar to the stone that he couldn't believe it. Since it is a fruit, it should be edible. Zhou thought to himself, and opened his mouth to taste the stone fruit. But just as he was about to put the fruit into his mouth, Zhou hesitated and asked Jiang Haitao for a bottle of mineral water, and washed the stone fruit with the mineral water. You know, there are excrement of rockworms everywhere, and these excrement are all soft mud, so it is inevitable that the surface of the stone fruit will be stuck with excrement. Although Zhou no longer finds these excrement disgusting, he can't eat them. After washing the stone fruit with mineral water, Zhou put it directly into his mouth and bit it hard. Crack! The rock fruit didn't move at all, and almost broke Zhou's back teeth. Hiss! Is this really a fruit? It's too hard. Zhou took a breath of cold air with a toothache. Looking at the stone fruit with only a shallow tooth mark on the surface, he couldn't help but complain. Is this fruit inedible? Zhou's head was full of doubts now. There was nothing he could do. He knew too little about this plant. After thinking about it, Zhou felt that the stone fruit should be edible, but there might be a protective shell on the outside, just like nuts. So, Zhou took the stone fruit and came to the edge of the space, and gently knocked the fruit in his hand on the rock wall, but there was no response. Zhou increased his strength a little more, but there was still no response, so he continued to increase his strength. Crack! The stone fruit finally cracked, and through the crack, he could see the crystal-like flesh inside. Zhou looked surprised. Just as he had guessed before, the stone outside was indeed a shell. He carefully peeled off the stone shell, revealing the crystal-clear flesh inside. The flesh was round, about the size of a ping-pong ball, and was wrapped in a thick layer of transparent flesh. There was a white core in the middle. The overall appearance was similar to that of a lychee, except that the flesh of a lychee was soft, while this one was hard. Zhou put the flesh into his mouth again, and then bit it gently. This time he bit off a piece of flesh easily. The flesh tasted very crisp, just like a crisp apple, but it tasted very sweet, especially the core in the middle, which was full of fruity fragrance and sweet and delicious. Zhou thought the core was hard at first, but it was just a little harder than the flesh wrapped outside, and it was crispy like eating lotus seeds. The flesh of the stone fruit was not big, so Zhou finished it in 2 bites. Ding! Gain strength +1, gain physique +1, gain speed +1. The system prompt sounded in his mind, and Zhou added 3 attributes at once. Sure, add 3 attributes at once. After hearing the prompt sound, Zhou's eyes lit up and said with a smile. Although each attribute was only increased by a little, he was already very satisfied. He had gained a lot from this treasure hunt, and the increased attribute points were considered an extra gain. I wonder if this stone fruit can increase attribute points repeatedly. Zhou picked another stone fruit and prepared to try it, but he didn't have much hope, because he hadn't encountered anything that could increase points repeatedly since he came to this world. Ding! Gain strength +1, gain physique +1, gain speed +1. Chapter 48. Hearing the same prompt sound in his mind again, Zhou froze. It is really possible to add attribute points repeatedly. Zhou was shocked, and could not wait to reach out to the last stone fruit to see if he could continue to add points. But the moment he picked the rock fruit, Zhou hesitated. This plant is a good thing, and the stone fruit is also a seed. Looking at the location where this plant grows, the growth condition should be the excrement of the rockworm. He has dug up all the excrement and can go back to plant it himself. So Zhou collected the last stone fruit and then dug the plant out of the dung pile. The roots of this plant are also made of crystal. Zhou was very careful when digging. Fortunately, the plant took root in a soft mud, so digging was not difficult and did not damage the crystal root system of the plant. After a while, the remaining rockworm dung was all dug up, so this cave treasure hunt was successfully completed. When returning, Zhou tied the gold-rimmed supply box with a cloth strip on his back, then took off the spiked helmet and temporarily planted the rock crystal tree in the helmet. The 3 spikes on the top of the spiked helmet had been broken off when fighting against the rockworms before, and now they are just right for being used as a temporary container for the rock crystal tree. Just like that, Zhou carried the golden laid supply box on his back, held the helmet in one hand, and followed the instructions of the phantom Leviathan in his mind, accurately passed through a fork in the road, and finally climbed out of the cave he came from. Huh, I'm finally back. Zhou subconsciously looked up and saw only darkness. He was relieved when he was sure that he had returned to the mouth of the phantom Leviathan. Having entered a safe environment, Zhou put all his protective gear and weapons into the supply box, passed through the esophagus easily, and returned to the stomach wall space. Zhou looked at the stomach wall space with a little light, and felt as if he was in another world. The experience in the cave before was really a bit depressing, but fortunately he was back now. I'm finally back, I can sleep, I'm so sleepy. The voice of the transformed Leviathan sounded at this time, and then the entire stomach wall space vibrated, and the transformed Leviathan began to move, probably looking for a suitable place to rest. Zhou heard the voice of the transformed Leviathan, and smiled faintly on his tired face. He was also sleepy. The experience in the cave had made him exhausted. However, it was not time to sleep yet. Zhou first found a place to put the rock crystal tree in his hand, and then put the iron ingots and glass in the golden laid material box into the locker. Finally, he found Jiang Haitao and asked for the boiling blood coral, small aquarium, and a pile of rockworm feces that he had sent to him today. Brother One, are you done? After Jiang Haitao sent all the things to Zhou, he also sent the spike helmet blueprint to him. Zhou received the blueprint and made a new spike helmet for himself. Well, it's done. I left the stomach wall space today. Ah, left the stomach wall space? Jiang Haitao's brain was not able to react for a while, and he didn't quite understand what Zhou meant. So Zhou told Jiang Haitao about his experience in the treasure cave today, but he hid the 2 blueprints of iron sword and fishbone armor he obtained, and the story of transforming Leviathan's voice. Treasure cave, giant worm. After listening to Zhou's experience, Jiang Haitao was in shock. He felt suffocated when he thought about the fear and despair of encountering a giant creature in a dark, narrow, and humid cave, and being unable to escape. Brother One, are you not injured? No serious injuries, just scratches. Fortunately, the transformed Leviathan helped, otherwise it would be dangerous. When Zhou recalled the scene of using more than a dozen wooden shields to resist the rock-escaping worms, he could feel a cold sweat on his back. If you encounter a treasure cave in the future, be sure to tell me before you go treasure hunting, and I can also provide you with some help. Thank you, Brother One, but this cave treasure hunting, isn't it too dangerous? I don't think it's necessary to take that risk. Jiang Haitao was scared just by listening to Zhou's story, so how could he dare to go alone? How can that be possible? In this world of survival, what matters is obtaining resources and blueprints. The treasure cave contains rare resources. If you choose to retreat, you will always be a distance away from others. It is true that every survivor cannot meet each other at present, but what about in the future? If there is a real fight between them, and you fall behind others, I don't need to say more about the consequences. Okay. But Brother One must help me when the time comes. Don't worry, that's natural. Zhou reminded Jiang Haitao not to tell others about the treasure cave, and ended the conversation. After that, he used 10 parts of stone, 10 parts of glass, and 10 parts of sand to make a small aquarium. On the way back from the cave, Zhou had not forgotten the gel worms he had seen before. In the cave with accumulated water, there were many gel worms, so he caught 10 of them and put them in his clothes. These 10 gel worms were kept in this small aquarium. However, there were 2 more small aquariums covering an area of 1 square meter, and there was no place on the wooden platform. But the area of the wooden foundation is not easy to expand. Zhou thought about it, and decided to build upwards, since he couldn't expand. Zhou built 2 wooden foundations on the 2 wooden platforms where he slept. The wooden foundations were supported by 4 logs, and there was space in the middle. Zhou could still sleep in the same position as before, but the wooden foundation blocked the space above, making the sleeping space smaller. 2 small aquariums were placed on the wooden foundation on the second floor, and Zhou slept in the gap below. Why is it that the faster I develop, the narrower my living space becomes? Zhou huddled in the only remaining sleeping area and couldn't help but complain. Before going to bed, Zhou took a look at the private messages sent to him by various survivors in the system interface. There were tens of thousands of private messages, most of which asked him why he suddenly stopped selling wooden foundations. Zhou ignored these private messages. At that time, he left the stomach space and naturally couldn't continue to make them. If there were no accidents tomorrow, he would continue to sell them, and these problems would naturally not be a problem. One of the private messages was from someone who wanted to trade him for a second algae oxygen tank. Zhou took a look at the blueprint that the other party was trading, and it was the blueprint of chopsticks that he had seen in the World Exchange channel before. Zhou immediately sent a private message to the other party and traded the blueprint of chopsticks back. He was worried about not having chopsticks when eating simple hot pot before. Chopstick blueprint requires wood X1. After Zhou used the chopstick blueprint, he made the chopsticks directly. After suffering so much today, he wanted to reward himself with a can of canned fruit. He opened the canned fruit and drank a big sip of soup first, letting the sweetness sweep away today's fatigue, and then used the slender chopsticks to easily pick up the fruit inside and put it into his mouth comfortably. Having chopsticks is convenient, delicious juice. Chapter 49. On the 10th day, Zhou woke up and sat up from the wooden platform as usual, then his head hit the wooden board of the wooden foundation above. Hiss. Zhou took a breath and remembered that he had built 2 wooden foundations on his head last night. He had done what he had done. He could only rub the pain in his head with his hands helplessly, and crawl out from between the upper and lower wooden foundations. But as soon as his arms were supported on the wooden platform, he felt his arms were sore, and even his arm muscles were slightly tingling. Yesterday in the treasure cave, he almost relied on his 2 arms to move forward, and he also competed with the rockworms in endurance. When his life was threatened, adrenaline burst out and his muscles were extremely strong. It should be at that time that he injured his tendons. Don't come to the anchorworms today. Zhou slowly crawled out, hoping. Now his arms are powerless, and he needs to rest well today. Of course, if he really encounters the anchorworms, he can only fight regardless of the pain, but in that case, it will definitely cause secondary damage to the tendons, and the recovery will be even slower. That's not right. Where are the 2 points of physique I added yesterday? Why is there no effect at all? Zhou opened his character attribute panel. Zhou, normal attributes are 10 points, intelligence, 10, strength, 10.5, physique, 12, speed, 14. Evaluation, a healthy person who surpasses ordinary people. My physique is 12 points, which is beyond ordinary people. Why is the recovery speed of this injury still so slow? Zhou felt that since the physique points were already 12, there should be some effect. However, Zhou thought too much. Physical fitness increase can indeed speed up the recovery of the body, but the physical fitness of 12 points is only a little faster than before, and it is impossible to recover from injuries after a night's sleep. Moreover, if it weren't for this physical fitness of 12 points, he would have had difficulty sitting up from the wooden platform today. However, Zhou was just complaining. After all, the task attribute panel did not introduce the specific effects of these attribute increases, and he relied on guesses, and he was not sure whether his guesses were correct. After looking at the physical attributes, Zhou turned his attention to strength, and then stared at his 10.5 points of strength. Before, he thought of increasing his strength through exercise, and the result confirmed his guess. He really increased his strength by 0.5 points, but that was under the condition of not exceeding 10 points of ordinary people. Now his strength has reached 10.5, exceeding that of normal people. He feels that it is useless to exercise through push-ups now. Forget it, let's continue to do push-ups first, at least give me the 0.5 points. Zhou is still in the exploratory stage of training. It is definitely not enough to rely on guesswork. He can only try slowly and summarize a set of methods to increase strength. After looking at his own attributes, Zhou began to inspect. He first took a look at the boiling blood coral he brought back yesterday. Because the boiling blood coral was transmitted through the system interface, Zhou was a little worried that the coral polyps on the coral would be affected. Zhou took the headlamp in his hand and shone the light carefully on the boiling blood coral in the small aquarium. After observing it for a while, he found that the coral polyps on the coral were still alive, so he was relieved. But the food of the boiling blood coral polyps is blood. Where can we get it? When Joe thought about feeding the coral polyps, he felt a little troubled. He couldn't let his own blood flow. Should I let the blood of the metamorphosis Leviathan flow? After thinking carefully, Joe felt that it was most appropriate to let the blood of the metamorphosis Leviathan flow, because the metamorphosis Leviathan was large in size, and letting a little blood flow out would have almost no effect. However, Joe finally gave up this idea. At least now, he would not let the blood of the metamorphosis Leviathan flow out for the boiling blood coral polyps. Because he thought of another way to get blood, that is to kill anchorworms. If he encounters anchorworms in the future, he can kill them and bleed them for boiling blood coral polyps. If he doesn't encounter them, he can release the acquisition information through the World Communication Channel. The blood of one anchorworm should be enough to feed boiling blood coral polyps. Joe still remembers the first time he killed the anchorworm, the scene of blood splashing, and the amount of blood was super large. After watching the boiling blood coral, look at the gel planarian in another small aquarium. There was little water in this aquarium, and there was no way to get seawater when he came back yesterday. So Joe scooped seawater from the boiling blood coral aquarium with his hands several times into the gel worms. Anyway, according to what Joe saw in the cave, gel worms don't have to live in water. Some water can moisten the living environment. Joe also observed these 10 gel worms, and there was nothing wrong with them. They were all crawling slowly on the glass of the small aquarium, leaving traces of mucus. The introduction of the gelatin worm in the biological illustration book is quite straightforward. The body of the gelatin worm can make hemostatic gel, and has a strong recovery ability. So Joe prepared to test how strong the recovery ability of the gelatin worm is. He caught one and cut it in half with a fishbone knife, and then put it in a small aquarium. After that, it was just a matter of waiting to see the result. Joe did not wait and waste time, but went to see the golden silk fruit he had been thinking about. As soon as he approached the seaweed planting box, Joe saw a tiny seaweed only 3 centimeters high growing among the gravel in the water. The seaweed was golden and shimmered in the light. It's sprouting. Joe was so excited that he couldn't believe it for a moment, fearing that he was dazzled. He looked again several times and confirmed that there was indeed a golden seaweed seedling. He was ecstatic. It's no wonder that Joe reacted too much. You know, golden seaweed can produce golden fruit, and golden fruit can increase the eater's strength by 5 points, plus the golden seaweed fiber needed for fishbone armor. It is enough to see the importance of golden seaweed to Joe. Now that the golden fruit has successfully sprouted, how can Joe not react? Based on the fact that Shin Xian had previously asked Joe to trade golden fruit, it can be inferred that Shin Xian had obtained at least 2 golden fruits, that is, at least 2 fruits can be produced on 1 golden seaweed. Of course, it is also possible that Shin Xian was lucky enough to encounter 2 golden seaweeds at once, but the probability of this possibility is too small, and Joe thinks it is unlikely. In addition, Joe has a bold guess, that is, the golden seaweed may produce 3 fruits at a time, because according to his own situation, generally when he encounters something that can increase attribute points, he will eat it again, and he will sell it only when he is sure that the second time will not continue to increase the attribute. Shin Xian should be the same. After eating 2 golden silk fruits, and confirming that he could not increase his strength repeatedly, he traded the last one with him. Joe looked at the delicate and tiny seaweed seedling with shining eyes. He was very excited when he thought that he would be able to mass-produce the golden silk fruit with such a large increase in attributes, and it was extremely rare. After calming down, Joe went to see the rock crystal tree he brought back yesterday. Chapter 50. The rock crystal leaf tree is still planted in the damaged spiked helmet. There is no other way. There is really no extra space on the wooden platform to plant rock crystal leaf trees. Joe can't plant it anywhere other than the wooden platform. The excrement of the rockworm is soft mud, and can't resist the erosion of sea water. But the rock crystal leaf tree is also a very important plant. The rock fruit it produces can repeatedly increase the attributes, and it has 3 attributes. By the way, the watermelons are ripe today. After picking the watermelons, the empty space will be used to plant rock crystal leaf trees. Everything has to be prioritized. The importance of the rock crystal leaf tree is far beyond the watermelon and other crops. Joe was still thinking about letting the rock crystal leaf tree produce rock fruit again, to see how many times the rock fruit can increase the attribute points repeatedly. With an anxious mood, Joe came to the area where crops were planted, holding the spiked helmet for planting rock crystal leaf trees. At a glance, he saw in one of the small planting boxes an oval watermelon that was larger than a basketball and had deep and shallow striped wavy patterns on the surface. It was full and round, and quietly lying between the vines and leaves. The originally green vines and leaves had already shown signs of withering. "Pa!" Zhou excitedly stepped forward and gently patted the watermelon with his hand. The watermelon trembled slightly and made a crisp thumping sound, which was obviously ripe. However, Zhou did not pick the big watermelon immediately. Seeing that the vines and leaves were gradually withering, he guessed that only when all the vines and leaves withered, the watermelon would be truly ripe. Zhou swallowed his saliva. Through the feedback from patting the watermelon just now, he knew that this was definitely a good melon with thin skin and thick flesh. Temporarily suppressing the urge to eat melons, Zhou looked at the sweet potatoes beside him. The sweet potatoes grew in the soil, and only the vines and leaves could be seen on the surface, but these vines and leaves were green to black, and they were obviously old. The originally flat land below was also slightly convex at this time, and it seemed that the sweet potatoes were not small. After looking at the crops, it was almost time for the transformed Leviathan to eat. Zhou found a safe place to put the rock crystal tree in his hand, and then went back to the sleeping area. At this time, he no longer felt that the sleeping area was narrow, but felt full of security. With a wooden foundation above his head and an algae oxygen tank in front of him, he was like hiding in a very small house, and it was difficult for the danger outside to hurt him. However, safety is safety, and the defensive equipment on the body must be worn well. Zhou also opened the blueprint interface and turned to the iron broadsword blueprint. Since there are better weapons and corresponding materials, in order to further improve his own safety, the fishbone knife is naturally temporarily eliminated. Zhou clicked to make it, and 3 iron ingots and a piece of wood instantly turned into blue light and combined into a 1-meter-long iron broadsword in front of him. The iron broadsword has a blade length of 70 centimeters and a handle length of 30 centimeters. It can be held with both hands. The blade is wide in front and narrow in the back, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, and there is a certain arc between the blade and the tip, which is suitable for swinging. It's a bit heavy. Zhou held the iron broadsword in one hand and felt the weight. It should be 10 jin. For Zhou now, this weight can only be used for simple swinging with one hand, and it is very burdensome to the wrist. If you want to really use the big knife, you must hold it with both hands, but he has never used a big knife before, and it is a bit awkward to swing it with both hands. It seems that I have to practice. Zhou held a big knife with both hands and tried to swing it a few times, but felt that his arms were a little uncoordinated. There was no way. Zhou was originally an ordinary person. He had only used kitchen knives in his hands. Now, he was holding a big knife with both hands, so he was naturally not used to it. He could only get used to it through continuous practice. There was a sound of seawater surging in the esophagus. Zhou immediately put away his mind, hid behind the algae oxygen tank, and listened to the movement in the water. He didn't want to encounter anchorworms today. His arm tendons were injured. It was okay to simply swing the knife, but if he really used force, it would definitely not be good for the injury. After careful listening and mirror inspection, Zhou confirmed that there were no anchorworms in the water. He opened the blueprint interface and made 21 algae oxygen tanks. Last night, when trading chopstick blueprints, Zhou traded his algae oxygen tanks. Now he will make up for it. The remaining 20 are still on the trading channel for survivors to buy. After a while, it seemed that Zhou's wish came true, or it was just luck. Zhou still survived the feeding phase today. However, other survivors were not so lucky. The death toll today was the same as Zhou's previous speculation, and the death toll gradually increased to more than 500,000. Seeing such a huge death toll, Zhou had no choice but to continue selling wooden foundations to add some defense for the survivors. Jiang Haitao was also attacked by an anchorworm, but with the method Zhou taught him to hide behind the algae oxygen tank, Jiang Haitao avoided being dragged into the water like Zhou before. He waited on the wooden platform for the seawater to recede. Without the seawater, the flexibility of the anchorworm was greatly reduced. Jiang Haitao relied on the heavy spiked armor Zhou gave him, and the fishbone blade in his hand to wait motionlessly for the anchorworm to clamp his body, and then swung the knife vigorously to chop the soft body of the anchorworm, and successfully killed it. After hearing this, Zhou immediately asked Jiang Haitao to send the body of the anchorworm over, and then put the blood of the anchorworm into the small aquarium where the boiling blood coral was. The blood dyed the clear seawater in the tank red, and the coral polyps on the boiling blood coral became excited and began to dance their small tentacles to absorb the blood in the seawater. After feeding the boiling blood coral polyps, Zhou threw a portion of seaweed left over from the feeding stage into the tank of the gel planarian as their food. After feeding, Zhou sent a message on the World Trading Channel to purchase gold ore. Since gold ore can really make golden seaweed grow, he will purchase more. After doing all this, Zhou began to move the seaweed. Today, because of his injured arm, he could not use too much strength, so the moving speed was slower, and it took nearly 2 hours. However, it only took an extra hour, and would not affect the number of supply boxes obtained. Wow, let's eat watermelon. When moving the seaweed, Zhou saw that the vines and leaves of the watermelon had all withered, proving that the watermelon was completely ripe. After moving the seaweed, he hurriedly climbed onto the wooden platform and picked the big watermelon from the withered vines. The iron machete that had just been made was just right for cutting watermelons. Chapter 51. Zhou held the watermelon and came to the wooden platform under his rest area. He removed the algae oxygen tank used as a wall, cleared a large space, and then placed the watermelon on the wooden platform. After so many days, it's finally ripe. Zhou recalled the scene when he planted the watermelon seeds 6 days ago. Although it was not a long time, he felt that a long time had passed. The reason, of course, was that too many things happened in these 6 days, which made people's mental state always busy, causing the time of each day to be infinitely extended. Zhou thought about when he first planted the watermelon seeds, and he was thinking about planting on a large scale to achieve self-sufficiency, but in fact this idea is difficult to achieve. The size of the stomach wall space is limited. Although it will gradually expand with the growth of the phantom Leviathan, it is a long process. To truly achieve self-sufficiency, and not worry about food and drink, at least 20 to 30 small planting boxes are needed, which is 20 to 30 square meters. Now the stomach wall space has indeed expanded a little because of the growth of the phantom Leviathan, but these increases are all spread out on the stomach wall space, and this spread out growth is not enough to place more wooden foundations. According to the current situation of the transformed Leviathan, which grows about 1 meter every day, it takes about 20 days for the side length of the stomach wall space to grow 1 meter. In this way, if you want to put down 20 or 30 small planting boxes, the side length of the stomach wall space must be at least 10 meters, and the entire stomach space area must reach 100 square meters. Zhou's wooden foundation generally occupies 1/5 or 1/4 of the stomach wall space, which means that there is 20 to 25 square meters of space for farming, and this is not counting the minimum requirement of the living area. According to this calculation, it would take at least 100 days to achieve self-sufficiency, and Zhou had only been in this world for 10 days. But in these 10 days, he was on the verge of death 4 times. On the first day, he was carrying seaweed and almost died of lack of oxygen. On the 4th day, he encountered anchor worms and was almost strangled. On the 7th day, he encountered 2 anchor worms and was almost drowned. On the 9th day, he was in the treasure cave and faced the rock worms without any resistance. Zhou thought about it and found that his 10 days were extremely thrilling. He still had to be self-sufficient for 100 days. It was a question whether he would still be alive by then. Forget it, eating watermelon is the most important thing now. Zhou threw these bad things out of his mind, raised the iron knife in his hand, and gently cut the center of the watermelon. Bang! As soon as the blade cut through the melon skin, a crisp sound rang out, and the whole watermelon split in the middle. Zhou put down the iron knife and broke the watermelon, which had already split in half, into 2 sides with both hands. Without any effort, the watermelon was completely split into 2 halves, and a large piece of bright red flesh came into view. Wow! This watermelon. Zhou was shocked. This watermelon was his dream watermelon. Everyone knows that the best part of a watermelon is the seedless center. It is crispy, sweet, and delicious. You don't have to spit out the seeds. You can enjoy the sweetness and fragrance of the flesh. The watermelon that Zhou planted has flesh like the heart of the watermelon. It looks firm, full, crystal clear and juicy. The skin is only 2 or 3 millimeters thin and very tender. You can easily peel it off from the bright red flesh just by breaking it with your hands. Of course, this watermelon is not completely seedless. In the middle of the bright red flesh, 2 black watermelon seeds are quietly embedded in the plump flesh. Zhou looked at the 2 watermelon seeds that looked very abrupt in the bright red flesh, and his face showed joy. He carefully picked the 2 watermelon seeds. With the seeds, he can continue to grow watermelons. Crack, crack, crack. After several consecutive cuts, half a watermelon was cut into 7 or 8 pieces. Zhou immediately picked up a slice of watermelon, and then couldn't wait to put it into his mouth. He took a big bite, and the firm and crisp flesh burst open. The sweet and delicious juice splashed in his mouth, and the refreshing fruit fragrance spread, making Zhou feel happy. This is too delicious. Zhou had never eaten such a delicious watermelon. Before, he felt that eating canned fruit was a treat, but compared with this watermelon, it was a world of difference. Zhou kept talking and kept showing off. Soon, half of the watermelon was eaten by him. Feeling his slightly swollen stomach, looking at the remaining half of the watermelon, he was a little annoyed that his stomach was too small, and he couldn't eat the whole watermelon. Cut half for Jiang Haitao. He couldn't finish it anyway. If he put it in the locker, it would taste worse at night. Fuck, brother one, where did you get this watermelon? It's so beautiful. Jiang Haitao was stunned when he received the watermelon Zhou sent him. He had never seen a watermelon with such beautiful flesh, like a ruby. It was grown with the watermelon seeds you planted. Ah, brother one, you can already farm? Yes, do you want to plant? Yes, but... Is it okay? Although Jiang Haitao didn't have much in mind, he was not stupid. Farming is very important in this world, where even eating and drinking requires opening supply boxes. He didn't think Zhou would give him the items he needed for farming. Of course, I send you 2 small planting boxes, and you can buy the seeds yourself. Zhou opened the drawing interface, made 2 small planting boxes directly, and then sent them to Jiang Haitao, plus 2 pieces of low-level fertilizer. He can't expand the planting at all relying on his limited space. The best way is to expand the manpower and let people he trusts plant. Brother one, thank you for taking care of me. Don't be so distant. Since you call me brother, I will naturally take care of you. By the way, the 2 portions of low-grade fertilizer can be used after you plant the seeds. Use 1 portion for each small planting box to speed up the growth of crops. Okay, brother one, I'm already buying seeds. After finishing the conversation with Jiang Haitao, Zhou looked at the remaining quarter of the watermelon, hesitated for a moment, opened Chen Xian's profile picture, and sent her a message. Ms. Chen, you traded 12 algae oxygen tanks, and you got 6 blueprints. Shouldn't you hand over 2 of them to the team? Huh? Mr. Zhou, you invited me to join your team, but you didn't give me any team benefits, and you still want 2 blueprints from me? What do you mean by want? You can't say that. You are contributing to the team, and you have to give first before you can get rewards. Now the team is in the early stages of development, and it is the time when members need to give. Mr. Zhou, don't beat around the bush there, tell me your real purpose. Okay, Ms. Chen is really a smart person. Send me all 6 blueprints, I will choose 2 suitable ones to keep, and return 4 to you, and you will become a real team member. Zhou, this request is a bit too much. How can I be sure that you are not cheating me of the blueprints? Chapter 52. Trust between people needs to be built up slowly, and when I traded the golden silk fruit with you, Ms. Chen, I had already proved my character. Mr. Zhou, if you say so, when we traded the golden silk fruit, I had already traded it to you in advance out of trust in you. But now you want me to gamble again, and the stakes are even higher. This is not appropriate. Since, Ms. Chen, you have trusted me once before, why not trust me again this time, so as to further deepen the trust between us? That won't work, Mr. Zhou. Why do you always ask me to trust you instead of you trusting me? The demand for wooden foundations is so high now, aren't you tired of making them non-stop? Why don't you give me the blueprint, and let me make it for you and sell it? I promise I will definitely return the blueprint. How about Mr. Zhou trusting me this time? The blueprint of the wooden foundation will never be given to you. Zhou indirectly and clearly refused. The importance of the wooden foundation is not a matter of trust or distrust. This blueprint must be in his own hands. Unless someone else gets the same blueprint, Zhou will not give it to anyone else. Mr. Zhou, how can we build trust with your attitude? Ms. Chen, please don't get the relationship between the primary and the secondary wrong. Now that you have joined my team, you need to gain my trust, not me trusting you. But you invited me to join in the beginning. I invited you to stabilize you, and you know the reason yourself. However, we have been friends for a long time in this world, so I decided to really let you join the team. Of course, if Ms. Chen thinks my request is too much, she can choose not to join. I just hope that Ms. Chen will keep the secret between us. After reading Zhou Wenfa's words, Chen Xian hesitated. Although she did suffer a lot in this trust, she still recognized Zhou Wen's character after so many transactions before. Moreover, if she didn't join Zhou Wen's team, who else could she join? Zhou Wen was the one who had the most blueprints and materials. Even if she established a group herself, she couldn't develop better than Zhou Wen. After thinking about it, she decided to hand in this disadvantageous pledge of allegiance, but she had to change the method. Mr. Zhou, I don't have 6 blueprints in my hand, but 5. I only sold 10 of the 12 algae oxygen tanks, and kept 2 for myself. After all, I only traded 1 from you before, and algae oxygen tanks require at least 2 to provide oxygen stably. I can give you 5 blueprints to choose from, but I can't give you all 5 at once. What do you want? I give you one, and after you look at it, return it to me, and then I give you another one. Repeat this 5 times. After you have looked at all 5 blueprints, tell me the 2 blueprints you need, and I will give them to you. Okay, this method is good, and it can fully reflect the mutual trust between us. Chen Xian's method was much better than Zhou Wen's simple and crude way of forcing the other party to trust him. Although the drawings went back and forth between the two and finally returned to Chen Xian's hands, the trust between them was gradually deepening in the process. With Zhou Wen's consent, Chen Xian sent Zhou Wen a drawing. Zhou Wen received the wooden bowl drawing and didn't know what to say for a moment. Do you think it is valuable? It must be valuable to Zhou Wen. After all, he also has a chopstick drawing, which is just enough to make a pair of bowls and chopsticks, but it is garbage to most people. After reading it, Zhou Wen sent the drawing back, and Chen Xian sent another drawing. Wooden chair drawing. Zhou Wen took a look and sent it back. It was also useful to him, but it was also worthless. Wooden table blueprint. What are these? Bowls, tables, chairs, and my chopsticks. Are we ready to eat? Zhou Wen was speechless about the blueprints Chen Xian received. Stone mortar blueprint. Through the simple image on the blueprint, Zhou Wen felt that this was a tool for grinding powder. Boiling blood powder? Does it mean that we need to use a mortar to grind the boiling blood coral into powder? Zhou Wen immediately speculated that he would definitely take the stone mortar blueprint, but he would return it to Chen Xian for the time being. Spiked gloves blueprint. Why does the spiked suit also have gloves? Zhou Wen was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion. He thought he had already collected a set of spiked armor. However, the value of the spiked gloves is still not great. After all, the defense area they provide is too small. Instead of trading spiked gloves, survivors might as well trade wooden shields. Shields can also protect vital parts of the body, which is much more useful than spiked gloves. For people who have a complete set of spiked armor, spiked gloves can only be regarded as icing on the cake. It doesn't make much difference whether they have them or not. Which 2 do you need? Chen Xian asked after Zhou Wen finished reading all the drawings and returned them. Stone mortar and spiked gloves. Since the decision had been made, Chen Xian didn't say much and directly sent the 2 drawings to Zhou Wen. Welcome Chen Xian to officially join my team. You must contribute more to the team in the future. After Zhou Wen sent the message, he sent the remaining watermelon to Chen Xian. After receiving the watermelon, Chen Xian was also stunned by the perfection of the watermelon. After taking a bite, he was even more shocked by the sweetness and crispness of the watermelon. How did you get this watermelon? Chen Xian asked the same question as Jiang Haitao. Hee, it tastes good, I planted it myself, but if you want to plant it yourself, then make a good contribution to the team. Chen Xian is different from Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao is simpler and can be persuaded to do things with affection, but Chen Xian is a smart person and needs to be motivated by interests. So Chen Xian must have a goal, and the small planting box is her goal, and Zhou Wen has the final say on when she can get the small planting box. By the way, how many points of strength do you have now? Zhou Wen suddenly remembered that Chen Xian had eaten the golden silk fruit, and her strength must have surpassed his. 13 points, why are you asking this? Can you move freely in a full set of spiked armor? Yes, but it will be very tiring after a long time. Yes, I know. Follow the team well, and if you perform well, I will give you a food that increases your strength. Why does it sound like an unscrupulous boss making big promises to me? Haha, I am not an unscrupulous boss, I always keep my word. After finishing the communication with Chen Xian, Zhou Wen used the 2 drawings he had just obtained. Stone mortar blueprint requires 2 stones. Spiked gloves blueprint requires 2 spiked krill shells, 5 pieces of cloth. Both items require very little materials, so Zhou Wen made them directly. Putting on the spiked gloves, the back of the hand is made entirely of carapaces, with many short spikes on the surface of the carapaces, and the palm is made of the shells on the abdomen of the tail of the spiked krill, which makes it easy to move the palm. Zhou Wen feels that it is quite good. The stone mortar is naturally what Zhou Wen is going to try to make boiling blood coral powder. He wants to figure out the specific use of boiling blood coral powder. Chapter 53. Zhou Wen temporarily put away the stone mortar. The watermelon had been eaten, and the small planting box was empty. He first had to transplant the rock crystal leaf tree into the small planting box. However, considering that the rock crystal leaf tree grew directly in the excrement of the rock worm in the treasure cave, Zhou Wen did not transplant the rock crystal leaf tree into the soil of the small planting box. Instead, he took out 3 portions of rockworm excrement from a locker and spread them directly on the soil layer of the small planting box, and then transplanted the rock crystal leaf tree onto the excrement, which was more suitable for the growth environment of the rock crystal leaf tree. In this way, the transplanting is completed. Next, I hope that the rock crystal leaf tree can continue to produce rock fruits. After transplanting the rock crystal leaf tree, Joen took another look at the golden seaweed seedlings. At present, these two plants have special effects, and he needs to take good care of them. Previously, he purchased gold ore on the World Trading Channel. At this time, he had traded 5 pieces. Joen carefully placed the 5 pieces of gold ore around the golden seaweed seedlings, forming a circle to facilitate the golden seaweed seedlings to absorb gold elements. After doing all this, Joen took out the stone mortar again and came to the small aquarium where the boiling blood coral was. At this time, the seawater in the aquarium, which had been dyed red by the blood of the anchorworm, had become clear again. Obviously, the blood in the seawater had been absorbed by the boiling blood coral polyps. Moreover, I don't know if it was an illusion, but Joen felt that the boiling blood coral seemed to have grown a little bigger. It seems that the boiling blood coral grows very fast. Joen was originally worried that if he cut off a section of the boiling blood coral, it would take a long time for the boiling blood coral polyps to recover. Now it seems that his worries are unnecessary. The boiling blood coral looks like a deer antler. Joen reached into the small aquarium and found the thinnest and smallest antler. He then tried to break it, but it didn't move. So hard. The tiny antler that Joen broke was only the size of his little finger. He thought he could break it off easily. Since he couldn't break it off with his hands, he had to use a big killer. He raised his iron knife and slowly put it into the water. He moved the tip of the knife to the side of the tiny antler and gently knocked it at the fork where it was connected to the main body. The hardness of the iron knife and the sharpness of the blade were definitely not something the coral could withstand. The tiny coral was directly broken. Joen quickly took back the iron knife and took the broken coral out of the water. There were still a dozen boiling blood coral polyps living on this small coral, but these coral polyps were connected to the coral body and could not be separated at all. Joen naturally did not care about these coral polyps. Anyway, there were still many coral polyps in the small aquarium. After a period of reproduction, the number would return to normal. Wait a minute, can I knock off a few more boiling blood corals and replant them in the sand? With enough blood supply, they can gradually grow into a boiling blood coral? Joen thought his idea was very feasible. The growth of boiling blood corals depends on the calcified corpses of coral polyps. As long as the coral polyps are still alive and have enough food, they will gradually grow. In this way, Joen's boiling blood corals will become more and more, and they will be inexhaustible. However, Joen only has this idea now. The boiling blood corals are not big at this time, and it is not time to divide them. Moreover, he does not have extra materials to make a small aquarium. This idea is temporarily impossible to implement. Putting the idea aside, Joen prepared to start grinding the boiling blood coral powder. The stone mortar consists of 2 items, the stone mortar for holding objects, and the grinding rod for grinding objects. Joen put a small section of boiling blood coral into the stone mortar and began to crush it with the grinding rod. Bang! 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 Joen took the grinding rod and hit the boiling blood coral in the stone mortar a few times with a little force. The coral polyps living on the surface of the coral were directly crushed, and fine scarlet blood oozed out of the corpse. Joen frowned slightly, feeling a little cruel in his heart, but he didn't stop until he smashed the coral completely. The main body of the boiling blood coral is different from the main body of the coral on Earth. The main body of the coral on Earth is white, while the boiling blood coral is blood red. After smashing it, Joen began to use the mortar stick to grind it in circles in the stone mortar. He didn't know how much to grind it to. Anyway, the introduction said it was powder, so the finer the better. Ding! Get a small portion of boiling blood coral powder X1. Ding! A small portion of boiling blood coral powder. After taking it, physical fitness +3, strength +5 within 10 minutes, speed +5, speed up injury recovery, can only be taken once a day. Fuck! This effect is too amazing! Hearing the description of boiling blood coral powder in his mind, Joen's heartbeat quickened a bit. Joen thought that boiling blood coral powder was some kind of poison. After letting others eat it, it would make their blood boil and die. It's no wonder that Joen thought so, because just looking at the name, it's not a good thing, not to mention that the food of boiling blood coral polyps is blood. Unexpectedly, contrary to his guess, it was an item that increased strength in a short period of time, and it increased strength and speed by 5 points at the same time. This 5-point increase cannot be underestimated. Zhou is now wearing a full set of spiked armor, and he is already exhausted after moving a few times. Chen Xian has 13 points of strength, and he still cannot move for a long time wearing a full set of spiked armor. Once he takes the boiling blood coral powder, his strength will instantly increase by 5 points. With 18 points of strength, he can move freely within 10 minutes, and at a very fast speed. A life-saving weapon. Zhou smile stretched to his ears. He was ready to try the effect of the boiling blood coral himself. He poured the boiling blood coral powder in the stone bowl into his mouth. It was a little dry, so he took a sip of mineral water and swallowed all the powder. Ding! Constitution +3, Strength +5, Speed +5. The reminder of attribute increase sounded in his mind. The next second, Zhou felt that his blood was boiling, his skin began to turn slightly red, and an unprecedented sense of power filled his body. Zhou, normal human attributes 10 points, Intelligence, 10. Strength, 15.5. Constitution, 15. Speed, 19. Evaluation. After taking drugs, the attributes of a person are temporarily far superior to those of ordinary people. Huh? This evaluation can actually distinguish the attributes of temporary enhancement. Zhou thought it was quite interesting. After reading his attributes, Zhou immediately put on the full set of spiked armor, even the spiked gloves, holding a wooden shield in his left hand, and an iron sword in his right hand. Even with the full set of spiked armor on, he could still feel the heaviness of his body, but it was much stronger than when he had a strength of 10.5. He could now swing his arms freely and effortlessly, without being affected by the weight of the spiked wrist guards, and his body movements were more flexible, and he could even run fast in the armor. However, Zhou did not feel the speed of 19 points clearly, probably because the weight of the spiked armor suppressed his speed. So, Zhou took off the entire set of spiked armor, and ran into stomach wall space. Now, the 19-point speed was fully utilized. Zhou ran very fast as if he had learned Qigong. This speed would definitely break the world record for sprinting on Earth. Ding, strength reduced by 5, speed reduced by 5. The prompt sounded again. 10 minutes had passed. The amplification effect of the boiling blood coral powder disappeared. Zhou seemed to have suddenly withered. He went from being strong and invincible to being weak and helpless. Chapter 54. No wonder it can only be used once a day. It turns out that there is a weakening effect after the amplification. Zhou felt that all his energy had been drained. Fortunately, the dangerous feeding stage had passed. Otherwise, in his current state, he would not even have the strength to swing his knife when he encountered the anchor worm. Next, Zhou had nothing to do. After putting away the spiked armor that he had just thrown on the ground, he crawled back to the narrow rest area. As soon as he entered the rest area, Zhou suddenly found that the pain in his arm tendons had disappeared. He did 2 push-ups with some uncertainty, and found that it was indeed healed. The recovery effect of the boiling blood coral powder is quite strong. Zhou exclaimed in surprise. In this way, the boiling blood coral powder has a very comprehensive amplification effect, strength and speed recovery ability, and the first time it is taken, it also permanently increases 3 points of physical fitness, but it can only be used in critical moments. After all, it will become weak after the amplification, which is considered a trump card. I wonder if the hemostatic gel of the gel planarian can also be made with a stone mortar. Zhou shrank his body in the rest area with a listless look, thinking quietly in his mind while recovering his physical strength and energy. As he thought about it, his eyelids began to twitch. The sequelae of the boiling blood coral were too strong, but now was not the time to sleep. In more than an hour, the transformed Leviathan would swallow the first supply box of the day. Although the supply box stage was relatively safe these days, he could not relax his vigilance. Thinking of this, Zhou got up and took out a can of canned fruit from the locker, and also took out chopsticks. After opening the canned fruit, Zhou slowly ate it with chopsticks. Because he had just eaten fresh and delicious watermelon not long ago, in comparison, the status of canned fruit in Zhou's eyes plummeted. He even felt that the taste of canned fruit pulp was too bad, and the soup was too sweet and greasy. In short, it was far from watermelon. I'm really not satisfied. Zhou laughed at himself. Among the survivors, most people have never eaten canned fruit, but now he is disgusted with it. Time passed slowly. After more than an hour, there was a sound of water in the esophagus. Zhou ate the canned fruit and rested for another hour. His energy was restored a lot. The esophagus opened, and seawater poured into the stomach wall space. The first supply box of the day came. Zhou put on a spiked armor, entered a combat readiness state, slowed down his breathing, listened to the movement in the seawater, and then heard a creature swimming quickly in the water, making a lot of noise. Mirror-skinned barracuda? The noise made by the creature in the water made Zhou feel very familiar. After the seawater receded, he heard the familiar sound of fish jumping. Zhou shone a light, and saw a light band flying up and down, confirming that it was a mirror-skinned barracuda. Zhou climbed out of the rest area, first found the supply box and opened it, and waited until the mirror-skinned barracuda had no strength to jump before dealing with it. Ding! Gold ore X1. Another piece of gold ore. It seems that my chances of getting these rare ores are quite high now. As Zhou said this, he came to the seaweed planting box, and placed the gold ore near the golden seaweed. Now that I have recovered some of my energy, let's see how the gel worm that was cut in half is doing. Zhou came to the aquarium, where the gel worms were cultivated, and found that the seaweed that was thrown in before had been almost eaten, and the number of gel worms had become 11, but 2 of them were half the size of the other gel worms. This is cut in half, and it becomes 2? Zhou looked a little surprised. This is more than just a strong recovery ability. This is clearly a strong regeneration ability. Zhou exclaimed, then reached out and grabbed a small gel worm and threw it into the stone bowl. He was ready to experiment with his ideas. Using a grinding rod to crush the body of the gel worm is more cruel than grinding the boiling blood coral polyp. After all, it is a living thing, but there is no way. According to the introduction of the gel worm, it is originally made of hemostatic gel with its body. Fortunately, the body of the gel worm is made entirely of gel, without blood, and it won't look too bloody. Because the body of the worm is very soft, Zhou didn't have to spend much effort, and soon the gel worm turned into a sticky gel. Ding! Get hemostatic gel X1. Ding! Hemostatic gel. When the wound is bleeding heavily, apply the hemostatic gel on the wound. It can stop bleeding immediately and slightly speed up the healing of the wound. It really works, and it works great. Hearing the prompt sound, Zhou's eyes lit up, indicating that his previous idea was correct. After listening carefully to the effect of the hemostatic gel, Zhou's face showed joy. The effect of the hemostatic gel is really great. Before, the anchorworm bit a blood hole in the stomach wall, and blood gushed out. At that time, Zhou had no way to deal with it. Fortunately, the size of the heliophagia was just right to block the wound, otherwise he could only watch the wound bleed continuously. Now that there is hemostatic gel, there is a way to treat the phantom Leviathan. If there is any creature biting the stomach wall space in the future, he can use hemostatic gel to repair the wound. When Zhou thought about the important role of hemostatic gel in transforming Leviathan, he felt that 10 gel worms were too few. If there was a large wound in the stomach wall space in the future, these gel worms would obviously not be enough. So he raised the iron knife and cut all 9 large ones in half, then took out 2 portions of purchased seaweed from the locker and put them in the small aquarium to increase the number of gel worms. If I had known earlier, I should have caught a few more yesterday, Zhou said with some regret. Zhou and the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan were not injured at present, so the hemostatic gel he made was temporarily useless, so Zhou put it in the locker. Next, it was time to deal with the mirror-skinned barracuda. With the experience of dealing with 3 fish before, Zhou was very skilled, and with a sharper iron knife, it was easier to cut the fish meat. The mirror-skinned barracuda meat was divided into 3 parts and put on the trading channel, still trading the fragments of the transformed Leviathan Accelerated Growth Food Encyclopedia. He has now collected 6 pieces, and only 4 pieces are needed to form a complete encyclopedia. Zhou looked at the silver fish bone in his hand, and simply made it into a fish bone knife, then put it on the trading channel, and used it to trade for fragments. Anyway, there were only 4 pieces missing, so he might as well collect them all at once. It would definitely be a big loss to use the fish bone knife to trade for fragments, because the fish bone knife is currently the top weapon among all survivors. Although some people have opened wooden sword blueprints, how can wooden swords be compared with fish bone knives? The sharpness and hardness are completely 2 levels. So it is most appropriate to trade for valuable blueprints with fish bone knives. However, Zhou is about to collect all the fragments now, so he doesn't consider the gains and losses. As soon as the fish bone knife was put on the shelf, someone traded it. Zhou immediately got a fragment. Not long after, 3 mirror-skinned barracuda meat was also traded, and 4 fragments appeared in his hand. Finally all. Chapter 55. Zhou took out the 6 pieces of fragments he had stored from the locker, and put them together with the 4 pieces in his hand. Ding! Transformed Leviathan Accelerated Growth Food Encyclopedia Fragments, October 10th. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesize. A prompt sounded in his mind, and Zhou chose to synthesize without hesitation. In an instant, the 10 pieces of fragments turned into blue light, gradually pieced together in the air, and synthesized into a blue light screen, which recorded 5 levels of accelerated growth food. First type: fruits planted by survivors, feed 5 tons of Leviathan, the growth rate can be increased by 10%. Second type: crimson kelp, feed 10 tons of Leviathan, the growth rate increases by 20%. Third type: bamboo sea mushroom, feed 10 tons of Leviathan, the growth rate increases by 30%. Fourth type: golden seaweed, feed 10 tons of Leviathan, the growth rate increases by 50%. Fifth type: golden king algae, feed 1 ton of Leviathan, the growth rate increases by 100%. After reading the food introduction on the accelerated growth illustration, Zhou was completely confused. He couldn't make any of the 5 accelerated growth foods introduced above. The first one seemed the simplest, and he only needed to plant fruits in a small planting box, but with 5 tons of fruit, where would he find such a large area to place the small planting box? Even if he filled up the stomach wall, he couldn't grow any fruit. He had never heard of the second kind, the scarlet kelp, the third kind, the bamboo sea mushroom, and the fifth kind, the golden king algae. He was only planting the fourth kind, but there was only one pitiful seaweed seedling. What the hell is this? What's the difference between combining the illustrated book and not combining it? Zhou smiled bitterly, and was somewhat helpless. However, this illustration book is not completely useless. Except for the first one, the illustration book has detailed descriptions of the remaining 4 seaweeds, and attached corresponding pictures. If Zhou has the opportunity to encounter them in the future, he can recognize them immediately. With this in mind, Zhou carefully looked through all the information of the 4 seaweeds, especially the appearance of the 4 seaweeds, so as not to miss them in the future. After memorizing the information roughly in his mind, Zhou put away the illustration book of the food that accelerates the growth of the transformed Leviathan. The illustration turned into blue light, and entered his character attribute interface. Behind his name, a small square was formed with the word food written on it. Click it, and the accelerated growth food illustration will pop up. It is very convenient. The first one is not completely impossible, but do you want to do it? Zhou thought about it briefly, and found that the first method in the accelerated growth illustration is still very likely to be realized. It is nothing more than selling the small planting box, and then letting other survivors plant fruits, and then he will buy them with basic materials. In this way, with the planting of a large number of survivors, 5 tons can be said to be easy. Zhou did a little calculation. He roughly estimated the weight of the watermelon he had eaten before. 1 watermelon weighed 10 jin, which is 5 kilograms. 1 ton is 1,000 kilograms, which is 200 watermelons. 5 tons is 1,000 watermelons. This number seems to be a lot, but compared with more than 90 million survivors, it is a drop in the ocean. But the problem is that Zhou does not want to spread the small planting boxes yet, so he must find 1,000 people who will follow his instructions. But the problem is where to find these 1,000 trustworthy people. Just as Zhou was thinking about a solution, a private message came. Hello, sir. My name is Zhunyang. I just formed a guild with more than 1,000 survivors in the World Communication Channel. I would like to invite you to be our vice president. I wonder if we have the honor to receive your favor. Guild? Can the world system form a guild now? Zhou was a little confused and immediately opened the World Communication Channel and searched for it, but there was no option to form a guild in the communication channel. No, this guild was formed spontaneously by us. The power of one person is limited after all. Only by uniting can we develop faster. This is also the purpose of our formation of the guild. I see, that's great, but thank you for your invitation. I don't want to join any organization yet. If I want to join in the future, I will definitely choose your guild. Don't refuse, sir. You can think about it again. If you have any requirements, you can tell us directly. We will definitely do what we can. No, thank you. After Zhou refused again, he stopped communicating with Zhunyang. Zhunyang sent him several private messages in a row, but Zhou ignored them. Moreover, it was not just Zhunyang who invited him. Many newly formed guilds also invited him to be the vice president or even the president, but he rejected them all. After browsing the World Communication Channel, he found that many people had started to form guilds. This guild did not have the rules of the world system and relied entirely on the members' consciousness. Zhou felt that it was very unreliable. Moreover, why did Zhou want to join other people's guilds? If he wanted, he could just form one himself. However, it should be said that forming a guild is indeed a good way to survive. It can concentrate everyone's resources, and use them together. For example, when trading valuable blueprints, after the guild obtains the blueprints, it can sell them to guild members at a lower price. But the premise of everything is that everyone must be conscious and abide by the rules set by the guild, otherwise it will be difficult for the guild to maintain normal operation. Joe felt that it was too difficult for everyone to be conscious of this, especially the top guild members. In a short period of time, they obtained a large amount of materials from the members below. Under such unconstrained conditions, people's greed will expand infinitely. Of course, there must be people who want to run the guild well, such as Junyang and the people who came to invite him later. Joe has high prestige and good reputation. Once he is invited to join the guild, it is equivalent to adding a guarantee to the rules set by the guild. Once someone does not abide by the rules of the guild, under Zhou strong appeal, it will definitely make it difficult for those who break the rules to move forward in this world. This is also the main reason why they all came to invite Zhou. If they want to run the guild successfully, they must have a person with high reputation. Of course, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Of course, they also have the opportunity to get Zhou's good things at the lowest price. Boss Zhou, many people are forming guilds now. Should we also form one? With your reputation, you are definitely the most powerful guild. Chen Xian sent a message at this time, asking Zhou whether to form a guild. I won't form one, but you can form one in your name. After all, the method of transporting seaweed was proposed by you, and you are still very famous among the survivors. I also want to form one, but what can I use as a bargaining chip? The Leviathan Guild of Junyang use stone axe drawings for publicity. What should I use? Tables, chairs, and benches. If you want to take something from me, just say it directly, don't beat around the bush. I want the fishbone blade drawings. Chapter 56. Why do you always ask for the fishbone blade blueprint? You don't have the materials to make it now, so it's useless to give it to you. It's really useless, but I can send the information about the fishbone blade to the world channel for publicity. Currently, weapon blueprints are scarce. With the strength of the fishbone blade, it can definitely attract some survivors with more assets to join. Zhou looked at Chen Xian's information and knew her purpose. He wanted to use the fishbone blade, the strongest weapon at present, to gather a group of relatively wealthy survivors and become the strongest guild. Actually, Zhou already has the blueprint for the iron broadsword, and he can give the blueprint for the fishbone blade to Chen Xian, but he doesn't trust Chen Xian a little. Now most of the survivors are forming guilds. Chen Xian uses his previous prestige, and then adds the blueprint for the fishbone blade. When the guild becomes bigger, he can completely break away from Zhou. But then again, if he is always so suspicious and doesn't trust Chen Xian, then there is no point in him getting Chen Xian to join the guild. Okay, I can give you the blueprint for the fishbone blade, but you must return it to me every night. Okay, actually I didn't intend to keep the blueprint in my hand. I don't have the materials, and I can't make it even if I have the blueprint. This time I asked you for it just to show those who join the guild, so that they can have some hope. I just didn't expect that Boss Zhou really agreed. Could it be that Boss Zhou got a better blueprint than the fishbone blade? We are in the same group. Don't always calculate your own people every day. Manage your guild well, and I will give you a reward. What reward? Is it an item for farming? No, wait until your guild is set up. Okay. After the conversation, Zhou extracted the fishbone blade blueprint from the system interface and sent it to Chen Xian. Like Jiang Hainao, this was also a test, but the stakes were a bit higher. Soon, after Chen Xian got the fishbone blade blueprint, he immediately sent the information of the fishbone blade blueprint to the World Communication Channel, and then established the Survivor Guild. The entry requirements of the Survivor Guild are very high, and 300 basic materials must be handed in. But even so, many people still rushed to join. First, Chen Xian was already somewhat famous. Second, the fishbone blade blueprint was important. Third, Chen Xian had sold 10 algae oxygen tanks before, and many people thought she could trade algae oxygen tanks privately from Zhou. Because there was no official guild channel in the world system, survivors who joined a guild generally needed to add a guild name in front of their name in the system communication channel, so that they could know at a glance which guild they belonged to. Of course, this method has a big drawback, that is, anyone can change the name of the guild at will, and there will definitely be people who change their own names and pretend to be guild members. This requires the president to record the avatars of each member. The name can be changed, but the avatar is fixed. Using the camera function that comes with the system interface, you can keep the avatars of these people to determine whether they are members of your own guild. Chen Xian accepted 500 guild members in one go. Almost half of these members have blueprints, but their blueprints are not very valuable, such as simple filter blueprint, wooden axe blueprint, wooden spear blueprint, and so on. These blueprints are not particularly valuable, but they have a certain market and can be sold to earn some basic supplies, especially when the survivors are attacked by anchorworms. The survivors, who are full of desire to survive, began to pin their hopes on these wooden weapons, allowing those who own these blueprints to make a small fortune. The guy who has the blueprint of the simple filter is the guy who sells filtered water. Zhou Wen looked at the blueprint information of the guild members sent by Chen Xian and murmured, Wooden house blueprints? Zhou Wen flipped through the pages and saw a guild member who had wooden house blueprints. He was delighted and immediately sent a message to Chen Xian. Trick the wooden house blueprints over. You can't trick me. I asked when I saw it. Why? The value of wooden house blueprints shouldn't be that high now. It wasn't high before, but after you sold a lot of wooden foundations, he found that wooden houses could be built on wooden foundations, causing the value of wooden house blueprints to rise sharply, only slightly lower than the spiked helmet. If the construction of the wooden house didn't require 4 foundations, its value would have long exceeded the spiked helmet. That's not right. I have a limit on the number of wooden foundations I sell. Each person can only buy 1. Where did they get 4 wooden foundations? Private transactions. After discovering that some items must be built on wooden foundations, some people began to buy them privately at high prices. Good fellow, those who sell wooden foundations really want money but not their lives. I sold them the wooden foundation out of kindness, just to increase their chances of survival, but I didn't expect that they would stab me in the back in the end. After finishing the conversation with Chen Xian, Zhou Wen was a little annoyed. These people really don't care about their lives. Each person is limited to 1, and it's gone once it's sold. They really don't worry about the anchorworm attacking from underwater. So Zhou Wen decided to slowly stop selling wooden foundations. So far, he has sold about 100,000 wooden foundations. Although the price was set low, and the wood earned each time was not much, the wood earned could be remade into wooden foundations for sale. In this way, he kept stacking and rolling. Now he has 300,000 pieces of wood. This amount of wood is already enough, and it is very dangerous. The size of the stomach wall space is limited. Once these woods are processed slowly and piled up in the stomach wall space, it is likely to burst the stomach wall space. So no matter what the reason is, he must stop selling wooden foundations for the time being. But the problem is that he is a good person in the eyes of the survivors. If he wants to gradually stop selling wooden foundations, he needs a reason that can convince the public. It's really troublesome. I should have known not to set up a good person image. I'm asking for trouble. Zhou Wen scratched his head fiercely for a few times. He really couldn't think of a good reason for a while. At this time, Zhou Wen saw that many people added him in the World Communication Channel. He took a look at the messages sent by these people, and his eyes lit up. Boss, can the price of the wooden foundation be exchanged for basic materials? Yes, the price of wood is 3 times that of other basic materials now. The little basic materials we have can't even exchange for 30 pieces of wood. Also, can you not limit the quantity? Please, boss. Zhou Wen looked at the information of these survivors and smiled as if he had solved a problem. This reason is delivered to me. Chapter 57. I can't meet your request for a price reduction. 30 pieces of wood is already the cost price. If I change it to 30 pieces of basic materials, I will lose 60 pieces of basic materials. Boss, please help us. So many people died today. I am already afraid of tomorrow. Boss, please be kind. If you really can't reduce the price, you can also increase the purchase quantity. Some people are willing to pay a high price, and we can trade with them. Zhou Wen almost laughed when he saw the last message. I sold it to you at a low price, but you sold it to others at a high price in private, and you told me so openly. You really took me for a fool? In the World Communication Channel, there was also a lot of scolding. They all said that he was a fool. How dare he say private things in front of the real owner? However, Zhou Wen could just seize this opportunity. Originally, I sold the wooden foundation at a low price because there were too many deaths. Otherwise, the price of the wooden foundation would definitely be more than 30 pieces of wood. I was kind-hearted, but you sold the wooden foundation privately without caring about your life, trampling on my kindness. Forget it. Since you want to trade with 30 pieces of basic materials, then the price will be like this, but when the wood in my hand is almost consumed, I will no longer sell the wooden foundation. Zhou Wen's words were full of disappointment, which aroused the indignation of the survivors, who did get Zhou Wen's help. They began to scold those who sold the wooden foundation privately, and the world communication channel suddenly became lively. Zhou no longer paid attention to the survivors. As for the nonsense about using up almost all the wood in his hands, he would not really do it. Anyway, the survivors did not know the specific materials needed to make the wooden foundation. Zhou would always emphasize selling at cost price. He just took 100,000 pieces of wood to deal with it, and kept 200,000 pieces for himself. As for those who are interested in guessing the specific cost from the increasing number of wooden foundations sold in the past, this is impossible, because Jiang Haitao has been losing money by selling spiked helmets at a low price, so he would take a part of the wood every time to make up for Jiang Haitao's deficit. Okay, it's solved. The suspension of the sale of the wooden foundation this time had nothing to do with Zhou Wen. It was entirely the fault of those who sold the wooden foundation privately. After using the boiling blood coral powder just now, Zhou Wen's tendon injuries in both arms have recovered. He continued to do push-ups to exercise his body to see if he could make up for the 0.5 strength. Since the strength was increased by 2 points in a row, push-ups were very easy to do. 200 push-ups were completed in half an hour, and Zhou Wen also realized that the 0.5 strength could not be made up by just doing push-ups. After doing 100 sit-ups, the exercise goal for today was achieved. The second supply box was about to arrive. Zhou Wen put on his equipment and hid in the rest area. At this time, Jiang Haitao sent another message. A guild invited him to be the vice president, so he asked Zhou Wen's opinion. Although Jiang Haitao did not have a good reputation among the survivors at the beginning, he sold the spiked helmet at a loss and gained some goodwill. What's more, Jiang Haitao was the first person to be attacked by the anchorworm and survived. In the current situation where most survivors are in danger, he is equivalent to having a heroic aura. Therefore, many guilds, after failing to invite Zhou Wen, would invite Jiang Haitao as a second choice. Zhou Wen naturally let Jiang Haitao refuse. Why be the vice president? It is better to establish a guild and be the boss. I will set up a guild and be the president myself, but I can't, brother one. It's okay. In the eyes of the survivors, you are a moody image. They join your guild and are prepared. If they are unhappy, they can scold you and praise you. If they really don't understand, they can come and ask me. After that, Zhou Wen told Jiang Haitao some basic preparations for establishing a guild. In fact, these are all Chen Xian's experience in establishing a guild. Zhou Wen directly told Jiang Haitao and asked him to follow it. Soon, the Brother Jiang Guild was established. Joining the guild was also conditional. Like Chen Xian, joining required handing in 300 basic materials. However, there were two benefits. Every member who joined the guild would be given a wooden shield for free. Those who survived for 10 days and made contributions to the guild could get a spiked helmet as a reward. Once these two benefits were issued, a large number of survivors rushed to join the Brother Jiang Guild. The stone axe of the Leviathan Guild, the fishbone blade of the Survivor Guild, and the spiked dagger of the Turning Rivers and Seas Guild were all inferior to the spiked helmet of the Brother Jiang Guild. The spiked helmet has been verified by many survivors. It works surprisingly well against the attacks of anchorworms. As the saying goes, only when you are alive can you output. Although the weapons of the other three guilds are also good, especially the fishbone blade of the Survivor Guild, no matter how good the weapons are, they will not work if they are attacked by anchorworms and their heads are bitten through. For a time, the Jiangga Guild was unprecedentedly powerful, with 2,000 members, and these people were all middle and upper level with 300 basic materials, directly becoming the first guild in the survival world. Zhou Wen saw this situation and continuously transferred the large amount of wood he received from the trade of 10,000 wooden foundations to Jiang Haitao, a total of 100,000 pieces. Then he asked Jiang Haitao to use all the 600,000 pieces of basic materials he collected to purchase spiked krill shells. After all, there were too many basic materials, and even if all 6 wooden foundations were placed in a locker, they would not fit. It would be better to exchange them for spiked krill shells. The spiked krill shells, which originally cost 40 pieces of basic materials, suddenly increased to 50 pieces, and there was even a trend of continuous increase. Seeing that Jiang Haitao had obtained such a large amount of materials by relying on the spiked helmet, Zhao Teng immediately publicized the spiked helmet blueprint in his hand and wanted to establish the Tingfei Guild. However, before Tingfei took off, it was suppressed by Zhou Wen and Jiang Haitao. Zhou Wen accused Zhao Teng of not having credit fraud materials, and called on everyone not to trust him, and be careful of being deceived. Jiang Haitao even announced that whoever joined Zhao Teng's guild would join forces with Zhao Teng to raise the price of the spiked helmet to the price of a blueprint. There are precedents for all these. Survivors who were hesitant about joining because of Zhao Teng's bad reputation gave up after Zhou Wen and Zhao Teng did this. However, even so, there are still 100 people joining the Tingfei Guild. There is no other way. Spiked helmets are also very scarce now, and there will always be people who will take risks. Jiang Haitao can't really join hands with Zhao Teng and hand over the market to Zhao Teng. Zhou Wen looked at the Tingfei Guild that was still successfully established, and his brows were deeply furrowed. Zhao Teng is definitely a smart man, and this is another opportunity. As long as he doesn't take the supplies handed in by the guild members and really distribute spiked helmets, Tingfei will really fly higher and higher. Let's talk about it later. At least, he doesn't have much supplies to start with. I have 2 guilds in my hands. Can I beat him? At this time, the sound of seawater surging came from the esophagus. The second supply box came, and Zhao Teng's matter could only be put aside for the time being. Chapter 58. Seawater poured into the stomach wall space. Zhou Wen listened to the movement in the water and found that there seemed to be many creatures swimming in the water, which made him nervous. But after listening carefully for a while, he found that they were all the movement caused by mirror-skinned barracudas. After the sea water receded, the light followed the sound and shone 3 light bands. 3 good luck today. Zhou Wen murmured in surprise, but as before, he temporarily ignored the 3 mirror-skinned barracudas and found the supply box to open it. Ding! Get diving suit blueprint X1. Diving suit? No wonder 3 mirror barracudas came at once. It turns out they were giving me fish skin to make a diving suit, said jokingly. Zhou Wen was not interested in this diving suit blueprint because he couldn't dive, and he wasn't even very good at swimming. He could only do the simplest doggy paddle. However, since he had already got it, he had to make one and try it on, just in case it was useful in the future. Before, many seemingly worthless blueprints were finally put to good use. Zhou Wen used the diving suit blueprint directly, and the blueprint turned into blue light and entered the system interface. Diving suit blueprint. Mirror skin barracuda skin X5, cloth X20. Zhou Wen opened the locker and found the mirror skin barracuda skin that he had stored before. There were 4 pieces in total. With the 3 that just came, the materials were enough. After the 3 mirror skin barracudas were tired of jumping, Zhou Wen used an iron knife to quickly process the 3 fish, peeled off the fish skin completely, and divided the 3 fish meat into 9 pieces, and put them on the trading channel. All 9 portions of mirror skin barracuda meat were used to trade the equipment column. Zhou Wen had already deeply realized the great role of the equipment column these days, but he didn't know whether he could trade it smoothly. Make. Zhou Wen clicked the make button to start making a diving suit. All 5 portions of mirror skin barracuda skin turned into blue light, and gradually changed into a one-piece diving suit with a smooth surface in front of Zhou Wen. Wow, if I wear this out, won't it blind other people's eyes? Zhou Wen looked at the diving suit in his hand, which looked like a mirror, and couldn't help but smile. The diving suit is very soft and comfortable to the touch. There are flippers on both feet, but the problem is that the entire diving suit has only 1 hole at the neck, so it is impossible to wear it. Do I have to use the equipment slot to wear it? But the equipment slot only has 1 slot. Can it hold a whole diving suit? Zhou Wen was puzzled and prepared to try it. First, he took out the spiked breastplate that had been placed in the equipment slot, and then tried to put the diving suit into it. After a burst of blue light, the diving suit was actually put into the equipment slot with only 1 slot. Can 1 grid hold a set of equipment? When Zhou Wen saw this result, he immediately thought of a set of fishbone armor. However, these are just speculations for now. Zhou Wen doesn't know when he will be able to make the fishbone armor. So, he put on the diving suit with a thought. In an instant, his whole body was tightly wrapped, and every part of his body was tightly attached to the diving suit. Zhou Wen tried to move. The diving suit was very flexible, and did not affect his body's flexibility. Moreover, the surface was shining silver, and it felt like it could be integrated with the surrounding environment through mirror reflection. Not bad, but it's a bit hot to wear. Let's put it away first. Zhou Wen thought, and the diving suit was put into the equipment column, and then into the locker. There was no place that needed the diving suit at the moment. After that, Zhou Wen had nothing to do. After all the wooden foundations on the World Trading Channel were traded into wood, Zhou Wen transferred another 50,000 copies to Chen Xian. The remaining 150,000 copies, 100,000 to continue making wooden foundations, but the price was changed to 30 basic materials according to the survivor's requirements. He kept 2,000 of the last 50,000 pieces of wood for himself, and put 48,000 on the trading channel, purchasing gold ore at the price of 100 pieces of wood for a long-term purchase. Zhou Wen didn't want to keep more wood, but he only had 2 lockers, and they were full of things. There was really no place to store more wood, so he could only exchange them all for rare materials through the trading channel. After doing all this, Joan had nothing to do, so he prepared to observe the growth of the rock crystal leaf tree to see if there was any problem with his planting method. Just as this thought came up, a private message came in. Joan saw that it was from Zhuo Junyang, the president of the Leviathan Guild. This time, he came to Joan not to invite him to be the vice president again, but to trade items. "Boss, I want to trade 3 algae oxygen tanks with 3 blueprints." After reading the message, Joan was stunned. After so many days, someone finally asked him to trade algae oxygen tanks with blueprints. "Okay, show me the blueprints." Zhuo Junyang seemed to have been prepared. As soon as Joan sent the message, he sent the information of the 3 blueprints. Wooden fence blueprint, wooden barrel blueprint, wooden cup blueprint. Damn it, I knew that good blueprints would not be traded. Joan cursed inwardly, but he was not angry. This was a normal result. At the beginning, not long after coming to this world, many people did not think that the blueprints were valuable, not as good as a piece of bread, but now everyone has seen the power of blueprints, especially valuable blueprints, which can instantly allow a person to obtain a large amount of basic materials and develop to a level higher than everyone else. Who would easily give up valuable blueprints? Joan said nothing and told the other party that he would make 3 machines for him when he got the supply box for the 3rd time and had seawater. "Thank you, boss. It's just a normal transaction, no need to thank me." "Haha, I still have to thank you. Please take these 3 drawings first." "How can this be? Aren't you afraid that I will deny it later? We believe in your credibility." After Zhuo Junyang sent the message, he directly sent all 3 drawings over. Joan was not polite and accepted them all, because judging from Zhuo Junyang's posture, it was obvious that he had something else to do. "Actually, I want to trade some items with you." "What items?" "Wooden foundation. Just now I saw on the World Exchange channel that you seem to be stopping selling wooden foundations, so I want to trade some from you. Of course, the price is definitely not 30 basic materials. No, I am not going to sell the wooden foundation for the time being. I am willing to trade with blueprints." "Blueprints are also, okay, since you are so sincere, I will trade some with you. 1 blueprint and 1 wooden foundation. How many do you want to trade?" "Ah, 1 for each blueprint. This price is a bit high. How do you want to trade?" "I want to trade 1 blueprint for 10 wooden foundations. 3 algae oxygen tanks. I will send them to you directly later. I have other things to talk about, so let's not talk about it for now." 8. 1 blueprint for 8 wooden foundations. Seeing Joan immediately refused and wanted to end the communication, Zhuo Junyang hurriedly reduced the transaction quantity. "My 3rd supply box is coming soon. Let's talk about it after I give you 3 algae oxygen tanks." "Boss, what price do you want to trade at?" "We can talk about it. 1 blueprint for 5 wooden foundations, no bargaining." Oh okay, I hope to have long-term cooperation with you in the future." Okay. After that, Zhuo Junyang sent 4 useless blueprints, and Joan made 20 wooden foundations for him at a price of 1 to 5, and sent them over. With Zhuo Junyang as a prerequisite, I have a reason to give Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian a wooden foundation. Chapter 59. Joan made another 40 wooden foundations. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian gave 20 each. These wooden foundations can be used to paint a rosy picture for guild members, giving them reasons to stay in the guild. Now that the method of accelerating the growth of the transformed Leviathan is known, the other 4 methods cannot be implemented for the time being, so let's start with the first method. The people who planted the fruits are naturally members of Jiang Haitao's guild and Shen Xian's guild. However, their guilds have just been established today, and the guild members have no sense of belonging to the guild. It takes a few days to make these guild members feel that only by joining the guild can they survive better, and only by contributing to the guild can they develop faster. When these ideas are initially formed, small planting boxes can be distributed slowly. After all, small planting boxes are also rare. Only our guild has them, and other guilds don't. This can increase their recognition of the guild. In this way, the 5 tons of fruit that accelerates the growth of the transformed Leviathan have a place to go. Joan doesn't need to worry about Shen Xian. She will make promises to the guild members, so he emphasized to Jiang Haitao, but it can't be regarded as a promise. It's nothing more than clear rewards and punishments. For those who are more obedient to the guild's dispatch, a few representatives will be selected, and they will be rewarded with wooden foundations or some basic materials, so that others can see that as long as they work hard for the guild, they will get benefits. For those who fish in troubled waters and don't listen to the dispatch, just delete the avatar and kick them out of the guild. Anyway, there are still many people willing to join. After giving Jiang Haitao a brief explanation, the third supply box of the day arrived. Ding! Obtain sand X10, hay X10, cloth X10. The third supply box contained some basic materials. Zhou took a quick look and put them directly into the locker. Next, the transformed Leviathan was about to rest. Zhou put the 10,000 pieces of seaweed he had purchased today into the digestion tank and used all the 7 blueprints he had obtained from Zhuo Junyang. Wooden fence blueprint requires wood X5. Wooden barrel blueprint requires wood X5. Wooden cup blueprint requires wood X1. Wooden door blueprint requires wood X10. Wooden spoon blueprint requires wood X1. Small wooden hammer blueprint requires wood X2. Stone pier blueprint requires stone X10. That's too much. Zhou looked at the stone pier blueprint and was surprised. Although the 6 wooden products were not very useful, they at least had their uses. The wooden fence can be used to surround the edge of the wooden foundation to prevent falling. The wooden barrel can be used to hold seawater and change the water in the small aquarium. The wooden cup is used to drink water, which has a sense of life. The wooden door is useless for the time being. When there is extra space in the future, you can ask Chen Xian to get a wooden house from her guild members. Then the wooden door will be useful. The wooden spoon can also be used when eating canned fruit. The small wooden hammer is useless at present, but at least it is a tool. What the hell is a stone pillar? Is it made to serve as a stomach stone for the transformed Leviathan? I should have paid more attention at that time. You really gave me a rubbish blueprint. At that time, Zhou knew that there would be no good blueprints, so he just took a casual look. However, they have been collected, and there is no need to return them. They can be used as decorations when they are developed in the future. After reading the production requirements of these blueprints, the transformed Leviathan has stopped its activities, and it is time to go to bed. Chen Xian returned the fishbone blade blueprint as agreed, and she will not need the blueprint in the future. After all, she has no materials for making it, and it is useless to hold the blueprint. Seeing how thoughtful she was, Zhou used the 3 mirror-skin barracuda bones he had obtained today to make 3 fishbone knives, and gave them to her. If you meet a guild member with strong abilities, or a guild member willing to sell valuable blueprints, you can give her the fishbone knives as a reward. Jiang Hainao also sent the spiked helmet blueprint, and there were tens of thousands of basic materials that were left over today. Zhou accepted these tens of thousands of basic materials, but he had no place to put them, so he simply put them all on the World Trading Channel and bought all the gold ore at the price of 300 pieces per piece. Today, Zhou has purchased more than a dozen pieces of gold ore, all of which he placed in the seaweed planting box. In the future, he needs to plant a large amount of golden seaweed, and while the gold ore is useless now, he will purchase a large amount. Nothing happened overnight. On the 11th day, as usual, the first thing Zhou did when he woke up was to take a look around to see how the plants were growing and how active the organisms were. The golden seaweed seedlings were growing smoothly, already 10 centimeters long, and the surface was shining with golden light, and there was no problem with their growth. The rock crystal tree has changed a bit since yesterday. The 3 slender rock branches that bear rock fruits have fallen off. Zhou reached out to pick up the fallen rock branches, but they broke as soon as he picked them up. Zhou's fingers holding the branches exerted a little force, and the originally hard rock branches turned into powder. However, the rock crystal tree itself looked fine. The rock branches were still very hard, and the crystal leaves were still crystal clear. However, to be on the safe side, Zhou added 3 portions of rockworm feces to the rock crystal tree to ensure that the rock crystal tree had sufficient nutrition. After the plants, it's time to look at the organisms. There are now 19 gelatin worms, and they have all grown a little bit and are in good condition. However, the inner surface of the aquarium glass has been covered with their mucus. Should we move to another place to keep them? Gelatin worms don't need too much water in their living environment, just a moist environment is enough. Keeping them in an aquarium will not make the aquarium work. For now, let's do this. If we encounter organisms that need to be raised in an aquarium later, we can free up the small aquarium. Finally, he looked at the boiling blood coral. The coral polyps on the boiling blood coral may be a little listless because they have no food, or they may not have changed the water. If there is no danger during the feeding stage, he can change the water for the boiling blood coral. After the inspection, Zhou sent the spiked helmet blueprint to Jiang Haitao and asked him to continue selling it. Soon, the feeding stage of the transformed Leviathan began. Seawater poured in, and Zhou used a mirror skin to illuminate the water surface. He only saw 2 light balls under the water, which were the sun's spherical worms. After making sure there were no anchor worms or other creatures in the water, he crawled out of the rest area. First, he made 20 algae oxygen tanks and put them on the shelf, then used 5 pieces of wood to make a wooden barrel. First scooped out the water in the boiling blood coral tank, and then replaced it with new seawater. What is that? Zhou stood on the wooden platform and was putting the wooden barrel into the seawater to scoop water, when suddenly something flashed on the water surface. But when Zhou shone the light over to check carefully, he found nothing. Could it be the reflection of the ripples caused by the water in the wooden barrel? Zhou looked at the ripples caused by the water in the wooden barrel with some doubt. The ripples were bright and dark under the light, and finally gradually spread and disappeared in the darkness in the distance. He always felt that something was wrong, so he quickly added seawater to the aquarium and quickly hid in the rest area. Chapter 60. Zhou has been vigilant, using his mirror to observe the water surface until the seawater recedes, but he did not find anything unusual. Am I being too suspicious? Zhou had a momentary doubt about himself, but he immediately eliminated it. Regardless of whether there is an abnormality or not, he should be careful. This is absolutely correct. Climbing out of the rest area, Zhou jumped off the wooden platform and used the headlamp to patrol the stomach wall space again. Except for 2 heliopsis on the ground, there were no other creatures. After confirming that there was no danger, Zhou took off his equipment, leaving only a spiked helmet, and then placed the solar spherules on the stomach wall of the rest area on the wooden platform. Now, the only things that need sunlight are sweet potatoes and golden seaweed may not need sunlight, so these 2 solar spherules are redundant and can be used to illuminate the rest area. After doing this, Zhou began to move the seaweed, but just as he picked up a pile of seaweed, he heard something crawling quickly on the stomach wall. Shwa! Suddenly, a sound like a sharp blade tearing through the air sounded behind Zhou. The sound was not loud, but in the quiet stomach wall space, it could be heard clearly if you paid close attention. Zhou immediately threw down the pile of seaweed in his hand, turned around, and the moment the headlight swept across the front, he seemed to see a blurry object in a trance. Zhou's expression changed drastically, because this blurry object was approaching him and flying towards his chest. It was too late to dodge at this time. In a flash, Zhou's mind moved, and the spiked armor was immediately put on. Crack! The fuzzy object hit the spiked armor, and the spiked armor was directly cut open, injuring the flesh under the armor. Zhou felt a sharp pain in his chest, but fortunately the spiked armor also played a certain protective role. The fuzzy object seemed to be in a state of rapid rotation, and the moment it cut the spiked armor, it was also bounced away by the toughness of the armor. Zhou subconsciously covered the wound, and blood instantly stained his entire hand and flowed out from his fingers, but he had no time to pay attention to his injuries now, because the sound of breaking through the air sounded again, and there was more than one. He took 2 or 3 steps to the wooden platform, where the equipment was placed, and his palm touched the spiked armor. The next second, the spiked armor disappeared one by one, and then appeared directly on Zhou. Shwa! The sound of breaking through the air was in front of him, and Zhou immediately raised his empty right hand. The next moment, the iron sword appeared in his hand. Bang! The rapidly rotating blurry object hit the iron sword, sparking a spark. The blurry object was shaken away by the iron sword, and flew in an arc into the darkness, where the headlights could not reach. There was no time to rejoice. Just as he blocked an attack on the right, the attack on the left had already reached him. Zhou quickly raised his left hand, and a wooden shield appeared in his hand. Bang! The blurry object easily penetrated the wooden shield, and then got stuck on it. Zhou finally saw the general appearance of the object that attacked him. It was a creature that looked like a flying saucer. However, Zhou didn't have time to study it carefully now, because in the darkness, there was another sound of a rapid flight breaking through the air. Zhou immediately threw away the wooden shield in his hand, and then with a thought, the wooden foundation behind him turned into blue light, and decomposed into 20 pieces of wood. Among them, 10 pieces of wood turned into blue light again, and combined into a wooden door in front of Zhou. Bang! 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 The 3 disc-shaped creatures were all nailed to the wooden door, stuck tightly. After stopping the 3 creatures, Zhou did not relax his vigilance. He listened carefully to the movements around him. After confirming that there were no creatures crawling on the stomach wall, he immediately took off his spiked breastplate, climbed onto the wooden platform, and took out the hemostatic gel made yesterday from the locker. At this time, Zhou's chest and abdomen were already bloody. He took off his clothes and checked the wound. There was a 5 or 6 centimeter long cut on his chest. Fortunately, he put on the spiked breastplate in time to block most of the flying energy of the disc-shaped creature. Although the wound was long, it was not deep. Zhou used mineral water to clean the wound a little, and then applied the hemostatic gel on the wound. The hemostatic gel was very viscous, and directly sealed the bleeding wound. Just as described in the introduction, the hemostatic effect was immediate. Afterwards, Zhou was still a little worried, so he wrapped it again with a hemostatic bandage, so that he would not worry about accidentally rubbing off the hemostatic gel during subsequent physical activities. After treating the wound, Zhou picked up the wooden shield and carefully studied the disc-shaped creature on it. This disc-shaped creature is round in shape, almost transparent, with a diameter of about 30 centimeters. Its body is flat, with only a slight bulge in the middle, and its internal organs can be seen. Zhou touched the bulge with his hand, and it was soft, but the rest of it was extremely hard. Especially the serrated skirt used for cutting, which is not only transparent and hard, but also very thin. If it weren't for the colorful light refracted when the light shines on it, it would not be visible at all. The creature has 8 legs underneath, which surround the circular mouthparts in the middle. Each leg is similar in shape to the hind legs of a locust. The locust's hind legs can only bounce forward, but the 8 legs of the disc-shaped creature can bounce in any direction and have more power. Zhou would open the biological illustration and turn to a new page. Razor disc insect body length, 20 to 30 centimeters. Weight, 2 to 3 kilograms. Food type, blood. Introduction, a parasite that lives in giant organisms. Its transparent and flat body is like a ghost. It can easily take a person's life with a whistle. Without the protection of hard armor, it will surely die. Its body can be made into saw blades. After reading the introduction of the razor worm, Zhou felt terrified. If he hadn't sensed something was wrong and been on guard, he would have been killed instantly by a knife piercing his heart when he was attacked for the first time. Another dangerous parasite. The anchorworm has only appeared a few days ago. Zhou complained. Moreover, the razor worm is much more dangerous than the anchorworm. It has a transparent body and a small size. It will only attack after the seawater recedes. Anchorworms need seawater to exert their strongest power, but razor worms are just the opposite. With seawater, they cannot exert their amazing speed and jumping power because they have no foothold. The stomach wall space is getting more and more dangerous. Zhou sighed. Kill all 4 razor worms. The process of killing them is very simple. Just use the tip of the iron knife to pierce the soft raised part. According to the introduction, the body can be used to make saw blades, which should be used in the future, so they are stored in the locker. Afterwards, Zhou held up the wooden door and carefully checked the stomach wall space to make sure there were no hidden razor worms before he began to move the seaweed. Chapter 61. Time was urgent. As soon as the first round of seaweed was moved, the second round of feeding began. Zhou would immediately use 20 pieces of wood to make a wooden foundation, patched up the previously demolished foundation, and hit again. The seawater poured in, and Zhou continued to use the mirror to check the movement in the seawater. A flesh-colored strip rolled on the water's surface. It was an anchorworm. Misfortunes never come alone. Zhou frowned deeply. Because the headlights shone on the anchorworm at the same time, the same abnormal flash was found on the water surface. This time Zhou knew that it was the colorful flash reflected by the jagged skirt of the razor disc worm. What should I do? Zhou was a little worried. It would not work to continue waiting for the seawater to recede. The razor disc worms and anchorworms would attack together. Once his body was restrained by the anchorworms, he would be finished. After a little hesitation, Zhou decided to take the initiative to go into the water, while the razor disc worms were still in the seawater, and kill the anchorworms first. However, before that, he had to determine the specific number of anchorworms. If there were 2 like before, he would be extra careful, otherwise he would not go into the water, but go to hell. After observing for a while, Zhou was sure that there was only 1 worm in the water, and it was right in front of him. He was fully armed, and with a thought, he moved the algae oxygen tank in front of him, and then burst out with all his strength, and jumped into the seawater like a hungry tiger. When his palm touched the strip-shaped body of the anchorworm, he swung the iron sword and chopped it wildly. The seawater splashed in all directions under Zhou's powerful swing. Soon, the water surface was scarlet, and the body of the anchorworm was cut off by Zhou, and a lot of blood flowed out. Zhou's attack was too sudden, and the anchorworm was cut off before it could react. However, because the cut was not in the vital part, the anchorworm was still struggling and trying to escape. How could Zhou let it run away? A wounded anchorworm had opened a bloody hole in its stomach wall after running away before, and he didn't want the same thing to happen again. He clamped the body of the anchorworm tightly under his armpit. Because most of its body was cut off, the anchorworm's strength underwater was no longer able to compete with Zhou. In the end, it could only be hacked to death by Zhou when in the midst of painful screams and struggles. Seeing that the anchorworm was no longer moving, Zhou also recovered from the outburst. Looking at the scarlet sea water around him, he quickly dragged the body of the anchorworm out of the water. Oh, this blood can't be wasted. Zhou held the body of the anchorworm, climbed onto the wooden platform, and put the blood from the body into the aquarium where the boiling blood coral was. After doing this, he took off his equipment and hid in the rest area again. The outburst just now almost consumed most of his physical strength. Fortunately, the result was very smooth. The anchorworm didn't even have a chance to resist and was killed. Now he had to take a quick rest and wait for the seawater to recede, so that he would have enough energy to face the attack of the razor disc worms. However, during the rest, Zhou still observed the water surface through the mirror skin, and then found an unexpected situation. The razor disc worms in the water actually gathered together. Because of the large number, the light shone over, and it seemed like there was a layer of oil bun on the water surface, reflecting colorful light. Is it because of the blood? Zhou looked at the scarlet sea water, which was dyed red by the blood of the anchorworms just now. Razor disc worms feed on blood, and they naturally gather when they sense blood in the seawater. This is a good opportunity. Zhou immediately crawled out of the rest area, put on his equipment, and slowly entered the seawater. Since razor disc worms cannot rotate their bodies quickly in the seawater, they have no attack power. This is a great opportunity to kill them. Under normal circumstances, razor disc worms are highly transparent and difficult to be found in the equally transparent seawater. It is almost impossible to kill razor disc worms by relying on seawater. But now, the transparent razor disc worms appeared in the red seawater, which was like a bright light in the dark, and could be seen at a glance. And because they sucked blood in the seawater, the protruding bodies in the middle of them also turned red. Zhou looked at the red dots in the center of the transparent discs in the water, and his face was full of joy. Isn't this the target? Zhou raised his knife and chopped all the red dots in the center without even blinking. The razor disc worms in the seawater were not unaware of the danger, but their 8-legged structure was not suitable for underwater activities, and their escape speed was very slow. Zhou had discovered the weakness of the razor disc bug, so how could he let it go easily? He chased and hacked at them from behind, and soon, all 8 razor disc bugs were killed by him. After collecting their bodies, Zhou returned to the rest area again. He was exhausted after wearing a full set of spiked armor twice in a row. At this time, the seawater had receded by half. Zhou took off his equipment, took a short rest, and looked at the scarlet sea water again to prevent any razor disc bugs from being missed. Until the sea water completely receded, no razor disc bugs appeared. After a few minutes of rest, Zhou held up the wooden door to check the stomach wall space. During this period, he did not encounter any razor disc worm attacks. This result made Zhou know the fatal weakness of razor disc worms. After that, as long as he bleeds in the seawater, he can attract all the razor disc worms, and then deal with them all at once. However, there is a problem with this method, that is, where does the blood come from? It is impossible to encounter anchorworms every time. The simplest and most stable method is to release the blood of the transformed Leviathan, but Zhou naturally will not use this method. He had plenty of basic materials, so he could just buy the bodies of anchorworms and store their blood in wooden barrels. Moreover, he now controlled 2 guilds, so he didn't even need to give out basic materials. He could just ask Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian to ask their guild members for the bodies of anchorworms. The bodies of anchorworms handed in could be converted into guild contribution points. In the next 3 rounds of feeding, Zhou didn't encounter any more aggressive creatures. He passed the entire feeding stage safely without any danger. He opened the world system interface and took a look at the upper right corner. The death toll had surged again today, with more than 2 million people dead. Tomorrow is the 12th day. I wonder how many more people will die. Zhou was a little numb watching the number of deaths every day. He murmured something and found Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian to ask them to collect anchorworms. He also informed them of the information and weaknesses of the razor disc worms, and sent them the biological illustrations, so that they could be more careful. The news about the razor disc worms can also be used as a guild reward to inform those guild members, who have made great contributions and are loyal. Don't underestimate the news about the razor disc worms. Being prepared and not being prepared are 2 completely different things. If you are prepared, You will hear the sound of breaking air and know the danger and will immediately avoid it. If you are lucky, you can survive. If you are not prepared, you will be a living target and you will not know how you died. Chapter 62. Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao, following Zhou Wen's instructions, collected 3 anchor worms from the guild members, 1 from the Survivor Guild and 2 from the Jiangga Guild. Although this number is small, it is also normal. Generally, almost everyone who encounters an anchor worm dies, and only a few of the few can successfully survive. During the feeding stage, more than 50 people died in Chen Xian's guild, and more than 200 people died in Jiang Haitao's guild. After all, the Jiangga Guild has more members, and more people have encountered anchor worms, and the overall quality of the members is not as good as that of the Survivor Guild. One of the 2 anchor worms in the Jiangga Guild was killed by Jiang Haitao. He encountered an anchor worm again today. Zhou Wen accepted the anchor worm corpses sent by the 2 people, and put all the blood into the wooden barrel. There was a lot of blood in the 3 anchor worms, and the whole barrel was filled directly. He made a wooden cup, scooped a few cups of blood into the boiling blood coral tank, and gave the boiling blood coral a meal while the blood was still fresh. By tomorrow, the bucket of blood would definitely clump. After feeding the boiling blood coral polyps, Zhou Wen took out 5 pieces of seaweed he had purchased and put them into the tank of the gel planarian. Just now, he had personally experienced the effect of the hemostatic gel, which was really immediate. This made Zhou Wen deeply realize the importance of the gel planarian. It must be fed and grown quickly before it can be cut in half again and split into more numbers. After doing this, Zhou Wen checked the wound on his chest. The wound was no longer bleeding. The hemostatic gel obviously worked. After confirming that there was no problem with the wound, he came to the small planting box for growing sweet potatoes. At this time, the vines and leaves of the sweet potatoes had completely withered, and the soil in the middle was bulging high, and the mature sweet potatoes were buried underneath. Zhou Wen used the spikes of the thorny krill as a digging tool to dig up the bulging soil, and then saw 3 huge sweet potatoes. Without the obstruction of the soil, Zhou Wen grabbed the dry vines with both hands and pulled them up hard, just like pulling a carrot, and 3 huge sweet potatoes were pulled out. The 3 sweet potatoes were about the same size, and the whitest part in the middle was the size of an adult's fist. After weighing them a little, the total weight of the 3 was about 10 pounds. Zhou Wen's desire for sweet potatoes was far less intense than that for watermelons. It was not that he didn't like them, but that the stomach wall space could not generate fire, so he couldn't make the ultimate way to eat sweet potatoes, roasted sweet potatoes. Although they tasted good when eaten raw, eating too much would cause indigestion, which was incomparable to the soft, sweet, and fragrant roasted sweet potatoes. However, since they had already been planted, he naturally had to taste them. He simply peeled them with an iron knife, and then washed them with mineral water. Crack! Zhou Wen took a bite of the sweet potato, and easily bit off a large piece. So tender, so crispy, the crops grown in this world are indeed top-notch. Zhou Wen sighed. As he continued to chew, he could feel the sweet juice secreted by the sweet potato. The texture and taste were better than all the sweet potatoes he had eaten before. If this could be made into a roasted sweet potato, he didn't know how delicious it would be. Alas, what a pity, when can we start a fire? Zhou Wen looked at the not-so-large stomach wall space, and felt that the hope of making a fire was too slim. After eating a whole sweet potato, Zhou Wen cut another sweet potato in half, and gave half to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian respectively. Jiang Haitao thanked him and told him that he had also planted 2 watermelons, which had sprouted at this time. He was still thinking about the watermelons he had planted yesterday. Boss Zhou, when will you give me farming supplies? I also want to grow some fruits to eat. The watermelons and sweet potatoes you gave me taste so good. Bring the wooden house drawings here, and I will give you farming supplies. Ah, this task is a bit difficult. Don't talk to me about those useless things. I have announced that I will stop selling wooden foundations. The value of wooden houses is not as great as before. Hurry up and find a way to get him to hand over the blueprints. Okay, I try. The blueprints of wooden houses are still very useful. When there is extra space in the future, Zhou Wen will definitely build a wooden house to avoid attacks from dangerous creatures. It is best to hold this blueprint in his own hands. After a while, Chen Xian sent the blueprints of the wooden house. It's very efficient. I used a spiked breastplate to exchange with him. Boss Zhou, you have to give me the supplement. No problem, but, with a spiked breastplate, the other party is willing to trade? How is it possible? I directly looked into the future and told him that he had the qualifications to be the vice president, then showed him the information of the golden silk fruit, and then gave him the heaviest spiked breastplate, so that he knew that the iron must be hard, and the attribute points are the kingly way, and the rest are external things. After a lot of deception, it was finally handed over. You still have gold and silk fruit? No, it's just a rosy promise. How much of it is true? Okay, the spiked breastplate and 2 small planting boxes are sent to you, but don't publicize it to the outside world. After sending the things to Chen Xian, Zhou Wen ended the communication, and used the wooden house blueprint in his hand. Wooden house blueprint, 100 pieces of wood are needed. That's a lot of wood, Zhou Wen said casually, and then closed the blueprint interface. The sweet potatoes have been harvested, and a small planting box is free, just right for planting the mango seeds that were harvested earlier. In the following time, Zhou Wen continued to exercise, still doing push-ups, but wearing a spiked breastplate and doing weight training. He must make up for the 0.5 strength, otherwise it would look uncomfortable. 3 hours later, he sweated profusely, and achieved the goal of 200 push-ups. He felt that his arms were trembling slightly, proving that the exercise had worked. At this time, the sound of seawater surging came from the esophagus, and the first supply box of the day arrived. Ding! Obtained wood X10, soil X10, stone X10. All of them were basic materials. After Zhou Wen collected them, he continued to wait for the second supply box. Ding! Obtained iron or X1, copper or X1. The third supply box also contained some basic materials. No good stuff was found, and there was no mirror barracuda in the sea. Today, apart from a wooden house blueprint, there was not much gain. In the remaining time, Zhou Wen took out the compost bucket, and used a dung scoop to dig out the feces of the transformed Leviathan several times to make low-level fertilizer. Of the 10 low-level fertilizers made before, he used 3 for himself, 2 for Jiang Haitao, and 2 for Chen Xian, leaving 3. 2 days later, Zhou Wen was going to let the members of the 2 guilds plant fruits, and make more low-level fertilizers, so that they could be distributed together, with the small planting boxes. Chapter 63. Ding! The transformed Leviathan has swum 10,000 nautical miles, and is about to leave the Sea of Birth. The protection phase has ended. According to the current speed, it will cross the border sea area and enter the deep blue sea in 1 day. Zhou Wen, who was about to go to bed, was shocked by the sudden prompt sound in his mind and sat up. He hit his head on the wooden foundation above without noticing. Now, it's still in the protection phase. Zhou Wen's expression froze, and he looked a little wooden. He didn't dare to believe the prompt sound in his mind. During these 11 days, Zhou Wen had experienced everything that could be described as dangerous. But now, he was told that he was still in the protection stage. How dangerous would the unprotected deep blue sea be? Originally, as his character attributes grew over the past few days, he wore a full set of spiked armor, held a newly acquired iron sword, had gel worms that stopped bleeding, and boiling blood corals that increased strength and speed. Zhou Wen already felt that he could live well in this world. Even the razor disc worm he had just encountered today, although dangerous, he had found its weakness. Based on the experience of the anchor worm, Zhou Wen thought that he might encounter razor disc worms in the next few days. He even prepared blood to survive the next few days. At that moment, the unknown world seemed to be no longer so scary. But now, the unknown world has become like a fog again, vague and hazy. Protection stage *****. Zhou Wen smiled bitterly, and cursed secretly to vent his dissatisfaction. But what else can he do? Survival is still going on, and he can only wade into this more dangerous deep blue sea. Never mind, go to sleep first. On the 12th day, the transformed Leviathan began to move, and Zhou Wen sat up listlessly. He didn't sleep well last night. The unknown deep blue sea made him very uneasy. He kept imagining what dangers he would encounter in the future. Zhou Wen yawned, crawled out of the rest area, and started today's patrol. Boiling blood coral polyps and gel turbularians are growing very healthy, golden seaweed has grown another 5 centimeters, and the 3 forks of the rock crystal tree have grown thin branches again, and a small rock flower bud grows at the end of the branch. The rock crystal tree is growing so fast. It looks like it will bloom soon. Looking at the pleasant growth of the rock crystal tree, Zhou Wen's lingering worry faded a little. Afterwards, he added 3 more portions of rock diving worm feces to the rock crystal tree, and today's inspection was over. Time came to the feeding stage of the transformed Leviathan. Zhou Wen hid in the rest area and waited for the seawater to arrive. He just didn't know if there would be any dangerous creatures in the seawater today. Today is the last day to enter the deep blue sea. It can be said that the world system has a conscience, and at least gave a day of preparation time. But what surprised Joe was that the Transfiguration Leviathan didn't eat today. Huh? There's something good there. The voice of the Transfiguration Leviathan suddenly sounded in Joe's mind. What good thing, not eating? Joe was a little confused. Today's Transfiguration Leviathan was a little abnormal. After a while, the esophageal diaphragm opened and a large amount of seawater poured in. Joe immediately perked up and used the mirror skin to reflect the water surface to observe whether there were any creatures in the water. But after watching for a long time, he was in vain. I don't know why the seawater was very turbid this time, and it seemed that there was a lot of mud and sand mixed in it. After waiting for a while, the water surface was still very calm. There seemed to be no creatures underwater, not even seaweed. Joe needed to make 20 algae oxygen tanks today. Because there was no seaweed this time, he bought 10,000 seaweeds on the World Trade Channel in advance. He used 200 seaweeds to make 20 algae oxygen tanks, and put them on the World Trade Channel. At this time, the turbid sea water gradually receded, leaving a lot of mud and sand on the ground, and there was also a white ball the size of an ostrich egg. What is this? Joe put on all his equipment, holding a shield and an iron sword in his hands, and walked closer to observe, and found that it seemed to be a fish egg. He quickly touched the shell of the fish egg with his hand, and then opened the biological illustration to check. Big head fish body length, 20 meters. Weight, 100 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A fish that likes to hide in the sand and use food residue as bait. It has a certain IQ, delicious meat, and edible teeth that can be used to make weapons. I touched fish eggs, but they were introduced as adult fish. Joe was a little surprised, but was immediately attracted by the edible part of the introduction. Generally, as long as the introduction mentioned edible creatures, they can increase attributes. I don't know if fish eggs can increase attributes. Joe directly picked up the fish eggs and took a look. The shell of the fish eggs was very thin, but very hard. Through the translucent shell, you can vaguely see the inside. However, this egg seemed to have been laid not long ago. There was no fish embryo inside, and it was still in the state of fertilized eggs. Joe used an iron knife to gently crack the shell, and he could see the transparent egg liquid inside. He put his mouth close to the crack and took a small sip. Oh my God, it's so fishy. An unprecedented fishy smell rushed to his head, and Joe almost vomited it directly, but in the end, he held it back and swallowed it hard. Can this fish egg add attributes? If not, then it's a waste of suffering. Joe felt the fishy smell in his mouth and tried his best to suppress the churning in his stomach. He hesitated for a while, but didn't care. He closed his eyes and drank all the egg liquid in one breath. Joe almost poured the egg liquid directly into his throat and swallowed it directly. He didn't want to let the egg liquid stay in his mouth for a moment. It was too fishy. Ding! Eating big head carp roe increases intelligence by 1. The moment the prompt sound appeared, Joe's brain suddenly felt unprecedented clarity. The vague memory that was once very long ago could be recalled clearly at this moment, as if it had just happened not long ago. This feeling is so magical. Can 1 point of intelligence increase so much? Joe felt as if he had the ability to remember everything he saw. Moreover, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that he had a stronger control over his body. For example, he could easily draw a square with his left hand, and a circle with his right hand in martial arts TV dramas. Huh? There's something good again. The voice of the transformed Leviathan sounded again. There's something good again? Is there going to be a big supply before leaving the Sea of Birth? There must be supplies before a war. Joe suddenly remembered this sentence. While waiting for the Leviathan to swallow the good stuff, Joe glanced at the system interface. The death toll had reached 2 million. This was just the feeding stage. When the feeding stage was over, I was afraid that 10 million people would really die. This is still the protection stage. Joe quickly made 2 portions of boiling blood coral powder, and then sent them to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, asking them to be careful, and told them about the amplification and side effects of boiling blood coral powder, asking them to pay attention to the timing of use. According to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian's current equipment, 1 anchorworm would definitely be no problem, but they were afraid of having more than 1, so they had to give them a way to save their lives. After all, they were 2 of their own people, and they couldn't afford any accidents. Chapter 64. After waiting for a while, the phantom Leviathan swallowed the seawater again, and the seawater was still very turbid. Joe was not sure whether there were any dangerous creatures in the seawater. Although he thought that the phantom Leviathan was a good thing, and should not be dangerous, he still hid in the rest area for safety. Soon, the seawater receded, leaving a lot of mud and sand again. Fortunately, no large creatures were found. Joe crawled out of the rest area and searched in the stomach wall space, and then saw 5 smooth jade-like shells lying in the mud and sand. Joe quickly touched the shells with his hands and opened the new creature illustration. White jade shell, body length 20 centimeters. Weight 8 kilograms. Food type microorganism. Introduction: a shell made of white jade with delicious and edible meat. The white jade shell can be absorbed by the transformed Leviathan and grow into scales. Great, another edible creature. Joe was looking forward to the white jade shell meat adding some attribute points, but when he saw the information about the transformed Leviathan later, he took it seriously. This white jade shell can actually make the transformed Leviathan grow scales. Joe was a little surprised, because the first page of the biological illustration book is the introduction of the transformed Leviathan, and there is also a simple picture of the transformed Leviathan. The transformed Leviathan is similar to a whale, and has no scales on its body. If the transformed Leviathan can really grow scales, then the transformed Leviathan's survivability will be greatly improved, just in time to deal with the unknown dangers of the deep blue sea. So, Joe picked up the iron knife and prepared to pry open the white jade shell. But the shell of the white jade shell was closed tightly, and the iron knife had no point of force at all. Afterwards, Joe raised his iron sword and chopped the white jade shell a few times. Sparks flew everywhere, and only a few shallow marks were left on the surface. It's so hard. Joe's hand holding the sword was numb from the recoil. He thought for a few seconds, and came up with a not-so-good idea. First, he made a wooden door with wood, then put the white jade shell on it, and then turned the drawing interface to the stone pier drawing, and made it with 10 pieces of stone. During the production process, Joe adjusted the position of the stone pier to the highest point above the white jade shell. At the moment when the stone pier was completed, it fell from a height of 3 meters, and hit the white jade shell heavily. Bang! With a crisp sound of stone impact, the hard white jade shell was directly cracked by the heavy stone pillar. It's not completely broken. Joe picked up the cracked white jade shell and took a look. It was still intact. The weight of the stone pillar was at least 500 kilograms. He thought it would be smashed to pieces. Then he looked at a dent on the wooden door. It should be that the wooden door was not hard enough, which provided a buffer for the white jade shell and released most of the impact force. However, Joe achieved his goal. Following the cracks, he chopped several times with an iron knife. The cracked shell finally broke, revealing the pearly white shell meat inside. After a lot of hard work, he finally achieved his goal. Joe couldn't wait to grab the palm-sized shell meat and took a big bite. The shell meat was very chewy. During the chewing process, it was slightly sweet and tasted very good. After 3 or 4 bites, a reminder sounded in his mind. Ding! Eating white jade shell meat increases strength by 1. Okay, the strength has increased a little bit. It's already 11.5. Joe laughed happily, but suddenly paused, because he realized that if his strength increased, his previous weight training would be useless, and he needed to add a heavier weight to make up for the 0.5. Forget it, if there are more creatures that increase strength, I won't make up for the 0.5. After Joe finished speaking, he put another white jade shell on the wooden door, and used the same method, first smashing it with a stone pier, then chopping it with an iron knife, and after opening the white jade shell, he ate another shell meat, but the prompt sound did not sound again, indicating that it could not be repeated. This was expected, and Joe was not disappointed. He took 2 broken white jade shells, and came to the digestion pool, preparing to throw them into the pool. Maybe if the shells are broken a little, the transformed Leviathan will absorb it better? Joe thought of this, smashed the shells into pieces with a stone pier, and then sprinkled them into the digestion pool. The next step was to wait for the transformed Leviathan's reaction. However, Joe felt that the transformed Leviathan would not react. After all, the number was too small. Compared with the huge transformed Leviathan, the 2 white jade shells were like a grain of sand dropped into the digestion pool, and it was the same whether it was absorbed or not. Joe was just trying it out. There were only 5 in total. If there was no reaction if he threw 2 into the digestion tank, the result would be the same if he threw 5. The remaining 3 white jade shells were kept for the time being. They could be given to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian as rewards later. If he met someone willing to sell valuable drawings, he could also use them as bargaining chips. In the following time, the transformed Leviathan seemed to be looking for something all the time, but it didn't always find good things. Most of the time, only mud and sand entered the stomach wall space. Joe temporarily turned his attention to the system interface. At this time, the feeding stage had ended, and the death toll reached more than 5 million. So many people died again. Zhou Wen did not pity these people, but from the overall perspective, the decrease in the number of people means that the materials produced every day are decreasing, especially the rare materials, which only very few people can get. For example, the food illustrations for the accelerated growth of the Leviathan are difficult to collect quickly by Zhou Wen alone, and a large number of people must be used to increase the probability of obtaining them. I hope that fewer people will die in the future. Now except Zhou Wen, everyone else is still in the sea of birth, in the protection stage. In this way, millions of people have died today. After the protection stage, I don't know how many people will die when they enter the deep blue sea. At this time, the esophageal diaphragm opened, and seawater poured into the stomach wall space. Zhou Wen immediately withdrew his thoughts, and observed the situation in the seawater. This time, the seawater was no longer turbid, and no biological activity was found in the seawater. After the seawater receded, a silver-rimmed supply box appeared in the stomach wall space. Silver-rimmed supply box? Zhou Wen quickly jumped off the wooden platform, and came to the silver-rimmed supply box. He opened it with some expectation in his heart. Ding! Obtain the iron pod blueprint. What? It turned out to be an iron pod blueprint. This is really useless. Zhou Wen's tone was very different before and after. The iron pod is of course important. It is a good thing in any survival game, but the problem is that the stomach wall space cannot be used to make fire. It's not useless. After all, it is made of iron. It can be used as a defense when carried on the back. Zhou Wen thought, and gestured with his hands behind his back to see if the size of the iron pod is suitable. Use the blueprint, turn to the latest page of the blueprint interface, and check the blueprint production requirements. Iron pod blueprint requires iron ingot X5. Chapter 65. After the feeding phase ended, Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian about their situations, and the number of guild members who died. Jiang Haitao encountered 2 anchor worms, but they did not come together, so he killed both of them easily. Chen Xian encountered 2 at once, but for her with 13 points of strength, it was easy to deal with 2 as long as she was careful. After 5 rounds of feeding, she killed 3 in total. The death of their guild was not bad, similar to yesterday. You count those who have made some contributions to the guild, and have encountered anchor worms once without dying. Although Zhou Wen plans to let guild members start planting fruits, according to the current daily death situation, guild members may die at any time due to encountering anchor worms, and small planting boxes must not be distributed casually. We must select some people who are capable of surviving anchor worms, so as to ensure that the small planting boxes can play a real role. Brother One, I counted 30 people. What do I need them to do? I plan to let them plant fruits tomorrow, and then you promise them some rewards, so that they don't run away with the things. Reward? Is the spiked helmet okay? No, these people can survive the attack of the anchorworm. Most of them have spiked helmets. You can get them some weapons, and then find other guild leaders to buy them. They should be willing to trade. After all, you still have the spiked helmet in your hand. Okay, Brother One. By the way, you set a daily task for the guild, and ask them to hand in 100 pieces of seaweed every day. You can't join the guild and do nothing, just wait to get the spiked helmet. What should I do with these seaweeds? There are 200,000 copies collected, too many to put. This is indeed a problem. Zhou Wen frowned. Jiang Haitao could directly send the 200,000 copies today to him, because for some reason, the transformed Leviathan did not eat today. As a symbiont, he naturally couldn't ignore it. How could a child not eat? But after that, he couldn't feed the transformed Leviathan every day. However, he had a guess before, that is, by trading a large amount of seaweed, feeding the transformed Leviathan, would the transformed Leviathan still eat? If you can't eat, then you can use this information to ensure your safety. Give me today's copy first, and we talk about the 200,000 copies tomorrow. If it doesn't work, give it to the guild members, who have made great contributions as rewards, and tell them to eat more seaweed when transforming into Leviathan to speed up their growth. Okay, got it. After finishing the conversation with Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian also sent the people in her guild who met the requirements. There were more people than Jiang Haitao's guild, with 50 people. Zhou Wen also told Chen Xian that he needed her guild members to grow fruit. Ah, Boss Zhou, this is unacceptable. You just gave me a small planting box yesterday, and you will start distributing it for free tomorrow? I was thinking that such delicious fruit, which is exclusive to our guild, can be given to guild members as rewards, so that they can know the strength of the guild and have a stronger sense of belonging. This is not a conflict. They need to collect all the fruits they grow, and then give most of them to me. You can keep some for yourself, or as a reward, or trade with other guilds. How can it be the same? Collecting them from their hands, and then rewarding them is the same as not rewarding them in the first place. How can this be the same? The same, from another perspective, the small planting box is very important. Giving it to them for free is also a reward, and it also carries a trust that they will shoulder the important responsibility of the guild. You can paint a rosy picture for them, and tell them that they are the future backbone of the guild. By the way, the member who submitted the wooden house blueprint should be selected as an extra member. Give him 2 small planting boxes to publicize his contribution to the guild by submitting the wooden house blueprint. After he successfully grows fruits and submits them, he can be given the biggest reward, a fishbone knife, to set an example in the guild and give other members the motivation to submit blueprints. Okay. Afterwards, Joe also asked Chen Xian to set a daily task in the guild. Each person should submit 100 pieces of seaweed every day. Today's 50,000 pieces will be given to him first. After thinking for a while, he sent the excrement scoop and compost bucket to Chen Xian, and also sent the method of making low-grade fertilizer. Wow, how could Boss Joe be so nice all of a sudden? He sent me the method and tools of making low-grade fertilizer for nothing? I am very kind to my own people. I gave you such a good thing as the boiling blood coral powder before. Look how much I trust you. Thank you, Boss Joe, for your trust. When will the small planting box be sent over? I will make a promise to them today. The small planting box cannot be given to you. It cannot appear directly from your hands. You need to trade with Jian Haitao. Where is the trust you promised, black-hearted boss? Don't interrupt. You got the small planting box from him, and the low-level fertilizer is the bargaining chip for your transaction with him. Your 2 guilds are in a cooperative relationship. In the future, if the same things appear in your hands, such as fishbone knives, boiling blood coral powder, small planting boxes, or other rare items, it can be explained reasonably in the eyes of outsiders. Okay, but is it necessary to be so cautious? Don't worry about it. I like to hide in the corner and crawl in the dark. After communicating with Chen Xian, it was almost time to enter the supply box today. At this time, the esophageal diaphragm opened and seawater poured in. Zhou waited until the seawater receded and saw another silver-rimmed supply box. Today, there won't be only silver-rimmed boxes of supplies, Zhou said in surprise. Just as Zhou was about to open the silver-rimmed box of supplies, the childish voice of the transformed Leviathan sounded. I'm so hungry. I didn't find anything to eat today. There are still many good things that I can't find. I have to leave here quickly to find food. Zhou was shocked when he heard this voice. Hey, wait! The food will be here soon. Don't leave any good things behind. Zhou hurriedly urged Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. Soon, 250,000 portions of seaweed were gradually delivered. This time Zhou didn't need to move them. He just stood in front of the digestion tank. With a thought, all the seaweed fell into the digestion tank. Huh? The phantom Leviathan sounded puzzled. How could he suddenly feel full without eating anything? However, the phantom Leviathan didn't think much about it. Since he was full, he would digest it first, so the phantom Leviathan temporarily stopped its activities. After digestion, you have to find good things, Zhou said with a smile, and came to the silver-rimmed material box and opened it. Ding! Get the stone foundation blueprint. Fuck. Chapter 66. Stone foundation blueprint. Requires 100 stones. Zhou used the blueprint directly, and checked the materials needed for production. It was much more than the materials needed for the wooden foundation, so he decided to make one and see. Click to make, and 100 pieces of stone turned into blue light. In the area designated by Zhou, they condensed into a square cube with a side length of 1 meter. The stone foundation is different from the wooden foundation. The wooden foundation is supported by 4 pieces of wood and looks like a table, but the stone foundation is solid as a whole, which is why the stone foundation requires more materials. It looks very solid. Zhou knocked it with the back of his iron sword, making a crisp metallic sound. Zhou made 5 more, a total of 6 stone foundations. He was going to replace all 6 wooden foundations on the first floor. The wooden foundation was definitely not as solid as the stone foundation, especially yesterday, when we encountered razor disc bugs that could penetrate wooden shields and wooden doors. There will definitely be more dangerous creatures with stronger destructive power in the future. It would be much more reassuring to replace them all with stone. However, it was a bit troublesome to transfer the materials. Zhou needed to move the things on the wooden foundation, and then he could put away the wooden foundation and replace it with a stone foundation. Zhou placed 2 wooden foundations next to the 6 wooden platforms, and then made 2 new lockers. After transferring all the items in the old lockers to the new ones, he put away the old lockers and the 2 wooden foundations, replaced them with 2 stone foundations, put the old lockers on top, and transferred all the items in the new lockers back. The other areas were replaced in the same way. After a lot of work, 5 of the 6 wooden foundations were replaced with stone foundations, and 1 was not replaced because mangoes were planted on it. At this time, the small planting box and the mango seedlings are integrated. If the small planting box is taken away, the mango seedlings will be gone. After all, it has been planted for almost a day and has grown to nearly 20 centimeters in height. Zhou decided to keep it first and replace it after the harvest. Anyway, the foundation under the 2 most important storage cabinets has been replaced, so there is no need to worry about problems with the storage cabinets. The second layer still has a wooden foundation for the 2 small aquariums. After all, if it is replaced with a stone foundation, Zhou will have no place to hide. After doing all this, Zhou studied the use of stone foundations, and found that stone foundations and wooden foundations are a little different. Wooden foundations can be placed in the air between 2 of them, and no support is needed underneath, but stone foundations cannot. Stone foundations can only be built into a wall, but the 2 foundations can be mixed and used. If the space is large enough, it is entirely possible to build a stone house with a stone foundation. Zhou had imagined that it was completely feasible, but the current space was too small. If you want to build a house with a stone foundation, you need at least an area of 4 by 4 meters. But now the stomach space is only about 5.5 meters long, and a stone house almost occupies all the space. There is no place to put the seaweed eaten by the transformed Leviathan. At this time, the transformed Leviathan, which has finished digesting, moved again and began to look for good things everywhere. In this way, Zhou's previous conjecture was verified. As long as the transformed Leviathan is fed enough food, the transformed Leviathan will directly enter the digestion state and skip the eating stage. Zhou will not use this method, but he can let Jiang Haitao spread it out, so that the seaweed has a certain value among the survivors, and the seaweed collected by their guild in the future can also be exchanged for basic materials. At present, Zhou is the only one who buys 10,000 seaweeds every day as a midnight snack for the transformed Leviathan. He doesn't know whether it has the effect of accelerating growth. Anyway, it only costs 1,000 basic materials, which is harmless to him. The seaweed market is too small, so it has no value. Once this news spreads and is verified, the seaweed will have a certain value. Those who have a large amount of materials in their hands will choose to skip the feeding stage in order to avoid encountering anchorworms. After all, life is the most important thing. The basic materials in their hands will be distributed to ordinary people. Ordinary people can trade for life-saving items or tools after obtaining the basic materials, thus forming an economic cycle. Let Chen Xian spread it. It fits her personality. Zhou would open the system interface and hesitated for a while, and finally sent a private message to Chen Xian. Is this method really feasible? Yes, I have tried it. How many copies of seaweed are needed? 250,000 copies. It may not be so much, but it doesn't matter. After spreading it out, someone will naturally study the minimum amount. Okay, I guarantee to complete the task, Boss Zhou. Don't use this method. There must be a sense of crisis in the unknown world. Yeah. After the conversation, Chen Xian expressed this idea in the World Communication Channel. Because she was the one who proposed to move the seaweed before, the survivors believed her conjecture more. In fact, this idea is easy to think of, but there is a premise, that is, there are too many basic materials, and the excess basic materials must be consumed quickly, just like Zhou. Zhou looked at it for a while, and confirmed that Chen Xian's message was spread smoothly, so he closed the interface. There is a disadvantage for Zhou when this message is spread, that is, people who have the ability to skip the eating stage may get an extra supply box, that is, for supply boxes a day. However, Zhou is no longer as worried about the survivors catching up as he was at the beginning. Because of the treasure cave on the 9th day, and today when the transformed Leviathan arrived at the junction area without food, he needed to provide food to continue looking for good things. He realized more clearly how powerful the ability to hear the voice of the transformed Leviathan was, which was far from what he thought at the beginning. For example, in the treasure cave, if you can't hear the voice of the heart, the esophageal diaphragm opens, and it's pitch black. Who really dares to walk out? God knows what is waiting for you outside. Even if you walk out boldly, and see a dark cave with a diameter of only 1 meter, how many people dare to crawl in? After crawling in, there are rockworms waiting for you. Even if you are lucky and the rockworms are driven away by the transformed Leviathan, there are still mazes and layers of obstacles. How many people can come out alive with treasures? So Zhou is now relaxed. Who am I afraid of if I have a cheat? If he finds an opportunity, Zhou can even start selling algae oxygen tanks in large quantities. But now is not the time, because he really has no place to store basic materials. Just as Zhou's mentality was gradually expanding, he heard the sound of seawater surging in his esophagus, and Zhou immediately crawled into the rest area to hide. This time, there was still no danger, and it was another silver-rimmed supply box. Ding! Obtained iron ingots x20. So many iron ingots. It's worthy of being a silver-rimmed supply box. Zhou saw 20 iron ingots, and his eyes were so excited that they almost lit up. Chapter 67. Zhou quickly put away the 20 iron ingots. He had obtained 5 in the treasure cave before. After using 3, he still had 2 left. Now there were 22 in total. Finally, there are extra iron ingots in reserve. Zhou said excitedly. An iron sword requires 3 iron ingots. When there were only 2 iron ingots left, Zhou always felt afraid to use force when using the iron sword, as if he was afraid of damaging the rare treasure, because there was only 1, and if he accidentally damaged it, it would be gone. But now, 22 iron ingots are equivalent to 7 iron swords, and he can use them at will. Do you want to make an iron dagger? Zhou also has a blueprint for an iron dagger that he traded before. He didn't have enough iron ingots before, so he was reluctant to use it. Now that there are enough, he can make one for fun. Finally, after thinking about it, he decided to forget it, mainly because the iron sword is now more useful than the dagger, and there is not much use in making it. There was nothing to do next, so Zhou started a new round of physical training. His strength points increased a little, so he needed to add more weight. This time, Zhou used 3 pieces of equipment as weights: spiked chest armor, spiked leg armor, and spiked crotch guard, which added up to 80 kilograms. However, Zhou did not wear all the equipment on his body. After all, push-ups mainly exercise the strength of the arms and abdomen. The spiked leg armor was worn on the legs, and the weight was added to the lower body, so it was definitely not very effective. Therefore, Zhou put the spiked leg armor and the spiked crotch guard on his back as a counterweight, and did push-ups while wearing the spiked chest armor. After doing one, Zhou clearly felt the pressure, which showed that this weight could play a role in training, so Zhou continued to exercise. After doing 100, a private message came. Zhou was a little tired, so he took a break. He opened the private message and found that it was from Zhuo Junyang, the president of the Leviathan Guild. Hello, boss. What's the matter? It's like this: I saw the World Trading Channel, and you put 9 mirror skin barracuda meat on the shelves 2 days ago for trading equipment slots. Oh, you have equipment slots, but you want to increase the price? Zhou immediately reacted and thought that Zhuo Junyang wanted to use the equipment slots to exchange for more mirror skin barracuda meat. This was negotiable. After all, for Zhou, the role of the equipment slot is far greater than that of the mirror skin barracuda meat. No, I want to ask you if we can trade for another item. Our guild wants to get these 9 pieces of mirror skin barracuda meat. Zhuo Junyang didn't ask about the equipment bar. After all, even if he asked Zhou, he might not tell him. Besides, the name of the equipment bar is straightforward enough. Anyone who has played the game knows what it is used for. It is possible, but it can only be traded with blueprints or some very rare items. The mirror skin barracuda meat has been on the shelf for 2 days, but no one is trading it. It may be too rare, or the survivors may have used it themselves after opening it. In this case, it is better to exchange it with Zhuo Junyang for something valuable. Boss, I actually have a more favorable trading method for you. What method? The leader of the Survivor Guild just proposed an idea to let the transmogrified Leviathan skip the feeding stage. After discussion among several of our major guilds, this idea is considered very feasible, so we decided to try it tomorrow. I know this, I saw it through the World Communication Channel. It is indeed a genius idea, but what does this have to do with your trading of mirror skin barracuda meat? In fact, Zhou had roughly guessed what Zhuo Junyang wanted to do, and he felt a little funny when he thought that he had come back to him after going around in circles. We want to trade seaweed for mirror barracuda meat with you tomorrow after this hypothesis is verified. Of course, the amount of seaweed is definitely not hundreds or thousands, but it will directly help you skip the feeding stage, a total of 250,000, and this amount is only traded for 1 mirror barracuda meat. If you are willing to trade all 9 to us, we will also give you an extra amount of seaweed to skip the feeding stage. What do you think? My god, you are a genius. Zhou looked at Zhu Junyang's message. The more he read, the more he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Finally, he laughed out loud. Good fellow, it's come back to me after a circle? However, it should be said that Zhu Junyang is indeed quite thoughtful. If the seaweed is sold separately, for example, 250,000 pieces of seaweed are sold separately, it will lose the higher life-saving value of skipping the eating stage. 250,000 pieces of seaweed may seem like a lot, but in fact, they are not of much value. After all, tens of millions of people will swallow 200,000 or 300,000 pieces of seaweed every day when they transform into Leviathan. This is equivalent to picking it up for free. If you are more ruthless, you can sell 10,000 pieces of seaweed at one time, and get 1,000 pieces of basic materials at Zhou Wen's purchase price. What does 1,000 pieces of basic materials mean? For most survivors, it is definitely a sky-high price, which can make them go from a difficult life to an easy and comfortable one. Therefore, when seaweed begins to be traded on a large scale, there will definitely be a surplus of supply, and the price will inevitably fall. It is impossible for Zhou Wen to trade 10 pieces of seaweed for one basic material. At that time, the price may be one piece of basic material for 100 pieces of seaweed, or even 1,000 pieces. Then 250,000 pieces of seaweed will be equivalent to 2,500 pieces of basic materials, or 250 pieces. What's more, Zhu Junyang is the guild leader. He can collect seaweed from guild members, and he doesn't need to collect too much. If each guild member hands in 1,000 pieces of seaweed, it will be 1 million pieces. So, after analyzing it, Zhu Junyang is completely a freeloader by using this method to trade Mirror Barracuda with Zhou Wen. This is indeed a good trading method. Then you agree to the trade? But I am still somewhat confident in my own strength. I don't need to skip the feeding stage. How could Zhou Wen agree to it? He could only say that you have an idea to trade with him using the method he proposed. Moreover, in the eyes of others, Zhou Wen really did not need to skip the feeding stage. He was the first among all the survivors, and had the strongest strength. The anchorworm was not a threat at all. However, with the establishment of the guild, Zhou Wen's status in the eyes of the survivors gradually became not as high as before. After all, how could one person beat a guild with a large number of people, unless he was a cheater? Boss, please think about it again. We also have another guess, that is, skipping the feeding stage may get an extra supply box. That is to say, you can get 4 supply boxes a day. One more supply box, this sounds good, but the extra supply box will definitely get the blueprint? Or will it be inevitable to get rare materials or rare items? After being asked this question, Zhu Junyang was completely speechless. Zhou Wen could completely use mirror skin barracuda meat to trade for blueprints and rare materials. There was no need to get an extra supply box. In this way, Zhu Junyang's method of using seaweed to trade mirror skin barracuda meat would not work at all for Zhou Wen. Chapter 68. Zhu Junyang's idea is not wrong, but he has found the wrong person. It will definitely not work with Zhou Wen. Then trade with blueprints, boss. Blueprints can be traded, but they must be valuable blueprints, not the same as last time. Mirror-skinned barracuda meat can add 2 attributes, which improves the self, which is definitely different from external objects. Moreover, only Zhou Wen is selling it now, so it must not be traded with worthless blueprints. If it is worthless blueprints, his guild can still take them out. There are really few valuable ones, and it is impossible to trade them out. How can a golden chicken that lays golden eggs be traded directly? Okay, President Zhu, I have something else to do, so I won't talk about it for now. Seeing that Zhu Junyang was unwilling to trade valuable blueprints, he was ready to end the conversation. However, according to the time, some of the leading survivors were about to encounter mirror-skinned barracudas, but Zhou Wen was not in a hurry, because there were few people in the lead, and the price of mirror-skinned barracuda meat would not drop for a while. If the 9 portions of mirror-skinned barracuda meat could not be traded today, he would give them to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian as a reward for the guild's contributing members. Otherwise the fish meat might become smelly if left for a few more days. Wait a minute, boss. Although I can't produce any valuable blueprints, I happened to get a very rare item yesterday. What item? Show me the information. A few seconds later, Zhu Junyang sent the item information over. It was a bank card-sized card, all silver, with a few words on it, called Scarlet Positioning Card. What is this card for? I don't know, it was just opened yesterday, but it is definitely very rare. I asked in the World Communication Channel, and no one else has obtained it. In fact, Zhu Junyang lied. This card was not opened yesterday, but the second day after he came to this world, but today, he still doesn't know how to use it. When he got the card, he was reminded of the card's function in his mind, which was to locate the Crimson Sea. However, after so many days, he had tried almost every method he could think of, but the card did not respond. He also knew in his heart that this card might be very important, and it might play a big role at some point in the future. But the question is, how far is this future? Can he live to that time? The death toll has been increasing in the past few days, and he encountered 2 anchorworms today. Fortunately, after he established the guild, he accumulated a lot of basic materials, and bought a complete set of spiked armor from those who had the spiked armor blueprints at a high price. Otherwise, he might have died now, but the spiked armor was too heavy, and could not be used normally. This shows the importance of attribute points. Although the mirror skin barracuda meat does not increase strength, it does not increase physique and speed. At present, only Zhou is selling it, so he has no choice. Originally, he wanted to use the skip the eating stage that Shin Xian just proposed today. Guess, trade mirror skin barracuda meat with Zhou at the lowest cost, but Zhou seemed to see that he was not buying it at all. Zhu Junyang said that he opened it yesterday because he wanted to make the positioning card more valuable. If he told the truth, he opened it the next day, and it has not been used until today. Even a fool can see that there is something wrong. If it is really as rare as you said, it can be used for trading. Haha, of course it is true. I wonder how many copies the big brother is willing to trade. 1 copy. Ah, it is too low. Among all the lifesavers, there is only this one. It is rare, but it has no value. 1 copy is already a lot. You opened this card yesterday. I believe you have studied it, but you did not use it. This means that this card is useless or has no use at all. I am willing to trade it with a copy of mirror skin barracuda meat. I already see that we have a good relationship. It may not be useful now, but it will definitely be useful in the future. 1 copy is really too little. Don't talk about the future, just talk about the present. Zhou does not accept empty promises. After a long struggle, Zhou traded 2 pieces of mirror barracuda meat for the Scarlet Positioning card. Ding! Get the Scarlet Positioning card. Ding! Scarlet Positioning card. After use, you can locate the Scarlet Sea. Haha, got it! A reminder sounded in his mind, and Zhou was a little excited. After seeing the Scarlet Positioning card message sent by Zhu Junyang, he thought of the Scarlet Kelp, which can increase the growth rate of the transmogrified Leviathan by 20%. However, he did not show it. Since Zhu Junyang had already taken it out, it meant that he had already decided to trade. It was just a matter of price. He was not in a hurry, and just talked to him slowly. Use it. Zhou took a general look at the positioning card, and then used it directly, but it did not work. There should be some prerequisites. Zhou murmured in a low voice. This was expected. He did not care much about the current inability to use it. He put the positioning card away first and prepared to try again after entering the deep blue sea. Zhou continued to do the remaining 100 push-ups. Soon after, the transformed Leviathan swallowed another silver-rimmed supply box, and Zhou opened it directly. Ding! Get gold ingot X5. Wow, so shiny. If this was on Earth, I would be so happy. Zhou took out a gold ingot, which was about the same length and width as a mobile phone, and was 5 centimeters thick. It felt heavy in his hand. Sorry, I treat money like dirt. Zhou threw the gold ingot on the ground with a look of disdain on his face. Zhou pretended to be a rich man in this world. After playing with the gold ingot for a while, he put it directly in the seaweed planting box to cultivate golden seaweed. I wonder if the gold ingot can make the golden seaweed grow faster. The golden seaweed started to grow on the 9th day. It has been 3 days now, and it has only grown 20 centimeters. Take your time. Then the transformed Leviathan swallowed another silver-rimmed supply box. After opening it, 5 silver ingots were found. Zhou had no idea what the silver ingots were used for, so he could only put them away first. What is that? When it was almost night, Zhou heard the voice of the phantom Leviathan again in his mind, as if he had found something good. After a while, the phantom Leviathan stopped moving, and then the esophageal diaphragm opened, but no seawater poured in, which was very similar to the situation when the treasure cave was found last time. Another treasure cave was found? Zhou's tone was full of excitement. There were too many good things in the treasure cave. Immediately packed up the protective gear and weapons, and like before, he entered the esophagus with a supply box in his arms. During the period, he also communicated with Jiang Haitao and asked him to be ready to support items at any time. But just after entering the esophagus, before taking a few steps, the esophageal diaphragm at the back suddenly closed. What's going on? Chapter 69. The esophageal diaphragm suddenly closed, which made Zhou a little nervous and uneasy, and he felt that he had no way to retreat. Zhou patted the esophageal diaphragm with his hand, hoping that the phantom Leviathan would understand his meaning and open the esophageal diaphragm. But the phantom Leviathan did not respond, and there was no voice. Maybe it didn't feel it at all. Forget it. Just go forward. The phantom Leviathan shouldn't hurt me. Zhou hesitated for a moment, and decided to leave the esophagus first. But as soon as he took a step, the whole space began to vibrate violently, and then the ground began to rise slowly. Zhou lost his balance and took several steps backwards, hitting the esophageal diaphragm. What is he doing? Feeling the ground gradually tilting, Zhou was full of doubts at this time, and the phantom Leviathan seemed to be raising its head. Hey, little guy, don't mess around. Zhou was a little anxious. The whole body of the phantom Leviathan was tilting, so what about the supplies in his stomach wall space? The items placed on the foundation are fine, because the foundation has an adsorption effect, and the items placed on it are like being glued. There is also a glass cover on the top of the two small aquariums, so there is no need to worry about the seawater spilling out. But the problem is that there is a very important thing that is not placed on the foundation. My golden seaweed? Zhou was really a little panicked. The golden seaweed that he had planted with great difficulty must not have any problems. Combined with the drawings, formulas, and related information he collected over the past few days, the importance of golden seaweed is simply immeasurable. Not only can the fruit add 5 points of strength, but it can also be used to make equipment. Feeding it to the transformed Leviathan can also accelerate the growth rate by 50%. He really wanted to give up the treasure hunt now, and he was also worried that another plant would have problems, that is, the rock crystal leaf tree. Because the rock crystal leaf tree was not planted in the soil of the small planting box, its roots were rooted in the excrement of the rock worm. If the tilt angle was large, the rock crystal leaf tree might also break away from the excrement of the rock worm. The golden seaweed and the rock crystal leaf tree were two plants that were extremely important to Zhou, but they were now facing the risk of being destroyed. Don't upgrade, I don't want the treasure anymore. Zhou shouted loudly. He really wanted to cry, but had no tears. This loss was too great. However, the worst situation Zhou expected did not happen. The transformed Leviathan stopped after raising its head to a certain height, and its body only tilted 45 degrees, which made Zhou breathe a sigh of relief. Although this tilt angle also had a certain impact on the golden seaweed in the seaweed planting box, it would not cause the entire seaweed planting box to overturn. Some seawater might be spilled, but there is seawater every day, so it can be replenished when the time comes. Finally it stopped. Luckily it didn't stand up like last time. But Zhou also realized that this was a problem. He had to solve this problem when he came back from treasure hunting. Wait, how do I get up? Although there was no wet mucus in the esophagus of the transformed Leviathan, the surface was still very smooth. It was tilted at a 45-degree angle, and he slid down after taking 2 steps. After a while, this problem was solved because a large amount of seawater poured into the esophagus, and soon submerged Zhou neck. Oh my god! Zhou was startled, and quickly tied the supply box to his back with a cloth strip. He freed his hands and floated himself on the water by treading water, rising with the gradually rising water level. After rising a few meters, Zhou left the esophagus and entered the mouth of the phantom Leviathan. The mouth was still dark, and his body felt the cold sea water. He was a little scared because there was no guarantee that there would be no creatures mixed in with the sea water. However, Zhou's worries were unnecessary. There were no creatures mixed in the water. After a while, the sea water rose to the position of the tooth plate, and he climbed up the tooth plate smoothly with the rising sea water. Zhou used the headlight to check the situation, and found that under his feet was the lower jaw of the phantom Leviathan, and above his head was a downward slanting hole, with no upper jaw visible. In this situation, it seemed that the phantom Leviathan was opening its mouth, blocking the entire hole, and then letting some seawater in through the upper jaw, allowing Zhou to float up and enter the cave. Fortunately, I learned to doggy paddle in a wild pond when I was a child. Zhou was somewhat fortunate. If he didn't know how to tread water, he might have drowned now. The tooth plate was still a certain height from the hole, and Zhou stood on the tooth plate waiting for the seawater to rise, and also took a rest by the way. After all, treading water was also very physically demanding. The phantom Leviathan seemed to know that Zhou was about to reach the cave entrance, so it increased the amount of seawater it put in. Soon the seawater rose to the same level as the cave entrance. Zhou swam to the shore of the cave entrance and climbed up smoothly. After entering the cave, Zhou did not act rashly. He first used a headlamp to observe. This cave is much more spacious than the treasure cave. The top of the cave is more than 4 meters above the ground. Although the cave is humid, there is no water accumulation. This seems to be an underwater air cave. Zhou opened the supply box and put on all the spiked armor, holding a shield in his left hand and an iron sword in his right hand. The heaviest spiked breastplate was naturally temporarily stored in the equipment column. And on Zhou's left wrist, there was a bag of boiling blood coral powder tied with a hemostatic bandage. Because there was no paper, he used seaweed leaves to wrap the boiling blood coral powder into a triangle of about 2 or 3 centimeters, like a small dumpling. Once the crisis came, he tore open the bandage in one bite, chewed the seaweed package and swallowed it, and then used the increased 5 points of speed to quickly escape. Zzz, zzz, zzz. Zhou turned his hand-shaking headlamp to charge it. The shaking sound spread in the cave, and it also produced an echo that spread farther and farther. This was intentional by Zhou. Instead of going deep into the cave and encountering a giant creature, it is better to attract the creature out at the entrance of the cave to see if it is afraid of transforming into Leviathan. After shaking for a while, there was no movement in the cave, and the headlamp was fully charged. Zhou had to put on the headlamp and began to explore deeper into the cave. What's the smell? As he went deeper, a foul smell filled the air, which seemed to be the smell of some kind of decaying corpse. Zhou frowned, alerted, and leaned against the wall on the right side of the cave, so that he only needed to pay attention to the situation in the front and left directions. After walking a distance, Zhou found nothing in the cave, but the stench became stronger and stronger, and he even retched a little. Is there a corner? The headlight shone forward and found a corner. Zhou endured the stench and came to the corner carefully. He did not turn directly into the corner, but took out the mirror skin from the supply box, extended the mirror skin out of the corner, and then took the headlight in his hand, leaned against the wall, and shone it into the corner. Fuck. When Zhou saw the picture reflected by the mirror skin, his heart stopped for a beat, and he was so scared that he threw away the mirror skin in his hand, turned around and ran out at the fastest speed in his life. While escaping, he felt that the speed was too slow, so he threw away all the spiked armor on his body through the equipment bar. Chapter 70. In fact, Zhou didn't see what it was at first sight. He only saw a row of white fangs, which were more than 1 meter long, interlaced with each other, and extremely ferocious. In this case, Zhou didn't need to know the whole appearance of the creature. The teeth were more than 1 meter long, and he didn't need to think about how big it was. Anyway, it would be eaten in one bite, no problem at all. No sound, didn't catch up? While running quickly, Zhou concentrated on listening to the movement behind him, and found that there was no other sound in the cave except the sound of his running footsteps. This immediately made Zhou guess that the giant creature was dead, which could explain where the rotten smell in the cave came from. Zhou did not stop immediately, but looked back from time to time, and only stopped gradually after confirming that there was really no giant creature chasing him. Why did the villain run out? There are still things inside that I haven't taken. At this time, the voice of the phantom Leviathan sounded in Zhou's mind. Zhou was shocked, and the fear in his heart was swept away, because according to the voice of the phantom Leviathan, it means that the phantom Leviathan has been paying attention to him this time. Instead of the last time, when his dozen shields were scrapped, and he was about to die, he found that he was blocked by the rock worm. Was he blocked? He was about to be eaten. Moreover, the voice of the transformed Leviathan sounded very relaxed, which meant that there was no creature in this cave that could threaten the transformed Leviathan. With confidence, Zhou began to walk back slowly, picking up the spiked armor thrown on the road one by one, and then put it on. When he came to the corner again, there was no trace of the giant creature's activities, which meant that the giant creature at the corner did not chase him just now. He picked up the mirror skin on the ground, and shone it through the mirror reflection again. He found that there was indeed a huge creature at the corner, and it was dead. Putting away the mirror skin in his hand, and putting on the headlamp, Zhou walked into the corner bravely. Observing the huge creature from a close distance, the skin on the surface of the creature has begun to rot, and the 2 lantern-like eyes have also shriveled. Only the fangs exposed outside are still intact, and under the illumination of the light, they flash a cold light. This dead huge creature looks like a conger eel on Earth, more than 3 meters tall and long. Zhou glanced at the depths of the dark cave in front of him, and didn't know for the time being. However, Zhou could check the biological illustrations, found a place with unrotten skin, touched it with his finger, and then immediately washed his finger with mineral water. After all, it was a dead body. What if there were any germs? After washing his fingers, Joe opened the biological illustrations and turned to a new page. Knife-tooth eel body length, 72 meters. Weight, 160 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction: an eel hiding in a cave, ready to attack passing creatures at any time. Its sharp fangs can directly penetrate the body of a creature and tear off a piece of flesh. The meat is firm and edible, and the fangs can be used as a weapon. 72 meters? 160 tons? After reading the basic information of the knife-toothed eel, Joe's expression was a little subtle, because with this size, if it encounters a living one, the phantom Leviathan really can't deal with it, and it is likely to be bitten off by the sharp teeth, or even killed. The phantom Leviathan should know that the knife-toothed eel is dead, right? Joe thought secretly in his heart. Because, according to the voice of the phantom Leviathan in the treasure cave before, and the voice of the knife-toothed eel cave this time, although the phantom Leviathan cannot enter the cave, it knows the situation inside. Therefore, Joe can be sure that the transformed Leviathan should have a biological radar that can explore a very large range. That's good, so our safety is guaranteed. Next, Joe prepared to go deep into the cave to find the things that the transformed Leviathan mentioned in his heart. But before that, he had to get the teeth of the knife-toothed eel off. The introduction mentioned that the teeth of the knife-toothed eel can be used as a weapon, so he naturally couldn't let it go. Bang! 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 Holding a stone, Joe thought it would take some effort, but he didn't expect that after a few knocks, a tooth would be loosened, and soon the tooth fell off. Joe picked it up, and found that there was a bone like a knife handle at the root of the tooth. He could use it as a weapon. This bone seemed to be embedded directly in the root of the tooth of the knife-toothed eel. As long as the force was too great, the root would be broken and the tooth would fall off. The biological design of this tooth is quite consistent with the description in the introduction. The introduction mentioned that the knife-toothed eel likes to hide in caves and sneak attack passing creatures. Small creatures are fine, and they will become its food if they are bitten. But if you are not careful and bite a giant creature with hard skin, the teeth will be stuck in the flesh, and the giant creature will struggle and pull its entire body out. In this case, by pulling each other, this tooth design can be separated from the main body and get rid of the giant creature's pull. Haha, get rich. After a while, Joe knocked off all the teeth of the knife-toothed eel, a total of 30. Although the teeth are not as good as the iron sword, they are better than the fishbone blade. After all, the fishbone blade is made of a 1-meter-long fishbone, which is definitely not as hard as the 72-meter-long knife-toothed eel's teeth. Just as Joe happily put the 30-tooth knives into the supply box, the upper jaw of the knife-toothed eel collapsed because it lost the support of the teeth. The moment it closed, a gas spurted out, and a foul smell rushed straight to Joe's head and enveloped him. Ugh! Joe was directly vomited. Joe hurriedly ran outside for a distance, away from the foul smell of gas, and after vomiting, he slowly recovered. Damn it, not only does it stink, it's also really irritating. Joe wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and cursed. After resting for a while, the stench gradually dissipated, and Joe recovered, so he crossed the head of the knife-toothed eel and began to walk deeper into the cave. It was nearly 100 meters away, and it didn't take long for Joe to reach the end, but apart from the long corpse of the knife-toothed eel, he didn't find anything else. Could it be that the thing that the transformed Leviathan was talking about was the tooth knife? Joe stood at the end of the cave with some doubts, looking around, and suddenly caught a glimpse of golden reflections. Joe immediately raised his head and looked over, and found that there was a small hole about 4 meters away from the stone wall at the end of the cave, and there was a supply box in the hole. Golden supply box? Joe looked happy. The last golden supply box gave him 3 drawings, so what would it give him this time? He was really looking forward to it. Chapter 71. Joe made a sprint jump and touched the bottom of the supply box with one hand, but he couldn't take it out. Almost. Joe thought for a while, opened the drawing interface, and prepared to make a wooden foundation. Standing on the wooden foundation, he could easily take it down. But the result surprised him. The wooden foundation could not be made. Joe thought it was a material problem, so he changed to a stone foundation, but it still didn't work. Can't we make items outside? That's not right. On the 9th day, Joe made a small aquarium in the treasure cave. Joe tried to make other items, such as wooden doors and wooden barrels, which showed that items can be made as long as there are materials, but the foundation cannot be made. In other words, the base can only be built inside the Phantom Leviathan. This restriction is obviously to bind the survivors to the Phantom Leviathan, so that the survivors don't think about running outside to live. Zhou thinks this restriction is nothing, except that it is a bit inconvenient. It is actually not bad. After all, the Phantom Leviathan is large in size, which can protect the survivors and help them find supply boxes. If they really leave the Phantom Leviathan, their life safety and supplies cannot be guaranteed. Since the foundation could not be made, Zhou directly made a stone pier, which was half a meter high and had its own weight, just right for use as a stepping stone. After retreating a few meters, Zhou sprinted again, stepped on the stone pier, and jumped up with all his strength. In midair, he stretched out his hands like a zombie, successfully carried out the supply box, and then landed steadily. Haha, give me a few more important drawings. Zhou thought so in his heart, looked at the supply box in his hand, and then he was stunned. This is... Zhou's eyes widened, a look of shock appeared on his face, and he carefully looked through the entire supply box. The light from the headlamp shone on the supply box, reflecting a golden light, and even Zhou's face seemed to be coated with a layer of gold powder. This is actually a pure gold box. Zhou's heart began to beat wildly. The gold-rimmed supply box could give him 3 drawings, and they were all very valuable. What would the pure gold box reveal? With his excited heart and trembling hands, Zhou slowly opened the pure gold box. A burst of golden light emanated from the box, and a formula appeared in the golden light. Ding! Obtain the ultimate formula for the scaled transformation of Leviathan unique ultimate. Zhou exclaimed in his heart. Although he did not know the specific function of this formula yet, he heard the word ultimate, and the word unique at the end, which meant it was definitely not simple. Zhou took the golden formula in his hand, and unfolded it, wanting to see the contents of the formula, but he was confused as soon as he took a look. What is this? Ultimate formula for the scaled transformation of Leviathan unique. Material 1 flowing golden nematode. How to obtain golden king algae C in the body of a gold mining crab. Low probability of discovery. Material 2 unknown. Material 3 unknown. Material 4 unknown. After reading it once, except for the first material, which has an introduction, the others are all question marks. Oh, forget it. Just looking at the first material, this formula cannot be made now. Zhou sighed. He only knew the information about the Golden King algae now, but he had no idea where it was. Even if the materials behind were written out, he might not even recognize them, which was almost the same as the effect of question marks. Helplessly, Zhou could only put the formula away first. Just as he was about to put the blueprint back into the pure gold box, the pure gold box suddenly shone with golden light, illuminating the surrounding area with golden light. Ding! Get gold order X1. Ding! Gold order. Can be used to plate an item with gold, increase corrosion resistance, and can also be used to increase character attributes, any attribute +1. The pure gold box has become an item? Zhou originally planned to take the pure gold box back as a decoration. However, it would be better to change it into a gold order, at least it can be used now. Zhou felt a kind of uncomfortable feeling at this moment. Although the ultimate formula for the transformation of Leviathan scales was extremely rare, it could not be used in a short time. This time, the cave treasure hunt seemed to have no gains, but it could not be said that there was really no gain. It could only be said that there was a lot to look forward to in the future. Fortunately, he got another golden order. Although the function introduced in the prompt was not particularly great, he could use it now. Zhou used the golden order directly, and chose to increase the character attributes, adding this point to intelligence. The golden order turned into a golden light, and flew into Zhou's brain. Zhou's pupil shrank, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Ding! Use the golden order, intelligence +1. At this moment, Zhou felt that his consciousness seemed to be detached. He closed his eyes, and could materialize himself in his mind. The fragmented memories that were floating in his mind without any rules were also constantly sorted out and summarized under his conscious control. Soon, folders were successfully constructed one by one, and his memories were summarized according to the corresponding types, just like a computer. This is too magical. Zhou felt refreshed, and his mind was clear. He could even learn fighting skills from fighting videos he had watched in his memory. I hope my soul won't leave my body if I add intelligence points to the end. Zhou felt that according to this huge increased trend, it might be possible. Okay, I've got everything, it's time to leave. Zhou didn't even need a light to walk back now. He could close his eyes, build the route he had just taken in his mind, and walk back along the way he had come. Just as he was about to turn the corner and walk to the head of the knife-toothed eel, Zhou looked back at the knife-toothed eel that had begun to rot. In fact, he had a question in his mind at this time. How did the knife-toothed eel die? When he went deep into the cave, he used the light of the headlight to roughly look at the whole body of the knife-toothed eel, and did not find any fatal injuries. Moreover, the teeth of the knife-toothed eel were intact, indicating that it did not encounter a super large creature. In addition to these, there is another very big doubt, that is, why would an eel live in an air cave without water? There was also a pure gold box, which contained the ultimate formula, and Joe easily got it without encountering any danger. This was irrational no matter how you thought about it. According to Joe's speculation, this 72-meter-long knife-toothed eel was the creature guarding the pure gold box, but it died for some unknown reason, so he got the advantage. It's a bit weird. What could make such a giant creature die silently? Joe suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Chapter 72. Joe returned to the cave entrance, put all his equipment into the supply box, and then dived into the seawater. The phantom Leviathan knew that Joe was back, slowly opened the esophageal diaphragm, and began to put the seawater in his mouth into the stomach wall space little by little, and then discharged the seawater from the body through the digestive tank. Soon, the seawater dropped to the position of the esophagus, and the phantom Leviathan gradually lowered its raised head, and the whole space became flat. There was still half a meter of seawater in the esophagus, and Joe waded through the seawater directly through the esophagus and entered the stomach wall space. Joe was a little worried about the situation of the golden seaweed and the rock crystal leaf tree. After checking the two plants, he was relieved to make sure that there was no problem. The golden seaweed was not affected, but some seawater in the seaweed planting box was spilled out. The rock crystal leaf tree tilted in the stomach wall space because the feces of the rockworm were too soft. However, fortunately, it came back quickly, and the roots were still in the feces, so it was just straightened. It was already late, and the transformed Leviathan stopped moving. Joe told Jiang Haitao to go to bed, and then threw the 10,000 pieces of seaweed purchased this morning into the digestion tank, and prepared to go to bed. No, it's too hard. Joe tried to sleep on the stone foundation, but it was too hard, so he left the rest area and placed 2 additional wooden foundations in the stomach wall space. From then on, he slept on these 2 wooden foundations at night, and when the Leviathan was active in the morning, he could put away the wooden foundations. Ahem. On the 13th day, the Leviathan began to move, and Joe slowly sat up from the wooden platform. He felt a little listless. Why do I feel so weak? Is it because I slept too late yesterday? Joe yawned, got up and stretched his body, put away the 2 wooden platforms, and began to inspect the stomach wall space. Ahem. Joe suddenly coughed softly. Did you catch a cold from soaking in the water for too long yesterday? However, Joe didn't care much. His physical condition was already 15 points, so a little cold was nothing. Continuing to inspect the stomach wall space, after confirming that there were no problems with the 2 plants and the 2 creatures, Joe opened the system interface and communicated with Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian about today's performance. Soon, the other survivors' Leviathans began to eat, and Joe's little guy continued to look for food. According to the system's prompt on the 11th night, he should have entered the deep blue sea today, but because Joe provided food for the Leviathan didn't have to worry about being hungry, so he didn't rush to leave the border sea area. After a while, the Leviathan swallowed some more white jade shells, 13 more than yesterday. Scale transformation period. Joe took a white jade shell and looked at it, thinking about the scale transformation period mentioned in the ultimate formula. This white jade shell is obviously related to the scale transformation period. But now it does not seem to be the time to use it, because in the biological illustrations, the transformed Leviathan is still in the birth period. That is, if you want to absorb the white jade shell and grow scales, you need to transform Leviathan into the scale transformation period. According to the materials of the scale transformation period, they have already appeared in the Sea of Junction, which means that the next stage of the birth period is likely to be the scale transformation period. Is this enough time? Joe remembered the many question marks in the ultimate formula for transforming Leviathan into scales, and he felt a little unsure. Joe temporarily stopped thinking about this matter, opened the system interface, purchased 10,000 pieces of seaweed, and then made 20 algae oxygen tanks, and put them on the World Trading Channel. At this time, because they were still in the feeding stage, 99% of the survivors were concentrating on whether there were anchor worms in the sea water, so the World Communication Channel seemed very deserted. However, there were still some people talking. They were all the presidents of various guilds, because today they were testing the conjecture proposed by Shen Xian yesterday. Feeding the transmogrified Leviathan with enough seaweed could really skip the eating stage. The results proved that it was indeed the case. There were 6 people doing the experiment. They all fed their transmogrified Leviathan with different amounts of seaweed, ranging from 200,000 to 250,000. Finally, it was determined that 200,000 portions of seaweed could successfully skip the eating stage. Sure enough, it worked. President Xian is really smart. The idea of transporting seaweed was the same before, and it is the same this time. I hope that our two guilds can cooperate more and develop together in the future. Haha, President Zhao Tang is polite. In this survival world, as human beings, we naturally need to support each other. President Xian is still very capable. Zhao is really inferior to me. For this righteousness, if President Xian needs a spiked helmet, he can come to me. It must be cheaper than that Jiang. Thank you very much, President Zhao Tang. Haha, of course. If President Wu Junyang still needs it, he can come to me. It's definitely cheap. Zhao Tang keeps promoting his spiked helmet among the various guild leaders. He now has more than 500 members in the Tingfei Guild. He gave a spiked helmet to the first 100 people who joined the guild. All of these 100 people were speaking for Zhao Tang in the World Channel. With the benefit of the spiked helmet, more and more people were willing to join the Tingfei Guild. In just 1 or 2 days, there were more than 500 people. Forget it, just don't mess with me. Zhou now had more and more cards in his hand, and he was no longer worried that other people would surpass him. As long as they didn't mess with him, he didn't bother to care. Time passed little by little, and the feeding stage of the transformed Leviathan ended. The death toll decreased today, and more than 3 million people died. Thank you for saving my life. I almost died of the anchorworm I encountered just now. Fuck, how did you survive, brother? The worm got stuck under the wooden foundation, and didn't swim out for a long time. I waited for the sea to recede, and then I was brave enough to kill the anchorworm with a spike. You are so lucky. I still have to thank you for selling the wooden foundation at a low price. Otherwise it would be useless no matter how lucky you are. Damn. Those who resold the wooden foundation before were really hateful. If they don't want to die, they can just die. We can't buy the wooden foundation. Who said it wasn't? It's really a pity. Why don't you form a guild? Yes, if you form a guild, I will join it first. TSK, do you have the qualifications? It's not your turn, is it? Why else? I'm afraid you take advantage of me. If I set up a guild, I make you all bald. The boss is kind, not stupid. Oh, it would be great if I could put more algae oxygen tanks on the shelves every day. Difficult. Everyone, pay attention, follow me. I have something to announce. I'm going to show my cards. The boss is my dad. As long as each of you gives me 10 basic materials, I let my dad increase the number of algae oxygen tanks on the shelves. No deception, absolutely true. Zhou was looking at the news on the World Channel, and thought it was quite interesting, but suddenly his son jumped out. Who the hell are you? Chapter 73. I am the god of wealth. This is the divine gold. I am Kailuan. This is the paper. I am the director. This is the film. I am the owner of the sand field. This is the sand. Seeing that the World Communication Channel was almost full of curses, Zhou felt relieved, but he still sent a message to explain. In the future, there may be more people who cheat people in my name. Everyone should be careful, and don't be cheated. Haha, this kind of thing can only cheat fools. But, big brother, can you increase the number of algae oxygen tanks on the shelves? Yes, big brother, I heard from those guild leaders that seaweed will start to be traded in large quantities. Zhou used seaweed as an excuse before, but it has long been untenable. But few people would blame him, because blaming is useless. In the end, Zhou still has the final say. If he doesn't sell it when he gets angry, it will be even more doomed. Also, Zhou's price is cheap, almost everyone has a chance. But the quantity is too small, it all depends on hand speed and luck. Every day to grab those 20 algae oxygen tanks, it's like playing for life. Just as the survivors were waiting for Zhou's reply, a blueprint message appeared in the World Communication Channel. Small plantation box blueprint. Fuck, can I start farming? How did this guy get it? If I get a small plantation box, will I not have to worry about running out of food in the future? Brother Jiang, are you going to sell this small plantation box? The small plantation box blueprint information sent by Jiang Haitao successfully diverted the attention of the survivors. Nothing can compare to a plantation box that can produce food. In this way, Zhou does not need to increase the number of algae oxygen tanks for the time being. Although he is not worried about the survivors catching up, he cannot increase the number so easily. Because the reward is too small, Zhou does not care much about the basic materials now, and the survivors also regard good drawings as treasures, and will not easily sell them. It is difficult to trade for good drawings with algae oxygen tanks like at the beginning. Therefore, the reward Zhou wants now is reputation, and he can control the behavior of most survivors with a good reputation. It is a very useful method in the current situation where the survivors cannot meet. But now, just increasing the number of algae oxygen tanks so lightly will only gain temporary gratitude. Only when everyone is in trouble, he suddenly stands up and people will remember him. The small planting box is not for sale to the public for the time being. Only members of our guild can obtain it through contribution. If you don't sell it, why do you publish the blueprint information? Are you showing off? It's too abominable. It would be great if this blueprint was in the hands of the big boss. Damn, you are so right. The survivors who were originally very excited were told by Jiang Haitao that it was not for sale to the public. They complained and blamed him. President Jiang, I wonder if our guild can trade some. The price is negotiable. Many guild presidents began to send messages to Jiang Haitao on the World Channel, wanting to trade some small planting boxes at a high price. Some also sent private messages. In the eyes of these guild presidents, why not sell them to the public? It's just that the price is not enough. For these guilds, Jiang Haitao almost accepted all of them and agreed to them all. This made most of the survivors, who did not have the conditions to join the guild, furious. They agreed not to sell them to the public, and the guild would not leave out any of them. What do you mean? We who don't have the conditions to join the guild are not human beings? Are we human beings? These guilds are so hateful. They gather a group of people with better development. In their eyes, are we ordinary people considered human beings? Just a group of tools for opening boxes. The effect is not bad. Zhou saw that most of the ordinary survivors were indignant, which showed that his plan was completed well. The guild's voice among ordinary survivors will definitely become greater and greater in the future. It is only a matter of time before it surpasses Zhou, so Zhou has to provoke the resistance of ordinary survivors to the guild, so as to ensure his voice among most ordinary survivors. President Jiang, I think our survivor guild can maintain a long-term cooperative relationship with your brother Jiang guild. It seems that President Qin is willing to offer a higher price? As long as the price satisfies me, we can naturally cooperate for a long time. President Jiang is joking. It's not a higher price, but I have something that can shorten the growth time of crops by 1/10. Then, Chen Xian took out the low-grade fertilizer, and then Jiang Haitao attached great importance to it. The two guilds announced a long-term cooperation, and finally praised each other, and this play for outsiders was over. Brother 1, the small planting box blueprint has been promoted. Jiang Haitao sent the small planting box blueprint back to Zhou. After Zhou received it, he sent him 50 small planting boxes, a tooth knife, and a white jade clam meat. Although only 30 people in Jiang Haitao's guild could obtain the small planting box standard, Zhou gave 50, and the rest could be distributed as rewards. After all, Jiang Haitao is not very good at making cakes, so he used rewards. Boss Zhou, how is it? Is my performance okay? It's okay, but the last part of flattery is too awkward. Haha, there is no way, in the eyes of outsiders Jiang Haitao, and I have nothing in common, so I can only flatter awkwardly. Zhou also sent 50 small planting boxes, a tooth knife, and a white jade clam meat to Chen Xian, plus a piece of information about the treasure cave. Were all these good things found in the treasure cave? You can say that. If you come across them, let me know so that I can take care of you. Wow, what a good boss. Hand in everything you find in the cave in time, lest you die in it without bringing anything out. Black-hearted boss. After the discussion, Zhou asked the two to send over the 250,000 seaweeds collected today, and then feed them all to the transformed Leviathan. The plan to grow fruits also began to be implemented slowly. In order to reach the standard of the first method in the accelerated food illustration, 1,000 watermelons are needed. Although the number of members of Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian's two guilds is enough, some people die every day, which is too unstable, and most people cannot be trusted. If you want to expand fruit planting, you need to wait until all the guild members develop and become deeply bound to the guild. However, with the information provided by Zhou's outpost, this is not a difficult thing. It only takes time to do it. Ahem, it's time to find a way to fix the seaweed planting box. After experiencing two large-scale body movements of the transformed Leviathan, Zhou realized that this was a serious problem. Important things must be fixed, especially the golden seaweed and the rock crystal tree. Chapter 74. Zhou placed a stone foundation on the ground, placed the seaweed planting box on it, and then placed another stone foundation on the seaweed planting box. The two stone foundations sandwiched the seaweed planting box in the middle. Zhou pushed the seaweed planting box in the middle hard, but it didn't move at all, as if it was integrated with the upper and lower stone foundations. It works? Seeing that his guess was successful, Zhou nodded with satisfaction. In the future, if he needs to leave the stomach wall space, he will first embed the seaweed planting box between the stone foundations, so that he doesn't have to worry about the golden seaweed. The most troublesome thing is the rock crystal leaf tree. There is no fixed way. Zhou thought for a long time, and finally decided to plant the rock crystal leaf tree in a wooden barrel. After some effort, the rock crystal leaf tree was transplanted into the wooden barrel, and then the hemostatic bandage was torn into thin strips, and the trunk of the rock crystal leaf tree and the wooden barrel were fixed together. Finally, the entire wooden barrel was tightly wrapped with bandages, so that the excrement of the rock worm inside could not fall out. Okay, as long as the transformed Leviathan does not turn over, there should be no problem. The methods of fixing the two important plants were solved. Zhou started today's weight-bearing exercise. Just as he was about to start doing push-ups, Jiang Haitao sent a private message. Brother 1, that Zhao Teng came to me for cooperation again and wanted to trade small planting boxes. This Zhao Teng is really flexible. If he wants to trade to him. Ah, really trade to him, this guy is not a good thing. Now he has gradually risen, and it is impossible to suppress him. Just raise the price a little, and control the quantity to 10. By the way, how do you and other guilds set the price? It is 1 blueprint for 3 small planting boxes. Then Zhao Teng will trade 1 blueprint for 1. He can take it or not. Okay, brother 1. After finishing the communication with Jiang Haitao, Zhou began to continue exercising. He was a little bored during the exercise, so he opened the World Communication Channel to see what the survivors were talking about. Then I saw the members of Zhao Teng Guild, who were recruiting a lot of people in the World Chat Channel. Join Tingfei, and you will get a spiked helmet. You don't need to hand in basic materials or drawings. You can get it as long as you join. Really? I don't believe it. It's true. I just joined the Tingfei Guild yesterday, and the president personally gave me a spiked helmet this morning. I really thank President Zhao Teng very much, because I encountered anchor worms during the feeding phase today. If it weren't for the spiked helmet that President Zhao Teng sent in time, I would be dead now. Brother, you are really lucky and wise to choose to join the Tingfei Guild. If you chose other guilds, you might not survive. Who said it wasn't true? I heard that the guild president now makes spiked helmets with materials he provides himself, because he doesn't collect membership fees like other guilds. Yes, it's much better than other guilds. If the president didn't have too many basic materials, you would have gotten the spiked helmet yesterday. Zhou looked at the news about the members of the Tingfei Guild and frowned. It was really embarrassing, but it was indeed useful. People kept choosing the Zhao Teng Guild. This is a Ponzi scheme. Zhou probably saw Zhao Teng's intention. Using spiked helmets as bait, they frantically attract survivors to join, and on the surface they say that they don't need to pay dues. But the guild members, who are trying to recruit people, have mentioned that because the guild leader doesn't collect dues, the materials are limited and they can't make spiked helmets for you in time. So once you join, you need to wait. When you can wait, you need to contribute to the guild. You don't need to make a big contribution. Just hand in some seaweed every day, or go out to recruit people. In this way, Zhao Teng can rely on a large number of guild members to collect seaweed from them, which can increase his daily income. Zhou guess was not wrong. Zhao Teng thought so. In his opinion, other guild leaders are stupid, skipping the eating stage. This method has been verified. This is a vent. As long as there are people under your command, you can collect a lot of seaweed, and then sell it, which is all free money. But those guild leaders still pay attention to the quality of members. If he hadn't had a bad reputation before, the guild members would probably have millions of them now, and the seaweed collected every day would be countless. Then he took out a small part to give spiked helmets to members who joined earlier, and then spread the word to keep the members who joined later hanging, so that they would have hope and continue to hand in seaweed every day. Zhou finished his exercise and watched for a while, but found it boring, so he closed the World Communication Channel. Soon, time came to the supply box stage. Since the Transfiguration Leviathan was still in the border sea area, there was no fixed supply box, and these needed to be found by the Transfiguration Leviathan itself. After a while, the seawater poured into the stomach wall space. As the seawater rose higher and higher, Zhou saw a very beautiful scene. There were a lot of colored lines shuttling back and forth in the seawater. These colored lines swam together underwater, reflecting the originally dark seawater in a colorful way. At this moment, the dark seawater was like the vast and dark universe, and these colored lines swimming together were like galaxies in the universe. What kind of creatures are these? They are quite beautiful. Zhou looked at the magical scene in the water, and couldn't help but sigh. These streams of light were very thin, only 5 or 6 centimeters long, and not very big, but there were many of them, about 100 or so. As the seawater gradually receded, these colored lines gradually became chaotic, and many of them went directly into the digestion pool with the seawater. When the seawater completely receded, only a few dozen were left. Zhou quickly jumped off the stone platform and observed these colored lines. He found that they were all slender little fish, only about 5 centimeters long, which was definitely a small fish among small fish in this world. Flowing light fish body length, 5 centimeters. Weight, 10 g. Food type, plankton. Introduction. A colorful fish with flowing light, edible. This introduction is too simple, but it is said to be edible, which means it can add attributes. Zhou grabbed a jumping flowing light fish, and threw it directly into his mouth. Because it was too small, Zhou chewed it twice, and swallowed it into his stomach without tasting anything. Ding, eat the flowing light fish, speed +1. Huh? 1 is enough. Zhou was a little surprised. The creatures that added attributes that he had eaten before were all large in size, and he often ate too much. This flowing light fish was good, and he didn't even taste the taste, but the attribute points were already added. Chapter 75. Zhou immediately made a wooden barrel, and then scooped some water from the aquarium of the boiling blood coral into the barrel with a wooden cup, and put all the remaining streamer fish in the stomach wall space into the barrel. There are 32 in total. The streamer fish is small in size, and emits beautiful colorful light. It can be put into the aquarium as an ornamental fish. After some busy work, Zhou cleaned out the aquarium where the gel planarians were raised, and then exchanged the streamer fish and gel planarians. The streamer fish was placed in a glass aquarium, and the gel planarian was placed in a bucket. Anyway, the gel planarian had no requirements for the living environment. After a period of time, the esophageal diaphragm opened, and seawater entered the stomach wall space again. Zhou observed and confirmed that no large creatures were found in the water, and then filled the aquarium of the streamer fish with water. In fact, if you want to look good, the streamer fish should be placed in the aquarium where the boiling blood coral is located, so that the species in the aquarium will be richer. But the food of the boiling blood coral is blood. Every time it is fed, the tank is blood red, which is likely to affect the streamer fish, so it can only be separated. Oh, there are also white jade clams. Looking at the somewhat monotonous streamer fish tank, Zhou thought of white jade clams. Anyway, he has a lot of white jade clams now. Zhou didn't put too many in. The white jade clams are 20 centimeters in size, which is not small compared to the streamer fish. In order to avoid it stealing the show, he only put 1 white jade clams. At this time, in the small aquarium, 32 streamer fish swam together in the water. When they swam past the white jade clams, they left spots of color on the white shells of the white jade clams. It's still a bit monotonous. It would be better if there were some plants. The first thing Zhou thought of was seaweed, but seaweed was too big to fit in the aquarium. Let's talk about it later. The only plants Zhou saw now were seaweed and golden seaweed. The length of golden seaweed was very suitable for use as the background in the aquarium, but he was reluctant to do so. The seawater receded, and this time it brought white jade shells, 16 in number, plus the remaining 14, a total of 30. This number was a bit too much, and he had no place to put it, so he only kept 6, and the remaining 24 were placed in the stomach wall space. Because the white jade shell is flat, the flow rate of seawater entering the stomach space is not particularly fast, and it should be impossible to flush these white jade shells into the digestive tank. In fact, Zhou can directly put it on the trading channel and continue to use it to trade equipment, but if someone notices it, they will think that he has been discovering new things. Moreover, this white jade shell belongs to the Boundary Sea area. When other survivors come to this Boundary Sea area in the future, they will know that Zhou is far ahead. Therefore, Zhou will keep the white jade shell for a while before putting it on the shelf for sale, so as to disrupt the time. Ding, enter the deep blue sea. Ding, the first survivor to enter the deep blue sea will be awarded the title of Pioneer. Ding, Pioneer, only free attribute points +5, can freely increase or return the 3-dimensional attributes of strength, physique, and speed, and lose the leading position. The title will be recycled. Ding, enter the deep blue sea for the first time and get the deep blue treasure box. Ding, you have attracted the attention of the Steel Armor Leviathan. Ding, please use the Steel Armor Leviathan pest control coupon as soon as possible, otherwise you will be hunted down by the Steel Armor Leviathan. A series of prompt sounds rang in his mind, but Zhou did not feel confused. Now that he has 12 points of intelligence, he can process information very quickly. This pioneer title is interesting. Zhou opened his character panel, and there was an extra bracket behind his name, which showed Pioneer plus 5. According to the prompt, these 5 attributes can be returned, so Zhou first added a point to the strength, and the strength reached 12.5. How can this be returned? After adding a point to the strength, Zhou wanted to try to return it, but there was no icon for return. After studying it, he found that it was returned all at once. Just click Forerunner in the brackets to return all 5 attributes. This design can be said to be very good, which increases the operability of these 5 attributes. When encountering danger, all 5 attributes are accelerated. When you can't escape and fight, click Forerunner to return all 5 attributes and increase strength instead. Not bad, not bad. Zhou tried it, distributed 5 attributes to the 3-dimensional attributes, and then returned them all at once and added them to one of the attributes. It was very convenient and flexible. Ahem. Zhou coughed softly and took a general look at his attributes. Zhou, Pioneer plus 5. Normal person's attribute is 10, Intelligence, 12. Strength, 11.5. Constitution, 15. Speed, 15. Evaluation, infected with oxygen-rich bacteria, a sick person. Ah! After reading the review, Zhou was stunned for a moment, and then immediately opened the biological illustration book, wanting to see the information about this oxygen-rich bacteria, but it was not in the biological illustration book. That 72-meter knife-toothed eel, couldn't it be killed by this oxygen-rich bacteria? Zhou quickly recalled the experience of the past 2 days in his mind. The oxygen-rich bacteria could only have been infected in the knife-toothed eel cave yesterday. At this time, recalling the strange death of the knife-toothed eel without any external injuries at that time, this can all be explained. What should I do? Bacteria that can kill a giant creature are definitely not something Zhou can contend with, but he has no way to deal with it now. He doesn't even know the basic information of oxygen-rich bacteria. Calm down, calm down. Zhou murmured softly, suppressing his anxiety and panic, thinking carefully, and then adding all 5 free attributes to his constitution. According to Zhou's guess, this oxygen-rich bacteria should not be particularly malignant. After all, he was infected last night, and it was almost evening today. In the past day, except for coughing from time to time, he didn't feel too much discomfort. If he hadn't taken a look at his character attribute evaluation, he wouldn't have thought that there was something wrong with his body. At present, there is no treatment, so he can only bear it with his body and increase his physical fitness to 20, hoping to slow down the infection of oxygen-rich bacteria. Of course, this method can only delay the infection. After all, the 72-meter knife-toothed eel is dead. With his physical fitness of 20 points, it is impossible to fight against oxygen-rich bacteria for a long time. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world. Zhou sighed helplessly in his heart. Put aside the infection of oxygen-rich bacteria for the time being, there is another important matter. Zhou took out the steel armor Leviathan insect removal coupon he opened on the 5th day from the locker. Today is the 13th day since he came to this world, and it has been almost 8 days. Chapter 76. Zhou originally planned to use this insect removal coupon when his strength reached 15 points, so that he could use a full set of spiked armor. However, he did not expect that it would be so difficult to increase his strength points. So far, he only has 11.5 points of strength. At this time, the time information appeared on the Steel Armor Leviathan insect removal coupon, and there were 3 days left. These 3 days should be the last limit that the Steel Armor Leviathan can endure. Once 3 days have passed, and Zhou has not used the insect removal coupon, the Steel Armor Leviathan will come to hunt him down. This time is a bit tight. Zhou took out the rock fruit that he had saved for seeds. If it didn't work, he would eat it to see if he could continue to increase his 3-dimensional attributes. The transformed Leviathan was only born a dozen days ago, and he had already encountered 2 extremely aggressive parasites, each more dangerous than the other, and there were quite a few of them. How many parasites would there be in the stomach wall space of an adult Leviathan if no one had been cleaning it for a long time? Zhou was a little worried when he thought about it, and felt that his death was approaching. Found it so scary, go back quickly. At this time, the voice of the phantom Leviathan sounded, as if it had found something. Ding, entering the border sea area. Why did you come back again? Zhou was slightly puzzled, and then he figured it out. It should be almost evening today, and the phantom Leviathan was going to rest in the border sea area. Sure enough, After the phantom Leviathan returned to the border sea area, it stopped moving, and then the esophageal diaphragm opened, and seawater poured in. After the seawater receded, a deep blue treasure chest appeared in the stomach wall space. This was the treasure chest that the transformed Leviathan had just ventured into the deep blue sea and found. This should be the deep blue treasure chest mentioned in the prompt sound. Joe thought to himself and stretched out his hand to open the treasure chest. Ding! 2 sets of clothes were obtained. This lunatic. Why did he give 2 sets of clothes? Joe took a closer look and found that they were just 2 sets of ordinary clothes. Although the clothes Joe was wearing now had been torn by him to only half, and there was a hole on his chest, but compared to survival, clothes were not very important. In the constant temperature stomach wall space, he can even go naked without clothes and run around in there every day. Anyway, no one will see him. Of course, this is relative to the deep blue treasure box. This is a reward box, and it is not appropriate to get 2 ordinary clothes. If these 2 clothes were from the supply box, he would not think so, and even feel lucky. However, since it was opened, Joe could not throw it away, and put it directly in the locker. Ding! Get dual ticket X1. Ding! Dual ticket. Designate a survivor at random, and kill him to obtain all his supplies. The worrying thing still happened. The deep blue treasure box should be available to everyone after entering the deep blue sea, which means that everyone will have a dual ticket in their hands, which will inevitably lead to mutual plunder. This is not a dual ticket, but a switch of desire and greed, the key to winning big with a small investment, and the origin of chaos and madness. I hope other survivors will know their own limitations, and not come to duel with me. After Joe finished speaking, he just felt funny, because there would definitely be people who would come to challenge him, and there would definitely be a lot of them. Fortunately, he was 3 times ahead of most survivors, and he still had a long time to improve his strength and ensure that he had the strength to crush all the survivors. As for those few survivors who were ahead, such as the presidents of various guilds, and some individuals with strong financial resources, Joe didn't think they would come to trouble him. Because they all had enough basic materials, and everything they needed could be traded with basic materials or drawings. There was no need to take the risk of challenging Joe. Once they lost, everything would be gone. The risk was too great, and no one would be stupid enough to do so. Ding! Get 10 bottles of mineral water and 10 canned meat. Canned meat. Joe's eyes lit up, and he was very surprised. He took out the canned meat, and saw that there were 10 different canned meats. There were canned beef, canned chicken, canned pork, and so on, but there was no canned fish. It seemed that considering that the only meat the survivors could eat was fish, so they gave so many canned meats that would not appear in this world. Hiss, good stuff, stock up first. Joe swallowed his saliva, and put all 10 canned meats into the locker. Ding! Obtain seaweed X200, 000. When Joe heard this prompt, he was shocked. He was not shocked by the 200,000 pieces of seaweed, but by the capacity of this deep blue treasure chest. It could hold 200,000 pieces of seaweed. His current locker could only hold 10,000 items. With this deep blue treasure chest, there is a place to store a lot of supplies. Joe was a little excited. This way, he would not have to worry about insufficient storage space for the time being. There are only so many things in the deep blue treasure box. It does not improve the survival of the survivors much, but the quality of life has been improved. There is food, drink and clothes. Overall, it is okay. The Transfiguration Leviathan has rested. Joe threw 10,000 seaweeds into the digestion tank as before. The 200,000 seaweeds in the deep blue treasure box are equivalent to a full meal for the Transfiguration Leviathan. If the Transfiguration Leviathan still can't find food tomorrow, feed the 200,000 seaweeds to free up space in the deep blue treasure box. Sleep. Joe placed 2 wooden foundations and lay on them. But as soon as he closed his eyes, all kinds of complicated thoughts flooded into his mind. The more dangerous sea area, the 3-day deadline of the steel armor Leviathan, and what worried him most was that his body was infected with oxygen-rich bacteria. Joe couldn't sleep, so he opened his character attribute panel and looked at the 20 points of physical fitness. It seems that the 5 points of free attributes of Pioneer have played a role. He has not coughed yet, which means that the increase in physical fitness does have an inhibitory effect on oxygen-rich bacteria. Let's see if it gets worse tomorrow. Joe knew it was useless to continue worrying, so he cleared his mind of these messy thoughts and fell into a deep sleep. On the 14th day, the transformed Leviathan began to move. Joe immediately sat up from the wooden platform, then moved his body to feel the physical condition. He felt a little tired, but better than yesterday. It seems that this 20-year-old physique should be able to last for a while. The body did not deteriorate rapidly, which was good news. Zhou Wen's plan was to wait for 2 days. After all, he was going to enter the deep blue sea to see if he could encounter new creatures that could increase his strength. This way, on the 3rd day, he would have a better chance of winning by using the Steel Armor Leviathan insect removal coupon. On a new day, as before, he began to inspect the entire stomach wall space. There were no problems with the cultivated plants and creatures. Ding! Entering the deep blue sea. Chapter 77. Entering the deep blue sea, Zhou Wen's heart also became nervous. The Sea of Birth is a protected sea area, but there are still many dangers. What kind of crisis will the deep blue sea encounter? The Phantom Leviathan seemed to be very uneasy, because as soon as it entered the deep blue sea, the entire stomach wall space vibrated very strongly. Before in the Sea of Birth, the stomach wall space only vibrated slightly, indicating that the Phantom Leviathan swam very steadily, but this time it vibrated so strongly, it should be that the Phantom Leviathan was swimming at full speed. Buzz. Zhou Wen suddenly heard a huge buzzing sound in his ears, and the sound seemed to be getting closer and closer, causing pain in his eardrums. Suddenly, the space of the stomach wall suddenly stagnated, and Zhou Wen flew to the left and fell heavily on the left stomach wall. Fortunately, the stomach wall was soft, and he was not injured, but the violent shaking of the stomach wall space made Zhou Wen feel a little dizzy. Boom! A dull explosion sounded immediately, as if a heavy bomb exploded in the water, and the explosion location was on the right side of the Phantom Leviathan. Zhou Wen was almost knocked unconscious by the violent explosion at such a close distance. This explosion was louder than the sound of the Leviathan hitting the spiked krill with its tail. If Zhou Wen had not had a physical fitness of 20 points, he might have been killed. Hide! Hide! At this time, the panicked and anxious voice of the Leviathan sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. Zhou Wen was in the stomach wall space, and didn't know what was happening outside, but based on the series of sounds just now, and the voice of the Leviathan, there should be some giant creature outside chasing the Leviathan. Buzz. The sound rang again, and it kept getting closer. This should be the sign that the giant creature was about to attack. Zhou Wen's heart rose to his throat as the sound grew louder. The stomach wall space had another violent inertia, and Zhou Wen was thrown out again. The terrifying explosion sounded again beside the transformed Leviathan. Zhou Wen didn't care about his dizzy head, and hurried to the wooden foundation where mangoes were planted, then hugged the wooden stakes of the wooden foundation with his hands and feet, and fixed his body firmly on the stakes. Zhou Wen was thrown out twice just now. It was obvious that the Phantom Leviathan suddenly twisted its body, and changed its swimming direction, to avoid the attack of the giant creature, just like a small fish avoiding the predation of a large fish. Then, the buzzing sound kept ringing in Zhou Wen's ears, like a death god constantly waving a sickle behind him. Every time the buzzing sound was closest, the Phantom Leviathan suddenly changed direction to avoid the attack. Zhou Wen held the wooden stake tightly, and was not thrown out again, but he could do nothing now. He could only pray that the Phantom Leviathan could successfully escape the pursuit. Almost there. Almost there. The voice of the transformed Leviathan sounded again, with joy and excitement. Bang! A few seconds later, a huge crash sounded from the back of the stomach wall, as if a giant monster had crashed into the mountain. Boom! Boom! The monster seemed very unwilling to give up, and it crashed into the mountain frantically, causing the entire mountain to shake violently. Zhou Wen could not see the situation outside. All of this was the scene he imagined in his mind based on the sound, but the feeling was almost the same. Gradually, the boom sound became farther and farther away, and became smaller and smaller. The vibration of the stomach wall space also slowed down, and the Phantom Leviathan began to swim at a normal speed. Are you safe? Zhou Wen slowly let go of the wooden stake he was holding tightly. At this time, his whole body was soaked with sweat. Because he was too nervous just now, his nerves and body were in a tense state, and his joints were a little stiff. Huh? Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief, and his body was still slightly spasming because he had held the wooden stake tightly, and exerted too much force. It seems that the Sea of Birth is really a protection stage. Now, Zhou Wen finally knew that the protection stage of the Sea of Birth was not to protect the survivors like them, but to protect the Phantom Leviathan. For so many days, in the Sea of Birth, the Phantom Leviathan could be said to have encountered no danger at all, almost walking sideways. But now that he left the Sea of Birth, he was immediately chased by the giant creature. Ah, I finally found food. After a while, the voice of the Phantom Leviathan sounded again, as if he had found food. After hearing this, Zhou Wen immediately climbed onto the stone platform, hid in the rest area, and entered a new sea area. The feeding stage would definitely not be peaceful. After waiting for a while, the sound of seawater surging sounded in the esophagus, and then the esophageal diaphragm opened, and seawater poured into the stomach wall space. Zhou was very alert, holding the headlamp in his hand, shining the dark water surface through the gap, and then observing the situation on the water surface through the reflection of the mirror skin. Except for some seaweed, Zhou did not find any traces of large biological activities in the water, which relieved his nervousness. The transformed Leviathan had just experienced a giant creature chasing, and he was worried that he would also be attacked by a large creature. What is that? Just as Zhou was relieved, he saw a creature crawling out of the water along the stomach wall. From the outside, it was a creature with an oval shell, 30 centimeters in size. After the creature crawled out of the water, it stopped moving, and then Zhou saw a soft body slowly stretching out from the oval shell, just like a snail. Finally, when the soft body of the creature was completely stretched out of the shell, a 10-centimeter long slender spike protruded from the soft body, then suddenly pierced into the stomach wall and began to suck the blood in the stomach wall. Another parasite. Zhou frowned, wishing he could rush up and chop the parasite to death, but the seawater in the stomach wall space had not receded yet, so he could only wait temporarily. But while waiting for the seawater to recede, more and more similar parasites crawled out of the seawater. After the seawater completely receded, there were already more than a dozen parasites lying on the stomach wall. This is too much. Zhou hurriedly took the iron sword and wooden shield, jumped off the stone platform, and came to a parasite. Just as he was about to raise the iron sword to chop off the parasite's head, the parasite's soft body suddenly shrank into its oval shell. Zhou didn't take it seriously. He held the iron knife in both hands and chopped it hard on the oval shell. Bang! There was a loud crash. Zhou felt that he had chopped on a stone. Looking at the oval shell, there was only a gully on it that could cause damage, but it didn't destroy the shell. So hard. Zhou was slightly shocked. He became ruthless and swung the iron knife to chop the shell continuously. After 5 or 6 cuts, he finally split the shell and killed the main body inside. Zhou immediately touched the shell of the parasite and checked the biological illustration. Chapter 78. Bone armor trematode body length, 30 centimeters. Weight, 10 kilograms. Food type, blood. Introduction. A parasite that lives in a giant creature. It has hard bone armor. When in danger, it will retract its soft body into the bone armor. The bone armor can be used to make protective gear. It doesn't describe its aggressiveness. It should be a parasite that will not actively attack. After figuring out the basic information of the bone armor trematode, Zhou looked at the other parasites that were still sucking blood. He thought of a better way to deal with these parasites. Zhou put down the wooden shield and iron sword in his hands, and came to a bone-armored fluke with spiked gloves on his hands. The bone-armored fluke sensed danger, and immediately retracted into the bone armor. Zhou directly grabbed the bone armor, and tried to pull the bone-armored fluke off the stomach wall, but the bone-armored fluke had 8 caliceri with barbs on the caliceri to hook the stomach wall to fix the body. If he pulled it hard directly, it would definitely hurt the stomach wall. What should I do? Zhou's original plan was to directly grab these bone-armored flukes from the stomach wall, then gather them together, and smash them to death with a stone pier, leaving only 3 to study how to kill the internal body without destroying the bone armor. After all, the introduction mentioned that the bone armor of the bone trematode can be used to make protective gear, and Zhou had just chopped it with an iron sword, which was much harder than the shrimp shell of the spiked krill. But now, the caliceri of the bone trematode are hooked on the stomach wall, and he needs to get these caliceri hooks out of the stomach wall bit by bit, but he doesn't have time. There are still more than a dozen bone trematodes, which have been sucking the blood of the phantom Leviathan, and he needs to kill them as soon as possible. Zhou took a look at the hole on the bone armor used to extend the main body, and suddenly thought that he could stab the weapon into the hole and kill the main body inside. He picked up the iron broadsword and tried to pierce the hole in the bone armor. The hole was only 2 or 3 centimeters in diameter, so the iron broadsword could not penetrate it at all. However, Zhou was not disappointed because he still had a blueprint for an iron dagger. He quickly climbed onto the stone platform, took out an iron ingot and a piece of wood from the locker, opened the blueprint interface, turned to the iron dagger blueprint, and made it directly. The 2 materials turned into blue light, and combined into a 30-centimeter long dagger in the air. The blade was 2 fingers wide and 20 centimeters long, with blades on both sides and a sharp tip. Zhou held the iron dagger and waved it twice. He felt that it was very light, and could easily perform various attacking movements. He came to a bone-armored fluke again. The 2-finger-wide dagger could easily penetrate the hole in the bone armor, and then pierce into the fluke's flesh. Zhou held the iron dagger, and felt that the blade of the dagger had pierced into the flesh, so he stirred it fiercely. The body of the bone-armored fluke was fragile. Under the stirring of the iron dagger, it was crushed to death in a few strokes. Seeing the significant effect, Zhou began to do the same thing, and killed all the dozen bone-shell flukes. After killing the main bodies of these bone-shell flukes, Zhou turned back, and slowly removed the claws that were hooked on the stomach wall from the stomach wall. In the end, he obtained 12 complete bone shells. After that, he did not encounter bone-shell flukes again. Zhou also started to move seaweed as before. During this period, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian came to ask if they needed seaweed today. They had already moved all the seaweed. Zhou was a little slow in eating because he had been avoiding giant creatures before. Tell them that they don't need it, and let them sell the seaweed or give it as a reward to the guild members. However, in the future, the seaweed collected by the guild needs his consent before it can be sold. The experience of being chased by the giant creature just now made Zhou realize that this situation is likely to happen many times in the future. The Transfiguration Leviathan will miss the place with food because of avoiding the giant creature, so he will have to feed the Transfiguration Leviathan with the seaweed collected by the 2 guilds. In the deep blue sea, whether you can eat enough is definitely a major issue that is bound to life and death. If you are full, you will have enough strength to avoid the giant creatures, and the probability of survival is greater, so Zhou must ensure that the Transfiguration Leviathan has food to eat and must eat enough. At this time, Zhou thought of the 200,000 pieces of seaweed in the deep blue treasure chest, and suddenly understood the deep meaning of sending these 200,000 pieces of seaweed. After an hour, all the seaweed was moved. Zhou asked Jiang Haitao for an anchorworm, and gave the blood to the boiling blood coral polyp. Then he used seaweed to feed the gel worms in the wooden barrel. After so many days of growth, 19 gel worms have grown to adult size. Zhou grabbed one and ground it into hemostatic gel. It was getting more and more dangerous now. He made some preparations in advance just in case, and then cut the other gel worms in half again, dividing them into 36 to continue expanding the breeding quantity. After everything was done, the transformed Leviathan also entered the digestion state, and Zhou was ready to take a break. The previous thrilling experience consumed too much of his energy, and he needed to recover. At this time, Chen Xian's message came. Boss Zhou, did you ask Jiang Haitao to sell the small planting box to Zhao Teng? He asked you to trade low-level fertilizers? Yes, sell it to him at a high price? No, just sell it at a normal price. You and him don't have any conflicts. It's best to build a good relationship with him, and make him feel that you and he are the same kind of people. Boss Zhou, don't slander me. Zhao Teng and I are not the same kind of people. I still have a bottom line. Well, you can just maintain a cooperative relationship with him. Zhou originally wanted Chen Xian to build a good relationship with Zhao Teng, and then learn some hidden information about Zhao Teng, but thinking that this would affect Chen Xian's reputation among the survivors, it was somewhat inconsistent with her personality, so forget it. If Zhao Teng continues to seek cooperation with Jiang Haitao in the future, Jiang Haitao and Zhao Teng can have a good relationship, which is more in line with Jiang Haitao's personality. Zhao Teng has now relied on the Ponzi scheme to increase the number of guild members to more than 2,000. As the guild grows, this will cause many survivors who originally sneered at the Tingfei guild to follow suit and join. After all, it is indeed a free spiked helmet. As long as you join, you have a chance. It's nothing more than waiting, and then you need to hand in 1,000 pieces of seaweed every day, which is nothing for survivors. As the number of members of the Tingfei guild increases, more survivors will be attracted to join, and in the end Zhao Teng will develop to a terrifying level. Why not let Jiang Haitao follow this method, and recruit a large number of people? After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou gave up this idea. It would be difficult to manage too many guild members. When the guild members are mixed, it will be difficult for him to trust them. It is better to slowly cultivate a group of trustworthy people. Chapter 79. During the break, Zhou took out the Scarlet Positioning card that he had traded from Zhui Junyang before. It could not be used in the Sea of Birth and the Border Sea. Now that he has arrived at the Deep Blue Sea, it should be usable. Use it. Zhou took the Positioning card and said softly, but the Positioning card still did not work. This surprised Zhou, who was originally full of confidence. He was still thinking about finding the Scarlet Kelp through the Scarlet Positioning card before the number of fruits planted by the guild members reached 5 tons, and accelerating the growth of the transformed Leviathan. according to the food illustrations for accelerating the growth of the transmogrified Leviathan, except for the first type, the other 4 types of food are not continuously supplied. Only the 5 tons of fruit of the first type can be continuously supplied every day as the number of survivors who farm increases. In the final analysis, most of the time, the first method is the most stable, and the other 4 need to be found, which depends entirely on luck. There should be other prerequisites. Try it every day in the future. Scarlet location card it cannot be used, which makes Joe a little disappointed, but there is no rush, so he can only try more in the future. After a while, the Phantom Leviathan finished digesting and began to enter the supply box stage. Joe also rested for a while, put on a full set of spiked armor, took his weapons and shield, and waited for today's supply box. Woo! Suddenly, the Phantom Leviathan screamed for some reason, just like the cry of a whale. Damn it! Don't run! Then the voice in Joe's mind sounded, with anger in his tone. Joe didn't know what was going on, and suddenly the entire stomach wall space suddenly rushed forward, and he fell backwards, and his head hit the stone foundation directly. Fortunately, he was wearing a spiked helmet now, otherwise he would definitely bleed. What's going on? Joe's face was full of confusion. He couldn't see the situation outside, and could only guess that the Phantom Leviathan was chasing a creature with all his strength through the violent vibration of the stomach wall space. Joe was guessing what the Phantom Leviathan was encountering. The part of the stomach wall space near the esophagus suddenly sank down, and the area near the tail of the stomach wall space rose high. Joe was very familiar with this scene. This scene happened when the Phantom Leviathan used its tail to hit the swarm of spiked krill. Fortunately, he had already firmly held the wooden stakes of the wooden foundation on the second floor, and would not be thrown out again. Boom! A seawater explosion sounded, and the entire stomach wall space turned over, which was even bigger than the last time when the spiked krill was hit. Joe was fine, as he was originally between the 2 foundations. Even if the entire stomach wall space turned over, he would not be affected much, except that the seawater in the algae oxygen tank was all scattered. Soon, the Phantom Leviathan turned its body back, and the entire stomach wall space returned to normal. At this time, Joe really wanted to see if other items were affected, but he was afraid that the Phantom Leviathan's big move was not over yet. Humph! Dare to snatch my box? I beat you to death. The voice of the transformed Leviathan sounded again. After hearing this voice, Joe roughly guessed what happened outside. It should be that the transformed Leviathan was looking for a supply box, and then saw that the supply box was snatched by other creatures, so he accelerated and gave the creature a tail. Knowing the general reason, Joe knew that the matter was over, so he quickly climbed out of the rest area and took a look at his various items. Most of them were not affected. It seemed that as long as they were placed on the foundation, they would not be affected by gravity. Only the wooden barrel where he cultivated gel worms fell out, because there was no lid. Joe quickly caught them, and put them back into the barrel. The most affected was the algae oxygen tank. Because there was no lid, the seawater inside spilled out, and needed to be refilled with seawater. However, these were minor impacts. Fortunately, he had embedded the seaweed planting box of golden seaweed into 2 stone foundations before, and the rock crystal tree was also fixed by him with bandages. These were not affected. Joe's previous plan was to use these 2 methods to fix the golden seaweed and rock crystal tree every time he went out to explore for treasure. After all, the stone foundation used to inlay the seaweed planting box occupied an extra square meter of the stomach wall space, and he was worried that it would affect the eating of the transformed Leviathan. But at that time, there was no food in the border sea area, so Joe did not remove the extra stone foundation. After entering the deep blue sea, he was chased by a giant creature again. Although he did not turn his body over like this time, his movements were not small. Therefore, Joe did not plan to remove the stone foundation where the seaweed planting box was placed. This deep blue sea was obviously not peaceful. In the future, as long as he could move the seaweed in time every round of feeding, it should not affect the feeding of the transformed Leviathan. Even if it really affected it, he could ask Jian Haitao and Shen Xian for some seaweed to make up for it. In short, it must not affect the healthy growth of the transformed Leviathan. The stronger the transformed Leviathan is, the better he can survive. Discovered? Run, run. The voice of the Phantom Leviathan sounded in his mind again. Joe was now standing on the stomach wall space. He felt something was wrong and immediately hugged the wooden foundation under the mango tree. Sure enough, the next second, the Phantom Leviathan began to swim faster and slower for a long time. Joe knew that the biological radar detection range of the Phantom Leviathan was very wide. He must have been discovered by the giant creature just now, so he started to run away at full speed. Now that the speed has slowed down, it means that he has shaken off the giant creature's pursuit, and he is relieved. The phantom Leviathan swam for a while, and then stopped. "I'm so tired, I'm going to sleep." The phantom Leviathan's voice was a little bitter. After all, he had been swimming at full speed almost all day, and he was chased twice. The gap with the sea of birth was too big. Joe was confused. "Ah, there is not a single supply box today?" Joe suddenly realized that the situation was a bit serious. Supply boxes are the foundation of development. If he is chased every day in the future, won't there be no supply boxes? Now Joe had to consider whether to spread the small planting boxes directly and let a large number of survivors plant fruits, and then he would use basic supplies to purchase and feed the metamorphosis Leviathan to accelerate its growth. Just as Joe hesitated, the esophageal diaphragm opened, and no seawater came in. He knew that this was to let him out. "Is there a treasure cave?" Joe packed up his things as before and entered the esophagus with the supply box, but he was confused because the metamorphosis Leviathan's voice did not mention finding a treasure cave. When passing through the esophagus, Joe also told Jiang Haitao to be ready to support supplies at any time. But as soon as he walked out of the esophagus, he was startled because the light from his headlamp shone on an eye. This eye was as big as Joe's head, and it was full of bloodshot, staring straight at him. In this dark space, it was really scary. Chapter 80. However, Joe quickly realized that the transformed Leviathan would not harm him. Since he was allowed to come out, it meant that the owner of this eye would not pose a threat to him. Realizing this, Joe boldly stepped forward and observed the owner of this eye in full view. This was a big fish about 7 or 8 meters long, with tiny scales all over its body. When the light shone on it, it reflected a metallic luster. At this time, the big fish was dead, with both eyes congested with blood, and one of the eyes even turned red. There was also a lot of scales falling off on one side of its body, and a little blood was oozing under the skin. This is the creature that stole the supply box. Looking at the overall condition of the fish, it was obviously hit by a huge force and died of internal bleeding. In other words, the supply box is in its stomach. Joe looked at the belly of the fish and felt that his guess was almost right. However, before cutting open the belly to take out the supply box, Joe touched the big fish with his hand, then opened the biological illustration book to check the basic information of the big fish. White-scaled fish, body length, 8 meters. Weight, 4 tons. Food type, carnivore. Introduction. A small fish that likes to swallow objects floating on the sea surface. It is edible, and its scales can be used to make protective gear. Edible. Joe's eyes lit up, and he immediately caught these 3 words. Such a big fish, I wonder how many attribute points it can add. Joe was a little excited, but he had to take out the supply box first. Joe came to the belly of the white-scaled fish. The scales on the belly were thinner and smaller, which was the weakest part of the white-scaled fish. Joe used the iron knife to forcefully cut the belly a few times, but only a series of metal friction sounds were made, and the scales on the belly could not be cut at all. There was no other way. Since it couldn't be cut open, it could only be chopped. Joe stood in front of the fish's belly, stood with his legs sideways and squatted slightly, holding the iron knife with both hands, horizontally at his waist, aiming at the fish's belly and exerting force with his legs, raising the iron knife above his head to the right, and then chopped it down diagonally to the left. Schwa! The belly of the white-scaled fish was smoothly cut open by this powerful knife. Cough, 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 cough. Joe coughed several times in a row, because when he swung the knife, he added all 5 free attribute points of Pioneer to strength, and the decline in physical fitness caused oxygen-rich bacteria to affect him. Joe quickly added 5 free points back to his physical fitness, which restored his body to normal, but the situation was obviously not good. When he had 15 points of physical fitness yesterday, he did not cough so frequently. Ignoring these for the time being, Joe began to expand the incision of the entire fish belly after breaking the protective scales on the belly of the white-scaled fish. This was also a strenuous job. After cutting for a long time, a 2-meter incision was opened on the fish belly. A large amount of blood flowed out from the inside, accompanied by many internal organ fragments. The power of the Leviathan's tail is not small. The internal organs were smashed. Joe exclaimed, and put his hand with spiked gloves deep into the fish's belly, looking for the supply box that was swallowed into the fish's stomach. After groping for a while, he took out a square wooden box from the fish's belly. Why is it still an ordinary supply box? Joe looked at the wooden supply box stained with blood, feeling a little disappointed. After all, in order to get it, the Leviathan was hunted down, and he also spent a lot of effort to find it from the fish's belly, but it turned out to be an ordinary supply box. Forget it, it's just an ordinary supply box, just give me some good stuff. Joe looked forward to it, and then slowly opened the supply box. Ding! Obtain stone X10, wood X10, soil X10. Boil. Joe smashed the supply box to the ground. How much effort did I and the transformed Leviathan put in for you, and you actually made us lose so thoroughly. Before opening the supply box, Joe was full of expectations, because he had a feeling that he could get a protective gear blueprint. After all, he had obtained 2 materials for making protective gear today, and it wouldn't be too much to give him a blueprint, but now it seems that he was obviously overthinking. Alas, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Joe shook his head helplessly, and looked at the body of the white-scaled fish. Just think of this white-scaled fish as a reward that comes with the supply box. Joe began to skin the white-scaled fish with an iron dagger. This process was particularly long because the white-scaled fish was very large, and the skin and meat were tightly combined, not as easy to peel as the mirror-skinned barracuda. But it didn't matter, the transformed Leviathan had rested, and it was night now, so he had plenty of time. At worst, he could skin it all night. With his current physique, it would be no problem to survive all night. After making this decision, Joe suddenly remembered that Jiang Hainao was still waiting for support, so he cut a large piece of fish meat with an iron knife and sent it to him, asking him to tell him what attributes he would add after eating the fish meat. Brother one, this white-scaled fish meat is not delicious, but it adds 2 points of physical fitness. Okay, have you finished eating the fish meat? If you haven't finished it, throw it away. Don't tell others, and don't give it to guild members as a reward. If you haven't finished it, I have already thrown the rest into the digestion tank. Well, go to bed. After finishing the conversation with Jiang Haitao, Joe cut a piece of fish meat with an iron dagger and peeled the skin while eating. After the fish entered his mouth, a fishy smell filled his mouth, and Joe almost vomited. This is not only unpalatable, it is simply inedible. Joe complained lightly, and began to bite the bullet and eat a little bit at a time. He could increase his physical fitness by 2 points, which he still needed now. However, Joe hoped to increase his strength by 2 points. After all, the Steel Armor Leviathan insect removal coupon only had 2 days left. Compared with the harm of oxygen-rich bacteria, he had to survive the attack of a large number of parasites first. Time passed little by little, and Joe had used up the required amount of fish meat, and a reminder sounded in his mind. Ding! Consuming white-scale fish meat, physical fitness +2. Finally reached the usage requirements. After hearing the reminder sound in his mind, Joe immediately spit out the fish meat he was still chewing, which made him feel sick. After 6 or 7 hours, Joe finally peeled off the skin of one side of the white-scale fish, then cut the skin into several pieces and put them in the supply box. In the introduction of the white-scaled fish, it was mentioned that the fish scales can be used to make armor, and it doesn't matter if the fish skin is damaged. Joe didn't plan to peel the fish skin on the other side, because the fish scales fell off after being hit by the tail of the transformed Leviathan, and the remaining fish scales were broken. I think they can't be used anymore, so it's not worth wasting time. He cut off a large piece of fish meat and put it in the supply box. Joe held 2 supply boxes through the esophagus and returned to the stomach wall space. He didn't want the remaining fish meat. The white-scaled fish was too big to drag into the esophagus, and he didn't have the strength. Chapter 81. After returning to the stomach wall space, Joe took a short rest, and the transformed Leviathan began to move. The time came to the 15th day. Although Joe did not sleep all night, he was in good spirits, so he started today's inspection. It bloomed? Joe came to the wooden barrel that he tied up like a zonzi. The 3 small rock buds of the rock crystal tree planted inside had bloomed at this time. The flowers were not made of rock, nor were they made of crystal. The petals were milky white, the surface was smooth and white, and there was a feeling of warmth like jade. The overall image of the flower is very similar to that of an epiphyllum, with each piece as light and thin as snow and each layer as white as jade, but this flower is very small, only the diameter of a tennis ball. The light shines on the petals, reflecting a soft light. It looks pretty good. It looks like it will bear fruit soon. Joe now only hopes that the rock fruit can grow tomorrow. Before starting to use the insect removal coupons, see if he can add more 3-dimensional properties. In order to make the rock crystal leaf tree bear fruit smoothly, Joe untied the wood wrapped with bandages, added 3 portions of rockworm feces into it, and then wrapped it tightly again. It has already bloomed, so there must be no accidents. Looking at the golden seaweed again, it is still the same, only growing about 5 centimeters a day, and now it is 30 centimeters. If it wants to grow up and bear fruit, it may have to grow to 70 or 80 centimeters and be flush with the water surface of the seaweed planting box. The inspection is over, everything is fine, and the next step is to wait for the feeding stage. I hope it will be peaceful today. Yesterday, the transformed Leviathan was almost running away all day, which not only affected the feeding, but also affected the number of supply boxes. Zhou can only hope that today will be smoother. While waiting, Zhou gave the cut white-scaled fish meat to Chen Xian. Like Jiang Haidao, he also told her to add attribute points and throw away the rest. After a while, the transformed Leviathan successfully entered the feeding stage, and Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good start. At least it showed that the deep blue sea was not full of giant beasts, and there was still time to breathe. Zhou naturally would not be careless. After hearing the sound of seawater surging in the esophagus, he immediately hid in the rest area, put on protective gear, took weapons, and was ready to face the aggressive creatures that might appear in the sea water at any time. Unexpectedly, Zhou saw 2 familiar parasites on the water surface through the mirror skin, anchor worms and razor disc worms. For some reason, seeing these 2 familiar parasites made him feel familiar, because these 2 parasites could not pose any threat to him at the moment. He could completely deal with the anchor worms by force, and the razor disc worms had weaknesses. The feeling of having everything under control gave Zhou a sense of security. There was only 1 anchor worm underwater. Just like last time, Zhou also adopted the same attack method as last time. When the anchor worm approached the wooden platform, he suddenly moved the algae oxygen tank in front of him and jumped into the water like a hungry tiger. He hugged the strip-shaped body of the anchor worm with one arm, and began to wave the iron sword with the other hand, and soon chopped the anchor worm to death. Scarlet blood flowed out in large quantities, dyeing the sea red. Just like last time, Zhou dragged the dead anchor worm body onto the second-floor wooden platform and fed the blood to the boiling blood coral polyps. The next step was to deal with the razor worms in the water. Because razor worms are attracted to blood, Zhou stood on the wooden platform and waited for a while. Sure enough, he saw many razor worms gradually gathering in the seawater area dyed red by the blood of anchor worms. Zhou was not polite, and jumped into the water again. Just like last time, he raised the iron sword and stabbed the center of the razor worms that had sucked blood and dyed red. Soon, all 8 razor worms were taken care of by him. After dealing with these 2 aggressive parasites, Zhou looked very relaxed. Because they were familiar creatures, he didn't have to worry too much about whether they had unique attack methods. This is too smooth. It would be nice if I could see familiar parasites every day. Zhou sighed, and collected the razor worm corpses in the water. But at this moment, he was in a trance. Looking at the 8 razor worm corpses in his hand, he felt a sense of disharmony. Zhou turned his head, and looked at the foundation. At this time, all 6 foundations were made of wood, but he had obviously replaced all the wooden foundations with stone foundations. Why are they still made of wood now? Crash. Just when Zhou was confused, the seawater behind him suddenly churned violently. Zhou immediately turned around and looked behind him, but the seawater behind him was very calm, without a lot of ripples. The sound of the seawater churning just now seemed to appear out of thin air. Zhou, who was a little worried, took the headlamp in his hand and began to illuminate the water surface at close range. Everything was very calm, there were no creatures underwater, and the entire stomach wall space was terrifyingly quiet. After confirming that there was no problem underwater, Zhou looked at the foundation, which was now all stone foundations. At this moment, Zhou felt his scalp tingling, a chill spread all over his body, and an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. Am I dreaming? Because he didn't sleep last night, Zhou's first reaction was that he was dreaming. But the problem was that he was in good spirits, so he shouldn't even know that he fell asleep. Thinking of this, Zhou felt that there must be something wrong, and he seemed to be trapped in an illusion. Zhou did not hesitate, and directly swung the iron sword and cut his thigh. The pain of the skin being torn was instantly transmitted to the brain. Under this sudden stimulation, the brain immediately woke up, and everything in front of him changed. There was no seawater, no anchor worms, no razor disc worms, only a soft-bodied creature nearly 3 meters long, with a large number of tentacles on its head, dancing wildly and irregularly. At this time, Zhou was standing in front of the soft-bodied creature. The tentacles of the soft-bodied creature wrapped around Zhou's head, and some slender tentacles penetrated into his mouth and nose, as if they were transporting something inside. Zhou saw this scene, and felt a chill in his heart. He swung the iron sword in his hand fiercely, and chopped at these slender tentacles. These slender tentacles were easily cut off, and Zhou also broke free from the control of the soft-bodied creature. Ugh! Zhou pressed his throat with his fingers, trying to spit out what the soft-bodied creature had transported into his body. Mucus was spit out in clumps, and the mucus was full of dense insect eggs. It was extremely disgusting, and Zhou kept vomiting, trying to spit out all the insect eggs in his stomach. Suddenly, a harsh sound wave sounded, and Zhou's mind became dazed again, and the surrounding environment seemed to become familiar again. At this time, he was standing in the dark sea water. The headlamp on his head was constantly flashing, and there was a flesh-colored strip in the water, looming under the flashing light. Fuck! Zhou knew that he was controlled by an illusion this time, and he concentrated his mind and broke free from the illusion. This time, he didn't care if there were any insect eggs in his body. He raised the iron sword and rushed towards the soft-bodied creature, but the closer he got to the soft-bodied creature, the more confused his consciousness became. So Zhou didn't care about anything, closed his eyes and chopped randomly, not caring whether he hit or not. He just rushed and chopped. Finally, after he chopped more than 10 times in a row, his consciousness was no longer confused, and the soft-bodied creature was chopped into several pieces by him, and it was no longer alive. Chapter 82. Zhou panted heavily, and slowly retreated to the stone foundation, leaning on it. He had just swung his sword with all his strength for more than a dozen times, which almost consumed all his strength. What is this? Zhou directly opened the biological illustration book. This soft-bodied creature had touched him just now, and the biological illustration book must have basic information about soft-bodied creatures. Dream anemone worm body length, 3 meters. Weight, 40 kilograms. Food type, blood. Introduction. A parasite that lives in giant creatures. It will make humans fall into illusions by dancing its tentacles, like anemones, and then implant its eggs into the human body. The larvae will absorb human blood to accelerate their growth, and eventually break out of the body. It is extremely dangerous, and its body fluids can be used as hallucinogens. Are there still eggs in my body? After reading the introduction of the Dream Sea Anemone, Zhou was most worried that he had not vomited out all the eggs in his body. But now, he had no way of knowing the situation in his body, so he could only drink water crazily, and induce vomiting to clear the eggs in his stomach as much as possible. After a while, Zhou was exhausted from vomiting, and he stopped vomiting. There were still several rounds of eating to come, and he had to save some strength to avoid encountering new aggressive creatures. According to the introduction, the body fluids of the Dream Sea Anemone can be used as hallucinogens, so Zhou collected all the body fluids in a wooden barrel. During the collection process, he would also be affected, but because he was mentally prepared, he was generally just in a trance for a while, and would recover quickly. After dealing with the corpse of the Dream Sea Anemone, Zhou also saw an oval shell that was 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. There was a neat crack in the middle of the shell. At this time, the shell had been split in half. The Dream Sea Anemone should have come out of this shell. Zhou knocked it with an iron knife, and found that although the shell looked very thin and transparent, it was very hard. The iron knife hit it hard and left no marks. Zhou tried to pick up half of it. It was not very heavy, only about 30 kilograms. Ding! Get the Fantasy Sea Anemone Bug Protective Shell X1. Is this still a material? Zhou was a little surprised when he heard the prompt in his mind. However, the system did not introduce it, and Zhou did not know what it was used for the time being, but it should be useful in the future, so he put both halves of the protective shell into the locker. After resting for a while, the next round of feeding of the Fantasy Leviathan began, and Zhou quickly hid. This time, the sea was calm, and he did not encounter any strange creatures. After a while, the entire feeding phase ended. Except for the encounter with the Dream Anemone worm at the beginning, the following rounds of feeding were smooth. Zhou began to carry the seaweed, but he was very uneasy. He didn't know whether he had vomited out all the eggs in his body. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he felt something slowly moving in his stomach. The character attribute panel will show bacterial infection. I wonder if it will show parasitic infection. Zhou thought to himself, and opened the character attribute panel. Zhou, Pioneer, normal human attributes are 10, intelligence, 12, strength, 11.5, constitution, 22, speed, 15. Evaluation, infected with eutrophic bacteria, infected with the parasitic larvae of the Dream Anemone, a person who will soon die. If he is really infected with parasites, he will soon die. Zhou's voice was very light and helpless. He wanted to be anxious, but it was useless. He opened the World Trading Channel and searched for insecticide, but he didn't find any after searching for a long time. There were only some anti-inflammatory drugs. He himself had a box of anti-inflammatory drugs, which he bought with the spiked krill meat a long time ago. Zhou took out the box of anti-inflammatory drugs from the locker. He knew that the anti-inflammatory drugs were useless, but he still swallowed a pill to comfort himself. After taking the anti-inflammatory drugs, Zhou continued to move the seaweed. An hour later, the seaweed was moved. Zhou would open the character attribute panel again, hoping that the anti-inflammatory drugs would really work, at least to eliminate the oxygen-rich bacteria, but the evaluation was still the same as before, without any change. It's really unreasonable. Is my 22-point constitution fake? What about my immune system? I can't kill bacteria, and I can't kill parasites. The more Zhou thought about it, the more he felt it was unreasonable. He said, looking at the thigh that had been cut with the iron knife. At this time, the wound had stopped bleeding and recovered quite quickly. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Anyway, there was no other way, so Zhou gave up and took out a can of beef from the locker, opened the lid, picked up the chopsticks, and started eating. This is a can of tomato beef. The beef inside is very large, and each piece is fat and lean. It belongs to the part of the sirloin. It is neither greasy nor dry. When paired with the sour, spicy and fragrant tomato beef soup, it is really 100 flavors pass through the intestines, and Tathagata is not as good as me. Alas. After eating the canned tomato beef, Zhou was still in a bad mood. Infection with oxygen-rich bacteria was actually okay, and there would be no obvious feeling in the body, but parasites were a bit difficult for him to accept. There were live worms in the body, which made him feel very uncomfortable. The transformation of Leviathan digestion was completed and entered the supply box stage. I hope there will be insecticide or medicine to treat oxygen-rich bacteria in the supply box. Zhou could only hope for the upcoming supply box. While waiting for the supply boxes, Zhou sent a private message to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, asking if there were any problems with the guild members who got the small planting boxes, such as leaving the guild after getting the small planting boxes. There were indeed some, but not many, only one or two, and short-sighted people were still a minority. After all, if they stay in the public, they may become the backbone in the future. Such precious small planting boxes have been handed over to them, and some important things in the future will definitely be handed over to them, and they will definitely be thought of when there are benefits. In such a world without laws and rules, if you can be trusted by the guild at the first time, as long as you don't leave, you will definitely be a backbone in the future, because trusting newcomers requires costs. Zhou asked about the growth of fruits again, and after learning that everyone's fruits were growing well, he ended the communication. The plan to plant fruits can only be implemented slowly. Those who left the guild after taking the small planting boxes are all normal losses that are insignificant. They will regret it in the future. 2 or 3 hours later, there were no accidents today, and no giant creatures were chasing him. The transformed Leviathan successfully swallowed the first supply box of the day. After observing for a while, and confirming that there were no dangerous creatures in the seawater, Zhou took the wooden barrel to change the seawater for the streamer fish. After all, the streamer fish eats plankton, and changing the seawater can also bring them some food. When the seawater receded, it was an ordinary supply box, and Zhou went forward to open it. Ding! Get the furnace blueprint. Chapter 83. Furnace blueprint requires 50 stones. Zhou directly used the blueprint and checked the materials needed for production, which were not many. The furnace is naturally used to smelt metals. It should be able to smelt those metal ores into pure metals, that is, iron ingots, copper ingots, etc., but the smelting process requires extremely high temperatures, and extremely high temperatures mean that a large amount of oxygen is consumed. The stomach wall space is so large that the oxygen content is not much. Most survivors rely on the transformation of Leviathan to eat and swallow the supply box every day to increase the oxygen content in the stomach wall space. Although Zhou has an algae oxygen tank, the oxygen produced is difficult to support the consumption of a furnace, not to mention that the combustion process of smelting may also produce harmful gases such as carbon monoxide. In a closed space, carbon monoxide is absolutely fatal, so it is impossible to use a furnace to smelt iron at present. Of course, perhaps due to the world system, smelting iron in a furnace will not produce harmful gases, but this is unknown after all, and trying is risky. How about try it? Zhou studied it carefully, and found that there is actually a time period when the furnace can be used. That is the feeding stage. During this stage, the transformed Leviathan will eat 5 times, and the intervals between them are relatively short, and the air in the stomach wall space will be replaced many times. It just so happens that Joe Wynn builds 20 algae oxygen tanks every day. He can use these 20 algae oxygen tanks to produce oxygen during the iron smelting process, and use the transformed Leviathan's eating to expel the harmful gases that may exist in the stomach wall space. In this way, if the metal ore can be successfully smelted during the feeding stage, and 20 algae oxygen tanks can be put on the World Trading Channel, it will be perfect. Maybe it can really work. Joe Wynn felt that the method he thought of could be implemented, but there was a prerequisite. That is, everything should go smoothly during the feeding stage, but this is obviously a luxury. The feeding stage is the most unstable. Various aggressive and dangerous creatures often enter the stomach wall space at this time along with seaweed. Therefore, even if Joe Wynn's guess can be implemented, he still needs good luck to encounter a feeding stage without aggressive creatures. However, he definitely cannot experiment with this idea today because the feeding stage has passed, but Joe Wynn still used 50 pieces of stone to make the furnace. The furnace is 1 meter high, and the overall structure is a trapezoidal structure that is wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. The middle is empty, and there is an arched air inlet below. Wait a minute. Joe Wynn suddenly thought of a serious problem, that is, where does the fire come from? Although he had everything he needed, he had no tools to make a fire. In addition, the environment in the stomach wall was actually quite humid. After all, a large amount of seawater entered every day. In addition, the temperature in the stomach wall was constant, which would evaporate some seawater. The water molecule content in the space was very high. Even if Joe Wynn wanted to learn how to make fire by drilling wood in those wilderness survival videos, he couldn't make a fire in this humid environment. Oh, forget it, let's talk about it later. After thinking for a while, Joe Wynn still found that it was impossible to smelt iron at the moment, so he put away the furnace. Next, he continued to wait for the second supply box of the day. During this waiting time, Joe Wynn continued to exercise. He had been training with weights for 3 days, with a strength of 11.5 points. He must not give up. Maybe, if he trains with weights again tomorrow, he can make up for the 0.5 points. When he uses the insect removal coupon, he may need this 0.5 points of strength. During the exercise, Joe Wynn still opened the World Communication Channel and looked at the communication information of the survivors. Suddenly, he saw a piece of news that was not good. Ha ha ha, I found the blueprint of the algae oxygen tank. Fuck. 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 Damn it, why not me? What kind of luck is this? Is there going to be a second boss? I seem to be sick. When I saw this message, my heart felt blocked. Is there a doctor? Is there something wrong with my heart? I'm not a doctor, but I know you are not sick. You are just envious, jealous, and hateful. Fuck, I really want to rush over and snatch his blueprint now. Asshole, this world is unfair. Why haven't I opened a single blueprint yet, but others can always open good things? Ha ha ha, don't be envious. If I open it, everyone will. My price is the same as the big guys, 100 basic materials per set. However, I don't limit the upper limit, nor the quantity that each person can buy. As long as you can afford 100 basic materials, I will trade it to you. As soon as the survivor who opened the algae oxygen tank blueprint said this, the entire communication channel exploded. In an instant, Joe Wynn's reputation plummeted. Wow, you are the real boss. What was that boss before? What's his name? Why haven't you even mentioned his name in all these days? He is so secretive. It's obvious that he is not a good person. Yes, he also limits the quantity every day. He said that he is not worried about excessive consumption of seaweed and affecting the growth of the transformed Leviathan. I believed him before, but after the seaweed trading started, I felt that he was treating us as fools. Who said it wasn't true? If he was not the only one who had the algae oxygen tank, I would have scolded him long ago if I was afraid that he would stop selling it. TSK, what's there to be afraid of scolding? He is not a good person in the first place. He imposes various restrictions just to drive up the price, and then use it to trade drawings. Even capitalists are not as ruthless as him. Don't say that. Although there are various restrictions, the price is really not high. Everyone has the opportunity to trade as long as they save money. What? Are you his son or grandson? Why are you still speaking for him in this situation? Are you used to being a dog? I am just talking about the facts. If the boss didn't have the bottom price here, what price do you think he would set? Will he really set the price for 100 basic materials? What are you barking about? What are you barking about, I ask you? If you want to be exploited, go and lick the guy before. Don't come here to bark. I am just helping everyone and urging everyone to be merciful. It is a good thing that 2 people are selling algae oxygen tanks. Everyone can trade them at a low price. But if you scold the boss like this, once the boss stops selling algae oxygen tanks, he will be the only one in the market, which is not good for us. Just scold, and stop selling. I don't believe he will stop selling. Who doesn't want money? I will not only call him a black-hearted capitalist, but also a dog, and Big Brother. Bah! There are many people who speak for Zhou Wen in the communication channel, but they are all scolded by a large number of survivors. Zhou Wen feels bad when he sees these people who speak for him being scolded. So, he clicks on their avatars, and sends 2 wooden foundations to each of them. Now no one has opened the wooden foundation drawings, and Zhou Wen has stopped selling them. After they get the wooden foundation, they can keep one for themselves and sell the remaining one to those guilds, and they can also exchange it for items to protect themselves. Zhou Wen doesn't care much about those who scold him. This is too normal. People are selfish, especially in this precarious survival world. Naturally, whoever gives the greatest benefits will speak for them. Chapter 84. Brother Wen, do you want our guild to step in and suppress this Wang? At this time, Jiang Haidao sent a message. The Wang he mentioned was the survivor who had just opened the second algae oxygen tank blueprint, and his name was Wang Xian. No, it's impossible to suppress him. The algae oxygen tank is the most basic and most important device. As long as Wang Xian doesn't raise the price rashly, it's impossible to suppress him. But there are many people scolding you, Brother Wen. It doesn't matter, don't worry about them. By the way, you can try to contact this Wang Xian, and see if you can bring him to the guild. Ah, still want to pull him into the guild? Jiang Haidao knew that he could live to this day, and become the leader of a guild, all thanks to Zhou Wen. Otherwise, he might have starved to death before, so he couldn't stand Wang Xian, who had taken Zhou Wen's position. Yes, the algae oxygen tank is a powerful tool to consolidate the guild. Whoever gets Wang Xian can develop into the most powerful and stable guild. Not so exaggerated, I think that only by following Brother Wen can the guild be developed into the most powerful one. Haha, you have learned to flatter, right? However, you have vision, but you still have to pretend. Other guilds will definitely invite Wang Xian, and you and Chen Xian cannot be absent. Got it, Brother Wen. After talking with Jiang Haidao, Chen Xian also sent a message, but she didn't ask whether to pull Wang Xian into the guild. Zhou Wen naturally asked her to pull Wang Xian into the guild. Soon, today's weight training was over, and it was almost time for the second supply box. Ding! Obtain 10 stones, 10 sands, and 10 haze. The second supply box was full of basic materials, and Zhou Wen collected them directly. At this time, in the World Communication Channel, the invitations to Wang Xian from various guilds were coming to an end. In the end, Wang Xian did not join any guild, but established his own guild, called number 1 in the world. This approach is obviously very correct. If you have a blueprint of super high value, why should you be a helper to other people's guilds? Wouldn't it be better to establish your own guild and be the boss? It's just that the name of this guild is a bit too high profile. Zhou Wen, who likes to keep a low profile, frowned when he saw it. Although Wang Xian has the blueprint of the algae oxygen tank, he deserves this name. But as a rising star, what do you think of other guilds with this name? In addition, Wang Xian also used the algae oxygen tank as a promotion. If you join the number 1 in the world guild and hand in 300 basic materials, you can get an algae oxygen tank for free, and the second one of the guild members can be supplied at half price first. Afterwards, he also informed me that the unlimited supply of algae oxygen tanks mentioned earlier could not be achieved. Although seaweed can be traded, seawater has a fixed amount. Even if seawater is traded, it cannot be supplied in unlimited quantities, because people have limited time. Finally, Wang Xian set a quantity, and sold 1,000 units per day. This limited quantity immediately attracted many members of other guilds, because many guilds were established using weapon blueprints or armor blueprints as publicity, which was really beaten by algae oxygen tanks. It would have been fine if Wang Xian did not limit the number of algae oxygen tanks, and guild members could trade among themselves. But once, the number was limited, and joining the number 1 under Heaven Guild not only gave away algae oxygen tanks, but also allowed the second one to be traded at half price. Many people could not stay in their original guilds. As soon as the number 1 under Heaven Guild was established, it became enemies with all other guilds, but other guilds could not do anything to Wang Xian. Algae oxygen tanks were everything, and several of the major guilds also wanted to purchase a large number of them. Not only could they not say anything to Wang Xian, but they also congratulated him on establishing the guild and building good relations. More than 20 members of Chen Xian's Survivor Guild were also robbed, all of whom were new members who joined today. The guild dies almost every day, so there are survivors who meet the conditions joining the guild every day. More than 30 members of Jiang Haidao's brother Jiang Guild were also robbed, all of whom were new members. Compared with Chen Xian, this number is already small. After all, the total number of members of the brother Jiang Guild is 2,000, and Chen Xian's survivor has only 500. The main reason is that the brother Jiang Guild also has the spiked helmet blueprint. This weapon is not inferior to the algae oxygen tank. One is a life-saving weapon, and the other is to increase the number of daily supply boxes. For survivors, both are very important. However, even Jiang Haidao's guild was able to snatch more than 30 people, let alone other guilds. It was normal to snatch 100 or 200 people. The one with the most people leaving was Zhao Tung's Tingfei Guild. Zhao Tung had no restrictions on recruiting people, and people who joined almost didn't have to pay any price, so there were a lot of people leaving. A guild with 3,000 people, more than 2,000 people left at once. Zhao Tung was almost mad to death. He had been developing slowly with great difficulty, but because of the recruitment of number 1 in the world, 2/3 of the people left at once. What's even more annoying is that the number 1 in the world guild only recruited 3,000 people, and there are conditions for joining. Few people who left Zhao Tang's guild met the conditions, and soon after leaving the guild, they all ran back. However, Zhao Tang didn't say anything, and he would accept them as long as they came back. Anyway, these people were originally used to get seaweed for free, and it didn't matter whether they were loyal or not, as long as they were willing to hand over the seaweed. He only needed to ensure that the upper-level people who could benefit from the guild would follow him, and it didn't matter what the people below were like. Boss Zhou, I encountered a mirror-skinned barracuda. Do you want to hand it over? No, you can trade it yourself or use it as a reward to guild members. What about the fish bones and fish skin? Hand in the fish skin, and keep the fish bones. Zhou Wen thought about it, and decided to give the fish bone blade blueprint to Chen Xian, since she started to encounter mirror-skinned barracudas. Anyway, he now has a better tooth knife and iron broadsword, and the fish bone blade is of no use to him. After Chen Xian sent the fish skin, Zhou Wen sent the fish bone blade blueprint over. From now on, you can make fishbone knives yourself, but please tell me who you sell them to. Okay, thank you, boss. In fact, fish skin is not very useful. It may be used as a mirror in the future. Zhou Wen just took a symbolic amount of materials. 2 or 3 hours later, the third supply box arrived today. Zhou Wen opened it, and found some basic materials. He put them away directly. In general, the transformation of Leviathan today was relatively smooth. He was not chased by giant creatures, but Zhou Wen was miserable. There were bacteria and parasites. And someone else opened a second algae oxygen tank drawing, and his reputation was gone. However, Zhou Wen didn't particularly value his reputation. At the beginning, he had no choice but to stand out, so he needed a good reputation. Now that his reputation is gone, he will really fade out of people's sight, and hide in the dark. Chapter 85. Today's 3 supply boxes have been obtained, and the transformed Leviathan has also found a safe place, gradually stopped moving and prepared to sleep. Although Zhou Wen did not sleep last night, he was very energetic today with 22 points of physical support. The main reason was that the transformed Leviathan was not hunted down today, so he did not have to worry about the safety of the transformed Leviathan, and did not have to be overly nervous. However, tomorrow is the last day that the Steel Armor Leviathan deworming coupon can be used, in order to have enough energy to face a large number of parasites. After Zhou Wen fed the 10,000 portions of seaweed to the Metamorphosis Leviathan today, he went to sleep. When he opened his eyes, it was already the 16th day. Zhou Wen's mental state was a little bad. He had a dream last night. He dreamed that the Metamorphosis sea anemone worms in his body broke out of his body. There were so many densely packed and disgusting. Zhou Wen felt an inexplicable pressure lingering in his heart. He felt a literal sense of internal and external troubles. The parasites in his body made him very worried, and there were also a large number of parasites in the Steel Armor Leviathan that needed to be dealt with. After adjusting his mentality, Zhou Wen began his usual inspection. Today, the flowers of the rock crystal leaf tree have withered, and the ends of the slender branches have produced rock fruits the size of peanuts. Seeing that the rock crystal leaf tree has borne fruit, Zhou Wen is naturally happy, but at this growth rate, the rock fruit cannot mature today. In desperation, Zhou Wen took out the remaining rock fruit that was placed in the locker. In the cave of the rock worm, he ate 2 of the 3 rock fruits of the rock crystal leaf tree, which increased his 3-dimensional attributes twice. He originally used the remaining one as a seed because he was worried that the rock crystal leaf tree would not survive. Or, after the rock crystal tree survives, it can be used to plant another one, but now he is about to use the steel armor Leviathan insect removal coupon, and his strength is still 11.5, far from the 15 points that can flexibly use the entire set of spiked armor. If he still does not encounter a creature that increases strength before night, he can only eat the remaining rock fruit to see if he can increase the three-dimensional attribute for the third time. After a while, the inspection was over, and everything was fine. The mango tree has grown to 1 meter. Today is the 6th day since the mango was planted, and it is the same time as the watermelon ripening, but the mango tree has no momentum to bloom and bear fruit. Is it because the mango tree needs a longer growth cycle? Zhou didn't know much about the growth of these plants, so he could only guess. At this time, the transformed Leviathan entered the feeding stage, and Zhou no longer thought about the mango tree and immediately hid in the rest area. Soon, the esophageal diaphragm opened and a large amount of seawater poured in. Zhou observed the water surface through the mirror skin, and then his brows immediately frowned, because he saw the unique colorful flashes of the razor disc worm in the seawater, which was like an oil film. Am I at a hallucination again? Zhou is now concentrating all his mental power. Logically, even if he encounters the dream anemone worm again, he will not fall into the hallucination again. There is no other way. Zhou can only use the iron dagger to gently cut his thigh again. The pain comes. The razor disc worms in the water have not disappeared, and there are no dream anemone worms in the stomach wall space. It seems that I really encountered the razor disc worm this time. Zhou quickly sent a message to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, asking them to send an anchorworm corpse. The anchorworm blood that he had stored before was poured out because he had not encountered the razor disc worm for a few days. Not long after, the two of them each sent one. Zhou picked up the body of an anchorworm and directly put the blood into the seawater, attracting all the razor disc worms that were difficult to find in the seawater. So many? Looking at the densely packed razor disc worms in the Red Sea water, there were at least 40 of them. Zhou was glad that he had discovered the weakness of the razor disc worms, otherwise, he would be tortured by these large numbers of razor disc worms when the sea water receded. At this time, the esophageal diaphragm had closed, the sea water reached its highest point, and began to gradually recede. Seeing this, Zhou immediately put on his equipment and entered the water, and began to work with both hands at the same time. He held an iron dagger in his left hand, and an iron broadsword in his right hand. After his intelligence increased, he could control both arms very flexibly at the same time. The two arms seemed to have their own thoughts, and each did its own thing. He stabbed with his left hand and chopped with his right hand, stabbing and slashing at the enemy, fighting against the danger, and pretending to be cool after he was safe. Before the sea water completely receded, all 42 razor disc worms were killed, and Zhou collected their bodies one by one. Schwa! Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Zhou immediately reacted. A shield appeared in his hand, blocking the direction where the sound came from. Bang! A razor disc bug embedded in the wooden shield. Then, there was another sound of breaking through the air. Zhou quickly turned the direction of the wooden shield, and another razor disc bug embedded in the wooden shield. Then, the stomach wall space returned to calm. Zhou was no longer the Zhou when he was born in the sea. His intelligence increased by 2 points, and his reaction speed and precise control of his body were far superior to before. He had no problem blocking 2 or 3 attacks. A total of 44 razor disc bug corpses were all put into the locker, and then carefully checked in the stomach wall space to avoid being attacked by the hidden razor disc bugs when carrying seaweed. After confirming that the stomach wall space was safe, Zhou began to move seaweed. The first round of seaweed was quickly moved, and the transformed Leviathan began to eat for the second time. During this feeding, there were still creatures in the seawater, but they were boneshell flukes, which posed no threat to Zhou. There were not many of them, only 7, and they were easily dealt with an iron dagger, harvesting 7 bone shells. In the remaining 3 rounds of feeding, no creatures were encountered, and Zhou was relieved. He made 20 algae oxygen tanks, and put them on the World Trading Channel. Although many survivors scolded him yesterday, they would definitely not refuse these 20 algae oxygen tanks. After putting the algae oxygen tanks on the shelves, Zhou continued to exercise. Today was the last time. Before using the insect removal coupons at night, he would eat the rock fruit. If the rock fruit could increase the 3-dimensional attributes again, then his training during this period would be in vain. Zhou spent a long time training with weights today, and he trained until the supply box stage. He finished training when the first supply box arrived, But when he opened the character attribute panel, he saw that his strength was still 11.5. Well, that's it. Zhou didn't plan to exercise for the rest of the time. He wanted to recover and get enough energy to prepare for the night's parasite cleaning. There was no danger in the seawater of the first supply box. After the seawater receded, Zhou opened the supply box directly. Ding, obtain glass X20. I can actually open glass. Zhou was slightly surprised. This shows that in the deep blue sea, the rarity of supplies in ordinary supply boxes has increased. Zhou continued to wait for the second supply box. He hoped that the second supply box would give him a protective gear blueprint to upgrade his armor. However, he thought too much. There was no supply box next. Because the transformed Leviathan was discovered by the giant creature again, it started a life and death race and hid until night. The remaining 2 supply boxes were gone. Chapter 86. Zhou took out the steel armor Leviathan insect removal coupon and looked at the time. There was only 1 night left. At this time, the transformed Leviathan had stopped moving and slept. There was no point in dragging the remaining time. He took out the rock fruit, smashed the rock shell on the algae oxygen tank, revealing the transparent flesh inside, and then swallowed it in one gulp, with anticipation in his heart. Ding, eat the rock fruit, strength +1, constitution +1, speed +1. It really can continue to increase the 3-dimensional attributes. Zhou was slightly surprised, and then excited. If he could keep increasing the attributes, he would have found a treasure. He looked at the rock crystal tree that had just borne fruit, and felt an urgency in his heart. He wanted to find out whether the rock fruit could keep increasing the attributes. But now the rock fruit was not ripe, so he could only suppress this urgency. But even if it can only increase 3 times, it's not bad. Zhou muttered to himself, lowering his psychological expectations to avoid the greater hope and greater disappointment. But the premise of all this is that he can come back alive this time. Zhou opened the character attribute panel. Zhou, Pioneer, normal attribute is 10, intelligence, 12, strength, 12.5, constitution, 23, speed, 16, evaluation, infected with oxygen-rich bacteria, infected with dream anemone larvae, a person who will soon die. Zhou thought about it, and directly added the 5 free points of the Pioneer to the strength, and the strength suddenly reached 17.5. This time the strength increased significantly, and the whole set of spiked armor on his body seemed to have no weight in an instant, as if he was just wearing a cotton jacket, which restricted his body movement a little, but not heavy. Ahem. Zhou felt weak immediately after his physical fitness dropped. With 18 points of physical fitness left, he seemed unable to bear the double infection. However, except for coughing from time to time, the impact was still under control. Make. Zhou took out 6 iron ingots, and made 2 iron swords. Together with the one in his hand, there were 3 in total. 2 of them were used to make 2 swords. The current strength was enough to do this. The remaining one was put in the equipment column. If the iron sword was damaged, it could be replaced with a new one in time. He grabbed 6 gel worms from the barrel, ground them into 6 portions of hemostatic gel, and put them into the supply box he was going to carry. Everything was almost ready. Zhou put the iron dagger on his waist, tied the boiling blood coral powder on his left wrist, and then notified Jiang Haitao to be ready for support at any time, and then picked up the steel armor Leviathan insect removal coupon. Use. As soon as the words fell, the golden insect removal coupon immediately emitted golden light, and turned into a golden fish covered with armor. It flew in the air for a while, its body suddenly increased, and then it suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed Zhou, and then Zhou's body disappeared from the stomach wall space. The next second, Zhou appeared in a dark space. The ground here was extremely humid, and the air was fishy, which made him feel nauseous. Zhou immediately opened the biological illustration book and turned to a new page. Steel armor Leviathan stage, adult. Body length, 300 meters. Weight, 200,000 tons. Food type, meat, iron ore. Introduction. A giant fish that likes to swallow iron ore. Its scales and teeth are made of bone steel, which can be used to make armor or weapons, and can be used to transform Leviathan to absorb and grow bone steel scales. This introduction. Zhou thought it was quite detailed, explaining the most useful parts of the steel armor Leviathan, but the problem was, how could he peel off its scales and pull out its teeth? Zhou surveyed the dark space, and confirmed that he was in the mouth of the steel armor Leviathan at the moment. There should be no danger at the moment, so he prepared to do 2 experiments. The first was to test whether it was possible to make items inside the steel armor Leviathan. He tried to make a wooden shield and succeeded, which showed that it was possible. Second, whether the foundation can be placed is very critical. It didn't work in the knife-toothed eel cave before, but this time it was in the body of the steel-armored Leviathan. The environment was different, so Zhou wanted to try. It can be placed. Seeing the stone foundation successfully placed on the ground, Zhou was extremely happy. If the foundation can be placed, it will be much easier to clean up the parasites this time. Zhou suddenly had a particularly evil idea in his mind, that is, to use the stone foundation to block the esophagus of the steel-armored Leviathan, so that he could not eat, and wait for it to starve to death, and then peel its skin and remove its bones. However, this idea was obviously unrealistic, because even if the armored Leviathan was a corpse, Zhou could not shake it a bit. After packing up his things, Zhou fumbled in the mouth of the armored Leviathan. Because the space was too big and there was no light, he could only search a little bit to find the location of the esophagus. Finally, half an hour later, he found a huge hole, just like an air raid shelter. Because the headlamp's light was too short, he could not see the maximum diameter of the hole at all, and could only guess that it was more than 10 meters. This hole is the esophagus of the armored Leviathan. Zhou walked into it. Everything around him was dark. The light from the headlamp could not illuminate the road at all. He could only lower his head to illuminate the short distance under his feet. He moved forward cautiously. Every time he walked a distance, Zhou would check the surroundings, fearing that there were parasites hiding in the dark to attack him. However, after walking about 20 meters, the road was peaceful and no parasites were encountered. Huh? Why? There is light ahead? Zhou walked along with his head down, and when he looked up, he found that there was light at the end of the esophagus not far away. Although the light was not particularly bright, it was obvious enough in this extremely dark space. This light did not make Zhou feel at ease, but instead he felt an inexplicable sense of weirdness, because it was too unreasonable. How could there be light in the body of the steel armor Leviathan? But his mission this time was to clean up the parasites, and there was no way back, so he could only continue to move towards the light. After walking about 10 meters, Zhou came to the end of the esophagus. He did not rush to enter the stomach wall space, but piled up a stone wall with stone foundation at the end of the esophagus to separate the esophagus from the stomach wall space, just like the esophageal diaphragm. And he piled up 5 walls made of stone foundation in total. All the materials were asked from Jiang Haitao. During the stacking process, he also knew the exact length of the esophagus diameter, 15 meters. One foundation wall requires 180 stone foundations. 5 walls means 900 stone foundations, and a total of 90,000 pieces of stone are needed. These 5 stone walls were the retreat routes. Zhou placed a wooden foundation at the bottom of each wall, which was his escape route. After the retreat route was ready, Zhou officially walked out of the esophagus and entered the stomach wall space, and then he saw the scene of his scalp exploding. The stomach wall space was not dark, because there were a large number of heliotrope worms lying on the stomach wall, emitting light, and at the top of the stomach wall space, a heliotrope worm with a body size of 10 meters was emitting a faint light, illuminating the entire stomach wall space. Then, Zhou saw all kinds of strange parasites in the stomach wall space, densely packed and layered. A strong physiological discomfort made him have a strong resistance to the stomach wall space. Chapter 87. Zhou prepared himself for a long time before looking at the large number of parasites again, with an expressionless face. At this time, he had already walked into the stomach wall space, which was much larger than the transformed Leviathan, about 50 meters long and wide, and about 30 meters high. After entering the stomach wall space, Zhou took a look at the stomach walls on both sides of the esophagus. There were a large number of parasites lying on them, including the anchorworms, bone flukes, razor disc worms that he knew, and some that he didn't know. Long, slanted, thin, round, and weird-looking, they all lie on the stomach wall to suck blood. The stomach wall is bitten into pits, and many places are ulcerated. There is almost no intact area. Some parasites directly open a hole in the ulcerated part of the stomach wall, and then drill their soft bodies directly into the hole, so that they have both food and a place to live. How to clean this? No matter how much psychological preparation Zhou did, he couldn't stand this disgusting scene. Just as he was about to retreat into the esophagus to make a long-term plan, he suddenly became a little dazed, and the scene in front of him turned into the stomach wall space of the phantom Leviathan. Zhou suddenly felt something was wrong and immediately concentrated. The trance quickly disappeared, and the scene in front of him returned to normal. But at the moment of recovery, a flesh worm with a mouth full of sharp teeth appeared in front of Zhou, opened its mouth, and wanted to bite Zhou's head. Shwa! In a flash, Zhou reacted quickly, dodged the attack of the sharp-toothed fleshworm, swung the iron sword in his hand, and chopped off the fleshworm's head with a single blow. But the crisis was not resolved. These parasites obviously discovered Zhou, the uninvited guest. After Zhou killed the sharp-toothed fleshworm, 3 anchorworms also rushed over. The size of these 3 anchorworms was larger than the ones Zhou had seen before. Each one was nearly 5 meters long, exceeding the information in the biological illustrations. The fastest anchorworm took the brunt of the attack, bending its body, jumping up violently, and opening its hard anchor head, trying to clamp Zhou's head. But Zhou was too familiar with anchorworms, and his current strength was not comparable to before. He clenched the knife handle with his right hand, swung the iron knife in his hand violently, and directly chopped the hard head of the anchorworm. Bang! Crack! The 2 hard objects collided, making a crisp sound of impact, but then, there was a sound of one side breaking. This powerful blow directly split the hard head of the anchorworm, and then Zhou's hand holding the knife felt the touch of the blade cutting through flesh and blood. The next second, the body of the anchorworm was split in half, and a large amount of blood spurted out, splashing Zhou. Zhou had no time to worry about the blood on his body. He quickly rolled to avoid the attack of the 2 anchorworms behind him, then immediately stood up and turned around to sprint, slashing the soft body of the anchorworm with both hands, and cut off the heads of the 2 anchorworms one after another. Thump, thump, thump! Just after killing 3 anchorworms, 3 lumps of white mucus suddenly flew over from an unknown direction. Although Zhou didn't know what the white mucus did, it was definitely better not to touch it. He took a few steps back and dodged the 3 lumps of white mucus. A white beetle with a body of about 3 or 4 meters, and covered with armor moved its 8 short claws, and rushed towards Zhou like a chariot. Facing such a chariot, Zhou would definitely not be able to resist it with his current strength, so he kept retreating and chose to retreat back to the inside of the esophagus first, relying on the wall built on the stone foundation to resist. However, before he could take a few steps back, he saw the claws of the white beetle stepping on the white mucus, and then the claws were stuck, and the body stagnated and fell to the ground. How could Zhou miss this opportunity? He immediately opened the supply box on his back, and 10 pieces of stone turned into blue light, and directly made a stone pillar 20 meters above the head of the white beetle. Bang! The stone pillar fell rapidly from a height of 20 meters, and hit the white beetle heavily. The white shell on its body was directly smashed and exploded, and the white beetle died instantly. Thump! 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 Zhou paused for a moment, and 3 more lumps of white mucus shot out. This time, as Zhou retreated, he also found the location of the parasites that spit out white mucus, right on the stomach wall above his head. Their flesh-colored soft bodies were like noodles hanging upside down on the top of the stomach wall. As soon as they found that Zhou paused, they spit out white mucus and tried to stick to Zhou. Although Zhou found their location, because they were at the top of the stomach wall, he really couldn't do anything about them for a while. Shwa! 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 At this time, several familiar sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and Zhou immediately reacted, identifying the direction of the sound and constantly dodging the attacks of the razor disc bugs. Bang! 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 If he couldn't dodge, Zhou would swing his iron sword and chop away the razor disc bugs that might cause him harm. During this period, a few unlucky razor disc bugs would be killed directly by Zhou's chopping of their vital points, but there were too many of them, so Zhou could only keep dodging. The noodle worms on his head were also restless, and from time to time, they would spit out a mouthful of white mucus, trying to stick to him. At this time, more and more parasites discovered Zhou and began to come down from the stomach wall, approaching him, but Zhou was restricted by the razor worms and the noodle worms above his head, and could not retreat into the esophagus. In an emergency, Zhou looked at the corpses of the razor worms, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to him. He picked up a razor worm corpse while dodging the attack, and then threw it at the noodle worm hanging upside down at the top of the stomach wall space, like throwing a frisbee. The sharp razor worm corpse easily cut off the body of a noodle worm. Seeing the significant effect, Zhou immediately picked up a few more razor worm corpses, and threw them at the noodle worms, killing all of them. Without the disturbance of noodle worms, Zhou found an opportunity, and immediately used 10 pieces of wood in the supply box to make a wooden door in front of him. A large number of razor disc worms were embedded in the wooden door. The number of attacking razor disc worms decreased greatly, and Zhou also had a chance to breathe. He immediately retreated and hid in the esophagus. A large number of parasites also chased up. They were densely packed, strange and disgusting. Zhou squinted his eyes, frowned and took a look, then immediately drilled through the wooden foundation at the bottom of the stone foundation and hid behind the stone foundation. Soon, a large number of parasites rushed into the esophagus and hit the wall built on the stone foundation, but they could not destroy the stone foundation at all. Some small parasites also passed through the wooden foundation below, but Zhou was standing in front of the wooden foundation. As soon as the parasites appeared, he did not look carefully and swung his arm to cut them. It was really a one-man stand, and 10-man stand cannot open. Most of the small parasites that passed through the wooden foundation were killed by him with one cut, and those that were not killed were cut again. Chapter 88. Zhou guarded the wooden foundation hole, chopped for 10 minutes, and his arms were tired. The corpses of various small parasites gradually accumulated. But parasites continued to drill into the hole. Listening to the various rustling sounds coming from the stone foundation wall, Zhou knew that the wall should be full of parasites. It would definitely not work to guard like this. The parasites are endless, and the physical strength can't support it. Moreover, there may be some parasites that can destroy stones. These stone foundation walls may not be able to stop them. Zhou looked at the stone foundation wall behind him and thought of a permanent solution. There were 5 stone foundation walls in total. He retreated one wall and drilled through the wooden foundation under the second stone wall. He then directly removed the wooden foundation and completely sealed the second stone foundation wall. After ensuring the safety behind him, Zhou turned around and began to retract the stone foundations of the remaining 3 walls and then transformed them into a stone passage. The stone passage was 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. The height of the passage was directly connected to the top of the esophagus. A layer of stone foundation was laid on the ground of the passage, and all the extra gaps on both sides were blocked with stone foundations, leaving only a straight stone road in the middle. Okay. Zhou stood at the entrance of the stone passage, with a stone wall behind him blocking a large number of parasites. Zhou took a few deep breaths, then took off all his equipment and put it in the supply box, then added the 5 free points of the Pioneer to the speed, and finally sent a private message to Jiang Haitao. After doing all this, Zhou put the supply box at the end of the stone passage, then returned to the entrance and faced the stone wall blocking a large number of parasites. With a wave of his arm, the 2 stone walls blocking the parasites all turned into blue light and entered the system interface, and were sent to Jiang Haitao through a private message. The moment the 2 walls disappeared, the parasites climbing on the stone walls fell down without support, and together with the parasites that continued to flow into the esophagus, it was like a rolling wave. The moment the stone wall was removed, Zhou turned and ran. He only glanced at it with his peripheral vision, and his scalp suddenly went numb. His legs ran at full speed, like an arrow, rushing towards the end of the passage. At this time, a large number of parasites also poured into the stone passage and rushed towards Zhou. Zhou's speed has now reached 21 points. He crossed the distance of 10 meters in 1 or 2 steps, picked up the supply box, and opened it directly. The stones in the supply box all turned into blue light, and were made into stone pillars at a height of more than 10 meters. Zhou made 7 in one breath. Although Zhou and the parasites were 7 or 8 meters apart, and could not be seen in the dark esophagus, it was enough to hear the sound. 7 stone pillars fell from the sky, and hit the parasites that were pouring into the stone passage below. Bang! 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 In the darkness, a dull sound of stone pillars hitting the stone foundation came. The bodies of parasites are mostly soft, and they are hit by a stone pillar weighing 500 kilograms falling from a high altitude. They can't resist at all, and are directly smashed into a pool of meat paste. At this time, Jiang Haitao set back the stone foundation that Zhou sent to him through a private message. Zhou decomposed the stone foundation into stones, and then continued to make stone pillars in the sky. For a while, the stone pillars fell like raindrops, constantly hitting the stone foundation. The parasites that poured into the stone channel could not even provide a little buffer for the stone pillars, and were smashed to pieces. Bang! Bang! Heavy crashing sounds continued to sound in the dark esophagus. After a while, the entire stone passage was filled with stone pillars. Zhou waved his hand, and sent all the stone pillars to Jiang Haitao again, clearing the stone passage and allowing the parasites to enter. After hearing that there were parasites entering the stone passage, Zhou continued to make stone pillars in the sky, and so on, and so forth, until he could no longer hear the sound of parasites crawling in the stone passage, and then he stopped making stone pillars. Successful? Zhou was not really sure. After all, he had never done this before, but the effect seemed good. Zhou actually left a retreat, which was the wall he was leaning against at the moment. If there were too many parasites rushing in front of him, he would make a path through the stone wall, retreat behind the wall, use the wall to buy some time, and then make a stone passage out. However, the rockfall plan was very successful, and those parasites could not withstand the pressure of the falling rocks, and were crushed to death in large numbers. Only a few rushed to Zhou, but Zhou was not a useless person. He added 5 points of freedom to his strength, and swung his 2 swords tightly. He killed a few parasites that rushed over with just 2 or 3 swords. Zhou opened the supply box, took out the spiked armor inside, and quickly put it on through the equipment bar. The next part is the highlight. Zhou removed the stone pillars piled up in the stone passage, and walked towards the entrance of the stone passage. Before he took 2 steps, Zhou stepped on a large piece of meat paste. He swept the headlight around, and the stone passage suddenly became a bloody passage. The closer he got to the entrance of the stone passage, the higher the pile of flesh and blood became. In the end, Zhou could only wade through a meaty road more than 1 meter high to get out of the stone passage. During this period, he encountered many parasites that were not completely dead. Zhou stabbed them with a knife, and sent them to reunite with other parasites. Finally, Zhou entered the stomach wall space again. Looking around, there were still a large number of parasites on the stomach wall. These parasites were non-aggressive. They simply lay on the stomach wall to suck blood, but they were also the most numerous, and there was no way to get rid of them once and for all. Zhou needed to clean them up one by one. How long will it take to clean this up? Zhou felt a headache as he looked at the parasites, which still numbered several thousand. But he had no choice but to take action and clean them one by one. This cleaning took a whole night. The parasites in the lower places were fine. Zhou killed them with 1 knife, but the parasites in the higher places needed to be built with a wooden foundation, which was very troublesome. After the parasites were almost cleaned up, the space on the stomach wall became much darker. A large number of heliotropes were stabbed to death by Zhou with a dagger. Without the small heliotropes for lighting, he could only rely on the light emitted by the 10-meter-long heliotropes at the top. What are these iron ores for? Zhou came to the innermost part of the stomach wall space. There was a 30-meter-high iron ore mountain. He saw it when he was cleaning the parasites just now, but the iron ore was not very attractive to him, so he continued to clean the parasites first. Now the parasites have been almost cleaned up, and only the big heliotropism is left. Zhou still needs it for lighting, so he didn't kill it. Let's see what this iron ore mountain is for. The location of this iron ore is very strange, just blocking the location of the digestion tank. Since Zhou is here, he must clean it up, and he hasn't encountered any good things so far. This time to clean up the parasites can't be in vain. Although Zhou didn't care much about the iron ore, he could only take it back without any other benefits. Boom! Boom! Zhou was about to start digging the iron mine, when suddenly, the entire mine shook, and then a huge worm with a metallic skin and a body more than 2 meters thick emerged from the mine. Fuck! Chapter 89. The giant worm twisted its body wildly, causing the entire iron mine to shake violently. It seemed to be very angry. Zhou felt something was wrong, and was about to escape, when the giant worm opened its mouth and pounced on him. The giant worm was 2 meters thick, and had a mouth full of metallic teeth. If it bit Zhou, he would be like falling into a meat grinder, and would be turned into a pile of mincemeat in no time. He quickly retreated several steps, and barely avoided the giant worm's attack. Zhou immediately swung the iron sword in his hand, and used all his strength to chop the giant worm's body. Zhou hoped that this knife would work, because only by injuring the giant worm would he have a chance to kill it. If he couldn't even break the skin, it would be over. Clang! The iron knife made a sound of metal collision on the body of the giant worm, and a string of sparks were rubbed out. It's over! Zhou's heart sank. Although he had seen the metallic luster on the surface of the giant worm's body, he didn't want to believe that the skin was really iron. After all, as a parasite, its main food is blood, and it doesn't eat iron or like the steel armor Leviathan. How could it grow a body of iron skin? But this knife showed that he didn't know much about parasites. The giant worm didn't care what Zhou was thinking. After missing the first attack, it immediately twisted its body, turned around, and rushed towards Zhou again. Zhou immediately dodged again, and then quickly made 3 stone pillars in the air, and dropped them towards the giant worm. At this time, the body of the giant worm had completely drilled out of the iron mine. It was nearly 20 meters long, black all over, and metallic luster all over its body. Obviously, the entire body of the giant worm was wrapped in iron sheets, without any flaws. 3 500 gene stone pillars fell quickly, but after hitting the giant worm, it only made the giant worm sink slightly, without causing any damage. The giant worm even twisted its body violently, and threw away the stone pillars that fell on its body. Seeing this scene, Zhou mood sank to the bottom. He felt that this insect removal voucher was not something that the current survivors could complete. But the giant worm did not give Zhou a chance to breathe. After throwing away the stone pillars, it rushed over again. Seeing the giant worm rushing straight towards him, Zhou quickly dodged to the side, but just as he dodged the attack of the giant worm's head, the giant worm suddenly swung its body, and its huge black body swept directly towards Zhou. Zhou's expression changed drastically, but he reacted instantly, and jumped over the 2-meter body, dodging the sweep of the giant worm's body again. However, Zhou fell into the trap of the giant worm, and just as he landed steadily, the giant worm's big mouth had already forced in front of him. The huge black mouth, with countless fangs shining with cold light, was clearly visible at this moment. Zhou's thin body stood in front of this big mouth, with almost no possibility of dodging. Crack, crack, crack. The huge worm's big mouth bit down and began to chew frantically, with the sound of bones being crushed coming from its mouth. However, that was not Zhou, and Zhou's spiked armor was on his body. At the critical moment, Zhou added 5 free points to his speed, and then quickly took off all his equipment through the equipment bar, dodging this fatal blow at the fastest speed. After escaping a life-or-death situation, Zhou was soaked in cold sweat. I can't go on like this. Now Zhou's equipment is gone. Although he can ask Jiang Haitao to send him a set of his own, he has no way to deal with this giant worm at the moment, and there is no point in wearing another set of spiked armor. At this time, Zhou remembered the effect of the stone pillar on the giant worm just now. Although it can't cause any damage, the weight of 500 kilograms can still play a certain suppressive role. As long as there are enough of them, even if they can't kill the giant worm, they can suppress it and make it lose its ability to move. But the premise of doing this is that a narrow space is needed. The stomach wall space is so large that even if he asks Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to send all the stones from the 2 guilds, it is impossible to fill the entire stomach wall space. So Zhou, relying on his current speed of 21 points, began to build a 10 by 10 space with stone foundations in the stomach wall space. At this time, the giant worm saw Zhou running fast, and realized that what he crushed in his mouth was just a pile of shrimp shells, so after swallowing the shrimp shells, he chased Zhou again. Zhou's current speed has surpassed the giant worm, and the giant worm can only chase Zhou. Knowing that the giant worm can't catch up with him, Zhou began to circle with the giant worm in the stomach wall space, and then ran to the middle from time to time to place a few stone foundations. There was no way, the giant worm was chasing too closely, and Zhou was afraid that the giant worm would destroy the stone foundation, so he could only keep circling and looking for opportunities to place the stone foundation. In this way, Zhou ran at the fastest speed for half an hour, and only half of the 10 by 10 space was built. Maybe if he persisted for another half an hour, he could complete it. But Zhou overestimated his physical strength. Half an hour of full-speed running had consumed most of his physical strength. Physical fatigue also slowed him down gradually, while the giant worm seemed to have endless physical strength and continued to chase behind him. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. His physical strength was almost reaching its limit. It was impossible to continue to complete the 10 by 10 space. Zhou's original plan was to build a hollow space with a 4 prism of 10 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 30 meters high, but because the giant worm was following closely behind him, he wasted too much physical strength on running. Now only a cube space with a length, width, and height of only 10 meters has been built. Although it has not reached the planned height, it can only be tried now. Zhou quickly turned around and rushed straight to the cube space built on the stone foundation. In order to prevent the giant worm from destroying the stone foundation, he also deliberately left a 4-meter gap so that the giant worm can easily enter the cube space. Zhou passed through the 4-meter gap like a gust of wind and entered the cube space. The giant worm followed closely, but the giant worm's body was 20 meters long, and the cube space with a side length of 10 meters could definitely not accommodate the entire body. Therefore, Zhou had to take a very dangerous step next, and took the giant worm to turn around in the 10-meter cube space, so that the giant worm's body would be entrenched in the cube space. Bang! 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 Zhou entered a state of extreme concentration, turning from the 4 corners of the cube space at the fastest speed, and the sound of the giant worm hitting the stone wall continued to sound behind him. Finally, Zhou ran back to the 4-meter gap where he came from, ran out without hesitation, and then turned around to seal the gap. Chapter 90. Bang! A huge crash sounded from the stone wall, and the entire stone wall cracked under this terrifying impact. Zhou knew that the stone foundation wall would not last long, and the space above the cube was empty. As long as the giant worm reacted, it could rush out with its 20-meter body. This opportunity was rare, so it naturally could not be wasted. Zhou moved his mind, and made all the stones set by Jiang Haitao into stone pillars. Hundreds of stone pillars fell from the sky above the cube and hit the giant worm in the cube space. The giant worm began to twist its body frantically, trying to break free from the cube space, but more and more stone pillars pressed on it. After a while, the stone pillars filled the cube space. Without space to move, the giant worm could not twist its body, and gradually there was no sound, and it was completely submerged by the stone pillars. Okay, but what should I do next? This plan only temporarily trapped the giant worm, giving Zhou a chance to breathe, but his task this time was to clean up all the parasites, otherwise he would not be able to leave at all. In other words, he had to kill the giant worm, but the iron sword couldn't even break his skin, and couldn't hurt the giant worm at all. Zhou thought for a moment, and looked in the direction of the iron mine, where the digestion pool was located. If he could make the giant worm fall into the digestion pool, he might be able to kill the giant worm. However, the digestion pool was blocked by the iron mine before, but fortunately, when the giant worm came out just now, it had destroyed most of the iron mine, so he only needed to clean it up now. There were a lot of iron ores in the rubble of the iron mine. Zhou packed them directly in a material box. When he encountered a large stone that he couldn't move, he made a stone pier in the air and let the stone pier smash the large stone. After cleaning for a while, Zhou entered the iron mine, and then he saw a square material box. Material box with gold edges. Zhou looked happy and hurried forward to open it. Suddenly, a black thing rushed towards him. Zhou was startled and dodged quickly. He didn't have spiked armor to protect him now. If he was bitten by this unknown creature, he would definitely be injured. After dodging the attack, Zhou also saw the appearance of this black creature. It looked the same as the giant worm, but it was much smaller, only 5 or 6 centimeters thick. Is this the child of the giant worm? Zhou raised the iron sword in his hand, and was about to kill it with one blow. If he couldn't deal with the big one, he should be able to deal with the small one. However, when the blade was about to fall, Zhou hesitated. He wanted to see the illustrated information of this creature. If he could find some weaknesses, he would have a better chance of winning. So he asked Jiang Haitao to send him a pair of spiked gloves. After putting on the gloves, he caught the little worm and touched it. The little worm had a bad temper. After being caught, it kept twisting its body and wanted to bite him. Zhou opened the biological illustrations and checked the basic information of the giant worm. Steel worm body length, 20 meters. Weight, 230 tons. Food type, iron ore. Introduction, a worm that coexists with steel Leviathan. It can produce steel by swallowing iron ore. Putting steel into the digester can make steel Leviathan obtain steel elements and grow bone steel scales and bone steel teeth. The steel skin can be used to make equipment. Symbiosis? Is this a parasite? After reading the basic information of the fine steel worm, Zhou found that he was wrong. The fine steel worm is not a parasite at all. Zhou threw away the young fine steel worm in his hand. Since the fine steel worm is not a parasite, he now only has a 10-meter-long sun worm to clean up. After cleaning it up, he should be able to go back. There is no need to fight with the adult fine steel worm. Boom! Boom! Zhou was about to open the gold-rimmed supply box, take the items in the supply box, and then kill the 10-meter-long sun worm, and he could leave. But at this moment, the cubic space that trapped the fine steel worm began to vibrate violently, and the stone wall began to crack under this vibration. Roar! An extremely angry roar came from the cubic space. The next second, the cubic space filled with a large number of stone pillars exploded, and the body of the fine steel worm turned wildly, like a rotating ribbon, sweeping away all the stone pillars. Then it jumped out of the broken cubic space and rushed towards Zhou at a very fast speed, much faster than before, as if it had entered a violent state. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhou picked up the gold-rimmed supply box and ran out of the iron mine. As soon as he ran out of the iron mine, Zhou felt a blackness above his head. When he looked up, he saw a body with a metallic luster smashing down on him. Zhou immediately added the free points to his speed again and reacted quickly to avoid the attack, but the attack of the fine steel worm did not end. It twisted its body again and swept towards Zhou. As before, Zhou jumped again to avoid the sweep of the fine steel worm's body, but what he didn't expect was that the fine steel worm suddenly spun its body wildly, just like the action when it rushed out of the cube's space just now. As soon as Zhou dodged the first sweep, the fine steel worm twisted its body back again, and then swept again. The time interval was only a few seconds. Zhou had just landed when the body that swept over had arrived in front of him. He didn't even have any protective gear on him now. If he was hit, all the bones in his body would probably be broken. With a thought, a 3x3 stone wall appeared in front of him. Bang! The body of the fine steel worm swept across the stone wall, directly smashing the stone wall, and then hit Zhou heavily. Zhou's entire body was like the stone pillar that was thrown away by the fine steel worm. He spun in the air and flew more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. The suffocating pain spread all over his body. Zhou opened his mouth for a long time, but couldn't make a sound. The moment he was hit just now, he felt that his soul was knocked out, and the whole person was like being hit by a truck. Zhou paused on the ground for a few seconds, then forced his body to control and climbed up from the ground. At the moment he was hit, he increased his physical fitness to 23, and barely avoided fainting. Cough, 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 poof. As soon as he stood up, Zhou started to cough violently, and then spat out a large mouthful of blood. The next second, he felt dizzy and had no strength in his body. He knew that there was something wrong with his internal organs. But the fine steel worm would not give him time to recover. At this time, it rushed towards him with its bloody mouth wide open. Zhou immediately bit off the bandage on his left wrist, and swallowed the boiling blood coral powder. The next second, the blood in his body accelerated, his skin turned slightly red, a force emerged, and his body could move. He dodged sideways, and avoided the attack of the fine steel worm again, then turned and ran towards the esophagus. Since the cubic space formed by the stone foundation cannot trap the fine steel worm, then use the esophagus of the steel armor Leviathan. As long as there are enough stone pillars, the fine steel worm can be trapped. But just as Zhou was about to enter the esophagus, his body suddenly staggered, his throat spit out a mouthful of blood, and his nose began to bleed uncontrollably. His body reached its limit. Behind Zhou, a big mouth taller than him had already enveloped him, and the next moment the world fell into darkness. Crack! Crack! The sound of flesh and bones breaking came from the mouth of the fine steel worm, and scarlet blood scattered all over the ground. Chapter 91. Crack! Crack! The fine steel worm was chewing Zhou's flesh and blood. Suddenly, its vision became blurry, and the surroundings became dark, and its mouth became empty. It was actually chewing air for a long time, and everything just now seemed to be fake. At this time, the fine steel worm was in the esophagus of the steel armor Leviathan. It looked around in confusion and realized that it had entered the esophagus. Although it didn't know how it got in, this was not where it lived, so it immediately turned around and wanted to return to the stomach wall space. But just as it turned around, a large number of stone pillars fell from above, constantly hitting it, and the number was increasing, so it tried to break free from these stone pillars and continued to accelerate towards the stomach wall space. Just as it was about to approach the entrance of the stomach wall space, it saw the guy who wanted to steal its food standing upright at the entrance of the stomach wall space. It was angry, and wanted to rush over and bite him to death. But when the guy waved his arm, more stone pillars fell from the air, completely pressing its body. Just as it wanted to struggle, a stone wall directly cut off the connection between the esophagus and the stomach wall space. This time, it should be trapped. Zhou built 3 walls at the entrance of the stomach wall space at once, and with a large number of stone pillars to fill and suppress it, the fine steel worm wanted to break free unless it could destroy the esophagus of the steel-armored Leviathan. Before, the fine steel worm thought it had eaten Zhou, but it was just its fantasy, because Zhou gave it the body fluid of the dream anemone worm, which has a hallucinogenic effect. The fine steel worm wanted to eat Zhou, so it naturally fell into the dream easily, and then chased Zhou in the dream, and entered the esophagus. Zhou then blocked the way back, and the plan was successfully completed. Cough, cough, cough. Just after he finished speaking, Zhou started to cough violently, and then spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhou found that if the injury was too serious, it seemed that he could not use the boiling blood coral powder. The accelerated blood flow throughout the body would cause more severe internal bleeding. There was no time to delay. There was still a 10-meter giant sun-spherical worm that needed to be cleaned up. He took advantage of the amplification effect of the boiling blood coral powder and cleaned it up quickly to complete this pest control mission. Zhou immediately found the gold-rimmed supply box that flew out with it after being hit just now, and immediately opened it. Ding! Get the 2 steel long knife. Ding! Get the scale steel breastplate. Ding! Get the Human Algae Crusher blueprint. Ding! Get the Steel Armor Leviathan Tooth X1. Ding! Get the Equipment Bar X1. This is all good stuff. Zhou was very surprised. He thought he would get some blueprints in the gold rim supply box, but he didn't expect that they were all items related to the Steel Armor Leviathan. So out of curiosity, he immediately took out the 2 steel long knife and prepared to swing it twice to test the feel. But just as he took the ivory steel long knife out of the supply box, Zhou's hand suddenly sank down, and he almost fell to the ground. It's so heavy, cough cough. Zhou used both hands to lift the ivory steel long knife up. Because he used too much force, his injury was triggered again, and he coughed several times in a row. The ivory steel long knife is 2 meters long, the handle is 70 centimeters, the blade is 1.3 meters, 2 fingers wide, and the whole body is dark brown. The closer to the blade, the lighter the black. The blade shines with cold light, and the blade is straight, with only a slight bend at the tip. It looks like a saber. After Zhou saw the overall appearance of the 2 steel long sword, the scene of the saber in the movie immediately emerged in his mind, where a single swing of the sword cuts both the man and the horse in half. But this 2 steel long sword is obviously much heavier than the war saber, nearly 200 pounds. Zhou's current strength of 17.5 can only barely swing it a few times, and it's not the man swinging the sword, but the sword swinging the man. After seeing the 2 steel long sword, Zhou took out the scale steel breastplate again. This time, he didn't almost fall down, but the scale steel breastplate fell directly out of his hand and fell to the ground. It was too heavy, and he couldn't even hold it up. This is not something Zhou can wear now, but the scaled steel breastplate looks very majestic. It is dark black with scale-like patterns, and there are shoulder guards on both shoulders that look like the head of a steel-armored Leviathan. The scaled steel breastplate is too heavy, so Zhou doesn't plan to try it on. He directly puts it into the gold-rimmed supply box through the equipment bar. Next is the Human Algae Crusher blueprint. Zhou took a quick look at this blueprint and used it directly. From the name, we can roughly guess that this is a machine used to crush seaweed. As for the function of crushing seaweed, we will know it only after using it in the future. Man-powered seaweed crusher blueprint requires 30 wood, 10 steel ingots, and 10 iron ingots. Steel ingots? Zhou took another look at the gold-rimmed supply box. There were no steel ingots in it, which meant that this machine could not be made for the time being. I wonder if there are any in the nest of the fine steel worm. According to the biological illustration of the fine steel worm, it is mentioned that the fine steel worm can produce fine steel, which should be the steel ingot required in the blueprint. After looking at the 3 items obtained from the supply box, there are only 2 left to look at. Zhou is very familiar with the equipment column, which is also what he has always wanted. He uses it directly and adds a box next to the character panel. Now, Zhou had 2 equipment slots. He put the 2 steel long knife into the equipment slot without hesitation. This would be his trump card in the future. Although the 2 steel long knife was very heavy, and Zhou could not swing it many times, there was absolutely no creature that could take a single blow without dying in the space of the stomach wall of the transformed Leviathan. Finally, it was the highlight, the steel armor Leviathan tooth. Zhou took it out directly from the supply box. In an instant, a 10-meter-long triangular flat fawn appeared in front of him. It was black in color and extremely smooth, with a metallic luster. Zhou used the iron sword to chop it twice, then touched the chopped part with his hand. The surface was still smooth, without any trace left. Are teeth also considered fish bones? Using the teeth of the steel armored Leviathan to make fish bone armor, wouldn't it be invincible? Zhou became more and more excited. Although he was seriously injured this time, he also gained a lot. It was really a risky pursuit. After looking at the various items in the gold-rimmed supply box, the amplification time of the boiling blood coral powder had almost passed 3 minutes. If it was delayed any longer, it would enter a weak state. Zhou immediately sent the steel armor Leviathan's tooth to Jiang Haitao through a private message, and then he sent it back, and in this way, the huge tooth was put back into the gold-rimmed material box. After everything was packed up, it was time to start fighting the giant heliospheroid. Zhou picked up a razor disc insect corpse, and threw it at the giant heliospheroid. The sharp blade directly opened the skin and embedded in the giant heliospheroid's flesh. The stomach wall space shook violently, and the giant heliospheroid, which had been hanging upside down in the middle of the top of the stomach wall space, began to move its body and fell from above. Boom! The heavy body of the giant sun spherical insect fell to the ground, causing the entire space to tremble. The light emitted by the giant sun spherical insect's body began to flicker, flickering, as if it was extremely angry. Zhou immediately prepared for battle. Although he felt that the giant sun-spherical insect had no means of attack, and its 4 tentacles were surprisingly short and could not be used as weapons at all, it was still necessary to be careful after all because of its huge size. The giant sun-spherical insect, flipping its 4 short tentacles, began to move towards Zhou, as if it was going to hit Zhou to death. Chapter 92. However, the giant heliotrope had just moved a few steps when its short tentacles stepped on a stone pillar. The stone pillar rolled, and the short tentacles did not stand firmly on the ground, and the giant heliotrope fell to the ground. Then, because its body was round, it rolled directly and rolled to the side of the esophagus. This is a bit humorous, Zhou thought to himself, but the opportunity was rare, so he prepared to rush up and slash the giant heliotrope twice before it stood up. But the giant sunworm, with 4 tentacles pointing to the sky, danced for a long time, but refused to stand up. When Zhou saw this scene, he suddenly felt that there was no need for a sneak attack. Before leaving, he had to go to the fine steel worm nest to look for steel ingots. Now that he had killed the giant sunworm that posed no threat, there was no light, and it would be too slow to find it with only the light of the headlamp. So Zhou seized the time, ran to the fine steel worm nest, and began to search inside. After searching for a while, he really saw some cylindrical metals near the digestion tank in the nest. These metals were scattered around the digestion tank. According to the reflected metallic luster, they were obviously not ore. Zhou immediately went forward and picked one up. Ding! Get 2 steel ingots. This cylindrical metal is actually equal to 2 steel ingots? Zhou was very happy, and immediately collected all the metal scattered around the digester. After sweeping the cylindrical metal around the digester, Zhou got a total of 20 steel ingots. He continued to look for other places. After confirming that there were no steel ingots, he immediately left the fine steel worm nest. The amplification time of the boiling blood coral powder was only 2 minutes. Just as he was about to leave the nest, a small black fine steel worm rushed out from nowhere and wanted to bite Zhou. Zhou reacted very quickly, stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and was about to throw it away when he paused. If I take it back, can I continue to produce steel ingots? The moment this thought came to him, the small fine steel worm was like a treasure in Zhou's eyes. So, he immediately asked Jiang Haitao to send a roll of hemostatic bandage, and then tied the small fine steel worm tightly with the bandage, and then hung it around his waist to prevent it from running away. It's time to end it. Zhou came to the giant sunworm, swung the iron sword in his hand, and chopped it hard on the body of the giant sunworm, but the body of the giant sunworm was extremely hard, and the iron sword was like chopping on wood. Although it can cut a wound, the damage is not great. After all, the giant sun spheroid is 10 meters long, and a wound of more than 10 centimeters is nothing. Then try the toothed steel long knife. With a thought, the toothed steel long knife appeared in his hand. Zhou's body was bent, but fortunately he was prepared and quickly adjusted his body. With the 5 points of strength increased by the boiling blood coral powder, Zhou now has 17.5 strength. Adding 5 free points to the strength directly reaches 22.5. The toothed steel long knife is a little lighter, but not much. Zhou held the hilt with both hands, held the knife horizontally, exerted force with his legs, twisted his waist violently, and swung the long knife in his hand. Huh? The sharp blade of the long steel knife tore through the air while swinging the knife, and the moment it touched the body of the giant sun spheroid worm, it was like the tip of the knife piercing into tofu. Shwa! The blade quickly passed through the body of the giant sun spheroid worm without any resistance, but the body of the giant sun spheroid worm was cut with a wound as long as 7 or 8 meters, and a large amount of blood flowed out of the wound like a waterfall. It was very handsome when swinging the knife, but when he retracted his strength, Zhou was a little embarrassed, and the whole person was carried away by the heavy blade. Fortunately, there was an equipment bar. When he was about to fall, he put the long steel knife into the equipment bar with a thought, and replaced it with a Tianjin iron sword in his hand. Zhou naturally stabilized his body easily. Puff! Zhou suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and he was so scared that he immediately added 5 free points back to his physique. The giant heliospheric worm died, and the lighting gradually disappeared. The entire stomach wall space fell into darkness, and in this darkness, a golden shadow gradually appeared. When Zhou saw the golden shadow, he knew that his task of eliminating insects was completed, because the golden shadow was the appearance of the phantom Leviathan. Finally, I can go back. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a red ball the size of a human head fell out of the huge wound of the giant heliospheric insect. Zhou immediately picked up the red ball, and put it into the supply box. At this time, the golden phantom Leviathan was already swimming in the air, opening its mouth wide to swallow him. At the moment of being swallowed, Zhou waved his arm and took away all the stone foundation and stone pillars that blocked the esophagus of the steel armor Leviathan. The fine steel worm broke free and rushed out of the esophagus quickly, opening its mouth wide to swallow Zhou, but Zhou had been swallowed by the golden phantom of the Leviathan in advance and disappeared, so it only pounced in vain. The next second, Zhou appeared in the stomach wall space of the phantom Leviathan, which was very narrow but very safe. Why did the villain disappear? When did he disappear? What should I do? Just as he returned to the stomach wall space of the phantom Leviathan, Zhou heard the frequent voices of the phantom Leviathan, which seemed very anxious. Huh? The phantom Leviathan found that Zhou suddenly appeared again, and his little head was a little confused, but he didn't think much about it and started to move around to find food. The current time has passed the feeding stage, because the phantom Leviathan woke up in the morning and found that the little man was gone, and he was so anxious that he stayed in the same place without moving. Zhou also found that the phantom Leviathan delayed the feeding stage because he was waiting for him, but this was not a big deal. If the phantom Leviathan couldn't find food later, he would ask Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian for 250,000 portions of seaweed to feed the phantom Leviathan. At this time, the amplification effect of the boiling blood coral powder had disappeared, and then he entered a weak state, which made Zhou, who was already suffering from various injuries, feel depressed. But he couldn't rest now. Today was the 17th day. A new day, the eating stage and the supply box stage might not be peaceful, and he had to survive the day. What is that red ball? Zhou remembered what fell out of the giant sun spherical worm's body when he left the steel armor Leviathan. Ding! Get the armored Leviathan blood crystal. Ding! Armored Leviathan blood crystal. A crystal that condenses the essence of armored Leviathan's blood. Feed it to the transformed Leviathan during the scale transformation period to grow bone steel scales. Bone steel scales, one step to the point, good stuff. After listening to the introduction of the prompt sound, Zhou did not expect that there was such a treasure hidden in the body of the giant sun spherical worm. However, the transformed Leviathan has not yet entered the scale transformation period, so this armored Leviathan blood crystal cannot be used for the time being. Moreover, Zhou has a better ultimate scale formula, and he will not use this bone steel scale. In the future, if Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian don't have a better choice of scales, this steel armor Leviathan blood crystal can be given to them. Next, Zhou transferred all the items in the supply box to the locker, and then made a new small aquarium, untied the small fine steel worm he brought back, and put it into the aquarium. The small fine steel worm has a very fierce temper. It wants to bite Zhou as soon as it is untied, and it is not honest in the aquarium, always trying to escape. Zhou directly took out a dozen pieces of iron ore from the locker, and put them in the aquarium. It seems that there is something to eat, and the small fine steel worm gradually calms down. It's good to be able to raise it. You have to produce more steel ingots in the future. Chapter 93. After settling the small fine steel worm, Zhou inspected the stomach wall space as usual, fed seaweed to the gel planarian, asked Shen Xian for an anchor worm corpse, and bled to feed the boiling blood coral polyp. The golden seaweed was still the same, but after a night of growth, the 3 rock fruits of the rock crystal tree had grown to the size of lychees. At this growth rate, the rock fruits would be ripe tonight. After the inspection, everything was fine. Zhou took out the materials from the locker, and made a set of spiked armor for himself again. He crawled into the rest area, put on a full set of spiked armor through the equipment bar, and then lay inside, eyes half open, looking half dead. Zhou was really tired. He spent a whole night in the stomach wall space of the steel armor Leviathan to eliminate insects, with almost no rest, and during the time he also ran at high intensity and was seriously injured, plus the weak state of the boiling blood coral powder. After all this, even if Zhou was an Iron Man, he couldn't bear it, but he couldn't rest now, so he could only endure it like this until the evening. Splash, splash. He lay there listlessly for a while, and heard the sound of seawater surging in his esophagus. The next second, the esophageal diaphragm opened and seawater poured into the stomach wall. Zhou did not react much this time, and still lay there listlessly. He had already experienced a flood of parasites in the steel armor Leviathan, and now he didn't care about the parasites that entered the transformed Leviathan. He lay there until the seawater receded, and then he took out the mirror skin to look outside, and then saw a familiar figure. Zhou encountered 2 nearly 2-meter-long white beetles in the stomach wall space of the steel armor Leviathan last night, and he killed them with a stone block. However, the The size of these two was obviously much smaller. Zhou glanced at them, and was too lazy to move. With a thought, 2 stone blocks appeared above the heads of the 2 white beetles, and then fell quickly. Bang! Bang! The bodies of the 2 white beetles sank after being hit by the stone blocks, but their shells were not broken by the stone blocks, so the white beetles were not seriously injured. They shook the stone blocks off with a shake of their bodies. Oh, what a hassle! Zhou could only do it himself, adding 5 free points to his strength, moving the algae oxygen tank in front of him, and jumping off the stone platform. The reason why the stone pillar did not smash the shells of the 2 white beetles was not because their shells were harder, but because the height of the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan was too low. Without enough gravity acceleration, the power was naturally much smaller. The 2 white beetles were just about to crawl down to suck blood from the stomach wall, and then they saw Zhou walking in front of them. The 2 white beetles immediately screamed and moved their 8 claws to rush towards Zhou. Zhou was not panicked at all. The moment a white beetle rushed in front of him, the 2 steel-long knife appeared in his hand. He held the handle of the knife vertically with both hands, with the tip of the blade facing the sky, and then swung it down at the white beetle. Crack! With a crisp cutting sound, the head and half of the body of the white beetle were directly cut in half by this knife. After cutting the body of the white beetle, the 2 steel-long knife did not reduce its momentum. When it was about to chop the stomach wall on the ground, Zhou moved his mind and instantly put the 2 steel-long knife into the equipment column. The equipment bar is still useful. When the 2 steel-long knife almost cut the stomach wall, Zhou was startled, and his originally sluggish eyes suddenly opened. I thought that the white beetle's body surface was protected by a shell, and it would not be as easy to cut as cutting the giant sunbeam, but I didn't expect it to be as easy as cutting tofu. Fortunately, there is an equipment bar, otherwise Zhou couldn't stop the knife and cut the stomach wall, which would be a big problem. After being scared like this, Zhou was also much more energetic. When the second white beetle rushed over, Zhou no longer used the downward slashing method, which was too dangerous. Instead, he dodged the attack of the second white beetle by leaning sideways, and then a long steel knife appeared in his hand, slashing horizontally, cutting the white beetle in half horizontally from the middle, deader than dead. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as he finished dealing with the 2 white beetles, Zhou began to cough violently, and there was blood in his coughing saliva. Zhou immediately added 5 free points back to his physique, which made him feel better, but the spirit he had just raised was directly eliminated by a series of coughs. He casually touched a handful of white beetles, and returned to the rest area to continue lying down. Open the biological illustrations, click on the new page, and check the basic information of the white beetle. White beetle body length, 2 to 3 meters. Weight, 500 kilograms. Food type, blood. Introduction, a parasite that lives in giant organisms. It is indestructible with heavy armor. If you are not careful, you may be killed by a head collision. The shell can be used to make protective gear. This introduction is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? I killed it with one knife, and it is indestructible with heavy armor. Zhou felt that this introduction was unrealistic, and closed the biological illustrations directly. The remaining rounds of eating were peaceful, with no organisms invading the stomach wall. Zhou just lay there half dead to rest. After the eating phase was over, Zhou got up and started moving seaweed. At this time, he thought of the man-powered seaweed crusher blueprint he got yesterday. Today's eating phase had already been delayed, and he could only get one supply box in the remaining time. He was not in a hurry to move the seaweed, so he first made the man-powered seaweed crusher to see the effect. Take out 30 pieces of wood, 10 iron ingots, and 10 steel ingots, click on the blueprint to make, and the 3 materials immediately turn into blue light, and combine in the air to form a simple mechanical device 1 meter high, the main body of which is composed of a wooden feed trough and a knife disc below. A bearing extends outward from the knife disc, and the bearing is connected to a power device, which is a unicycle, and the power is entirely powered by human pedaling. This human-powered seaweed crusher cannot be placed directly on the ground, but needs to be placed on a foundation. Zhou placed a wooden foundation next to the digestion tank, placed the human-powered seaweed crusher on it, and then Zhou sat on the unicycle next to it. The bearings are driven by the pedals with both feet, and the bearings drive the blade to rotate, so as to crush the seaweed. But in this way, it is a bit troublesome for one person to crush the seaweed. He needs to put the seaweed into the material box first, then sit on the unicycle, and let the blade rotate before putting the seaweed in. This is too troublesome. Zhou directly sent all the seaweed in the stomach wall space to Jiang Haitao through private messages, and then asked Jiang Haitao to send it back. In this way, He does not need to leave the unicycle, and can directly extract the seaweed in the private message bit by bit. This is easy. Zhou held the two handrails of the unicycle with both hands, and stepped on the two pedals with both feet. Then he opened the system interface, and put seaweed into the feed trough little by little. The moment the seaweed touched the fast-rotating blade, it was cut into pieces, and finally fell into the digester. Oh my god, this is too labor-intensive. Chapter 94. Zhou was already weak today, and after kicking for a while, he could no longer hold on. He only crushed 1/3 of the seaweed, and threw the rest directly into the digestion pool. The transformed Leviathan stopped moving to digest, and Zhou also laid down in the rest area to rest. It was boring to lie there, so he opened the world communication channel to see the messages sent by the survivors. He found that some people's transformed Leviathan did not look for the supply box today. There were not many people who encountered this situation, but most of them were the presidents of the guild, who were among the most advanced people. What happened today? Why didn't my Leviathan look for the supply box? My Leviathan is the same. I don't know why. Is it not full? Impossible. I have been feeding 250,000 portions of seaweed every day these days. I have been feeding too much. Huh? My Leviathan has stopped moving. It's not night yet. The esophageal diaphragm is open, but no seawater is coming in. What's going on? Zhou watched these people talking and immediately knew that their Leviathan had found the treasure cave. However, they couldn't hear the voice of their Leviathan, so they didn't know that the esophageal diaphragm was open to let them out. After watching them discuss for a while, their transmogrified Leviathans gradually stopped moving and their esophageal diaphragms opened. The same situation occurred in the transmogrified Leviathans of many people, which made them realize that this might be a situation that everyone would encounter, but the specific meaning of the esophageal diaphragm opening was not yet known. Is it for us to get out? It's possible. Why don't you try? It's pitch black. I won't try. Who knows what's outside? Who is brave enough to try? We are all guild leaders, and we are all protected by spiked armor. What are you afraid of? If you are not afraid, then why don't you go? It is protected by spiked armor. A set of spiked armor is extremely heavy to wear. It is barely enough to defend in the stomach wall space, but it is simply a dream to wear it and move around. But you have to go out and take a look. What if there is any treasure outside? Then you go out and take a look. If there is a treasure, let us know. How about we give you some of it? Several people have been talking about it in the World Communication Channel, but no one is willing to leave the stomach wall space to take a look. Zhou watched for a while, and realized more and more how powerful it is to be able to hear the voice of the transformed Leviathan. At this time, Chen Xian sent him a private message. Boss Zhou, my transformed Leviathan seems to have found the treasure cave you mentioned. Is the esophageal diaphragm open? It is open, and no seawater comes in, which is exactly what you said before. That should be the treasure cave. Bring a supply box, put your equipment in the supply box, then take your weapon and enter the esophagus. Afterwards, Zhou told Chen Xian about his experience of entering the treasure cave, and asked her to notify him in time if she encountered any difficulties, and to find Jiang Haitao if she needed a wooden shield. However, just after talking with Chen Xian, Jiang Haitao also sent a private message, saying that he had also encountered a treasure cave. So Zhou asked Jiang Haitao to send the wooden shield drawings, and now he had to be the logistics staff. Although Zhou had told the two of them about his experience, he was still a little worried, because he felt that he was lucky to encounter the rock worm in the treasure cave before, and he successfully persisted until the transformed Leviathan realized that he was blocked, otherwise he would have died. This is an uncertain factor. If something goes wrong with their transformed Leviathan, they will be in danger. By the way, you should eat before you go. Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao. ? What I mean is that after entering the cave, you can only crawl, which is a waste of energy. If you eat, your body will have energy reserves. If you encounter a rock-diving worm, you will have enough strength to resist it. Chen Xian, I was shocked. So this is what you mean? Jiang Haitao, I know, brother Wen. Zhou asked about their respective strength points. Chen Xian had 14 points and Jiang Haitao had 12 points. The strength of both of them was higher than before he entered the treasure cave, which increased the probability of survival. In addition, they also had boiling blood coral powder to save their lives, so the overall tolerance rate was still very high. Next, after the two of them had eaten and drunk enough, they walked out of the stomach wall space and came to this world. It was the first time for them to leave the familiar stomach wall space. It would be a lie to say that they were not afraid. But with Zhou Wen's reminder, They knew that there would be no danger before leaving the body of the transformed Leviathan, so they just went out with their heads held high. Joe just lay there, staring at the system interface, always paying attention to the messages sent by the two of them. He had already made more than 30 wooden shields, waiting for them to take them. In order to ensure that he would not be distracted, Joe also took out a can of fruit and ate it while staring at the system interface. After a while, both of them entered the cave, and Joe's Leviathan also swallowed a supply box. After the seawater receded and confirmed that no creatures followed the seawater in, Joe immediately jumped off the stone platform and opened the supply box. Ding! Get the blueprint of the white scale helmet. Joe used it directly. He didn't have time to look at the materials required for this blueprint. After opening the supply box, he climbed onto the stone platform and continued to stare at the system interface. An hour or two later, the two of them were attacked by rockworms one after another. Joe sent them wooden shields. Jiang Haitao's transformed Leviathan soon found that he was blocked and scared away the rockworm with a cry. But Chen Xian didn't have such a smooth journey. He had to use more than 30 wooden shields, and used the boiling blood coral powder before the transformed Leviathan noticed it. Why did Jiang Haitao's transmogrified Leviathan find out so quickly? They are both transmogrified Leviathans, but why is there such a big difference? My transmogrified Leviathan is a fool. Chen Xian was almost angry to death. She had used the boiling blood coral powder, and had entered a weak period. She was exhausted from crawling in the cave. Both of them scared off the rockworms, and Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. There was no danger next. Zhou asked them to catch the gel worms, and send them to him. For this purpose, he specially made a lot of wooden barrels to hold the gel worms. Because Jiang Haitao did not use the boiling blood coral powder, he was faster in treasure hunting. He quickly caught more than 30 gel worms, and entered the treasure space, where the supply box was placed. The items in the supply box were similar to what Zhou found last time, all of which were some iron ingots and some glass. But as Jiang Haitao came to the largest treasure space, the situation became different. Zhou had found a gold-rimmed supply box before, but Jiang Haitao only found a silver-rimmed supply box. Moreover, they continued to crawl into the cave inside, but did not find the boiling blood coral, but directly entered the muddy maze area. Afterwards, Chen Xian was in the same situation as Jiang Haitao, and only found a silver-rimmed supply box. So Zhou directly let them return. The maze area behind was almost impossible to get out without the reminder of the transformed Leviathan, so he did not let them take the risk. Chapter 95. After Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao came back, it was already night, and the transformed Leviathan stopped moving and prepared to go to bed. Zhou was already very tired, and it was finally night, so he could rest in peace, but before that, he had to see what Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao had gained from the treasure cave this time. Jiang Haitao got the same things from the 2 ordinary supply boxes as Zhou, 5 iron ingots and 20 pieces of glass, and a protective gear blueprint iron shield blueprint from the silver-rimmed supply box. Chen Xian got 10 iron ingots from 2 ordinary supply boxes, and 2 blueprints from the silver-rimmed supply box, 1 armor blueprint white scale breastplate blueprint, and 1 weapon blueprint iron spear blueprint. Zhou was not polite at all, and directly asked them to hand in all the material blueprints, and then caught more than 100 gel planarians, and gave each of them 30. He used the 3 blueprints directly, and then checked the production information. Iron shield blueprint, requires wood X10, iron ingot X3. White scale breastplate blueprint, requires white scale fish scale X30, cloth X10. Iron spear blueprint, requires wood X3, iron ingot X3. White scale helmet blueprint, requires white scale fish scale X10, cloth X5. The last one was the white scale helmet blueprint that Zhou got himself. Anyway, they were all looking at the production requirements of the newly opened items, so they just looked at them together. Make it. Zhou made all 4 new items in one go. First, let's look at the iron shield. It is a large shield that is nearly 1 person tall. The main body is made of wood, and the side that protects against enemies is covered with a layer of iron. After using the iron sword to cut the shield twice, only 2 cuts were left, and the iron could not be split, indicating that the iron is still thick. The total weight of the iron shield is about 40 kilograms, and with a strength of about 10 points, it is impossible to hold it in your hand like an arm, but it is still no problem to put it directly on the ground to resist the oncoming attack. Zhou looked at the iron shield with good defensive ability, and suddenly wanted to try to chop it with a toothed steel long knife, but he thought about it, and gave up. There were not many iron ingots now. If he chopped it off with 1 knife, wouldn't it be a waste of 3 iron ingots? Putting the iron shield into the locker, Zhou looked at the white scale helmet and white scale breastplate. These two equipments were obviously a set. The appearance was white fish scales, with a faint metallic luster on the surface. The overall image was much better than the spike armor, and the weight was about the same as the spike armor. Zhou used his iron sword to chop the white scale breastplate, leaving only a shallow groove without damaging it. Zhou chopped the spike breastplate again, cutting through the surface of the spike breastplate and into the inside. By comparison, the weight of the white scale suit is about the same as the spiked armor, but the defense is much stronger. Without hesitation, Zhou put on 2 pieces of white scale armor. As for the spiked helmet and spiked breastplate, he sent a private message to Jiang Haitao. The spiked helmet can be sold, and the damaged spiked breastplate can be rewarded to the guild members. Although it was chopped, it can still be used as a whole. Finally, there is the iron spear, which is 2.5 meters long, with a spear head of 30 centimeters, a spear handle as thick as 2 fingers, 2.2 meters long, and weighs 30 kilograms. The spear handle is not made of pure wood, but is wrapped with a layer of iron, so the spear body is very hard and will not bend when swinging. Zhou danced a few times with a power of 12.5. Because he had never learned to dance with a spear, his movements were very uncoordinated, but as a two-handed weapon, this weight was just right for him. Boss Zhou, can you make me an iron spear for self-defense? Can you use a spear? No, but an inch longer is an inch stronger. An inch longer is an inch stronger. Can you perform it in the stomach wall space? It's good enough to use it to stab fish. It's not impossible to stab fish. There are lens barracudas in the water recently. I won't talk nonsense with you. If you want an iron weapon, just tell me directly. I'm not giving it to you. Conscientious boss, the best. Give you a short and long sword, and a moderate sword. Can you talk normally? After Zhou finished speaking, he directly said 2 iron weapons to Chen Xian, an iron dagger, and an iron broadsword, and also said 2 to Jiang Haitao. When they enter the deep blue sea, they will also be useful if they encounter bone trematodes. Moreover, after entering the deep blue sea and obtaining the duel ticket, people will inevitably fight with each other, and these 2 iron weapons will be used for self-defense. Finally, I can rest. Everything was almost done. Zhou took out 2 wooden foundations, and then laid down on the wooden foundations, feeling drowsy. However, he still had one thing to do. It was already night, and the rock fruit of the rock crystal leaf tree was ripe. He had to pick 3 rock fruits, so that the rock crystal leaf tree could continue to grow rock fruit. Coming to the wooden barrel where the rock crystal tree was planted, the 3 rock fruits had grown to the size of eggs, and their shapes were still rough and not round. Zhou picked the 3 rock fruits, then cracked one on the stone foundation and ate it directly. He wanted to see how many times the rock fruit could increase the 3-dimensional attributes. Ding, eat the rock fruit, strength +1, constitution +1, speed +1. It can actually continue to increase. Zhou was overjoyed. This was the 4th time the rock fruit had increased the 3-dimensional attributes. Zhou looked at the remaining 2 rock fruits in his hand, then cracked them open and ate them one by one. He was now injured internally, and had bacteria and parasites. If he could increase his physical fitness a little more, he could resist longer. Ding, eat rock fruit, strength +1, physical fitness +1, speed +1. Ding, eat rock fruit, strength +1, physical fitness +1, speed +1. The 3-dimensional attributes were increased 3 times again, and Zhou was shocked. He had eaten rock fruit 6 times in total, and the overall attribute increased by 18 points. Zhou quickly opened his character attribute panel. Zhou, Pioneer, normal human attribute is 10, intelligence, 12, strength, 15.5, constitution, 26, speed, 19. Evaluation, infected with oxygen-rich bacteria, a sick person. Huh? Why is the parasitic infection gone? Zhou looked at his greatly increased attributes, and finally found that the evaluation content had changed. Could it be that because my constitution has increased, my immune system has directly killed the parasites? But thinking about it carefully, Zhou felt that his idea was a bit taken for granted. The dream anemone worms are parasitic in giant organisms. How could they be killed by the immune system in his body? Zhou thought for a long time, and finally suspected that it was the oxygen-rich bacteria that killed the dream anemone larvae. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. The dream anemone larvae could not disappear for no reason. No matter what, sleep. Anyway, no matter what, it is always a happy thing to be free of parasitic infection. In this way, He does not have to worry about the dream anemone worms breaking out of his body. Zhou fell asleep immediately after lying on the wooden platform. He was too tired. Chapter 96. On the 18th day, the transformed Leviathan began to move. Zhou opened his eyes, stood up from the wooden platform, and then did a side flip from the wooden platform to the ground. During this time, he waved his arms, and the two wooden foundations were collected. The set of movements was completed in one go. Yesterday, the three-dimensional attributes were increased by 3 points in one go, and the parasites in the body were inexplicably solved. When Zhou woke up, he felt refreshed, as if he had been reborn. Hiss. Zhou was in high spirits, and was about to take out the iron spear to play with it again. Because of the big movement just now, the wound in his body was affected, and he grimaced in pain. It seems that even with a 26-point physical fitness, the internal injuries cannot be completely recovered in one night. Zhou sighed, took a short rest, and then began the usual inspection today. After more than 10 minutes, the inspection was over, and everything was normal. Zhou added 3 more portions of rock-escaping worm feces to the rock crystal leaf tree so that the rock crystal leaf tree could continue to grow rock fruits. While waiting for the feeding phase, Zhou opened the World Communication Channel and looked through the chat records. He found that those who discovered the treasure cave yesterday, after some debate, really had some brave people who left the stomach wall space and entered the cave. However, because they were not prepared in advance, they encountered the rock worms and were bitten to death by the rock worms. This gave those who were afraid to go out an even greater reason not to go out. They had actually guessed that the transformation of Leviathan stayed outside the cave and then opened the esophageal diaphragm to let them out, which meant that the cave was like a supply box, and there were things that they, the survivors, needed. But even so, knowing that there were invincible giant creatures in the cave, they did not dare to try with their lives. Then, the transformed Leviathans waited for a night, and when they saw that the survivors did not enter the treasure cave, they closed their esophageal diaphragms and left the next day. This is a matter of time. After reading the communication information of these leading survivors, Zhou found that they did not go to the treasure cave because there were rock worms in the cave. This just missed an opportunity to obtain the blueprint of the iron weapon. According to the 3 blueprints that Shen Xian and Jiang Haitao opened in the treasure cave yesterday, the silver-rimmed material box in the treasure cave is likely to open the blueprint of the iron weapon. In the current environment where stone and bone weapons are still the mainstream, an iron weapon blueprint can definitely make an ordinary survivor rise instantly. However, these few leaders missed this opportunity, but the opportunity they missed will become the experience of the later ones. As the later ones also encounter treasure caves, there will always be bold people to explore the caves. Gradually, a set of strategies for exploring treasure caves will be summarized, and then the people who are lagging behind now will get iron weapons that the leaders do not have, thus getting the opportunity to overtake the leaders. After reading the news, the transformed Leviathan also entered the feeding stage. Today, Zhou did not hide in the rest area, but stood in the turbulent sea water wearing a set of armor and holding an iron sword. He now has a strength of 15.5, and a set of armor is still as light as a swallow. There is no need to hide at all. He just stands in the sea and waits for the parasite to arrive. Boom! The water surface suddenly exploded, and 4 anchor-like claws rushed out of the water and bit Zhou head. Zhou recognized it as an anchorworm at first sight. He reacted very quickly. He stretched out his left hand quickly and grabbed the body of the anchorworm. Then he swung the iron knife with his right hand and cut off the body of the anchorworm with one stroke. Just after killing an anchorworm, Zhou felt that his legs were clamped by another anchorworm under the water, and it was constantly pulling, trying to make him lose balance and fall into the water. But Zhou is no longer the same as before. The anchorworm under the water can't be pulled at all. Zhou turned his hand and slashed it underwater. The next second, blood surged and dyed the sea red. At this time, another anchorworm rushed out of the water. Zhou grabbed it again, but he didn't kill it immediately because the boiling blood coral polyps hadn't been fed yet. So he pinched the living anchorworm and came to the small aquarium where the boiling blood coral was cultivated. No matter how the anchorworm twisted its body, it couldn't break free from Zhou's iron-like hand. Shwa! A knife cut open the body of the anchorworm, and scarlet blood spurted out, instantly dyeing the small aquarium red. The coral polyps on the boiling blood coral immediately became active and began to dance their tentacles. The anchorworm kept struggling during the bleeding process, and even wrapped its long body around the spiked wristband, but it still couldn't loosen Zhou's palm at all, and eventually died of blood loss. Oh, it feels good. Zhou felt relieved after crushing the anchorworm. When he first came to this world, the scene when he first encountered the anchorworm became Zhou's nightmare, but now he can kill them at will. There were 3 anchorworms in the first round of feeding. After the seawater receded, Zhou began to use the human-powered seaweed crusher to crush the seaweed like yesterday. Today Zhou was in good physical condition. He pedaled the unicycle as a power device, and quickly crushed all the seaweed in the first round and put it into the digestion tank. In the next 4 feedings, Zhou did not encounter parasites again. He was crushing seaweed all the time. At the end of the feeding stage, all the seaweed was crushed and fed to the Phantom Leviathan. Zhou wanted to see what effect this human-powered seaweed crusher had on the Phantom Leviathan after crushing the seaweed. Soon, Zhou knew what the effect was. The Phantom Leviathan did not enter the digestion state today, but directly started looking for the supply box. Sure. Zhou was very satisfied. Although riding a unicycle was tiring, he could skip the digestion stage directly, which saved 2 or 3 hours, which was equivalent to the time to find a supply box. I wonder if I can get another supply box today. Zhou thought to himself, because according to the time calculation, it should be possible. The supply box will take some time, and Zhou has one more thing to do. Today is the 18th day. It took 13 days for Jiang Haitao to promote the small planting box. Counting the 13 days, 6 days have passed. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian's guild, the 80 guild members who planted fruits before, can be asked to hand in the fruits today. Zhou sent 2 private messages to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian respectively, asking them to collect the fruits. In the end, 70 watermelons were successfully collected. Yes, all of them were watermelons. Since Shen Xian and Jiang Haitao had eaten the watermelons Zhou gave them, they had been thinking about them, so they asked their guild members to plant watermelons. 4 of the 70 watermelons were planted by Shen Xian and Jiang Haitao, and the remaining 66 were planted by guild members. At the beginning, 80 small planting boxes were distributed to the guild members. However, 6 guild members left the guild after receiving the small planting boxes, leaving 74 people. Among them, 8 people could not resist the temptation and sold the watermelons or ate them themselves, so there were only 66 watermelons in the end. Overall, it was not bad. Under such circumstances where it was all based on self-consciousness, 66 people still completed the task. These 66 people are worthy of trust and training. Chapter 97. Zhou asked Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to reward these 66 people. In addition to a spiked helmet for each person, Jiang Haitao's guild also rewarded a spiked dagger purchased from the Turning Rivers and Seas guild. Shen Xian rewarded those who did not have a spiked helmet with a spiked helmet, and rewarded those who had a spiked helmet with a stone axe purchased from the Leviathan guild. Then he picked out the guild members who had submitted the wooden house drawings, praised them, rewarded them with a fishbone blade, and also gave them a portion of white jade clam meat to increase their strength. Establishing a person who has made the greatest contribution to the guild can not only increase the cohesion of the guild, but also let guild members know that contributing to the guild will be rewarded. Finally, the ultimate reward is to give them a small planting box with a wooden foundation, so that each of them can plant 2 fields. This reflects the trust of the guild in them, and makes them feel more at home in the guild. After all, people are currently lacking trust in each other. Being trusted by the president means that they have caught the president's eye, and the backbone will not escape. Afterwards, Zhou took out 60 watermelons, and gave them to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, asking them to give them to the 66 guild members. Zhou needed 1,000 watermelons, and 70 were useless at the moment, so it was better to give them to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian as guild rewards to rally the hearts of the guild members. The remaining 10 were naturally kept for himself. Since he had eaten half a watermelon last time, he had been thinking about it a little, but the space was limited. He wanted to grow some new fruits in the only field left, so he planted mangoes. Now it's good, no need to think about it, he is free. After distributing the watermelons, Zhou asked Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to select 334 members from the guild, and then gave them small planting boxes and wooden foundations. They are new farmers. Including the first batch of 66 people, the number of farmers in the 2 guilds has now reached 400. The reason why so many farmers were added at once this time is that it has been almost 10 days since Jiang Haitao's guild was established. When Jiang Haitao established the guild before, he attracted survivors by offering spiked helmets to those who joined the guild for 10 days. So tomorrow, he will give out spiked helmets to a large number of guild members. With spiked helmets, the probability of survival under the attack of anchorworms will be greatly increased, so there is no need to worry about the guild members being killed by anchorworms after the small planting boxes are distributed, causing losses. The guild members recruited by Chen Xian are originally a group of survivors with high quality, so there is no need to worry about their survival ability, but their loyalty is hard to say. But now, after the previous batch of farming members successfully obtained the guild rewards, there is also a member who handed in the wooden house blueprint, and won the highest reward, the fishbone blade, and also got the white jade clam meat that they have never heard of, which can increase strength. This is enough to prove the strength of Chen Xian, the president. In this way, these survivors with higher quality will naturally further identify with the survivor guild. Therefore, at this time, the number of guild members who increase the number of farming is increased, and the guild members are more stable, and there is no need to worry that they will leave the guild in large numbers after getting the small planting box. After Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian finished their conversation, Zhou Wen immediately made the small planting boxes and wooden foundations needed by the two guilds and sent them to them. When the guild members who farmed in this round successfully grow fruits and submit them, the number of people in the next round can be increased to 1,000, and then 5 tons of fruits can be stably produced to supply the transformed Leviathan. The goal was being achieved step by step. Zhou Wen was in a good mood and was ready to reward himself with a watermelon. But just as he took out a watermelon from the locker and prepared to cut it, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian sent him half a watermelon one after another. Good fellow, this can't wait even a moment. Zhou Wen ate both halves of the watermelon. Before, he could only eat half a piece, but now his three-dimensional attributes have been greatly improved, and his body's demand for energy is also higher. It is no problem for one person to eat a whole watermelon. After eating the watermelon, the first supply box of the day also arrived. The time when this supply box arrived was no longer the previous supply box stage, but in the digestion stage, which shows that the human-powered seaweed crusher can indeed skip the digestion time and obtain an extra supply box. Zhou Wen still did not hide in the rest area. Now he was wearing armor all the time, so he was not afraid of the creatures hiding in the seawater attacking him. However, there were usually no creatures in the seawater where the supply box was obtained, and this time was no exception. After the seawater receded, Zhou Wen went forward to open the supply box. Ding! Get beefkin X1. It's okay, the beefkin is still delicious. Zhou Wen put it away directly. Next, he continued to wait for the second supply box. During the waiting period, he watched the communication information of various survivors on the World Communication Channel. He was now in a bad state, and no longer exercised his body. He did not replenish the 0.5 strength. There was no way to make up for it. Wearing a full set of armor could not bring him any pressure, unless he did push-ups with a 2-steel long sword. But that was too dangerous. If one of them pierced his body, he would be cut in half. Even if it didn't pierce his body, it would be bad if it pierced his stomach wall. In fact, these were all excuses. Zhou Wen just felt that exercise was meaningless, so he had no motivation to exercise. After watching the World Communication Channel for a while, Zhou Wen suddenly remembered that he hadn't tried the Scarlet Positioning card in the past few days, so he immediately took it out from the locker. Use it. Zhou Wen's tone was casual, because he was just trying it out, but he didn't expect that the Crimson Positioning card would turn into a red light and disappear. Ding! The Crimson Positioning card was used successfully, and the transformed Leviathan has been located in the Crimson Sea. According to the current speed, it will enter the Crimson Sea in 3 days. Ah! Success? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Zhou Wen was stunned for a moment. He just tried it out, and didn't expect it to be successful. Huh? It seems like something is calling me. At this time, the voice of the Transfiguration Leviathan also sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. Zhou Wen's face showed a surprised smile. He didn't know the principle of using the Scarlet Positioning card, but since it was used successfully, it meant that he could obtain the second accelerating food in the Transfiguration Leviathan Accelerated Growth Food Guide, the Scarlet Kelp. According to the introduction in the Accelerated Food Guide, the Transfiguration Leviathan can increase its growth rate by 20% as long as it eats 10 tons of Scarlet Kelp. But this is only the effect of the Scarlet Kelp. In fact, there is a thing called Crimson Nodule in the Crimson Kelp Forest, which can also increase the growth rate by 20%. According to the illustration, Crimson Nodule is the source of Crimson Kelp, with a volume of about 2 meters, and is grown in the cracks of various rocks. This introduction is obviously to let the smaller survivors help the transmogrified Leviathan to obtain the Crimson Nodule. Chapter 98. Obtaining the Crimson Root Nodule was Zhou Wen's natural duty. The stronger the Leviathan was, the safer he would be. Since entering the deep blue sea, the Leviathan had been chased by various giant creatures. Every time Zhou felt frightened, but he had no other choice but to pray that the Leviathan would escape smoothly. He felt powerless. Now there were more opportunities to help the Leviathan grow, and he would not miss them. However, it would take 3 more days to reach the Crimson Sea, and there was no rush now. The next step was to continue waiting for the second supply box of the day. While waiting, I watched the World Communication Channel and found that another group of people's transmogrified Leviathans found the treasure cave today. These people are all the presidents of the major guilds, who created the guild on the 10th day, including Zhou Junyang and Zhao Teng. Their strength is stronger than the leading survivors yesterday. Although they were guild presidents yesterday, they were all small guilds, while today's are the presidents of several large guilds. These people still pulled each other for a long time, but no one was willing to go. After all, they knew that there was a big worm in the cave, which was much more terrifying than the anchor worm. With their current wealth and status, there was no need to take risks. Boss Zhou, Zhao Teng suddenly came to me and wanted me to sell him a fishbone knife. Do you want to trade with him? What does this mean? Is he going to explore the treasure cave? I don't know, he didn't say, but the price he offered was very high, and he was willing to trade with 20 spiked helmets. Zhao Teng's sudden abnormality made Zhou a little confused. Just when the transformed Leviathan found the treasure cave, Zhao Teng wanted to trade the strongest weapon on the market at a high price, which was obviously related to the treasure cave. But Zhao Teng has been arguing with other guild leaders in the World Communication Channel, and his meaning is clearly that he is unwilling to go. He is saying one thing in public and another in private, but why is he so bold? Zhou was a little confused. Trade it to him, and see if he really wants to explore the treasure cave. Okay. Then, Chen Xian traded the fishbone knife to Zhao Teng. After getting the fishbone blade, Zhao Teng disappeared from the World Communication Channel. Are you really going to explore the treasure cave? This made Zhou's perception of Zhao Teng change a little. Although Zhao Teng is quite cunning, he is really brave when there is an opportunity. However, courage is one thing, and luck to survive is another. If you don't know much about the exploration process of the treasure cave, whether you can get the treasure depends more on luck. Zhou kept paying attention to Zhao Teng's portrait. Time passed little by little until the second supply box arrived. Zhao Teng's portrait still did not disappear, which means that Zhao Teng successfully persisted until he transformed into Leviathan and scared away the rockworm. Is my luck so good? Zhou muttered to himself as he opened the supply box. Ding! Obtained hay X10, soil X10, stone X10. Zhou had nothing to say after getting the basic supplies, and directly put them into the locker. At this moment, a message in red font appeared on the World Communication Channel. The duel ticket was used successfully, the living obtained all the supplies of the dead, and the life and death duel began. Zhou was stunned when he saw this red message. He immediately checked the locker, and found that his duel ticket was still there. By looking at the avatar on the red message, it can be seen that the initiator of the challenge ticket is Zhao Teng, and the person he challenged is the president of the world's #1 guild, Wang Xian. How is this possible? Where did he get the duel ticket? Zhou frowned and thought for a while, and suddenly thought of one thing, that someone must have entered the deep blue sea today, obtained the duel ticket, and then sold it to Zhao Teng at a high price. Zhao Teng also learned about the treasure cave from this person, and understood some basic information about the treasure cave, so he took the risk to enter. Those who were ahead by a lot were probably those who thought of moving seaweed during the feeding process. They might lag behind Zhou for a few days, because they thought of it late, but they were definitely much ahead of those who were waiting to get the algae oxygen tank. 10 minutes later, the duel ended, Wang Xian died, his avatar disappeared, Zhao Teng won, and got all of Wang Xian's supplies. This sudden change directly made the survivors in the World Communication Channel explode. Originally, they were worried about encountering anchor worms every day, which was tiring enough, and now there was a life and death duel. Wang Xian's avatar disappeared. Is he dead? How can we still duel? Isn't this deliberately provoking plunder between people? Does this world not want ordinary people like us to live? Our guild leader Wang Xian is dead. Is the #1 in the world guild gone? I advise you members of the #1 in the world guild to change your name quickly. Be careful of the Tingfei guild being wiped out. When did the duel function appear in the world system? Why didn't I see it? I saw that Big Brother earlier. I don't like him. Tell me how to fight a duel. I want to kill him and steal his stuff. Ha ha, this duel function is great. I can steal other people's stuff. Why should I open boxes by myself? Everyone calm down. We are all human beings. It's hard to survive now. We should help each other. Fighting each other will only lead to self-destruction. Don't learn from Zhao Teng, that beast. You dare to call Zhao Boss a beast? I have taken a screenshot, and will send it to Zhao Boss later. See if he kills you. The World Communication Channel was in chaos. Some people complained, some panicked, some were excited, and some advocated helping each other. Zhou Wen just smiled. When he saw the duel ticket, he had already anticipated this moment, but it was just ahead of time. At this time, Zhao Teng had already received all of Wang Xian's supplies, and the most important algae oxygen tank blueprint also fell into his hands. As you can see, I now have the ability to decide your life and death. From today on, one algae oxygen tank costs 10,000 basic materials, unlimited. Of course, I know that many people can't afford so many basic materials. In fact, it's very simple. You just need to join my Tingfei guild to have a chance to get it for free. By the way, that shitty boss, your algae oxygen tank should either be the same price as mine, or don't sell it, otherwise I will kill you. Zhao Teng was extremely arrogant at this time, and there were very few survivors in the World Communication Channel who even opposed and scolded him. There was no way Zhao Teng could really jump out of the world system to do them. Zhou Wen looked at the message sent by Zhao Teng and frowned deeply, because he suddenly remembered that there was one thing he hadn't done today. I seem to have forgotten to put the algae oxygen tank on the shelves today. So Zhou Wen quickly made 20 units, and put them on the World Trading Channel. Chapter 99. Zhou Wen did this to deliberately confront Zhao Teng. He had no choice but to not show too much weakness, otherwise Zhao Teng would definitely push his advantage, and even challenge him to a duel. In fact, the fact that Zhao Teng challenged Wang Xian to a duel instead of Zhou Wen showed that Zhao Teng was somewhat afraid of Zhou Wen. After all, Zhou Wen was ahead of everyone on the surface, and there were too many unknowns about him. In this comparison, compared to Zhou Wen, whose strength was unknown, the strength of the newcomer Wang Xian could be completely guessed, so Zhao Teng chose to snatch the algae oxygen tank blueprint from Wang Xian. Zhao Teng's last threat was nothing more than a test to see Zhou Wen's reaction, and to test Zhou Wen's general strength. In the end, Zhou Wen ignored the threat and added 20 algae oxygen tanks, and Zhao Teng pretended not to see it. But those survivors who had already believed in Zhao Teng's looting proposition saw it, and they took screenshots and sent them to the World Communication Channel to shout, hoping that Zhao Teng would see it and get Zhao Teng's attention. Oyster Dad Oil, how dare you? Boss Zhao just warned you, and you dare to sell algae oxygen tanks at a low price. Boss Zhao, look at me, I have taken screenshots. This bastard is really looking for death. Kill him quickly. What's wrong with you guys? This guy surnamed Zhao has added 10,000 basic materials to the algae oxygen tank, and you are still speaking for him. Are you a congenital slave? You fucking bastard, do you believe I will kill you? Fuck, where is the duel option? I am fed up with this miserable shit, and when I get rich by robbing a few people, I will also become a guild leader for fun. Are you still human? You only think about harming your compatriots. Don't forget that there are anchorworms, and there may be more dangers in the future. If you start fighting now, no one will have a good life in the end. I don't care whether it will be good in the end, as long as I live well now. Big brother, please say a few words. These beasts are too inhumane. Sure enough, in the end, you still have to rely on the big brother, what number one in the world and what guilds are unreliable. Although the algae oxygen tanks sold by the boss are few, at least everyone can afford to trade them. That Zhao guy just didn't let us live, and didn't give us any chance to trade algae oxygen tanks. Yes, there were so many people scolding the boss before. I couldn't stand it at the time and started to scold those guys. Those guys are really nothing. You guy. Zhou Wen was speechless when he saw the last person's message. He still remembered the person's profile picture. He was the one who cursed the most at that time. As time passed, more and more survivors in the World Communication Channel began to pray for Zhou Wen to come out and do justice, because they found that Zhao Teng did not react to Zhou Wen's face-to-face confrontation. The lack of reaction explained everything. Many survivors naturally thought that Zhao Teng did not dare to duel with Zhou Wen, so they also became confident and gradually dared to send messages to confront those Zhao Teng supporters. When there is something going on, he is a big boss, and when there is nothing going on, he is just a dog. Zhou Wen is not going to show up for the time being. He does not want to confront Zhao Teng head-on now. After closing the World Communication Channel, Zhou Wen sent a message to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, asking them to find Zhao Teng and ask about Zhao Teng's duel ticket. Zhao Teng suddenly used the duel function that no one else had. The presidents of the major guilds would definitely ask about it. Zhou Wen just asked Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian to find out Zhao Teng's background. After a while, Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao sent messages one after another. Boss Zhou, he wants 3 fishbone knives before he tells me. Will you give them to him? Give them to him. Brother one, that bastard wants 30 small planting boxes before he tells me. What should I do? Get him out of here. Zhao Teng is a big mouth. Given Jiang Haitao's personality, he naturally can't indulge him. Anyway, there is Chen Xian. Soon, Chen Xian sent another message. He said that to initiate a duel, he needs a duel ticket, and someone sold him the duel ticket in a private message. That's all? Yes, Boss Zhou, you don't seem to be surprised at all. Do you know the duel ticket? Not only do I know, I have it in my hand. Ah, then why don't you kill Zhao Teng? Do you have a grudge against him? I give you the duel ticket, so you can kill him. But he has always been against you, Boss Zhou. Why keep him around? And I think he is very dangerous, messing up the world communication channel. Zhao Teng can't die yet. Why? Because those who can't get what they want are always restless, and those who are favored are always fearless. Okay. Damn it, don't block the way. As soon as Zhou Wen finished talking with Chen Xian, he remembered the sound of the phantom Leviathan in his mind, as if he had encountered some creature blocking his way. The next second, the entire stomach wall space vibrated greatly, and the phantom Leviathan accelerated at full speed, and then suddenly paused. The entire stomach wall space was centered on the esophagus, and the tail quickly moved horizontally. Boom! The sound of the seawater explosion suddenly sounded, and Zhou Wen was hit by the sound wave, but with his current physique, he only felt slightly dizzy for a moment, and then he recovered immediately. Judging from the sound, the white-scaled fish was stronger than the last time it slapped the supply box. This time, the transformed Leviathan seemed to have encountered a large creature. Suddenly, the stomach wall space sank suddenly, and the transformed Leviathan's body was attacked. Then, the transformed Leviathan cried out in pain, and the amplitude of its body swinging became larger and larger. Finally, the entire stomach wall space spun rapidly like a drum washing machine. Zhou Wen hid in the rest area and held tightly to the wooden foundation pillar, barely avoiding being thrown out. At this time, the phantom Leviathan was spinning its body and swimming upside down at a very fast speed. Boom! With a loud noise, the phantom Leviathan hit a boulder, and the stomach wall space trembled violently. It's not over yet. Just after hitting the boulder, the phantom Leviathan accelerated with full speed again upside down, and the entire stomach wall space stood up vertically. Bang! The giant jumped out of the water, and then began to fall. The stomach wall space was also in a state of weightlessness. Boom! With another loud noise, the entire stomach wall space trembled violently again, and the phantom Leviathan hit the water surface heavily. Afterwards, the battle seemed to be over, and the stomach wall space returned to calm, but Zhou Wen didn't know what was going on outside. In the end, whether the phantom Leviathan won or not, his heart was in his throat. Humph! Fortunately, you ran fast, otherwise you would be killed. The phantom Leviathan's voice sounded, although it was very tough, but the tone was very weak. Obviously this battle was not easy. Zhou Wen heard the phantom Leviathan's voice, and his heart was finally put down. The creature encountered this time seems to be quite large. Under the full attack of the phantom Leviathan, it was still able to escape. Its size should be not much different from that of the phantom Leviathan. After the battle, Zhou Wen began to check various items. There was no big problem with the items placed on the foundation. However, the water in the algae oxygen tank was spilled, and the gel planarians raised in the wooden barrel were also scattered everywhere. Zhou Wen caught them back bit by bit. Another thing that was affected was the small fine steel worm. It was tossed up and down by the stomach wall space just now. When Zhou Wen checked, it had no energy to bite Zhou Wen. However, judging from its state, it should have just been dizzy, and there was no big problem. Chapter 100. Ouch, it hurts. Just after Zhou Wen checked all the items in the stomach wall space, he remembered the aggrieved voice of the phantom Leviathan in his mind. Is it injured? Zhou Wen immediately took it seriously. The phantom Leviathan must not have any problems. But he couldn't communicate with the phantom Leviathan, and didn't know whether the phantom Leviathan's injury was serious, so he came to the esophageal diaphragm and patted it hard to see if he could attract the attention of the phantom Leviathan. Is the villain coming out? Zhou Wen slapping attracted the attention of the phantom Leviathan, and then the stomach wall space began to vibrate and tilted slightly upward. After a while, the phantom Leviathan stopped moving, and the esophageal diaphragm opened. Seeing the esophageal diaphragm open, Zhou Wen was delighted, and hurriedly used a stone mortar to grind 30 adult gelatin worms to make half a barrel of hemostatic gel, then carried the barrel out of the stomach wall space and entered the esophagus. At this time, the esophagus was not completely dark, because at the end of the esophagus, a light shone in. The light was very white and bright, occupying the entire esophageal exit. Facing the light, passing through the esophagus to the exit, the moment he stepped into the white light, the light was dazzling. Zhou squinted his eyes, and after adapting for a while, he slowly opened his eyes, and everything suddenly became clear. The mouth of the phantom Leviathan was wide open, and the sunlight from the outside shone into the mouth. The dark space was now bright and clean. It was the first time that Zhou saw the whole picture of the inside of the phantom Leviathan's mouth. The space inside the mouth was much larger than the space of the stomach wall, about 20 meters wide and about 10 meters high. At the end of the mouth, there was a 2-meter-high white tooth plate. Zhou jumped easily, grabbed the top of the tooth plate with one hand, and then climbed up the tooth plate with a slight effort. Standing on the tooth plate and looking out, the sky was bright and shining, and the sea was sparkling and boundless. What a blue sea and blue sky! Zhou looked at the magnificent scenery outside, and couldn't help but sigh, then opened his arms, and felt the long-lost sunshine and sea breeze. What are you doing? The transformed Leviathan noticed Zhou's strange behavior, and expressed his doubts. Oh right, check the injury of the phantom Leviathan. Hearing the voice in his heart, Zhou immediately recovered from the state of enjoying the sunshine and breeze, and jumped forward into the sea. Zhou floated on the sea surface, and the phantom Leviathan saw him coming out, closed his mouth, and then slowly sank his huge body, staring at him with a big round eye. Zhou did not speak, but raised one hand, then took out the iron knife, and gently cut his arm. Blood oozed from the wound. Seeing this scene, the phantom Leviathan's round eyes slightly opened. Then, Zhou scooped some hemostatic gel from the barrel, and applied it to the wound, and the wound stopped bleeding immediately. The phantom Leviathan opened his eyes wide, as if he understood what Zhou meant, so he dived his huge body underwater, swam under Zhou, and then slowly rose up, letting Zhou stand on his body. As the phantom Leviathan rose higher and higher, more and more of its body was exposed above the water, and hideous wounds appeared in Zhou's field of vision. Blood slid down the sides of the body along with the seawater, leaving scarlet bloodstains. Zhou frowned as he watched. It was much more serious than he had guessed before. The longest wound was at least 5 or 6 meters long, and the smallest was 20 or 30 centimeters long. There were more than 30 wounds. Moreover, these wounds were long and thin, just like they were cut by a knife. Half a bucket of hemostatic gel may not be enough. Zhou thought about it, and decided to stop bleeding for the big wound first, and ignore the small wound for the time being. After stopping bleeding for the big wound, there would be some left. Yesterday, Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian caught more than 100 gel planarians in total, and gave them 60 of them. He only had more than 40 left. He used 30 gel planarians in this half bucket of hemostatic gel, and he would keep the rest for expansion. Otherwise, if the transformed Leviathan is seriously injured again in the future, there will not be enough hemostatic gel to stop the bleeding. After making a decision, Zhou began to use hemostatic gel to apply to wounds over 1 meter long. The hemostatic gel was still effective. As long as the hemostatic gel could cover the entire wound, the bleeding could be stopped immediately. The effect was immediate. After a while, half a bucket of hemostatic gel was used up, but fortunately, these wounds were all slender in shape, and not much hemostatic gel was consumed for each wound. After half a bucket, all wounds over 50 centimeters were coated with hemostatic gel. The remaining wounds were only about 20 to 30 centimeters long, and thanks to the huge recovery speed of the transformed Leviathan, they were no longer bleeding. Woo! The transformed Leviathan felt that the wounds were no longer painful, so it chirped happily. Oh, I'm so awesome! The transformed Leviathan's inner voice sounded, and then it suddenly rolled over happily. Zhou was originally very happy to hear the inner voice, but the transformed Leviathan rolled over and flipped him directly into the sea, catching him off guard and choking on a few mouthfuls of seawater. The phantom Leviathan found that he had flipped Zhou into the sea, and quickly dived underwater, and dragged Zhou up with his body. Ahem. Ahem, is my phantom Leviathan also a fool? After that, the phantom Leviathan didn't dare to move anymore, and its whole body floated steadily on the sea, like an island. Zhou observed the phantom Leviathan, and roughly understood its appearance. The overall appearance was very similar to that of a whale, but it was somewhat different from the simple picture in the biological illustration book. The body of the phantom Leviathan in the biological illustration is relatively slender, while the real phantom Leviathan has a big head and a round body, like a Q-version whale. This should be because it is still young. After the phantom Leviathan's injury was treated, Joe did not return to the stomach wall space immediately, but lay directly on the phantom Leviathan, enjoying the sea breeze and sunshine. Since he was out, he naturally had to stay outside for a while. The phantom Leviathan also had injuries on his body. Although the bleeding had stopped, he also needed to rest. Forget about the 2 supply boxes at the back today. Wait, I'm outside now, so the problem of insufficient oxygen in the furnace has been solved, right? Joe immediately sat up and prepared to give it a try. However, before that, he wanted to test whether the foundation could be placed on the body of the transformed Leviathan. If the foundation could not be placed, everything would be in vain. Joe was too lazy to go back to the stomach wall space to get the basic materials, so he asked Jiang Haitao for some directly, and then made a wooden foundation. He was nervous, and put the wooden foundation on the body of the transformed Leviathan. The next moment, the wooden foundation was firmly attached to the transformed Leviathan, and Joe couldn't help but get excited. Now he could really use the furnace to smelt metal. Immediately use 50 pieces of stone to make a furnace, and then add wood and iron ore into the furnace. This is the method of smelting metal in the game. Joe doesn't know if it is right or not. Anyway, the only thing that can be burned at present is wood, so he can only try it first. As for how to make a fire, it is naturally to drill wood to make fire. Joe took out a piece of wood and used an iron knife to cut a round wooden stick, then used the cut wood chips as fire starter, and finally learned the action of drilling wood to make fire in the wilderness survival program. Joe is not worried that he will fail, because he has plenty of strength and physical strength now, and he will always succeed by continuous trial and error.